An old waste of a man almost in his grave. I had just picked out my burial plot. When suddenly the sect sold me off as a son-in-law. All because at 500 years old, I finally awakened the ancient sacred body, one of a kind in 10,000 ages. Yet in these declining times, the sacred body's cultivation path was extremely difficult. The resources it consumed, even an immortal Holy Land could hardly afford. Who would have thought that just as my lifespan was ending, as I prepared to close my coffin lid, the heavenly mystic sacred emperor, one of East Wilderness's 4 immortals, would come knocking at my door, talking about a marriage alliance. This shocked everyone in the Crossing Immortal sect. After questioning, we learned that the heavenly mystic sacred emperor's holy maiden possessed an innate Tao embryo, and the purpose of matching me with her was to produce an innate sacred body Tao embryo child. That's supposedly a being with 100% chance of becoming an ancient great emperor. Learning the truth, I had no complaints. After all, in these 500 years since my transmigration, the Crossing Immortal sect had become my home and my heart. The only thing I hadn't expected was that in my twilight years, I'd lose my dignity. Now in the bridal chamber, Su Qingxian was staring at me expressionlessly. The air suddenly turned ice cold. Hello, my name is Mu Gu. I'm 500 years old. May I ask how old you are, Holy Maiden Su? I forced an awkward smile in greeting, trying to lighten the atmosphere. But Su Qingxian didn't acknowledge me. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, although we've been married in ceremony, if you're unwilling, tonight we can sleep separately. Tomorrow morning I'll find a way to send you away. Oh, I can leave. I was stunned by her words. Though I had prepared myself to lose my dignity, this still caught me off guard. It wasn't that I was too proud. This Eastern First Beauty. What man could resist her? But the problem was I truly had the will but lacked the strength. Time shows no mercy. I could only shed empty tears. Su Qingxian nodded faintly. It's possible. I'll bear all consequences. You and the Crossing Immortal sect won't have any trouble. Hearing this, I suddenly felt touched, and blurted out without thinking, thank you. You're truly a good person. Ding. Host facing major life choice detected. Perfect life system binding. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind, making my heart jump. System? After 500 years, you finally decide to appear? Ding. Perfect life system binding successful. Choice 1, refuse the wedding night and castrate yourself with a knife. Abandon all thoughts of women. Reward, 3,000 years of lifespan. Immunity to all diseases. Choice 2, no need to explain. I choose 2. Before the system could finish, I quickly answered. Never mind the rest. Just the castrate yourself with a knife part was absolutely out of the question. Ding. Congratulations on your successful choice. Agree to consummate the marriage. 1 night of spring passion worth 1,000 gold. Reward upon completion, supreme bone. Additionally, find a girl with good fortune within 3 days. Give her a gift. And gain at least 30% favorability from her. Quest completion reward, 10 years of lifespan. Quest failure, all rewards withdrawn. Hearing this, I was stunned. Wait, system, are you playing me? I just consummated with Su Qingxian. And now you want me to court another girl? That doesn't seem appropriate. Ding. Host has made choice, cannot be changed. Otherwise system will unbind immediately. You win this round, I inwardly snorted coldly. Then brought my attention back. Looking at Su Qingxian, I said, Holy Maiden Su, I think we should prioritize the bigger picture. I understand. Come to bed then. Su Qingxian sighed almost imperceptibly. The heavenly mystic sacred emperor had given her everything. Unless I refused, she wouldn't actively decline. I walked to the bedside. Awkwardly coughed twice. Hey, Holy Maiden Su. My bones are too old. It's hard for me to get up there. Do you think I could just lie still? Su Qingxian was briefly silent. Then just faintly agreed. 3 minutes later, a subtle sigh sounded in the room, followed by my embarrassed voice. I'm really too old. No need to explain, Su Qingxian said, rising to dress herself. However, when she saw a crimson stain on the bedsheets, her expression changed slightly. Seeing this, I asked between heavy breaths, are you leaving? She looked back at me, can you go again? My mouth opened and closed. I showed a bitter smile. Could I be blamed? With the heavenly mystic holy maiden's posture, who could withstand it? Of course, I could only grumble this in my heart. Oh, by the way. Su Qingxian paused at the doorway, her steps halting. She said faintly, I'll find some medicinal supplements for you, to strengthen your body. With that, she pushed open the door and left, watching her gradually disappearing figure. My heart felt like a jar of mixed emotions. Making her spend the night with an old man was impossible. Everything was to produce an innate sacred body Tao embryo child. But her constitution made conception difficult, requiring multiple attempts. And in my condition I couldn't satisfy her. Without supplements, I'd be drained dry before she conceived. People would think she was a demoness from the Harmony Union sect. Ding! Congratulations on completing the phase quest. Though 3 minutes was short, it was enough to make Su Qingxian bleed. Supreme Bone Reward has been issued. And thoughtfully concealed all noise. Just then, the system's voice timely sounded. My body suddenly felt thunderous tremors. A golden shining bone formed in my chest, radiating terrifying power. Instantly rushing to my limbs and organs, surprisingly fixing many of my hidden ailments. What shocked me more was that of the 99 divine thunderbolts sealing my ancient sacred body in my spirit sea. One had disappeared. With my spirit sea bound, I couldn't absorb spiritual energy. Naturally, I couldn't evolve various techniques or advance my realm. Now with the reduction of divine thunderbolts, I could already sense the surrounding spiritual energy. If all thunderbolts could be eliminated, would my human race sacred body also regain the ancient glory? My heart was incredibly excited. I quickly questioned the system. Ding! Host's guess is correct. Friendly reminder. Please quickly find the fortune girl, give her a gift, and gain favorability no less than 30%. Completion rewards 10 years of lifespan. What's the rush? I rolled my eyes at hearing this. The earliest would be tomorrow morning, after Su Qingxian brings the supplements. My pockets were completely empty right now. Then I steadied my mind. A method technique circulated in my heart. This was the Crossing Immortal Sex Immortal Crossing formula. The strongest technique I currently possessed. Planning to organize my aging body that was approaching death. The night quickly passed. As the sky brightened, the door was pushed open. Su Qingxian slowly walked in. You're up quite early. I wiped my white beard, smiling slightly. When you get old, you sleep less. You'll understand when you're old. Su Qingxian frowned slightly, somewhat displeased, but said nothing more. She took out 3 jade bottles and said, "This is the longevity spring pill for extending life, the dragon revival pill for restoring essence, and the spirit aperture pill for replenishing spiritual energy. Take it as needed. I will come again in 3 days." "Thank you." Lin Shan said his thanks. His hands trembling, he reached for the 3 jade vials. With the supreme bone, he naturally wouldn't shake due to his age. The main reason was that these 3 pills were more expensive than one another. They were beyond what he could have imagined in the Immortal Crossing sect. But in an accident, he accidentally touched Su Qingxuan's long jade hand. Soft, boneless, and extremely slippery. Su Qingxuan's expression turned cold. "It's mainly because I'm old, and when I get excited, it's easy to lose my balance." Lin Chen explained awkwardly and withdrew his hand. "Don't let it happen again." Su Qingxian glanced at him indifferently, not pursuing the matter further. But Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Because suddenly a line of information appeared in his mind. Name, Su Qingxian. Age, 25. Fortune, 1 million. Constitution, innate Tao fetus. Cultivation, Law Manifestation Realm, 3rd Heaven. Identity, Saintess of Tianqian Sacred Land, Lost Princess of the Tao Clan from the Upper Realm, Reincarnation of the Empress. Favorability, -50. Such a powerful identity, and she's not even from our realm? Lin Chen was shocked deep in his old eyes. Su Qingxian actually had a hidden identity. He didn't know where the Upper Realm was, nor had he heard of it. But the reincarnation of the Empress was truly terrifying. The ancient emperors were the peak of this world. Unfathomable and impossible to measure. Never did he expect that not only was he married to the most beautiful saintess of the eastern wilderness, but also to an unfathomable empress. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen suppressed the shock in his heart. But seeing the negative favorability, his mouth twitched. It seems Su Qingxian has a huge grudge against him. Who said that a night of marriage equals 100 days of affection? That's nonsense. It can't possibly be related to finishing things in 3 minutes, right? But with Su Qingxuan's fortune being so enormous, wouldn't it be perfect to return the pill to her? Ding, items given by others cannot be returned by the host, the return will be ineffective. Just as Lin Chen had this thought, the system's voice rang in his head. Damn, you're watching my thoughts. Lin Chen cursed in his heart. At this time, Su Qingxuan's cold voice sounded, if there's nothing else, stay inside and don't wander around. Apart from a few high-ranking members of the Sacred Land, no one knows about our relationship, and there are hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Tianqian Sacred Land. If you run into some trouble, it will be very troublesome for you. Don't worry, I generally won't go out. Even if I can't hold it in and go out, I won't do things in your name. Lin Chen smiled faintly. It's best that way. Su Qingxian gave him a cold glance. She turned and left. But as she reached the door, a jade talisman suddenly flew toward Lin Chen. If you really encounter danger, you can crush this jade talisman to notify me. But remember, I'm not worried about you, I'm just worried that if you die, the innate holy body Dao fetus can't be born. Slap. Su Qingxian finished speaking and left. If Lin Chen really died by accident, then she would suffer a huge loss. With her body gone, the innate holy body Dao fetus wouldn't be conceived either. TCH, I'm not a narcissist, thinking you care about me? Lin Chen also held the jade talisman in his hand, sneering, and if I go out to chase girls, no, to give gifts, I definitely won't crush this jade talisman. Time passed, and after half an hour, confirming that Su Qingxian wouldn't return, Lin Chen changed into the clothes prepared for him, with the inner sect disciple insignia, and opened the door to go outside. The sun was nice, the birds were chirping brightly, and the grass was green. After Lin Chen went outside, he walked towards the small bamboo peak. The small bamboo peak was the place where the holy maidens of the Tianqian sacred land had lived for generations, and it was one of the 9 peaks of the inner sect. With what Su Qingxian had given him, he was to gift it to other women with fortune. He had to stay far away from the small bamboo peak. Otherwise, once word reached Su Qingxian, it would be somewhat improper. Leaving the small bamboo peak, Lin Chen even walked out of the inner sect area. He arrived at the outer sect of the Tianqian sacred land. There are tens of thousands of inner sect disciples in the Tianqian sacred land, and hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples. Finding a girl with good fortune is never hard. And also, Su Qingxian, a saintess, would likely not pay attention to the outer sect's affairs. Lin Chen murmured to himself. He believed his decision was very wise. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, senior brother. After arriving at the outer sect, many outer sect disciples passing by greeted him. This respect made him feel quite comfortable. Earlier, when walking in the inner sect, he had deliberately avoided the crowds. Even when encountering small groups of inner sect disciples, they looked at him with confusion and disdain. Such old inner sect disciples were rare in the entire inner sect. After all, there were requirements to become an inner sect disciple. One had to reach the spiritual sea realm before the age of 50. But Lin Chen was already 500 years old. But in the cultivation world, martial strength was revered. He wore the inner sect disciple attire, and even though he was old, in the outer sect, he was still a senior brother. Ding, detected a girl with good fortune ahead, fortune value 3000, meets the conditions for a girl with good fortune. Suddenly, Lin Chen heard the voice of the system in his mind. Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Indeed, there was a small path to the left 30 meters ahead. Lin Chen turned left at the path entrance. Wang Yuyan, if not for me, you all wouldn't have been able to complete this sect mission. Now that the mission is done, you're unwilling to pay the agreed-upon reward. Since that's the case, I can only forcefully demand it. Before even approaching, Lin Chen heard a scolding voice. Then, there was a voice of grievance protesting, Senior Sister Chen Meng, we agreed on a 70-30 split of the spirit herb, 7 for you, 3 for us. I have already given it to you, this spirit fruit was also something I accidentally obtained. It's not part of the agreed-upon reward. Nonsense, I said everything obtained should be split 70-30. Don't believe me? Ask those two. Listening to their argument, Lin Chen saw their figures. There were 3 women and 1 man. One was a woman in a blue dress, with a slightly seductive air, leaning closely to another young woman in a white dress. The latter appeared delicate and youthful, with smooth skin. She looked somewhat cute and pure, scolding. The woman in the blue dress was named Chen Meng, and she was a senior disciple of the outer sect. After speaking, she cast a gaze full of pressure towards the other man and woman. Yes, Senior Sister Chen Meng is right. The two felt the pressure and didn't dare to neglect, quickly replying. Chen Meng showed a satisfied expression. She puffed out her chest, nearly pressing it against Wang Yuyan's face. Did you hear? Everything is to be split 70-30, so you owe me at least 70% of that spirit fruit. Slap. After speaking, Chen Meng struck like lightning. She forcibly pried open Wang Yuyan's hand and grabbed the bag she was holding close to her chest. Give me back the spirit fruit, this isn't yours. And you too, how can you not tell the truth? Wang Yuyan quickly tried to snatch it back, but Chen Meng's strength was clearly far superior. Not only did she fail to take it back, but she was also pushed back and almost fell on her butt. How can you do this, is there no justice left? Wang Yuyan was anxious and wronged. This made her seem very sad. Name, Wang Yuyan. Age, 18. Fortune, 3000. Physique, Mysterious Phoenix Physique, not activated yet, activation will increase fortune value. Cultivation, Spiritual Sea 5th Stage. Identity, Outer Sect Disciple of the Tianqian Sacred Land. Favorability, none. Special note, activating the Mysterious Phoenix Physique requires a large amount of extreme yang energy, medicinal pills, or other nourishing substances. Once activated, cultivation speed will soar, and it is one of the best dual cultivation bodies. Hiss. After reading the system's information that popped up, Lin Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This innocent little girl is not simple. You guys are bullying a little girl, is this acceptable? Lin Chen cleared his throat and said indifferently. Whether it's acceptable or not has nothing to do with you. Intersect senior brother, good day. The sudden voice made everyone look over. Chen Meng turned her head while scolding. When she saw Lin Chen, who was dressed in the intersect disciple robes, the words she was about to say got stuck in her throat. Good day, intersect senior brother. The others also quickly greeted Lin Chen. They were a bit surprised, not expecting inner door disciples to come to the outer door. Lin Chen lightly nodded. His gaze swept over them, and he looked at Chen Meng and said lightly, I heard your argument just now, so I conclude that Wang Yuyan will not lie. This Yuling fruit should not be shared with you. Chen Meng was taken aback immediately. A displeased look flashed across her pretty face. Brother, do you know junior sister Wang Yuyan? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know her. If you don't know her, why do you conclude that she won't lie? Chen Meng sneered. Intuition. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Chen Meng was both angry and amused. What a ridiculous reason. Is it just because Wang Yuyan is beautiful and pure? It must be that this old man has impure thoughts. After all, there are rumors that older people prefer youthful and tender things. Looking up and down at the elderly Lin Chen, Chen Meng snorted, Brother, although you are an inner door disciple, indeed stronger than us and of higher status. We respect you, but in this outer door, you cannot act recklessly. There are also elders in our outer door, and besides, I have someone in the inner door. And he is only 40 years old, much younger than you, brother. Chen Meng said this while looking Lin Chen up and down. A hint of sarcasm appeared on her face. Inner door disciples are also ranked. There are ordinary inner door disciples, core inner door disciples, and sequence inner door disciples. Above them are the saint sons and saint daughters. Currently, in Tianqian Holy Land, there is no saint son, only a saint daughter and a few quasi-saints. The clothing Lin Chen wore was that of an ordinary inner door disciple. At such an old age, he is only an ordinary inner door disciple, so he must be mediocre in the inner door. For the sake of the Yuling fruit, even if I have to confront you verbally, it's worth it. Slap. At that moment, an old hand suddenly reached out. It firmly slapped Chen Meng's pretty face, almost knocking her out. Ah! Chen Meng let out a sharp scream in pain. Holding her painfully throbbing right cheek, she yelled at Lin Chen, You actually dare to hit me? Not only that, but you also have to kneel down and apologize, telling the truth. I can't stand bullying. Lin Chen snorted coldly. A powerful spiritual energy wave surged out. He was at the second layer of the spiritual sea realm. He directly enveloped Chen Meng and another man and woman within it. The sudden pressure made the three of them go weak in the knees, dropping to the ground. Even the storage bag that Chen Meng had just snatched fell to the ground. With a hand reaching out, he grabbed the storage bag in midair, flying it to Lin Chen's hand. Then he handed it to Wang Yuyan. Yuyan, this is for you. Chapter 4, Brother Takes You High. Looking at the storage bag in front of her, Wang Yuyan's pretty face changed, a little dazed. This unfamiliar inner door disciple actually really helped her get justice. Brother, thank you. This kindness, Yuyan will surely remember. Wang Yuyan took the storage bag. Ding, detection of the host bestowing fate to the girl Wang Yuyan with Yuling fruit, triggering gratitude from the girl, favorability plus 15. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Only 15 favorability points? System, did you calculate it wrong? I helped and gave something, and only got 15 favorability points? Immediately, Lin Chen asked in his heart. Ding, favorability is a comprehensive evaluation, thus giving 15 favorability points is accurate. Note, this system has the final interpretation rights. Damn it. Lin Chen rolled his eyes hard in his heart. Looking at the pretty face in front of him, Lin Chen sighed in his heart. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. He immediately smiled slightly. You're welcome, brother, just can't stand bullying. Also, I see you've reached the peak of the 5th layer of the Yuling realm. You want to use this Yuling fruit to break through, right? Wang Yuyan hesitated a bit. She looked at Chen Meng and the others still kneeling on the ground, hesitating and did not immediately reply. You can leave. Lin Chen understood her meaning instantly. This matter is inconvenient to talk about. He immediately retracted the powerful spiritual sea realm pressure. Chen Meng and the other two quickly got up and ran towards the outside. Damn old man, I won't let this go so easily. I will definitely take my revenge. After they ran out of this area, Chen Meng growled in deep resentment. How despicable. An inner sect disciple actually bullies us, no sense of martial ethics. Senior Sister Chen, you must avenge us. We're all following you. The other two also quickly spoke out angrily. Don't worry if you're following me. Chen Meng said angrily, after I freshen up, I'll go to the inner sect to find Senior Brother Lu. Let Senior Brother Lu stand up for me. I will make sure to beat that old man so badly that he can't even find his teeth, and teach that little Wang Yuyan a good lesson. They've already left, you can speak now. Over here, Lin Chen spoke to Wang Yuyan indifferently. I have the spirit herb, and some other things, enough to break through to the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. I wanted to send this spirit fruit to the Wang family in Qingfeng town, outside the Holy Land, for my father to use. He has been stuck at the peak of the spirit gathering realm for 2.5 years. With this spirit fruit, he can break through to the spirit sea realm. Wang Yuyan explained the situation. You're quite a filial daughter. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Senior brother is overpraising me. It's all thanks to Senior Brother's help, otherwise, the spirit fruit would have definitely been taken by Senior Sister Chen. Wang Yuyan felt a bit embarrassed and thanked him again. Lin Chen waved his hand, no need for these formalities. Once the spirit fruit is picked, it must be used within 2 days, or the medicinal effect will vanish. Let's head to your Wang family now. Ha? Senior brother wants to go to the Wang family with me? Wang Yuyan was stunned. She was somewhat surprised. Then, she looked at Lin Chen with a bit of caution in her eyes. Suddenly helping her and even going to her house, could it be that he has other intentions? He might be after her, or maybe after her Wang family's wealth. But most likely, he is after her. Wang Yuyan had some awareness of her own beauty. You don't need to be nervous. Seeing the caution in her eyes, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Since I'm helping, I will see it through to the end. You wouldn't want this spirit Dan to be snatched by someone else halfway, would you? Wang Yuyan looked confused. Would anyone else snatch it? The only ones who know I have the spirit Dan are the few of us. You're too naive. Don't you think that if Chen Meng didn't succeed, she might spread the news about you having the spirit Dan? Even if she doesn't spread it, what if something goes wrong? Wouldn't you be left with nothing? And I'm quite old now, I could easily be your grandfather, I've long passed that phase of romantic interests. Ah, sorry, senior brother, I overthought it. Wang Yuyan's face turned red immediately. She quickly apologized awkwardly to Lin Chen. He was considering her safety, but she had imagined him in such an inappropriate way. Being cautious is only natural. Lin Chen smiled slightly and waved his hand magnanimously. Ding, Wang Yuyan's favorability towards you +3. Hey, this works too. I really hope that Chen Meng spreads the news about this girl having the spirit Dan, that way, I wouldn't even need to give her the thing Su Qingxian gave me to complete the task. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he smiled inwardly. Ding, warm suggestion, if the host helps the faithful daughter Wang Yuyan activate her mysterious Phoenix body, the best dual X constitution in the world will be gained. After her favorability reaches 70, unexpected rewards will also be given. Lin Chen. System, you're forcing me to steal someone, no, to give a gift. While complaining, Lin Chen and the other two walked towards the outside. He didn't immediately take out the pill Su Qingxian gave him to give to Wang Yuyan. That kind of precious pill might scare her. If her favorability dropped, it would be troublesome. Spread the news that Wang Yuyan obtained a spirit fruit. I think many brothers and sisters in the outer sect, who are eager to break through, will be interested. As they were heading outside, Chen Meng, who was about to go back and freshen up, heard this. A new plan was formed in his mind. He told the man and woman beside her. Okay, senior sister Chen. The two nodded. Following Chen Meng's instructions, they spread the news. If I can't have it, you little can't enjoy it either. Chen Meng snorted heavily, a cold and vicious look flashing across her face. The Tianqian sacred ground was vast. They had been walking until nearly dusk before they exited the outer gate area. Of course, this was just the outer gate area, the sacred ground controlled over 100,000 miles of land. How much farther to your home? Looking at the sky, Lin Chen asked. About 300 kilometers. Wang Yuyan calculated on her fingers. 300 kilometers, walking there will take until midnight. If I send it to your father earlier, you can rest easy. How about I take you by flight? Lin Chen thought for a moment and smiled. Once reaching the Spirit Sea realm and opening up the Spirit Sea, one could fly through the air. The speed would be countless times faster than walking. Yuyan, sorry to trouble you, senior brother. Wang Yuyan's big eyes sparkled with expectation. She had never flown before. This senior brother Lin Chen was so kind and thoughtful, making her heart feel warm. Come on. Lin Chen stretched out his left arm and made a gesture to embrace Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan. Senior brother, where's your sword? I forgot it. Ah, but how will we fly without a sword? We'll fly holding onto each other. Is it really okay? I'm old enough to be your ancestor, would I take advantage of you? Sorry, senior brother, Yuyan overthought it. Ding, the favorability of the Destiny Woman towards you increased by 3. Chapter 5, Mission complete, 10 years added to life. Chirp. 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 Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Wang Yuyan's delicate and soft waist like a willow. Just as he was about to take off, 3 sharp sounds of breaking the air shot toward them. Enemies approaching, be careful. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He immediately waved his hand. A powerful force surged out like a wall, colliding with the 3 sounds. Bang! 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 3 flying darts fell to the ground. Then, Lin Chen and the 2 turned their heads to look. 2 masked men appeared at their side. Wang Yuyan, hand over the spirit-infused fruit, or this place will be your burial ground. One of them shouted at the 2. Do you know me? Wang Yuyan's face changed slightly. The masked man snorted, enough talking, hand over the spirit-infused fruit or die. Did Chen Meng send you? Or did she spread the news about me having the spirit-infused fruit, and that's why you came to ambush us? Wang Yuyan asked in a deep voice. Damn, stop with the nonsense. The masked man angrily shouted. He said to the other masked person, you deal with that old man, I'll take care of Wang Yuyan and get the spirit-infused pill. All right. Whoosh. Whoosh. They both stamped their feet on the ground and rushed toward Wang Yuyan at an incredibly fast speed. In Tianqian's sacred ground, disciples were not allowed to arbitrarily fight or seize things. Unless there was a legitimate reason. They had just left the outer gate area, and it was possible that the sacred ground's elder would appear. Thus, they needed to end the battle quickly. So strong, they should both be at the peak of the spirit-infused realm. Wang Yuyan's expression changed. She felt an enormous pressure. Unconsciously, her beautiful eyes turned to Lin Chen. No worries. Lin Chen remained completely indifferent. Just as the 2 were about to reach them, Lin Chen directly slapped his palm out. The terrifying power was as heavy as a mountain. Spirit Sea Realm Expert. The 2 immediately screamed. This powerful spiritual pressure could only be released by someone in the Spirit Sea Realm. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, the 2 were sent flying like kites with broken strings. Blood spurted from their mouths. Retreat, the other side has a Spirit Sea Realm Expert. The 2 growled, not bothering to wipe the blood from their mouths, standing up and fleeing. Humph, think you can come and go as you please? Lin Chen sneered. His body instantly soared into the air, like a rock, reaching toward the 2 of them. Stop, we are outer disciples of the Tianqian Holy Land. If you kill us, you are making an enemy of the Tianqian Holy Land. Feeling the danger, the 2 shouted in panic. Hee, then for defying authority, you should die even more. Lin Chen sneered. What? You are an inner disciple of the Holy Land? They immediately screamed. They instinctively turned to look at Lin Chen. When they saw the inner disciple badge on Lin Chen's clothes, they became even more terrified. They hadn't noticed earlier, and who would have thought an old man would be an inner disciple of the Holy Land? Then the 2 screamed, begging for mercy, Senior Brother Lin, we were wrong. Please spare our lives, we are willing to pay any price. No, you didn't realize your mistake, you only realize you are about to die. Lin Chen's voice was cold. Bang! Bang! 2 slaps landed on their heads, causing their 7 orifices to bleed. They fell to the ground and died on the spot. Hiss! Wang Yuyan gasped. Senior Brother Lin, you really killed them? If I don't kill them, should I keep them for the new year? Lin Chen smiled slightly. At 500 years old, having crawled and fought through countless life or death situations, he had survived to this day. He had experienced this kind of scene countless times. Naturally, he would not show mercy. In the cultivation world, one moment of weakness might bring a lifetime of trouble. But they are outer disciples. Once discovered, we might be in trouble. Wang Yuyan walked over, speaking cautiously. They are wearing masks. Who knows if they are disciples of the Holy Land? Even if they are dead, it's pointless. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Now, what's more important is that we hurry to the Wang family, not stand here waiting for the Holy Land people to discover us. Senior Brother Lin is right. Wang Yuyan nodded heavily. Having grown up in the Holy Land to this point, she also knew that sometimes, one couldn't be overly hesitant. Then Lin Chen opened his left arm, wrapping it around Wang Yuyan's slender waist. She tightly held onto his clothes. Together, they stepped into the air and left. The wind whooshed by. Her first time flying was quite thrilling. What was even more special was being carried by an old man. It wasn't like when she was younger and dreamed of a prince on a white horse flying her through the clouds. But looking at Lin Chen's aged face with reflective wrinkles, she could still see the contours from his younger years. I imagine senior brother Lin must have been quite a handsome guy when he was young. If only you were younger. It's said that handsomeness is in the bones, not the skin. Wang Yuyan murmured to herself. Lin Chen didn't have any of the usual old man's air about him. On the contrary, there was an inexplicable allure about him. Like an old jar of vinegar, with a unique charm. Ding, Wang Yuyan's affection for you has increased by +4. Carrying her while flying gives me affection too? Lin Chen was slightly surprised. He turned his head and happened to meet Wang Yuyan's bright, big eyes. Girl, you didn't fall for this old man, did you? Lin Chen joked with a smile. Senior brother Lin, I was blown by the wind into my eyes, I didn't look at you on purpose. Wang Yuyan's delicate body trembled slightly, hurriedly explaining. But after explaining, her pretty face turned red. Very cute. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, I'm just joking with you. After all, I'm an old man nearing the end of my life, who would want to look at me? Not at all, senior brother Lin, you are kind and gentle, and always willing to help. You are a role model for me, and you still look so spirited, nothing like an old man nearing his end. Wang Yuyan quickly explained, fearing Lin Chen would misunderstand. Your little mouth is quite sweet. But I'm not lying to you. My life only has about 1 year left. Lin Chen smiled faintly. About 1 year? Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Senior brother Lin, don't scare me. Just treat it as me joking with you. Lin Chen laughed softly. A deep look appeared in his eyes. This deep look made Wang Yuyan's heart tremble. Could it be that senior brother Lin really only had 1 year left to live? But withered yet so kind-hearted, he is a truly good person. Throughout his life, he became an inner disciple but could never advance further. In the end, he grew old and frail. It seems he wasn't very popular even in the inner sect, and perhaps he suffered many grievances. After all, who would like an old ordinary disciple in the inner sect? Yet, he still held on to his original intention, continuously doing good deeds. At that moment, Wang Yuyan's feelings of being touched deepened even more. She even felt a twinge of heartache. Ding, the luck bearer, Wang Yuyan's favorability toward you has increased by 10, with a total now exceeding 30, hitting 35. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 years of lifespan, current remaining lifespan is 11 years and 2.5 months. Suddenly, Lin Chen's mind echoed with the system's voice. Wow, why has the favorability increased again? I don't think I did anything, system. Lin Chen asked in surprise in his heart. Ding, the favorability of the luck bearer is a comprehensive evaluation, this system holds the final interpretation rights. Wow, at this rate, it won't take long for this girl's favorability towards me to exceed 70%, right? And I still haven't given her the pills that Su Qingxian gave me. If I do give them to her, wouldn't she really be willing to offer herself to me? What should I do then? Agree or agree? Feeling a bit anxious. In Qingfeng town, Wang family. When they arrived, it was already the hour of the dog. But the lights of the Wang family were still bright. In the woods outside the Wang family courtyard, Lin Chen softly floated down with Wang Yuyan from the sky. Ahem. After landing, Lin Chen coughed a few times. He showed a slightly exhausted expression. Wang Yuyan immediately asked nervously, what's wrong, Lin Shixiang? I'm getting old, my stamina is a bit lacking. Lin Chen waved his hand with a smile. The task is complete, I've gained 10 years of lifespan, next is to rely on the supreme bone to break through. Otherwise, this level of realm is too unstable. Lin Chen murmured in his heart. Flying with Wang Yuyan for so long really was tiring. He even started to sweat from his forehead. But at that moment, a sleeve with traces of youthful fragrance gently patted his forehead, wiping away his sweat. Thank you, Lin Shixiang, for your hard work. When we get home, I'll ask my father to prepare a big feast to reward you. And you can take a hot shower to relax properly. Chapter 6, Are you playing contrasts in private? Entering the Wang family courtyard. The guards were pleasantly surprised upon seeing Wang Yuyan. They hurriedly guided them in. Yuyan, why are you back at this time? Wang family head, Wang Bingkuan, was currently sitting in the main hall. Seeing Wang Yuyan walk in, he was very astonished. I missed you, Dad, so I came back to see you. Wang Yuyan said with a playful smile. Ha ha, this girl has a sweet tongue. Wang Bingkuan laughed heartily. He was very happy his daughter was back. The last time she returned was ages ago. Plus, Wang Yuyun was one of the most outstanding young descendants of the Wang family. She had also entered the sacred grounds, though she was merely an outer disciple. But looking at the entire Qingfeng town, there were only 3 such young talents like her. Wang Yuyun cutely stuck out her little tongue. Then she pointed at Lin Chen and said, "This is Lin Shixiang from the inner sect of the sacred grounds, we came back together." "Oh, so it's a senior from the inner sect of the sacred grounds." Wang Bingquan hurriedly stood up. He was very polite, cupping his fists and bowing to Lin Chen. Wang Yuyun could call him Shixiang because they were from the same sect. But he, Wang Bingquan, did not share that privilege. He had to refer to Lin Chen as a senior. "You are being polite, Wang family head." Lin Chen smiled lightly. Regardless of age or strength, he deserved that title of senior. Anyway, everyone had their own way of addressing each other. However, when he saw Wang Bingquan's right hand, his eyebrows slightly raised. "Is your right hand poisoned?" "Poisoned?" Wang Yuyun's eyes widened in an instant. She quickly glanced at Wang Bingquan's right hand. On the back of his hand, there was a dark-colored bloodstain that looked rather unsettling. "Ah, I'm fine, I'm fine." Wang Bingquan quickly retracted his hand. "Dad, we all saw it, do you still want to hide it?" Wang Yuyan suddenly widened her apricot eyes. The head of the family was injured by the Zhao family's elder Zhao Yuan using the 5 evil palm. The toxic energy hasn't been forced out yet. At that moment, an ancient voice came from behind. "Elder, why are you telling the kid all this?" Wang Bingquan immediately glared at the speaker. Wang Yuyan quickly turned her head. Coming over was the Wang family's elder, Wang Yonghe. One of his arms was wrapped in a bandage, and Wang Yuyan frowned. "Elder, are you also injured?" "Yes, I was injured. If it weren't for the head of the family, I might have lost this arm. You might not even have a chance to see me again." Wang Yonghe let out a bitter laugh. "So serious?" Wang Yuyan's expression stiffened. "Tell me what exactly happened. We can't let this loss go unpunished. The head of the family probably doesn't want me to say more." Wang Yonghe chuckled. "You old guy, since you've already mentioned it involves the Zhao family, what else is there that can't be said?" Wang Bingquan said impatiently. "Alright, then I'll tell you. The incident happened 2 days ago. The Zhao family has a mine connected to ours, and their mine suddenly collapsed, claiming we caused it. They demanded compensation and wanted us to return the mine to them. Our Wang family obviously refused. Thus, a conflict arose, escalating to a complete breakdown in relations. But who would have thought that the Zhao family's elder actually broke through to the half-step spiritual sea realm? This led to injuries for both me and the head of the family. Just when he planned to go further and inflict more damage, news came from the Zhao family that their head Zhao Chuan was about to break through to the spiritual sea realm. They ordered him back to guard, preventing anyone from attacking the Zhao family at a critical moment. And they issued a harsh warning: if we do not agree to their demands before Zhao Chuan's breakthrough, they will take away all of the Wang family's assets, otherwise, disaster will befall the Wang family. Damn the Zhao family. After Wang Yonghe finished speaking, Wang Yuyan immediately felt furious. Like the Wang family, the Zhao family was one of the 2 major families in Qingfeng town. The Zhao family's eldest son was also an outer disciple of the Tianqian Holy Land, but since there were so many outer disciples, they rarely interacted. Moreover, the feud between the 2 families dated back a long time. "Sai, Yuyan, your timing for coming back couldn't be worse. You just returned and got mixed up in this trouble." At this moment, Wang Bingquan sighed. "No, I came back at just the right time." Wang Yuyan shook her head. With intense eyes, she looked at Wang Bingquan. "Zhao Chuan is breaking through to the spiritual sea realm. Father, you should break through too. We are not afraid of him. Breaking through is easier said than done. I've been stuck at this realm for 2.5 years. Wang Bingquan forced a smile. "Of course, I know that, that's why I'm back this time, to help you break through." Wang Yuyan took off her storage bag. She pulled out a spirit fruit and handed it to Wang Bingquan. Warm and moist like jade, with 9 fruit nodes, this is indeed a spirit fruit. Wang Bingquan's eyes instantly lit up. "It's really a spirit fruit, ha ha ha. With the spirit fruit, the head of the family can break through. At that time, we can deal with those damn Zhao family members." Wang Yonghe also burst into laughter. In the excitement, Wang Bingquan suddenly pointed at Lin Chen. "Elder, it must have been this elder who gave this to you, right? Thank you, elder, for giving my daughter the spirit fruit. This kindness is beyond words." Immediately, Wang Bingquan bowed deeply to Lin Chen. "It wasn't me," the head of the Wang family misunderstood. "This spirit fruit was obtained by Yu Yan herself." Lin Chen quickly waved his hand, stepping aside. But Wang Yuyan held onto him, looking at him gratefully. "Senior Lin, please don't be modest. Actually, what my father said is true. If it weren't for you upholding justice and helping me get it back, I wouldn't have been able to bring this spirit fruit back. Let alone, if it weren't for you protecting me the whole way, this spirit fruit might have been snatched along the way." This. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. If you really say it this way, it does make sense. Did you run into any robbery as well? After hearing this, Wang Bingquan immediately looked worried. Yes. However, father, could you prepare a feast with good food and drinks so we can chat while we eat? On the way. We haven't eaten anything at all, our stomachs are completely empty. Wang Yuyan rubbed her flat little belly and said with a playful smile. Look at me, I even forgot to entertain our honored guest. Wang Bingquan slapped his thigh, immediately turning to Wang Yonghe and said, Great elder, you go personally make arrangements, and I'll go bring the 50-year-old wine. All right. Wang Yonghe quickly turned around and left. 2 hours later. After eating and drinking well, everything that needed to be discussed has been discussed. Wang Yuyan brought Lin Chen to a small courtyard within the Wang family with 1 hall and 2 rooms. I'm alone, just arrange a guest room for me, there's no need for a separate small courtyard. Looking at the very tidy small courtyard, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Ah. This is the small courtyard where I usually stay. Cough, this isn't too good, right? Lin Chen coughed lightly. He didn't expect Wang Yuyan to directly bring him to her own private courtyard. Xixiang, you could be like my ancestor now, there's no need to be afraid, there's nothing wrong. Reverse Sky Gang? Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Wang Yuyan directly said what he was thinking. And, it's so late, this is the only independent bathing room I have. Later, you can take a hot bath, relax, and sleep comfortably. Wang Yuyan continued. Alright, you're thoughtful. Lin Chen nodded. Wang Yuyan first showed him around the guest room. Then, she took him to the independent bathroom. Inside, there was a large wooden tub, connected to the Wang family's hot water room, with hot water available for 12 hours a day. But before she could explain, both of them froze. On the shelf next to the wooden tub, there were clothes hanging, colorful and all sorts. There were belly bands, hollow belly bands, and even several pairs of slightly transparent panties. Lin Chen felt a surge of anger. The pure and beautiful Wang Yuyan actually wore such fiery clothes? And those chest binders, they wouldn't usually be used in a small setting. Could it be that this girl secretly plays with contrasts? Ah. Xixiang Lin, please turn your head, don't look. A scream came from Wang Yuyan's mouth. Her fair pink face instantly turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Chapter 7, Breakthrough, the terrifying range of the spiritual sea. With a whoosh, Wang Yuyan quickly gathered all the clothes. With her head lowered, she ran toward her bedroom, slamming the door shut with a bang. I'm so embarrassed, I actually let Xixiang Lin see these clothes. Xixiang Lin surely won't misunderstand me as a promiscuous woman, right? Inside the room, Wang Yuyan looked at the colorful intimate clothes in her hands. Her delicate face was as red as fire, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on her body. Actually, she only wore these clothes at home. She even only wore them in the bathroom. She would never wear them outside. Moreover, her bathroom was for her own private use. For convenience, she placed these clothes there. She would put them on for a while to admire herself, then take them off and change into conservative clothes. After all, which girl doesn't love beauty? It just so happened that tonight there was so much going on, she forgot about this. What should I do? What if Xixiang Lin misunderstands me as a promiscuous woman? Will he keep his distance from me in the future? That would be too bad for the kindness he has shown me over and over again. Wang Yuyan muttered to herself non-stop. She was extremely anxious. She almost wanted to rush back out to explain to Lin Chen. Meanwhile, in the bathroom. After a tiring day, Lin Chen was now soaking in the bath comfortably. He didn't take the earlier situation to heart. 15 minutes later, Lin Chen walked out of the bathroom. He returned to his guest room. Now that I have longevity, it's time to try the supreme bone and see what changes it will bring me. He sat cross-legged on the bed. A smile curved on Lin Chen's lips. Then, he began to operate the immortal transcendence technique, performing the cycle of the heavenly rotation. At the same time, the supreme bone on his chest began to shine, emitting a golden glow from his chest. It surrounded Lin Chen, protecting him within. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy drifting in the world began to penetrate into Lin Chen's body. Gradually, this spiritual energy formed a vortex, causing the speed at which he absorbed it to rapidly increase. Why has the spiritual energy suddenly become so thin? Not long after Lin Chen started cultivating. Inside a courtyard of the Wang family, Wang Bingquan, who had just swallowed the spiritual fruit and was preparing to refine it to break through the spiritual sea realm, suddenly stopped. Then, he walked out of the room. After some sensing, he focused his gaze on the courtyard where Wang Yuyan was. The spiritual energy around here has all been sucked into there. Is Senior Lin cultivating? As expected of a disciple from the inner sect of a Holy Land, the noise from their cultivation is truly terrifying. Wang Bingquan exclaimed with admiration. Since Senior Lin is cultivating, then I'll wait a little longer. I'll cultivate when dawn breaks. Anyway, with Senior Lin here, there's no need to worry about the Zhao family coming to make trouble. Muttering to himself, Wang Bingquan returned to bed for a good sleep. However, what he didn't know was that, as time passed, the vortex grew bigger and bigger, gradually sucking the spiritual energy of the entire Qingfeng town dry. Puchi. In another large estate at the other end of Qingfeng town, with the words Zhao residence hanging above it. In a grand room, a sudden sound of someone spitting blood echoed. Ah! Damn it! Why has the spiritual energy suddenly become insufficient? Could it be that someone in the family is also breaking through at this moment? Angry roars came from the room. Then, Zhao Chuan, the head of the Zhao family, covered in blood from his mouth, stormed out of the room with a face full of fury. Patriarch, what happened? At this moment, some of the Zhao family's experts, such as the great elder Zhao Yuan, hurried over. I was in the critical moment of breaking through the spiritual sea realm, but the spiritual energy suddenly ran out. It caused my breakthrough to fail. Who else is breaking through at the same time, stealing the spiritual energy? Zhao Chuan's gaze was as if it could kill. After speaking, he glared at Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan, being a half-step into the spiritual sea realm, was the prime suspect. Patriarch, it's not me. I haven't broken through at all. I've been discussing with several elders how to maximize the plundering of the Wang family's assets. I even wanted to propose to you, after your seclusion, whether we should strike the Wang family hard. Don't believe me? Ask them. Zhao Yuan quickly waved his hand to explain. Yes, Patriarch, we've all been together, and haven't even had time to sleep. Several elders spoke in unison, confirming Zhao Yuan's words. Zhao Chuan's face darkened completely. It's not you guys. Then it must be someone else. Most likely, a powerful expert has drained all the spiritual energy in this region. Such a person is not someone we can provoke. This loss, we'll just have to swallow it. Hiss. Zhao Yuan and the others gasped. The entire spiritual energy of Qingfeng town has been drained? How powerful must that expert be? Could it be a great cultivator of the divine power realm? Currently, the strongest person in Qingfeng town was the town chief, Li Qingshan. He had the strength of the third level of the spiritual sea realm. The divine power realm was too far away for them. Whether it's that or not, I still have to accept it. It's just unfortunate that Xiao Tsong specifically brought back the spiritual pills. Zhao Chuan sighed gloomily. His son, the eldest young master of the Zhao family, had recently rushed back from the Tianxian Holy Land, bringing back 2 different levels of spiritual pills. One of them helped Zhao Yuan break through to half-step spiritual sea. He had planned to break through to the spiritual sea realm in one go. Now, however, it was a failure. The Patriarch is right, we can only accept this loss. However, although the Patriarch failed, he has reached half-step spiritual sea. With time, he will definitely break through again. Zhao Yuan and the others all sighed repeatedly and offered him some comfort. Of course I know. Zhao Chuan snorted coldly. Glaring at them, he said, just now, I heard you were planning to cause trouble for the Wang family. They have already taken death as a path. Tomorrow morning, let's directly head to the Wang family to demand justice. Yes, master. Zhao Yuan and the others immediately stiffened their waists. In the Holy Land of Tianxian, on Shao Bamboo Peak. In the room where Lin Chen lived. Su Qingxian looked at the empty room, her pretty face cold. Oh, you, Lin Chen, said during the day not to run around, and now he's nowhere to be seen at night. Originally, Su Qingxian planned to meet him again 3 days later when she needed to use the room. But at night, she thought about it. The pills she gave him had very strong effects. What if Lin Chen did not listen to her advice, or if his old pride got the better of him? What if he took them all at once? That would be a huge problem. After all, Lin Chen was a 500-year-old man, not suitable for too much replenishment. If things went wrong, and he ended up harming himself, that would be troublesome. But who would have thought there was no one here at all? Let me see where you have gone, running around in unfamiliar places. Su Qingxian snorted coldly. Her eyes slightly closed. A few seconds later, she opened them again. 300 kilometers south of the Holy Land, what is this old man doing running around? Su Qingxian furrowed her delicate brows. She was a bit puzzled. Because she gave Lin Chen a jade talisman, through which she could sense Lin Chen's location. After thinking for a moment, Su Qingxian turned around and left, disappearing into the night sky in an instant. Flying south towards the Holy Land. Time passed, and the golden rooster announced the dawn. The sky showed a fish belly white as a fiery red sun gradually rose. The aura vortex above Lin Chen's room slowly disappeared. In the third level of the spiritual sea realm, after an entire night of hard work, I've only improved one level. The supreme bone isn't that great. In the room, Lin Chen opened his eyes, sensing his realm, his expression somewhat dissatisfied. But when he looked inward at his spiritual sea, he was utterly shocked. I just drank some tea, and it really turned into a sea? The spiritual sea is the source of power for a cultivator. Normally, the spiritual sea at the first level is about 100 meters. The second level could reach 300 or even 500 meters. Some with strong talent could even reach 1,000 meters. The third level is approximately 1,500 meters or so. But now, Lin Chen felt his spiritual sea was boundless. At least it had to be 10,000 meters or even longer distance. It was an endless view. The only unfriendly thing was that in the middle of the spiritual sea, there were 81 divine thunders guarding it. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the door to the room was knocked. From outside came the melodious voice of Wang Yuyan. Lin's senior brother, are you awake? Chapter 8, A Tender Heart Awakened, a confession from Wang Yuyan. The door is not closed, come in. A calm voice rang out from Lin Chen's room. Wang Yuyan pushed the door open and sneaked in quietly. When she saw Lin Chen already dressed, her heart relaxed slightly. She was afraid to see something she shouldn't see. How did Lin's senior brother sleep last night? Pretty good. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. That's good, I was worried Lin's senior brother couldn't sleep well and it would tire you out. Wang Yuyan patted her chest. At my age, I don't have the habit of being uncomfortable with a bed. Lin Chen waved his hand with a smile. Looking at Wang Yuyan's pretty face, but I see you have heavy dark circles, didn't you rest well? Wang Yuyan's face immediately flushed. She was tangled all night last night, and of course, couldn't sleep. Lin's senior brother, I actually want to explain something to you. Oh? Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled, explain what? Wang Yuyan bit her red lips, gathering her courage and said, I am actually not that kind of woman. What kind of woman? Lin Chen was even more confused. I mean, I'm not a promiscuous woman. The clothes you saw in the washroom last night, I only wear them in the washroom, I would never wear them outside. After explaining, Wang Yuyan deeply lowered her little head, almost burying it in her chest. Shyness and unease, all evident on her face. Ha, so you were worried about this. After hearing her explanation, Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. You don't need to worry, I won't label you randomly. Everyone has the right to be beautiful, especially since you were so pretty, and... What a great figure. I completely understand. And I will keep this little secret for you. Senior brother Lin, you are truly wonderful, the best person I have ever met. Lin Chen's words filled Wang Yuyan with deep emotion. Kind and gentle, yet not an old-fashioned relic. Although he is a bit older, the calm charm cultivated by the years made her heart stir with a hint of excitement. If only the outside rumors could be swept away. Lin Chen really is an excellent choice for a partner. Ding, the luck-bearing girl Wang Yuyan's favorability towards you plus 15, current favorability 50. Wow, a direct plus 15 in favorability. This girl couldn't really have fallen for me, could she? Lin Chen's heart brightened. Helping to retrieve the spirit fruit only gave 15 favorability before, now just a few words do. If he strikes while the iron is hot and gifts her a pill, wouldn't that make it explode? Thinking this, Lin Chen looked deeply at her. Yuyan, be bold and be yourself, don't care too much about what others think. When the opportunity arises, I will personally design a few outfits for you. Ha? Senior brother Lin, you can design clothes? Wang Yuyan's eyes widened at once. It's hard to believe, those are all women's intimate clothing. You'll know in the future. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. Before he traveled here, he was actually a designer. There are dozens of gigabytes on his USB stick. He can design anything, black stockings, flesh-colored stockings, fishnet stockings, JK sailor suits, and bunny outfits. It would definitely dazzle Wang Yuyan's big eyes. But that will be a story for later. I have some useless pills here, let me give them to you. Then, Lin Chen continued, mentioning something. He flipped his hand and handed over a jade bottle containing spirit channeling pills to Wang Yuyan. After the insights he gained from using the supreme bone to cultivate last night, he almost had no use for these spirit channeling pills. The supreme bone absorbs spiritual energy at a terrifying pace. He actually suited the longevity pills and solid foundation pills. Spirit channeling pill? Seeing the characters on the jade bottle, Wang Yuyan directly exclaimed. Spirit channeling pills are extremely precious, costing at least 100 top-grade spirit stones each. It was something she could never afford. Containing powerful spiritual power, this pill is usually used for breaking through realms at the spirit sea level. For her, using it would be quite a luxury. And Lin Chen meant that. There is not just one inside. He could even spare one for Wang Bingquan. This kindness is simply enormous. Senior brother Lin, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Even though she was tempted, Wang Yuyan still refused. Precious to you, but to me, it's just a waste, so take it. Lin Chen smiled slightly. He was actually a bit surprised by Wang Yuyan's refusal. After all, for Wang Yuyan, this spirit channeling pill is absolutely invaluable. But this is really too precious. Wang Yuyan's little face was anxious, still hesitating to take it. But Lin Chen's expression turned serious. If I tell you to take it, then you take it. My time is running out, taking these won't extend my life, it would just be a waste. Of course, if you really don't want it, I won't force you, it can just go in the coffin. No, I want it, senior brother, I want it. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Wang Yuyan quickly changed her words. It's just that her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Chen's aged face, filled with heartache. Senior brother Lin, Yuyan vows to you. I will find a way to seek treasures that can extend your life, to let you continue to live on. Vowing is unnecessary, just having this heart is enough. Lin Chen smiled gently. He placed the jade bottle into Wang Yuyan's hands. Senior brother. The jade bottle with a warm touch in her hands made Wang Yuyan's emotions burst forth. With reddened eyes, she directly hugged Lin Chen. The warmth of her body in his embrace startled Lin Chen. Senior brother, 3 years in the Holy Land, no one has ever treated me this well. The kindness you have shown me, I fear I can never repay in this lifetime. If I find the treasure that can extend life and pass the test to enter the inner sect, let me take care of you forever, okay? Confession? Emotional words came from Wang Yuyan's mouth. Lin Chen was stunned. No way, this girl who hasn't fully grown up is actually confessing to a 500-year-old man? Chapter 9, They Come Knocking, the advantage is mine. Soft and fragrant in his embrace. Lin Chen raised his hand, not knowing where to put it. Ding, the favorability of the daughter of luck, Wang Yuyan, increases by 25, current favorability 75. Ding, favorability exceeding 70 detected, host rewarded with extraordinary charm. Ding, host triggers God-level choice. 1. Reject Wang Yuyan's care, state that you only see her as an ordinary junior sister, reward, heavenly grade spirit treasure, South Bright Departure Fire Sword. 2. Agree to Wang Yuyan's care, and gently say to her, then you must work hard, reward, everlasting rejuvenation technique. Cultivating this technique can not only extend lifespan and quickly heal bodily injuries but also restore youthful appearance, unlimited cultivation level. Please make your choice immediately? At this moment, a series of system sounds echoed in his mind. Unlimited cultivation level, what does that mean? After reading the two choices, Lin Chen said in confusion. It means that even if the host cultivates to the level of an ancient emperor, the everlasting rejuvenation technique can still be used, and it will upgrade in sync with the host's strength. Even if only a drop of blood is left at the highest level, it can quickly restore itself. Hiss. So awesome. Lin Chen was a bit shocked by this explanation. This is equivalent to a top-tier life-saving technique. In this crisis-ridden cultivation world, it's truly invaluable. Love it. Lin Chen immediately made his choice. With aged eyes, he gently looked into Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes, then you must work hard. I will, senior brother. Wang Yuyan nodded firmly, burying her head in Lin Chen's shoulder. Her body felt hot from shyness. Actually, she found it hard to believe. She boldly confessed to Lin Chen, a 500-year-old man close to death. If this got out, it would surely shock a lot of people. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a sudden urgent drumming sound arose. Not good, that's the family gathering drum. Someone is attacking my Wang family. Wang Yuyan's expression changed drastically, and she quickly straightened her waist. Stay steady, I'll go check with you. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Okay, senior brother. With Lin Chen around, she felt at ease. Then, the two of them walked outside. The old heart never ages, an old cow eats tender grass. Saying that hands and feet are clumsy and the end is near, yet acting all affectionate, hugging and holding. Even going so far as to send my pills away, you old man Lin, you truly aren't a decent person. As Lin Chen and Wang Yuyan headed outside, a beautiful figure slowly emerged from a big tree in the yard. At this moment, she wore a cold expression, almost gritting her teeth. It was Su Qingxian, who had arrived last night. She witnessed the scene in the room just now. As a great cultivator of the law phase, her hiding skills were naturally powerful. Lin Chen and Wang Yuyan definitely wouldn't notice her. This made Su Qingxian very angry. After all, the two had only just gotten married the day before. In a blink of an eye, he was sneaking off to meet another woman. This is simply too excessive. I really want to smash him into a bloody mist. Su Qingxian ground her teeth repeatedly. But ultimately, she held it in. Since he is pretending, I won't be polite anymore. After returning, there's no need to care about his body. The sooner I conceive the innate holy-bodied fetus, the sooner I can kick this old man out. Su Qingxian gritted her teeth. She had a chilly personality. But she couldn't resist the tremors of anger in her body at this moment. With a flicker, Su Qingxian disappeared. Achoo, achoo. Who is scolding me? Walking towards the Wang family's main gate, Lin Chen sneezed twice in a row. At this moment, the Wang family members, armed with various weapons, rushed towards the gate. At the gate of the Wang family, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Almost all of the Wang family members have arrived. Opposite the gate, the Zhao family stands in an imposing manner. Zhao Chuan, what do you want by bringing so many people to block my Wang family's gate? In the center of the Wang family gate, Wang Bingquan holds a long spear, glaring at Zhao Chuan and shouting fiercely. Your Wang family dug up a mine tunnel, causing the collapse of my Zhao family's mine. You must compensate, or I will flatten your entire Wang family. Zhao Chuan grips a long knife and coldly commands. Ridiculous. Isn't it just that you broke through to the Spirit Sea realm and want to use this as an excuse to forcibly take over my Wang family's assets? Let me tell you, that will never happen. Wang Bingquan slams the long spear into the ground with force. Alright, Wang, you are brave. But I hope you can keep being brave. Zhao Chuan sneers. Attack. Let the Wang family know how serious the consequences are for provoking my Zhao family. Crash. As Zhao Chuan finishes speaking, the Zhao family's soldiers rush out. Attack. Wang Bingquan also gives the order. Immediately, both sides clash fiercely, fighting with all their might. Zhao Chuan, come down and fight. Wang Bingquan roars, gripping his long spear and shouting angrily at Zhao Chuan. You're not worthy of having the family head take action. I'll come to subdue you. At this moment, Zhao Yuan roars loudly. He charges forward with a long knife in hand. Boom! With a single slash, the force is overwhelming. Wang Bingquan immediately sweeps his spear in a wide arc to block. Boom! The knife and spear collide, sending out a huge crash. Zhao Yuan stumbles back, retreating step by step. His palms are filled with a sharp pain. You actually forced me back? Zhao Yuan exclaims in disbelief. Just 2 days ago, he had struck and injured Wang Bingquan. In less than 3 days, Wang Bingquan had actually forced him back. Did the family head break through? Wang Tianhe and several other elders from the Wang family look over in disbelief. Forcing you back is nothing, just half a step into the Spirit Sea realm. In the same realm, I am definitely stronger than you. Wang Bingquan sneers coldly. He unleashes all of his strength. By consuming a spirit fruit, although he didn't intentionally break through, the powerful medicinal energy still pushed him to the level of half a step into the Spirit Sea realm. He had planned to start the breakthrough early in the morning. But who knew that the Wang family would show up at his door? I was careless earlier. I didn't expect you to break through as well. But saying I am not as good as you is too early. Zhao Yuan roars angrily. 8 rings, 13 blades, slash. One blade after another relentlessly slashes toward Wang Bingquan. The Zhao family excels in knives, while the Wang family excels in spears. Wang Bingquan roars loudly, sweeping his spear like a mighty army, making powerful thrusts. Boom! 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 The two of them explode into a fierce battle, attacking and defending with great intensity. Riding on a high horse, Zhao Chuan breathes a sigh of relief in his heart, half a step into the Spirit Sea realm, not bad. My Zhao family has 2 half-step Spirit Sea experts, the advantage is on my side. Chapter 10, Helping to Destroy the Zhao Family, Greatly Increasing Favorability. Zhao Chuan was worried that Wang Bingquan would suddenly break through to the Spirit Sea realm. After all, he himself had failed in his breakthrough. Swoosh! Suddenly, Zhao Yuan misjudges his move, and Wang Bingquan's long spear violently pierces his shoulder. It goes straight through, blood spurting out. Ah! Zhao Yuan lets out a painful scream. Quickly, he shouts to Zhao Chuan, clan leader, please lend me a helping hand. I'm coming. At the moment Zhao Yuan's shoulder is pierced, Zhao Chuan is already on the move. He yells loudly, and with the speed of an eagle, he flies forward. His battle knife strikes against Wang Bingquan's spear. Boom! A powerful, forceful strike sends Wang Bingquan flying. Then a series of dense slashes from the knife come crashing toward Wang Bingquan. Bang! 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 Wang Bingquan desperately defends, narrowly avoiding the strikes, but looking extremely disheveled. However, Wang Bingquan suddenly bursts into laughter. Well, Zhao Chuan, you haven't broken through to the Spirit Sea realm? It seems you failed, ha ha ha. The moment Zhao Chuan strikes, he notices. He hasn't broken through to the Spirit Sea realm. Even if I failed, so what? My Zhao family has 2 half-step Spirit Sea experts. The advantage is mine. Zhao Chuan snorted coldly. Great Elder, let's join forces and take him down with thunderous might. All right. Zhao Yuan roared, charging in with rage. You stab me once, I'll return 3 strikes. Swish. 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 The shadows of blades swirled, slicing towards Wang Bingquan. Head of the family, I will help you. Great Elder Wang Yonghe shouted as he rushed over. Get lost. Zhao Yuan yelled, directly slashing at Wang Yonghe. Puff. It came fast, and it returned even faster. Wang Yonghe's blood spurted out as he was blasted away. He was only at the 8th layer of spirit cultivation, far inferior to the half-step Spirit Sea realm. Bastard! You injured my Wang family's great elder, I will kill you at all costs. Wang Bingquan roared. His spear shot out like a dragon, targeting Zhao Yuan. However, he was just one person. And he had only reached half-step Spirit Sea realm due to the powerful effect of the spirit fruit, losing the advantage after only a few exchanges. Puff! A spray of blood burst forth as a deep wound appeared on Wang Bingquan's chest, exposing bone. Head of the family. The Wang family members cried out in shock. I'm fine, I can still fight. Wang Bingquan roared. He shouted to Wang Yonghe, Great Elder, go find the elder and ask for help. I'll hold them off. All right. Wang Yonghe growled, turning and running towards the Wang family courtyard. Wang Bingquan held his spear and charged out. No wonder you dare to fight, it turns out you have help. Wang Bingquan's eyes narrowed at Zhao Chuan. But he still didn't hesitate to strike. With Zhao Yuan, they swung their long knives, blocking all attacks, a sea of slaughter. Puff! Wang Bingquan was hit again, his arm nearly sliced off. This brutal scene was witnessed by Wang Yuyan, who ran out from the courtyard. Father! Bastard, how dare you seriously injure my father? Zhao family, you will pay dearly. Wang Yuyan was filled with rage. She turned to Lin Shen, Lin's senior brother, help me save my father. I am eternally grateful for this great favor, willing to do anything for you. A small matter. Lin Shen smiled slightly. He raised his hand in midair towards Zhao Yuan and Zhao Chuan, who were still cutting down with their long knives. Boom! Boom! The palm print formed by spiritual power instantly blasted the 2 away, sending them spewing blood. Spirit Sea Realm. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Chuan gasped in shock. Then Zhao Chuan said in a deep voice, Sir, this is a matter between the Zhao family, it has nothing to do with you. Please do not intervene in our affairs. Are you teaching me how to do things? Lin Shen looked at him calmly. Zhao Chuan took a deep breath, glaring, my son is a disciple of the Tianqian sacred place. You can offend the Zhao family, but can you afford to offend the Tianqian sacred place? Wow, a disciple of the Tianqian sacred place, how terrifying. Lin Shen spoke in an exaggerated tone. But his expression was filled with disdain. A disciple of a holy land is nothing, I am also a son-in-law of a holy land. That reason doesn't work, it won't save your lives. Lin Shen spoke in a calm tone. Fine, what if my son has a heavenly spirit root? Zhao Chuan took a deep breath, revealing a secret. Heavenly spirit root? As his words fell, the expressions of Wang Bingquan and the others changed dramatically. Even Wang Yuyan's expression became solemn instantly. The heavenly spirit root is a powerful talent for cultivation. It's no problem for him to enter the inner sect in the future, and he could even become a core disciple. Such talent would definitely attract the attention of the sacred place, with unlimited potential ahead. It was absolutely something not to be provoked by her Wang family, or even the aged Lin Chen. No, I can't let my family's issues put Lin's senior brother in danger. He has already helped enough. Wang Yuyan thought to herself, biting her lip, looking at Lin Chen, Lin's senior brother, why don't we forget it? What's there to be afraid of, just a heavenly spirit root? Lin Chen smiled slightly. He looked at Wang Yuyan's solemn pretty face and laughed internally. You, Wang Yuyan, are a special physique, the Xianin Phoenix body. Once developed, a heavenly spirit root is nothing. Not even worthy to carry shoes. But he didn't plan to tell Wang Yuyan now. After returning to the Holy Land, I'll find another chance to talk. But I'm worried. Leave everything to senior brother. Lin Chen ruffled her beautiful hair. The affectionate gesture, like an elder comforting a younger one. But it made Wang Yuyan's face blush. There are so many people here. Then, Lin Chen looked at Zhao Chuan and the others, I'll send you on your way. Swipe. His palm was raised and slapped towards them. The spiritual power hand was extremely domineering, striking fiercely and forcefully. No mercy, you are so cruel. If it weren't for someone suddenly sucking away the spiritual energy last night, I would be in the spirit sea realm. Zhao Chuan roared repeatedly, filled with intense unwillingness. However, you destroyed the Zhao family, and my son Zhao Zong will definitely avenge us. Hee, is it possible that it was me who sucked away the spiritual energy last night? What? Zhao Chuan's eyes widened. Boom! The spiritual power hand struck down. Zhao Chuan was directly exploded into a blood mist. Bang! Then Zhao Yuan was also blasted apart. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. Killing a half-step Spirit Sea Realm expert was like killing a chicken. The Spirit Sea Realm is so terrifying. Master Wang, you handle the rest. Lin Chen looked at Wang Bingquan and said calmly. Thank you, Senior, for such a great favor in saving our family. My Wang family will remember this for generations. Wang Bingquan quickly bowed deeply to Lin Chen. He was almost in tears with gratitude. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Ding, the favorability of the woman of destiny, Wang Yuyan, towards you has increased by plus 15, current favorability 90, reminder, when favorability exceeds 90, the woman of destiny might do something unexpected for the host. Unexpected things? The system's words made Lin Chen pause for a moment. Chapter 11, you are using this to test the candidates? The two great experts of the Zhao family were dead, and upon facing Wang Bingquan's military campaign, they immediately surrendered. That night, Wang Bingquan ordered a grand banquet to be set up, one to celebrate taking down the Zhao family. From now on, the Zhao family's assets would belong to the Wang family. 2. To thank Lin Chen. If it weren't for Lin Chen, the Wang family would be in danger. Yu Yan, we must go back tomorrow at the latest. After enjoying the feast, Lin Chen returned to Wang Yuyan's small courtyard and said to her, tomorrow is already the third day, Su Qingxian will come to my room tonight to discuss life. If she finds out I'm not there, I'll have to come up with an excuse to deceive her. It will be troublesome. Alright, Senior Lin, I had the same thought. Wang Yuyan nodded obediently. Well, then rest. Lin Chen said indifferently. Then, he walked into his guest room. Wang Yuyan also walked into her room. At this moment, in another inner chamber of the Wang family, Wang Bingquan paced back and forth in his room. In his hand was a pill, resembling white jade, emitting a faint glow. Looking at the pill in his hand, Wang Bingquan couldn't put it down. Spirit Aperture Pill, this is many times more expensive than the Spirit Gathering Fruit. 10 Spirit Gathering Fruits couldn't exchange for 1 Spirit Aperture Pill. Lin's favor might never be repaid by the Wang family in this lifetime. However, Lin's help to the Wang family, or helping Yu Yan so much, surely isn't just because of sisterly affection. And according to Yu Yan, they haven't known each other for long. Lin was only helping after accidentally encountering her being bullied. So why would Lin exert so much effort to help Yu Yan? Wang Bingquan had always been a person who understood both gratitude and revenge. Lin Chen had given so much, so he needed to figure out why Lin was helping Wang Yuyan, and how to repay him. After all, there's no love without reason in this world. Could it be? Suddenly, Wang Bingquan thought of a possibility. It's very likely like this, Lin Chen is old and has no one to inherit his teachings. Looks like I need to talk to Yu Yan seriously. Talking to himself, Wang Bingquan immediately pushed open the door and went out. He arrived at Wang Yuyan's courtyard and knocked on her door. Yu Yan, open the door, it's father. Father, why are you here? Hearing Wang Bingquan's voice, Wang Yuyan opened the door. Let's talk inside. After speaking, Wang Bingquan stepped inside. What's wrong, father? Why do you look anxious and serious? After shutting the door, Wang Yuyan quickly asked Wang Bingquan, looking at his expression. Yu Yan, our Wang family always knows how to repay kindness. Senior Lin has helped us so much, it can be said that he has saved the lives of the entire Wang family. For this, I have various guesses, so listen carefully. Then, Wang Bingquan expressed his thoughts and speculations. Father, do you want me to take Senior Lin as my master? Wang Yuyan was very surprised as she spoke after hearing this. She didn't expect that Wang Bingquan had come in the middle of the night to say this. However, her feelings for Lin Chen currently far exceeded that of a master-student relationship. But this was something she absolutely could not tell Wang Bingquan. Because the age difference between her and Lin Chen was just too large. Wang Bingquan would probably never agree. But then Wang Bingquan shook his head and said, no, you misunderstood what your father meant. Then what does it mean? Wang Yuyan frowned and asked quickly. There is an old saying, I don't know if you have heard it. Great kindness is hard to repay, the only way is to pledge oneself in return. So, your father wants you to dedicate yourself to Senior Lin. Wang Bingquan took a deep breath and said in a serious tone. What? Dedicate myself? After Wang Bingquan spoke, Wang Yuyan thought she had misheard. She widened her beautiful eyes and let out a gasp. Yuyan, I know my words may be hard for you to accept. But Senior Lin has helped our Wang family too much, his kindness can never be fully repaid. So, your father wants you to make a bit of a sacrifice. The reason he helped you and the Wang family so wholeheartedly, I think, is probably because he wants to leave a descendant to carry on his legacy. So, your father wants you to make a bit of a sacrifice. Wang Bingquan had a very apologetic expression. After saying this, he bowed deeply to Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan was stunned at that moment. Sacrifice? That's not the case, is it? Isn't this sending a pillow to the person who just fell asleep? But she still had to be a bit reserved. Father, I understand your feelings, Yuyan can sacrifice everything for the Wang family. However, I am not sure if Senior Lin really thinks that way. If not, wouldn't that make things worse? With your father's insight, it won't backfire. Even if we take a step back and it really does backfire, it wouldn't draw Senior Lin's dislike. I know well how beautiful and outstanding my daughter is. If the news that she is looking for a partner comes out, I fear that all the handsome young men within hundreds of miles would rush to our Wang family. Father, I am not that excellent. Wang Yuyan blushed and smiled, lowering her head to her chest. Ah, your father speaks the truth. Wang Bingquan chuckled lightly, looking at Wang Yuyan and said, why don't you take the opportunity to try? Now. Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened. Take the opportunity, Senior Lin has also had quite a bit to drink, it's the best time. Well, okay. Then I will try. Wang Bingquan made some good points. But she didn't expect it to happen so soon. However, she had already confessed once. So it wasn't too hard to accept. Father, you should leave first, I will prepare and go over. Then, Wang Yuyan said to Wang Bingquan. Okay, Yuyan, this is a big deal, don't just pretend to agree to me. Wang Bingquan urged seriously. I know, father. Wang Yuyan shyly nodded. Then, Wang Bingquan opened the door and walked out. As a father, staying here any longer wouldn't be appropriate in case he overheard something. In the room, Wang Yuyan touched her slightly flushed cheeks. Waving her delicate pink hand, she said, Yuyan, go for it. A rustling sound. Wang Yuyan changed into those hollow silk clothes that she only dared to wear alone during baths. And a somewhat thin dress. Then, she gently opened the door and approached the guest room where Lin Chen was staying. Senior Lin, are you asleep? She lightly knocked on the door. Wang Yuyan shouted through the crack of the door. I was just about to sleep, did you come to find me for something? Lin Chen's experienced voice sounded. I came to ask you some questions. Wang Yuyan's light voice rang out. Come in. Lin Chen waved his hand without suspicion. He opened the door to the room. Then he saw Wang Yuyan, dressed somewhat lightly, revealing her exquisitely delicate collarbone. With a pretty face tinged with a blush, Wang Yuyan walked in. Hiss. Seeing Wang Yuyan walk in, Lin Chen's eyes instantly widened. No way, what test is this for officials in the middle of the night? Chapter 12, Lin Chen's kindness, never to be repaid. Brother Lin, you're staring like that, it's making me so shy. Wang Yuyan's heart raced. This was the first time she wore something so daring in front of a man. Hiss. He secretly thought, what a little enchantress. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to lift his gaze to her face. So, tell me, what do you want to ask in the middle of the night? I want to. Looking at Lin Chen so close, Wang Yuyan bit her lip. Suddenly, she lunged forward. I want to give Brother Lin a baby. Put. After Wang Yuyan finished speaking, Lin Chen nearly choked. His eyes were wide open. A baby? Wang Yuyan actually wants to have a baby with him. What kind of outrageous question is this? It's like something out of a romance novel. Brother, I know this is sudden, but for the great kindness you've shown, I can only offer myself in return. Although I swear to find the elixir of longevity for you, that is not easy. But having a baby for you is comparatively simpler. Holding Lin Chen tightly, Wang Yuyan whispered her explanation. After saying this, feelings of nervousness and shyness intertwined. It made her heart race like a little deer. Embarrassed, she found it hard to raise her head. Seeing her act so feminine, Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Although your intention is to repay me, there's really no need for that. Though my lifespan is not long, I won't die so easily. Besides, my help to you is not because I desire your body. It's late, you should go back and rest. After saying this, he supported Wang Yuyan's burning shoulder and gently pushed her away. His upright face left the blushing Wang Yuyan stunned. She didn't expect Lin Chen to refuse. What a righteous senior brother he is. She had dressed up to be so understanding, yet he turned her down. Just based on this upright character, you could hardly find someone like him in hundreds of miles. For this alone, he is worth her all. Loving someone doesn't have to mean always being together, it can also mean a brief possession. So what if senior brother is older? There are advantages to being old. Put. Wang Yuyan's emotions stirred, and she lunged back into Lin Chen's embrace. Brother, you are right. I do indeed have the thought of repaying a favor, but it's not just for that reason that I want to have a baby with you. It also includes my admiration and love for you. Brother, please promise me. Promise? Looking at Wang Yuyan, who jumped back into his arms, Lin Chen was somewhat stunned. He thought after refusing, Wang Yuyan would shyly run away. But unexpectedly, she became even more moved. Ding, detected the luck goddess's favorability towards you +10, current favorability 100, utterly devoted, completely submissive. Ding, trigger choice, option 1. Lin Chen decisively chose the second option. No other reason. He simply didn't want such a pure and grateful girl to feel gloomy. This is not something an old gentleman can do. As for Su Qingxian possibly finding out about his fooling around, Lin Chen didn't believe it. Unless she has a dog's nose. System, I choose 2. The moon was bright and the stars few. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded in the room. Senior brother Lin, my dantian is so hot, it's like it's about to be cooked. At the same time, a loud bang resounded in the void. The whole room shook violently. Lin Chen immediately sat up straight. He looked seriously at Wang Yuyan. It's not that you are being cooked, but that you are stepping onto the path of a strong person, which will open up from now on. Carefully sense the changes in your dantian, follow this power to comprehend, don't suppress it. Whatever is in your body, carefully sense it and go with the flow. In less than 3 months, the word outer above your forehead will turn into inner. For Wang Yuyan's sudden change, Lin Chen was not panicked. Instead, he patiently explained to her. Senior brother, you helped me again, right? The panic on Wang Yuyan's face disappeared. She asked excitedly. She suddenly became strong, and Lin Chen continued to guide her. Clearly, Lin Chen helped her again. One kindness after another. In this lifetime, senior brother Lin's kindness might never be fully repaid. Quick, close your eyes and feel. We'll talk about the rest later. Okay, senior brother. Wang Yuyan hurriedly closed her eyes. She calmed her mind and began to feel seriously. In an instant, spiritual energy gathered. The wandering spiritual energy in the room was almost absorbed into Wang Yuyan's body in the blink of an eye. Then, the spiritual energy outside the room was also drawn in. But it was still not enough. Before long, a vortex of spiritual energy formed in the sky above. It poured into the room. A vortex of spiritual energy, good heavens! I actually see a vortex of spiritual energy again. Outside Wang Yuyan's courtyard. On a big tree. Wang Bingquan almost cried out. He covered his mouth tightly and widened his eyes. In fact, he had not left. He was worried that Wang Yuyan would not listen. After all, Lin Chen was indeed too old. And Wang Yuyan was still a blossoming girl. She might not be willing. But in the end, when he saw Wang Yuyan walk into Lin Chen's room and not come out, Wang Bingquan felt relieved. To prevent any accidents, in case someone rudely disturbed them, he simply squatted on the tree and fell asleep. Unexpectedly, he witnessed the scene. What an honor for our Wang family to receive such favor from Senior Lin. I seem to see the Lin family soaring from today, stepping out of Qingfeng town towards a bright future. And all of this is because of Senior Lin's arrival, a great kindness that can never be repaid, never ever. Chapter 13, Returning to the Holy Land, Qingxian strikes. The next morning, Lin Chen's stomach made a noise. I'm hungry, this is really a physical job. Lin Chen clicked his tongue. He patted Wang Yuyan. Senior brother, let me rest a little longer. Wang Yuyan twisted a bit and said in a delicate voice. Your dad is calling us outside. What? Wang Yuyan suddenly jolted awake and jumped up. But the next second, seeing Lin Chen's teasing smile on his face, she immediately understood he was just teasing her. Moreover, it was Wang Bingquan who had set this up for her in the beginning. Senior brother, you're so bad. I won't talk to you anymore. Wang Yuyan pouted, pretending to be angry, turning away from him. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed. All right. I won't tease you anymore. The sun is already high, and today we have to return to the Holy Land. We need to get up quickly. Okay, then I'll listen to senior brother. A moment later, the two walked out one after the other. In the Lin family hall. Under Wang Bingquan's orders, a large table of delicious dishes was prepared. Moreover, 2 big jars of precious wine were brought out. Drinking in the morning? Looking at the wine, Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. It's already noon, good son-in-law. Wang Bingquan chuckled. Ha? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Cough cough. I said it's noon. Wang Bingquan suddenly froze and quickly replied. He just got too happy and slipped his tongue. The elders, including the elder Wan Yonghe, who were accompanying them at the table, were also stunned. But they were certain they hadn't heard wrong. Wang Bingquan called Lin Chen's son-in-law again. Could it be? Everyone unconsciously turned their gaze toward Lin Chen and Wang Yuyan. They saw Wang Yuyan's beautiful face flush, and there was a hint of unusual charm in her brows. Everyone had gone through this before. Seeing that slight charm on Wang Yuyan's brow, they instantly understood everything. Dad, what are you talking about? Eating means eating. Have you forgotten the ancient teaching of silence while eating and sleeping? Wang Yuyan glared at Wang Bingquan, embarrassed and wanting to find a hole to hide in. Yes, silence while eating, silence while sleeping. Wang Bingquan quickly nodded. He puffed up his cheeks and glared at Wang Yonghe and the others. Everyone, keep quiet, just eat. If anyone talks, I will enforce the family rules. Yes. Wang Yonghe and the others were all clever. They immediately lowered their heads. Picking up their chopsticks, they fervently dug into the food. The atmosphere during the meal was subtle. Lin Chen felt his appetite diminish after being called son-in-law by the over 500-year-old man. How could he, a young man in his 50s, be called father-in-law? No matter how he thought about it, it felt awkward. He hurriedly shoveled a bit more food. Lin Chen then put down his chopsticks on the table. I'm full. I'm full too. Wang Yuyan also quickly put her chopsticks down on the table. Alright, since that's the case, let's say goodbye to your dad. Lin Chen nodded. Wang Yuyan hurriedly said to Wang Bingquan, Dad, we have to return to the Holy Land today. Without special permission, we can't leave the Holy Land for too long. I understand. Wang Bingquan quickly nodded. He secretly glanced at Lin Chen, thinking Lin Chen might be angry. But seeing Lin Chen's eyes dodge a few times with a hint of embarrassment, he felt relieved. Moments later, Lin Chen and Wang Yuyan formally bid them farewell and walked out of the Wang family. Did Lin Sr. really become our Wang family son-in-law? After Lin Chen and the others left, Wang Yonghe and the others hurriedly surrounded Wang Bingquan to ask. Yes. Wang Bingquan lightly nodded, his gaze deep as he looked at them. What do you all think about this? Or do you have any opinions to express? Opinions? How could there be any opinions? All there is excitement, happiness, and full support. The elder is right, we fully support it. The Wang family elders all appeared to be very happy. Oh? Don't you think Lin Sr. is a bit old? After all, Yu Yan is still so young. Moreover, as the family head, I also want to be honest, this matter was led by me. I specifically talked to Yu Yan last night. Wang Bingquan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect everyone to be so supportive. He simply said it. He was worried that because of his tacit approval or even leadership, Wang family members might say some gossip about Wang Yuyan. That would ruin her reputation. So it was led by the family head. This move is extremely wise. Wang Yonghe exclaimed greatly. The elder is right. Lady Yuyan and Lin Sr. now have this special relationship, becoming a pair of celestial lovers. Although there is a bit of an age gap between them, it is said that saints can live for thousands of years. Aren't there still young, beautiful talents following them? And Lin Sr.'s strength is profound. His displayed realm might not be the true one, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to casually obtain precious spirit-nurturing fruits and spirit aperture pills. That's right, even speaking crassly, our Wang family is now on the list of inner disciples of Tianxin Holy Land. In the future in Qingfeng Town, who would still dare provoke the Wang family? We need to think bigger, we can't just look at Qingfeng Town. But it is Tianyang City with a population of over 1 million. If we can establish ourselves in Tianyang City in the future, when we meet our ancestors in the afterlife, we can hold our heads high. One elder after another spoke up. They all expressed their support. The words they said made Wang Bingquan feel very comforted. A refreshing smile appeared on his face. Tianxian Sacred Land. After half a day of rushing, Lin Chen and the others arrived. At this moment, the sky was already getting a bit dark. Lin Chen knew he can't delay any longer. He must hurry back before Su Qingxian arrived at his room. Because today is the third day, agreed upon 3 days ago. I'll head back to the inner door first. You should rest up a bit when you get back. I'll come find you in the outer door when I have time in a couple of days. In the outer area of the sacred land, Lin Chen said to Wang Yuyan. Okay, senior brother, Yuyan will wait for you to come. Wang Yuyan nodded obediently. Then, the two parted ways, and Lin Chen flew directly towards the inner door. Senior brother Lin, I will definitely work my hardest to enter the inner door as soon as possible. Looking at Lin Chen's gradually disappearing figure, Wang Yuyan waved her small pink fist vigorously. Then she walked towards her residence in the outer door. Inner door, small bamboo peak. Lin Chen flew up, pushed open the door, and walked inside. Seeing the empty room, everything still in place, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he took a shower and quietly waited for Su Qingxian to arrive. Around the hour of high, the door was pushed open with a soft creak. Su Qingxian, dressed in a long green dress, walked in with graceful steps. Miss Su, you've come. Lin Chen looked up at the stunningly beautiful Su Qingxian and asked in a hoarse voice. Have you taken the medicine I gave you? Su Qingxuan's voice was cold, slightly indifferent. I took some, but didn't take others. Mainly because I'm older now, my body can't handle such strong medicine. Lin Chen replied honestly. If you can't handle it, then digest it slowly. If you've already prepared, just start directly. Su Qingxian coldly laughed inside, trying hard to suppress her urge to hit him. This old man can really act. She had clearly watched Lin Chen absorb all the spiritual energy of Qingfeng Town last night and how Lin Chen controlled the Zhao family in the morning. He didn't look old and frail at all. Start directly? Should I wait another 2 days and take a couple more pills to consolidate? What needs to come will eventually come. But at this moment, Lin Chen wanted to stall a bit. Mainly because after last night and this morning, the landlord really had no grain left. And the constant traveling was indeed tiring. No, it's now. Chapter 14, Future Holy Maiden, Lin Qingxia. Su Qingxuan's strong refusal made Lin Chen's heart helplessly smile. This holy maiden Su really is hungry. But he couldn't do anything about it. With his current strength, he was far from Su Qingxuan's match. Alright, let's do it like the last 2 days. Lin Chen saw he couldn't escape. He just gave up. An old horse still aspires to 1,000 miles. Su Qingxian coldly snorted through her nose. Her inner dissatisfaction grew. This old man didn't seem to complain when hitting people outside, did he? In one breath, he absorbed all the spiritual energy within Qingfeng Town, yet he didn't appear tired. Now he pretended to be old and frail? She found it ridiculous. And she wanted to hit Lin Chen a few times. The next morning, Lin Chen looked at Su Qingxian, who had a rosy complexion but looked somewhat unnatural in her dress, and silently thought he had underestimated her. He couldn't hold on to his bottom line, being energetic all night. She probably had already noticed something. Deep down, he was a bit anxious. I'll come find you again in a week. In the next few days, focus on refining the pills I gave you. After getting dressed, Su Qingxian coldly looked at Lin Chen and spoke. Also, while you are in this sacred land, be honest with me. If I catch you doing something wrong, I will hold you accountable. Lin Chen was stunned. He did not understand Su Qingxuan's meaning. Moreover, if you get pregnant with the innate holy body Dao fetus 1 day earlier, you can gain your freedom 1 day earlier and leave the Tianxian Holy Land. During this time, you can do anything, but if I find out that you've climbed into that woman's bed, don't blame me for annihilating you. Crack. Just at that moment. As soon as Su Qingxian finished speaking, a bedboard broke, causing Lin Chen to jump in shock. Bang! Then, Su Qingxian slammed the door and left. Damn, is this woman on some kind of drug? After exhausting me all night, she leaves with such harsh words? And she even threatened me. Listening to this, Lin Chen's face darkened, feeling a bit angry. But thinking of Wang Yuyan, his expression suddenly changed. This woman wouldn't have discovered my relationship with Wang Yuyan, right? It shouldn't be. If she discovered it, wouldn't she just slap me to death? But why did she warn me? Lin Chen frowned tightly, deep in thought. Feeling confused, like an angry monk looking for his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for not being discovered by Su Qingxian for breaking the husband Dao. Reward, 55 open experience card. Using the 55 open experience card, everything in the world is 55 open. No one can defeat you, no one can defeat you. For details, please refer to the instruction manual. This card can be used 3 times, each use lasts 15 minutes. Ding, Su Qingxuan's favorability towards you +5, current favorability -45. At that moment, the voice of the system suddenly rang out. Oh, there's a reward too. And the favorability even increased a little. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, filled with surprise. In his mind, there now appeared a card, flowing with mysterious power. And there was an introduction. It was a good thing. But at this moment, he was even more puzzled. System, is this reward because Su Qingxian did not notice my breaking the husband Dao? Why is it so hard for me to understand? Does the host not know what he did? If I knew, why would I ask you? Hurry up. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Midnight battle, morning practice, back to bed. Shut up, now I know what happened. Lin Chen shivered all over, a layer of goosebumps appearing. Goodness, so Su Qingxian was judging from this aspect. No wonder she warned him like that. Women really pay attention to details. It seems that in the following days, he needs to be cautious. He had originally planned to sneak out to enjoy his time outside. But now it seems that idea is ruined. Could it be that I have to stay in the inner gate for a week? That would drive anyone crazy, and Yu Yan offended that little bitch, she would surely face retaliation. I need to go see, I can't let anything unexpected happen. Lin Chen sat on the edge of the bed, talking to himself. He got up, put on his clothes, and walked outside. At this moment, in another beautiful place on Shaozhu Peak, there were waterfalls, ponds, and bamboo groves. Su Qingxian sat cross-legged at the edge of the bamboo grove. At this moment, a wave of heat was rising within her body, making her feel comfortable, even having the urge to break through. Have I gone bad? It shouldn't happen so quickly, or is it that the fusion of two types of physiques for too long led to some unexpected gains? Su Qingxian frowned and murmured to herself. Sister Qingxian, are you going to break through again? At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Su Qingxian turned her head. It was a tall girl in a long dress. Her waist was slender, with curves that were very beautiful. Every move radiated a natural charm. She was an exquisite beauty. Sister Qingxia, what do you want from me? Looking at the beautiful girl, Su Qingxuan's tone was cold. Li Qingxia, one of the 3 candidate holy maidens of the Holy Land. Among the 9 peaks of the Inner Gate, the second sister of Ling Su Peak, which has the most female disciples. If she becomes the holy master in the future, or relinquishes her position as a holy maiden, then Li Qingxia is likely to take over the position of the holy maiden. While Su Qingxian is the previous master sister of Ling Su Peak. Although she only competed for a year, she contended for the position of the Saintess. So they were not strangers to each other. It is like this, a relic has appeared in the Dragon Transformation Gorge, suspected to be left by the Panlong King from 1,000 years ago. Junior sister wants to invite senior sister Qingxian to go together. Li Qingxia spoke the reason out loud. It's actually the relic of the Panlong King? A glimmer of interest flashed in Su Qingxuan's eyes. Now she was at the 3rd level of the Dharma realm, the secret treasure of the King realm indeed held attraction for her. Moreover, this Panlong King was a standout among kings, leaving behind many legends. It was said that there was dragon tendon vine inside. This dragon tendon vine was a great thing for men. If she could bring it back for Lin Chen to use. To enhance that aspect of vitality. So that he could conceive the innate holy body Dao fetus one day. Yes, senior sister, will you go? Li Qingxia said with a bright smile. Sure. But today is not possible, I feel a little unwell. We can set off tomorrow at the latest. Alright, setting off tomorrow won't be a delay. Li Qingxia's smile became even more radiant. The main reason for inviting Su Qingxian was for safety. One day earlier or later, it didn't matter much. Senior sister, wasn't your experience with the ancient holy body pretty good? Looking at Su Qingxian, known for her holiness and cold demeanor, Li Qingxia suddenly leaned closer and asked. Su Qingxuan's brow raised instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? If there's nothing else, you may leave. I still need to practice. Senior sister, don't be shy, it's just human nature. I just didn't expect that the ancient holy body, even at hundreds of years old, still has such vitality. Even the Saintess sister has a bit of trouble handling it. Enough, the more you say, the more absurd it gets. Su Qingxian felt a little shy, scolding Li Qingxia. Alright, I won't say anymore. Wait until you set off together tomorrow. Li Qingxia quickly stopped talking, smiling as she bid farewell and walked outside. Not just a bit of trouble handling it. After Li Qingxia left, Su Qingxian huffed lightly in her heart. Last night, she truly experienced the feeling of flying. If it weren't for her strong power, and having maintained a thread of rationality, she would have almost fallen into it. Of course, she would never admit it. And outside this area. While walking, Li Qingxia muttered to herself. I've heard that this small sect, the Fairy Immortal sect, has a human ancient holy body, with a low level of cultivation, only a small calamity in the spiritual sea, and his lifespan is almost up. In theory, he should not withstand senior sister Qingxuan's demands, so how come he was able to make senior sister Qingxian unable to handle it? That hint of charm and satisfaction in her brows, I couldn't be wrong, and her cultivation even faintly has a tendency to break through. This is too strange. The more Li Qingxia muttered, the more curious she became. So, she directly flew towards Lin Chen's residence. With her identity, she knew exactly where Lin Chen lived. Oh, isn't that old man the ancient holy body of the Fairy Immortal sect? What is he going down the mountain for? Before she could reach Lin Chen's residence, she saw a figure in the air, moving down the mountain. Hey, let's quietly follow along and use the divine eye to take a look. Li Qingxia's lips curled up with a hint of a smile. She silently followed after him. Chapter 15. My girl, I come to protect. Lin Qingxia quietly followed all the way. Not too far, not too close. With her power in the divine ability realm, her stealth skills were quite strong. Lin Chen had no idea at all. Only until he reached the outer door area did he take a short break. This girl's living area is the female disciple's residence area. Would it be inappropriate for a big man like me to go directly over? Standing in the outer door area, Lin Chen whispered to himself. If he was mistaken for an old pervert, it would be embarrassing. Hurry, hurry, if I get there late, I won't make it. TSK, the match of beauties, no matter which side wins or loses, it's a delight. Just when Lin Chen was still struggling, suddenly excited voices came from nearby. He saw groups of outer disciples heading in one direction. Little brother, what kind of match are you talking about? Lin Chen raised his brow, stopping a young outer disciple to ask. This outer sect disciple looked at Lin Chen, originally not wanting to pay attention. But upon seeing the inner sect disciple's insignia on his chest, he hurriedly said politely, in response to the inner sect brother, it is a duel between outer sect female disciples Wang Yuyan and Chen Meng, and it is a life and death battle. Oh, a life and death battle, huh? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect it to be them. Immediately, he smiled lightly. Take me along to have a look, shall we? Of course, brother, this way please. The outer sect disciple nodded eagerly. It was the first time an inner sect disciple had treated him so courteously. Moreover, the other party didn't look young. Perhaps, in the inner sect, they held a considerable position. He had to serve them well. It could be a good opportunity. They walked toward the duel location. The one-line sky duel stage. It was located at the edge of a mountain in the outer sect. It was the arena for outer sect disciples to resolve irreconcilable conflicts. On this stage, even if one killed the opponent, they would bear no responsibility. Upon arriving at the one-line sky duel stage, here had already gathered quite a number of people. On the stage, adjacent to the cliff, stood two young and beautiful women. One was Wang Yuyan, the other Chen Meng. The two held sharp swords and faced each other. This is your last chance. Are you sure you want to engage in a life and death battle here? Once it starts, swords have no eyes. Even if you die on this stage, the victorious side will face no punishment. At the edge of the stage stood a middle-aged man. He looked sternly at the two women and shouted. Elder son, I don't mind. She is reckless and foolishly challenges me, all consequences will be borne by her. Chen Meng smiled charmingly. Her eyes filled with disdain. I hope you can keep smiling. Wang Yuyan replied coldly. Alright, since both of you are so worked up and cannot be reconciled. Then let it begin. Elder son said no more and stepped back from the stage. Hee, it turns out this girl took the initiative to propose a life and death battle, quite brave, well done. Below the stage, Lin Chen stroked his beard and nodded secretly. He could roughly guess. Chen Meng sought out trouble, and Wang Yuyan was enraged and proposed a life and death battle. Using this tactic, she could teach Chen Meng a good lesson. Even if someone ended up dead, there would be no punishment. Wang Junior sister, don't be surprised if an inner sect senior disciple shows up and uses a spirit-nourishing pill at will. In just 2 or 3 days, you can't improve much. In front of absolute strength, you only have one path, death. At this moment on the stage, Chen Meng looked at Wang Yuyan and said mockingly. Your mouth is so foul, can you please not talk? Wang Yuyan lightly covered her delicate nose. Chen Meng froze for a moment. Her face instantly turned extremely cold. Sharp-tongued and seeking death. Swish. Chen Meng suddenly rushed forward and slapped toward Wang Yuyan. The sound of the wind was piercing. Senior sister Chen is a strong warrior at the 8th layer of spirit-nourishing realm. Wang Yuyan is overestimating herself. That's right, Wang Yuyan is doomed. Chen Meng's lackeys shouted loudly at the edge of the stage. They seemed to already see Wang Yuyan bleeding and suffering on the spot. Bang! Just as they spoke, Wang Yuyan also extended her palm in sequence, and collided with Chen Meng's palm when it came. Puff! In an instant, Chen Meng was hit like she had been struck by lightning, flying backward. What? How is this possible? Senior sister Chen actually flew? Chen Meng's lackeys and some nearby people changed their faces in shock. It was hard to believe that Chen Meng had actually been knocked away. 8th layer of spirit-nourishing realm. You actually reached the 8th layer of spirit-nourishing realm with just one spirit-nourishing pill? After flying several dozen meters, Chen Meng managed to not fall. She stared at Wang Yuyan, crying out in shock. It was full of disbelief. The spirit-nourishing pill was precious, but not to the extent of raising 3 small realms in a row. Moreover, only 3 days had passed. Scared silly, huh? Wang Yuyan snorted lightly. A smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Of course, she didn't jump 3 levels because of the spirit-infused pill. Everything was due to that night of storms and winds. It was that night that allowed her to break through 3 small realms. Of course, this was her secret, and she wouldn't say it out loud. Whoosh! Then Wang Yuyan lightly tapped the ground with her toes and pounced towards Chen Meng. Oomph, what's there to be proud of? We are in the same realm now, I just didn't dodge earlier. Watch the sword! Chen Meng shouted fiercely. With a clang, she drew her sword and slashed at Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan also drew her sword in response. Bang! 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 The sound of sword shadows crisscrossing filled the air, followed by a scream. Chen Meng was blasted off the stage. She rolled onto the ground, coughing up blood. Her clothes were torn in several places, exposing large, soft, white skin. Many male disciples couldn't help but exclaim that the wound was big and white. Wang Yuyan, being well versed in the art of pressing an advantage, followed up with another sword strike aimed at her head. How vicious, you're really trying to kill me. The deadly threat made Chen Meng's face change drastically. She was still so young, and she didn't want to die young. Senior brother Lu, save me. Immediately, Chen Meng screamed for help and called out to someone off the stage. Whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, a figure rushed up. Stepping through the air, the figure leapt onto the stage. It was Lu Koan, an inner sect disciple. Hiss. He actually called for outside help, but in the life and death arena, isn't outside help usually not allowed? Yeah, this doesn't seem to follow the rules, right? The crowd below the stage started whispering. Usually it's not allowed, but he's an inner sect disciple. As long as he's saving someone without hurting anyone, they'll let it slide. Did you see Elder Sun just frown and not stop him immediately? True, rules are dead, but people are alive. Cultivation isn't just about fighting and killing, it's also about relationships and social skills. The whispering grew louder. And indeed, the situation played out like this. Junior sister Wang, forgive her. I speak for junior sister Chen, she admits defeat. Standing in front of Chen Meng, Lu Koan looked at the even more beautiful Wang Yuyan and said indifferently. This matter ends here. The life and death arena is about life and death, this has nothing to do with senior brother Lu. Wang Yuyan frowned, her voice cold. Junior sister Wang, are you not going to give me, an inner sect disciple, any face? Lu Koan's smile was insincere. He lowered his voice as he stared at Wang Yuyan. Junior sister, you don't want to stay in the sect forever, do you? Are you threatening me? Wang Yuyan's expression darkened instantly, her little fists clenched together. Junior sister Wang, don't slander me. Of course, if you're dissatisfied, you can issue a life and death challenge to me. I'd be more than happy to accept it right away. Lu Koan smiled and said. You despicable. Wang Yuyan was so angry. This was an outright threat. There's a saying, there's no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. What's worse, Lu Koan was an inner sect disciple. A strong cultivator of the Spirit Sea realm. If senior brother Lin were here, I wouldn't be so frustrated. Ding, triggering god-level choice. Option 1, keep quiet, after it ends, tell Wang Yuyan that enduring for now will bring peace, taking a step back will open up the sea. Reward, Supreme Spirit Condensing Pill. Option 2, strongly step onto the stage, tell Lu Koan, you, an inner sect disciple, are challenging a girl from the spirit-infused realm. Have you been living like a dog these decades? Suppress him. Reward. Stop calling. I choose option 2. My girl, I'm here to protect you. Before the system could finish speaking, Lin Chen made his choice. With a tap of his toe, he soared into the air, looking at Lu Koan with disdain and saying, Lu Koan, you, an inner sect disciple, are challenging a little girl from the spirit-infused realm. Have you been living like a dog for decades? Chapter 16, Thunderous Suppression, shocking the entire arena. Swish. 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 With Lin Chen's voice ringing out. The crowd turned to look at him. Senior brother Lin, you're here. On the arena, Wang Yuyan, who had her little fists clenched in anger, saw it was Lin Chen and immediately shouted with joy. Here I am. Senior brother can't stand to see you being bullied. Lin Chen smiled faintly. His voice was deep and magnetic, making people feel as if they were bathed in spring breezes. Damn, could he be the inner disciple mentioned by Chen Meng not long ago, the one on Wang Yuyan's list? Good guy, with Wang Yuyan's looks, it shouldn't be hard to attract an inner disciple, but why choose such an old one? So old, can he be fortunate? Tastes are too heavy. The people present looked at Lin Chen, whispering among themselves. Wang Yuyan was so beautiful and pure. Yet, she was with an old man, which many found hard to accept. However, they only dared to murmur softly. After all, Lin Chen was an inner disciple. Brother Lu, the one who attacked that day, was this old guy. I've called out Brother Lu's name, and he still dared to attack me. On the arena, Chen Meng pointed at Lin Chen, furious. Brother will help you get justice. Lu Kuan smiled lightly. All right, brother. Chen Meng beamed with joy. Leaning closer to Lu Kuan's ear, she whispered, I just studied a few poses, and tonight I want my brother to indulge. Sister, you are thoughtful. Lu Kuan's eyes lit up. Looking at Chen Meng's plump, fair body, a fire surged in his abdomen. Last time the fire was extinguished, it was still last time. Chen Meng was very enticing. But soon, he suppressed this fire again. Coldly looking at Lin Chen, I don't know which peak of the inner disciples you belong to, yet you dare to insult me so casually. Are you going to find out, then seek revenge? Lin Chen's gaze was cold. Hee, I Lu Kuan am not that petty, I'm just curious how at such an old age, nearly buried in the earth, you are only at the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm, it truly surprises me. Unlike me, at just over 40, I'm already at the 5th level, ha ha ha. As Lu Kuan spoke, he burst into laughter. His realm was higher than Lin Chen's. Thus, when Lin Chen released his aura, he sensed it easily. Now at over 40, he was already at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Whoosh! 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 While speaking, Lu Kuan released his own cultivation level. A terrifying momentum surged forth, enveloping him in spirals of spiritual power. Like a shield. With one finger pointed at Lin Chen, go ahead, old man, I'll let you have one move. Arrogant. Disdainful. Lu Kuan was incredibly proud at this moment. Damn, what a foolish bird. Another who foolishly judged strength purely by realm. Seeing Lu Kuan so arrogant, Lin Chen almost laughed. It was true he was at the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm, but his Spirit Sea extended for thousands of meters. While the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm had only about 3,000 meters. Those with decent talent could reach 5,000 meters. But compared to his Spirit Sea range, it paled considerably. Well, then I really thank you. Lin Chen nodded. Since the other party had extended their face for him to hit, how could he not let them have their wish? Lin Chen extended his palm and struck towards Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan indeed kept his promise, smirking, standing still. He confidently awaited Lin Chen's strength to be easily received by his power shield. Bang! The palm struck Lu Kuan's power shield, like a hard stone smashing into an egg. In just an instant, Lu Kuan's power shield exploded violently. Damn! Lu Kuan's expression changed suddenly. He watched Lin Chen's palm heading towards his chest, and there was no time to evade. Ah, poof poof poof. Lu Kuan was blasted away. Blood gushed out continuously, landing dozens of meters away before barely crashing to the ground. Hiss! Watching this scene, the crowd gasped in shock. Having power but acting tough is called cool, having no power but acting tough is called foolish. And you are just a fool. Lin Chen stood there, pointing at Lu Kuan lightly. Bastard, bastard. It was my carelessness, I didn't dodge. But you don't need to be proud, I will not give you any more chance to lose. Lu was about to explode with anger. With a snap, he drew his sword from his waist. Give me death. Lu Kuan shouted as he rushed forward. In an instant, the shadows of swords intersected and slashed towards Lin Chen. This space emitted a terrifying sound of tearing. In his fury, Lu Kuan unleashed all of his strength. Senior brother, take the sword. At that moment, Wang Yuyan cried out to Lin Chen. Because Lin Chen did not have a sword. Just a powerless rage, no need for a sword. Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled. Facing the murderous sword shadows, he remained calm. He muttered in his heart, let's try the power of the supreme bone, what I met before were just small karamis. Swish! Lin Chen moved. He caught the sword with bare hands and exploded outward. Boom! His palm smashed into the intersecting sword shadows, sparks flying, yet it did not harm him at all. In just a blink, he thrust in heavily and struck Lu Kuan on the chest. Puff! Lu Kuan spat blood, flying sideways. Fear spread across his face. He was defeated again, and this time, it was a crushing defeat. Worse, Lin Chen's power surged into his body, wildly rampaging within. It was destroying his bodily organs. The crisis of death was approaching. The whole area fell into silence. In a hidden corner unnoticed, Li Qingxia's expression changed drastically. The Supreme Bone, I can't believe I see the Supreme Bone among billions. Oh my god, isn't he the primitive sacred body? How could he have the supreme bone? Chapter 17, You do not know wrong, you know you are going to die. Li Qingxia's heart surged with turmoil. She used her divine eye technique. This is a very powerful eye technique. When Lin Shen struck just now, she saw a bone on his chest emitting 7-colored light. Moreover, a force surged out, spreading and enveloping the surface. This caused the intersecting sword shadows to be unable to harm him at all. He actually possesses 2 supreme physiques. It's simply unbelievable. Li Qingxia's beautiful eyes widened as she saw everything clearly. Then she became excited, her chest rising and falling violently. Senior brother Yuan must be the later-born heavy eye. He once said that if he could find the innate spiritual eye and innate spiritual bone, it would be enough to complement the deficiencies of his later-born heavy eye, and even allow his later-born heavy eye to undergo a mutation, completing its flaws. If I tell this news to senior brother Yuan, he will definitely be very happy. Li Qingxia whispered to herself. The senior brother she spoke of, Yuan Peng, was the candidate holy son of the Tianqian sacred land. A talented young man known throughout the eastern wilderness. Li Qingxia had long admired him. She dreamed of becoming Yuan Peng's partner. Lin Shen, your greatest value is having the primitive sacred body, helping the holy maiden of the Tianqian sacred land give birth to an innate sacred body. This supreme bone is just an extra, even if I take it away, it won't matter. I think you certainly won't blame me. Li Qingxia looked at Lin Shen from afar, a sharp glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. Then she vanished in a flash, sprinting towards the inner gate's Wandao Peak. Yuan Peng was the disciple of the Wandao Peak master and also the eldest senior brother of Wandao Peak. She had to tell him this news as quickly as possible. At this moment, on the one-line sky competition platform, Lin Shen looked calmly at the pained Lu Koan, slowly raising his palm, ready to strike down once more. Stop! Elder Sun from the outer gate suddenly shouted, stepping onto the competition platform, staring intently at Lin Shen, this Lin disciple from the inner gate, I now demand that you stop. Is Elder Sun trying to help him? Lin Shen looked indifferently at Elder Sunday. Not at all. I have no ties with this inner gate disciple named Lu Kuan. However, this one-line sky competition platform belongs to the outer gate. You 2 inner gate disciples are fighting to the death here, and if someone dies, especially on the outer gate competition platform, this is against the rules. If you have grievances, you can fight to the death on the inner gate's competition platform. Elder Sun shook his head and said coldly. Is there such a saying? Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. Of course. If either of you 2 inner disciples dies in the outer gate, the inner gate will need to investigate. If you were to secretly kill each other, that might be fine, but you are fighting under the watchful eyes of everyone on this dual platform. So I must stop it. Elder Sun explained indifferently. Alright, since Elder Sun says so, I will give you this face. Lin Shen thought for a moment and replied lightly. The strength of the outer gate elders should not be underestimated, it is said the lowest rank must be at least at the high level of the spiritual sea realm. Although he was not afraid, Elder Sun was still an outer gate elder, so he had to give this face. Elder Sun nodded with satisfaction and signaled Lu Koan to leave. Lu Koan staggered as he stood up, nearly falling over several times, showing how severe his injuries were. I must hurry back to the inner gate to find healing medicine, or I will truly die. That damn old man, he was too ruthless. Lu Koan was filled with resentment in his heart. At this moment, Chen Mang was already dumbfounded, forgetting to help Lu Koan. Lu Koan staggered to the edge of the stage, looking back at Lin Shen with immense hatred, saying, Lin, I will remember this grudge. When I recover one day, I will definitely take revenge. Lu Koan, also have backing in the inner gate, so you won't be able to escape. After saying this, Lu Koan staggered forward, and the crowd parted to let him through. On the dual platform, Lin Shen squinted his eyes and suddenly looked at Elder Sun, asking, Elder Sun, you just said that inner disciples fighting to the death on this dual platform is against the rules, right? Yes. Elder Sun nodded instinctively. Whoosh! Almost in the next instant after Elder Sun nodded, Lin Shen soared into the air, speeding towards Lu Koan like a great bird. Feeling the wind behind him, Lu Koan quickly turned around and saw Lin Shen attacking with his palm like a knife. You! Boom! Lu Koan had just shouted one word when Lin Shen's palm reached his forehead, striking him hard. In an instant, blood spurted from his 7 orifices, his skull cracked, and his vital energy shattered. The howling wind that followed knocked Lu Koan straight to the ground. Hiss! A gasp echoed in the arena, and the crowd stared in disbelief at Lin Shen. How could you kill him? Elder Sun, standing at the edge of the dual platform, darkened his face and shouted at Lin Shen. Didn't you just say that it was against the rules on the dual platform? Now we are below the dual platform, so there's no problem, right? Lin Shen smiled slightly. Elder Sun was speechless. He indeed said that, but Lin Shen had exploited the loophole. However, Lin Chen was an inner disciple, and unless he committed a serious offense in the outer gate, Elder Sun had no authority to deal with him. Humph. Elder Sun snorted heavily, looking at Wang Yuyan and Chen Meng. Now that things have come to this, you two may disperse. Okay, Elder Sun, I'm leaving right now. Chen Meng nodded repeatedly, extremely frightened at this moment. But Wang Yuyan suddenly rushed out, standing in front of Chen Meng and said to Elder Sun, according to the rules, on the life and death stage, one side must die or the victor must forgive in order to stop. Now that Sister Chen is still alive, and I don't intend to forgive her, I ask Elder Sun to step aside. You. Elder Sun's internal frustration surged. He did not expect that the outer disciple Wang Yuyan would dare to resist. But what she said was right. If he forced them, it would affect his image of fairness. You can all do as you please, but no outside help is allowed. Otherwise, don't blame this elder for dealing with you according to the outer gate rules. Elder Sun snorted heavily and left the dual platform in a swirl of his sleeve. If he can't manage inner disciples, can he still manage outer disciples? Chen Meng watched Elder Sun leave and suddenly panicked. Wang Yuyan turned her head, her gaze cold as she looked at Chen Meng. Chen Meng, pick up your sword. Chen Meng's eyes were filled with confusion. Filled with regret in her heart, Sister Wang, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken your spirit fruit, I apologize, please spare me. I am willing to follow your orders from now on, to serve you like a lowly beast. Chen Meng did not want to die, she could no longer care about her pride. She hurriedly pleaded with Wang Yuyan. Serve like a beast? Wang Yuyan sneered, using Brother Lin's words, you don't realize your mistake, you realize that you are going to die. Whoosh! The sword light flickered. Chapter 18, as the ancients say, beauty is worthy of a feast. Dead, Chen Meng was pierced through the heart by Wang Yuyan's sword. Stabbed right through, feeling a chill all over. She fell straight to the ground, her soft body trembling slightly from lingering warmth. Many male disciples secretly felt regret in their hearts. But glancing at Wang Yuyan's eyes, they also felt a hint of respect. After all, in the cultivation world, strength is revered. Putting away her sword, Wang Yuyan walked down from the competition platform. Standing in front of Lin Chen, her beautiful face shone with radiance. Thank you, brother. As your brother, it is only right to support you. Lin Chen smiled kindly. He assessed the unyielding Wang Yuyan. Your thunderous decisiveness today really surprised me. She sold information to harm us, I wouldn't hold back. My father used to say, a saint does not die a good death. Ha. Lin Chen laughed heartily, your father is right. Ding, detected that with the host's assistance, the villains Chen Meng and Lu Kuan are both dead. Please complete the chosen conditional task within 12 hours, or all rewards will be cancelled. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Lin Chen's mind from the system. Will my rewards be cancelled? Lin Chen's brow immediately furrowed. But then he realized he didn't even know what the conditions and rewards were. Not long ago, before the system could finish speaking, he had already made his choice. Then, Lin Chen asked the system, please repeat what my chosen task is, and what the reward is. Ding, the selected condition is to help Wang Yuyan, the reward is the Yin Yang Chi Furnace, the task is to unlock her mysterious Yin Phoenix body to 20%. Damn, this task seems a bit inappropriate. The system is only responsible for issuing the task, whether or not to complete it is up to the host's choice. TCH, do I have a choice? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. No way, the capable take on more work. By the way, what is this Yin Yang Chi Furnace? A very powerful treasure, it contains Yin Yang energy, capable of devouring heaven and refining earth. The details will be revealed to the host after the condition is completed. So impressive. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, light flashing within. He felt excitement building up. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen looked at Wang Yuyan. Sister, after this battle, I am drained, I am a bit hungry. Brother is hungry? Then how about I cook something for you when I get back? Wang Yuyan immediately nodded, speaking to Lin Chen. Sure. But will it be inappropriate to go to the women's dormitory? It's fine, brother. We each have our own independent rooms, and it's broad daylight. Alright then. Since Wang Yuyan said it was fine, it must be truly fine. The two of them then left together. Winding around, they arrived at the residential area for female outer disciples. Before they even approached, a wave of fragrant breeze hit them. From time to time, the sound of silver bell-like laughter would ring out. Like larks singing, it was a delight to Lin Chen's ears. As they ventured deeper into the female disciples' living quarters, colorful clothes hung out to dry captured his view, making Lin Chen's aged eyes sparkle with color. TSK, if only he could live here forever, how wonderful that would be. At least he could be young for 200 years. It's a pity that he only dared to think about it. If he really lived here, Su Qingxian would probably render him inhuman. Following Wang Yuyan, I arrived at the independent room where she lived. The inside was simply arranged, but it was very clean. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. In the corner, there was a small pot. Usually, when there was nothing to do, Wang Yuyan would cook for herself. But she only knew how to make noodles. "Senior brother, please wait a moment, I will go make noodles for you," Wang Yuyan said to Lin Chen, closing the door. "Noodles are not urgent, right now, senior brother wants something else." "Ah. But junior sister only knows how to make noodles." Wang Yuyan's pretty face flashed a hint of embarrassment. "Then should I take senior brother out to eat?" "Why go out? Junior sister, haven't you heard of the beauty being a feast?" Lin Chen smiled lightly. Then Wang Yuyan felt a sudden spin, and she was lifted up. Ding, the luck of the female protagonist has gained 1/10 of the Xianin Phoenix body, reward, Yin Yang Chi Furnace. Boom! Half an hour later, a sudden voice from the system rang in Lin Chen's mind. In his spiritual sea, a giant furnace with red and black colors suddenly appeared. One side was as cold as frost, making that part of the spiritual sea space almost freeze, while the other red side was incredibly hot, boiling like a burning hot iron. Lin Chen could feel the powerful might of this Yin Yang Chi furnace. Swallowing the sky and refining the earth, containing all rivers, nothing is not trapped, nothing is not refined. Good heavens, this is too powerful. Lin Chen observed the Yin Yang Chi furnace, looking at the description above, making his heart race in shock. According to the description, even a god entering his Yin Yang Chi furnace could be refined to death. Simply terrifying. The only drawback was that the consumption was a bit high. But this is normal, the more powerful the treasure, the greater the consumption. "Senior brother, I'm so hot, like I've been thrown into boiling hot water. My shoulder itches so much, why do I feel like I'm about to grow wings?" At this moment, Lin Chen heard Wang Yuyan's delicate cries. He quickly pulled back his thoughts and looked at Wang Yuyan. He saw that her skin was extremely red, as if it had been cooked, with fine beads of sweat gradually seeping out. But at the same time, a terrifying momentum was continuously rising. Do not suppress it, let that feeling flow freely. Just like last time during the breakthrough, this phenomenon is your constitution being gradually unsealed. Lin Chen observed for a moment and said sternly to her. "My constitution?" Wang Yuyan was full of confusion. "Exactly, just follow my advice and feel it. In the future, I will tell you the situation." Lin Chen urged her not to be distracted, focusing on the changes happening in her body. Then, Lin Chen thought for a moment, waved his hand, and unleashed a large expanse of spiritual power, which wrapped the entire room tightly. Chapter 19, News of the Supreme Bone. Boom! The momentum surged, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a small vortex that drilled into Wang Yuyan's body. So strong. From now on, I, Wang Yuyan, am no longer a cultivation waste. Feeling the increasingly powerful strength, Wang Yuyan was incredibly excited. She felt that now she could probably kill her former self with a wave of her hand. Suddenly, behind her, two red wings appeared, one on the left and one on the right. When these winged shadows appeared, the temperature in the entire room rose rapidly. "Wings, why do I have wings growing?" Wang Yuyan looked suddenly at her shoulders. These wings did not grow by her own will, rather, they sprung forth uncontrollably from the hot power within her body. "Oh, don't panic, this should be the uniqueness of your constitution," Lin Chen, who had been watching Wang Yuyan's changes, said with a slight smile. "What is my special physique, senior brother?" Wang Yuyan hurriedly asked. "You are an extremely rare Xianin Phoenix body." Xianin Phoenix body. Wang Yuyan tasted the words in her mouth, and then her face suddenly changed dramatically. "I actually have a Xianin Phoenix body? Oh my god, I actually possess such a powerful physique." Wang Yuyan was shocked beyond belief. She had seen a book that introduced various physiques while browsing in the Outer Sex Scripture Pavilion. That book contained information about the Xianin Phoenix body. This is a very powerful physique. It is said to be passed down from divine phoenixes, and when cultivated to a certain level, one can transform into a divine phoenix. The divine phoenix is a legendary divine beast, incredibly powerful. With a single flap of its wings, it could destroy a mighty empire and turn it to ashes. And Xianin is known as Extreme Yin. A woman with an Extreme Yin body is already an exceedingly rare cultivation physique. Yet the Xianin Phoenix body combines Extreme Yin with the Phoenix physique. One can only imagine how powerful it is. And such a powerful special physique, Wang Yuyan actually possesses it. "Senior brother, I actually have such a powerful martial arts physique, amazing, this is simply too wonderful." Wang Yuyan was so excited that her heart raced. With sparkling eyes, she looked at Lin Chen, unable to express her excitement in words. Calm down, calm down. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Although you have the Xianing Phoenix body, it has not been fully activated yet. Right now, only about 20% has been developed. If you want to fully unleash the power of this special physique, you need to develop its potential completely. At the very least, you need to reach about 70%. Not fully developed? Wang Yuyan's beautiful face froze for a moment, feeling somewhat puzzled. That's right. Lin Chen nodded and explained to her, because your Xianing Phoenix body is rather special, it has hidden itself. So it needs external power to activate it. What kind of power is needed to activate it? Wang Yuyan quickly asked. She had only developed 20% so far, but even so, she had steadily improved several small realms these past few days. Especially since the two very ethereal wings that sprouted from her back made her feel an overwhelming power above. If the Xianing Phoenix body could be developed to 100% state, it would probably be even more terrifying. There are two ways. One is to consume large amounts of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and miraculous pills to develop your Xianing Phoenix body. But this requires refining and transformation. The second way is, you think. Lin Chen cleared his throat twice, not saying it outright. Ah. Wang Yuyan froze for a moment. Her lovely face suddenly blushed. Senior brother, I understand. Aha, as long as you understand. Lin Chen gave a dry laugh. Wang Yuyan shyly looked at Lin Chen. Senior brother, the second method is indeed the simplest, most convenient, and effective, and requires the least investment, right? Ahem, theoretically, that's true. Lin Chen cleared his throat. Wang Yuyan lowered her head and said even more shyly, then senior brother, I will trouble you. I will think of ways to find you some tonic. After all, the best tonics are easier to obtain than those heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and miraculous pills. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. This girl is really quite unceremonious. He smiled and shook his head. Let's talk about it later. The most important thing is to focus on hard cultivation and solidify your foundation. Otherwise, it will still be like a castle in the air, understand? I will work hard, senior brother. Wang Yuyan nodded seriously. Then she leaned forward all of a sudden. Lin Chen? Senior brother, please. Bang, did you just take my words as a joke? Lin Chen knocked her on the head. Annoyed, he said, what we need to do now is to solidify your cultivation, otherwise, if the foundation is unstable, it will be troublesome. No kidding, continuing like this will really take half your life away. As the saying goes, only the cow that works hard will be exhausted. Unplowed fields. Well, then I'll listen to my senior brother. Wang Yuyan stuck out her tongue and nodded with some regret. She followed Lin Chen's words, straightened her body, and began her practice to solidify her skills. At this moment, on Wandao Peak, Li Qingxia hurriedly arrived at Yuan Peng's cave. Senior brother Yuan, it's me, Qingxia. Li Qingxia lightly knocked a few times on the doorframe and said to the inside. With a creak, the door opened. A handsome man, majestic and dressed in splendid robes, appeared before her. He was Yuan Peng, the senior brother of Wandao Peak. A candidate saint son of Tianxian Holy Land, and one of the most popular young disciples in the entire Tianxian Holy Land. He possessed the rare innate double pupil. When the double pupil opened, all things became real. He had a powerful ability that was mysterious and incomprehensible. It was only second to the innate double pupil that matched the supreme bone. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a terrifying aura that fluctuated ominously. When his gaze fell on Li Qingxia felt her body soften. His eyes were too sharp, piercing her heart. But just in that instant, the sharpness in Yuan Peng's eyes vanished. He looked at Li Qingxia calmly. Sister Xia, what brought you here? Is the departure time fixed? It's almost certain we will leave tomorrow. However, besides that, I have an even more important piece of news to tell you, senior brother. Li Qingxia stepped inside. Then she closed the door behind her. She even waved her hand to set up a barrier at the door, preventing anyone from overhearing the conversation that was about to happen. Yuan Peng watched Li Qingxia's actions with indifference. Little sister is so cautious, it seems the news you are about to tell me is extraordinary. Yes, senior brother. Li Qingxia nodded, then said heavily, I discovered the supreme bone, you can. What? You discovered the supreme bone? Before Li Qingxia's words finished, Yuan Peng exclaimed. In the next second, he directly appeared in front of Li Qingxia. Their noses almost touched, strong energy washing over Li Qingxia. Chapter 20, The Conspiracy Begins. Senior brother, your aura is too strong, being this close makes my legs weak. The powerful aura rushing in and the masculine scent invading her nose made Li Qingxia tremble slightly. Sister Xia, the senior brother is just too excited. Please sit down and tell me. Yuan Peng laughed heartily, then reached out to grab Li Qingxia's long, jade-like hand. He led her to two chairs inside the room. The senior brother actually held my hand, how embarrassing. Li Qingxia looked at her jade palm tightly wrapped in Yuan Peng's large hand, feeling delighted inside. After sitting down, she told Yuan Peng about the situation. It's truly unbelievable. Possessing the ancient holy body, although it was a discarded body, he became the son-in-law of our Tianxian Holy Land due to luck, and now he has even given birth to the supreme bone. He must be favored by the heavens. After hearing this, Yuan Peng squinted his eyes in amazement. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Because he had long coveted the Saintess Su Qingxian as well. However, Tianxian Holy Land had been looking for the human ancient holy body for years. Trying to give birth to an innate holy body Tao embryo. There was a time when he scoffed at the Holy Land's thoughts, believing it was impossible to find one at all. Because the ancient human holy body had not appeared for thousands of years. He only planned to propose to the Holy Master once he successfully ascended to the position of Saint Sun. He wished to betroth Su Qingxian to himself. But unexpectedly, before he could become the Saint Sun, the Holy Land actually found the human ancient holy body. This made Yuan Peng extremely angry and unwilling, but in the end, he could only let it go. Because a few years ago, he had secretly confessed his feelings to Su Qingxian. But was ruthlessly rejected by Su Qingxian. She didn't even look at him once. This made Yuan Peng feel ashamed at that time, but as a pride of the younger generation, he was not a fool driven by emotions. He understood clearly that anger without strength would only bring disaster upon himself. The infatuation with Su Qingxian was heavily buried deep in his heart and never told a single outsider. Unless one day he became the Saint's son and greatly increased his power. Only then would the infatuation in his heart be reignited. Even if Su Qingxian had married someone, it didn't matter, after all, she was a heavenly Tao embryo. Cultivating together with her could bring him closer to the laws of heaven and earth in the greatest possible way. And she was the #1 beauty of the eastern wilderness, who wouldn't want to taste her fragrance? Yes, big brother, I was so stunned when I saw it back then. So I hurriedly ran over to find you to share this good news. Li Qingxia smiled like a blooming flower and nodded. She had no idea about the many thoughts in Yuan Peng's heart. She didn't even know he had such deep infatuation with Su Qingxian. Then she said, I remember you once said that as long as you find a heavenly spirit bone or a heavenly dual eyes, and transplant it into you, you could fix the flaws caused by your acquired dual eyes? That's right. I just mentioned it casually, I didn't expect you, Sister Xia, to remember it. I'm really touched. Yuan Peng put away his earlier emotions and thanked Li Qingxia with a grateful look. Being able to do things for my brother is Qingxia's willing heart. It would be even better if I could do it for a lifetime. I wonder if my brother would be willing. After saying this, Li Qingxia shyly lowered her head, her eyes occasionally glancing up to Yuan Peng's sharp and handsome face. She wanted to express her feelings while the iron was hot. This made Li Qingxia's heart race like a startled deer, in case Yuan Peng pretended to be confused. That would be too hurtful. But at that moment, her jade hand was grabbed again by Yuan Peng. A gentle voice sounded in Li Qingxia's ear. Sister Xia, you've already done so much for your brother, how could I possibly not be willing? Brother. Li Qingxia suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with joy, shyness, and excitement. Sister Xia. Yuan Peng looked deeply at Li Qingxia with the same affection. In a few seconds, the two kissed each other. It spread like electricity throughout Li Qingxia's body, making her weak at the knees. A few minutes later, just as Yuan Peng wanted to get to the point, Li Qingxia suddenly stopped him. Brother, I'm sorry, I have my period today, so it's not very convenient. After saying that, Li Qingxia's face turned as red as fire, and she lowered her head. She felt awkward and wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. It's alright, it's alright. Yuan Peng was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and waved his hand. Even though the arrow was on the string and had to be released, he didn't want to fight a bloody battle. Taking a few deep breaths, he calmed down his feelings. Li Qingxia raised her cheeks, smiling intoxicatingly as she said. Big brother, that old man named Lin Chen should still be in the outer gate area. Let's go suppress him now and dig out his supreme bone. At that time, Big Brother will definitely be the most outstanding pride of the entire Saint Land, no, the entire eastern wilderness. If I get the supreme bone, my acquired dual eyes can transform into heavenly dual eyes with its power. Having heavenly dual eyes is already invincible, and if I have even one more supreme bone, I think it won't be difficult to dominate the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. Yuan Peng rubbed Li Qingxia's smooth cheek, laughing heartily. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he thought for a moment. The old man named Lin Chen must be captured. But in the Saint Land, it's not suitable. If he has any mark of Su Qingxian on him and senses he is in danger and comes to rescue, it will be a big trouble. Su Qingxian is a powerful figure of the law phase realm, while Yuan Peng is at the peak of the divine ability realm. He could easily suppress him. The risk is too great. Li Qingxia nodded in agreement. What senior brother said makes sense, it's my fault for not thinking things through. No worries. Yuan Peng waved his hand, squinting his eyes and said, we need to come up with a plan, it's best to lure that old man outside the Holy Land. Then set up an ambush and quietly take away his supreme bone. Let him never know who took his supreme bone, that way, we can avoid a lot of trouble later. Senior brother is right. Li Qingxia fell into deep thought. After a moment, her eyes lit up. Senior brother, I have thought of a way. Quick, tell me. Yuan Peng urged eagerly. Today, I secretly followed that old man to the outer gate. He seems to have a close relationship with a female disciple there. It is possible that this old man is secretly developing a mistress. We can approach this outer gate female disciple and have her lure Lin Chen outside the Holy Land, and then we can strike hard and suppress him. This way, we can quietly dig out his supreme bone. Wonderful. It's a great plan, ha ha ha. Yuan Peng's eyes also lit up, bursting into laughter. I'll arrange for people to investigate this outer gate female disciple's identity thoroughly. It must be done with extreme secrecy and without a single mistake. Ha 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 ha. Investigating an outer gate disciple was easy for him. At this moment, Yuan Peng felt as if he could already see himself piercing Lin Chen's chest with a sharp knife, taking out his supreme bone and merging it with himself. Just thinking about it excited him immensely. Once I fuse the supreme bone, I will step into the lawform realm. You, Su Qingxian, the number one on the rouge list, I must enjoy you, an old man probably can't satisfy you, Chapter 21, Su Qingxian arrives to bestow talismans, Lin Chen returns kindness. The two concocted their scheme well. To ensure everything goes perfectly, they planned to wait until Su Qingxian left the Tianxian Holy Land before executing their plot to lure Lin Chen out. Li Qingxia and Yuan Peng exchanged some tender moments in the room. It almost pushed Yuan Peng over the edge. Li Qingxia quickly stood up to bid farewell to Yuan Peng. One reason was that she was worried Yuan Peng might lose control. After all, she was on her period, which was not very convenient. Another point was that Li Qingxia took it upon herself to gather information about Wang Yuyan's identity. To ensure no mistakes, she would personally take responsibility for this task. Yuan Peng walked Li Qingxia to the door, watching her leave. A broad smile spread across Yuan Peng's face. Being a simp and being liked really feel different. If only you, Li Qingxia, had a bit more talent, a better physique, a nicer figure, you would then have the qualifications to be my Yuan Peng's woman. But alas, you are destined to be just an ordinary companion to me, a furnace for my desires. After all, in the not-so-distant future, I will possess the supreme bone and the innate double pupils, two supreme qualities, Watching Li Qingxia's alluring figure disappear from view, Yuan Peng's face was filled with arrogant emotions. At the outer gate, after sunset, Wang Yuyan's cultivation was also coming to an end. Lin Chen stood up to say goodbye to her. Senior brother, are you going back to the inner gate? Wang Yuyan quickly stood up and asked Lin Chen. Yes, it's late. Lin Chen nodded. It wouldn't be proper for me to stay overnight in this female disciple's dormitory. Actually, it's fine. Each of us has our own room, so it's unlikely anyone would come knocking late at night. Wang Yuyan said, a shy expression appearing on her face. Still, I think not. What if someone does come knocking? It wouldn't reflect well on your reputation. Lin Chen firmly declined again. Wang Yuyan quickly shook her head. With a firm tone, she said to Lin Chen, Senior brother, I'm not afraid. No one has ever said that a young girl can't marry an older man. I don't care about societal views. Love can withstand everything. What a pure-hearted good girl she is. Lin Chen sighed softly in his heart. But he still couldn't stay. He spoke ambiguously. Senior brother of course understands your feelings. Senior brother also feels reluctant to part with you. However, senior brother has many considerations. Let's talk about these things when senior brother takes another step forward. In this holy land, senior brother has his own thoughts. Not staying the night, mainly worried about being caught by Su Qingxian. That would be a big deal. Otherwise, it would be so comfortable in this gentle place, so soft. Of course, he couldn't possibly tell Wang Yuyan this information right now. For a moment, Lin Chen felt like a scumbag. But fortunately, he didn't have much of a conscience. Alright, senior brother. Since senior brother has said this, then Yuyan won't insist. But Yuyan will always be here waiting for senior brother must come often. Wang Yuyan settled for second best, obediently nodding her head. Alright, you focus on your cultivation and strive to step into the spirit sea realm as soon as possible, and enter the inner door. Senior brother will come to see you when he has time. But remember, do not let love delay your cultivation, you need to know that strength is the foundation of everything. Lin Chen earnestly instructed her. Then he said farewell to Wang Yuyan and quickly moved toward the inner door. Not long after, he returned to the small bamboo peak, to the room where he lived. Bang! Just sat down without having a sip of hot tea, the room door was pushed open. Dressed in a white long dress, Su Qingxian walked in with long strides. Su Saintess, you're here. Lin Chen was slightly stunned in his heart and quickly raised his head to look at Su Qingxian who walked in. The white long dress tightly hugged her waist, and under the faint moonlight, the shadows highlighted her perfect figure even more. Her exposed snowy skin even shimmered with a slight glow. Like a goddess descending to the mortal world, it could simply be described as perfect. Lin Chen's tired heart fluttered with a hint of emotion. I thought you weren't here. Su Qingxian looked at Lin Chen with a calm gaze. How could I not be here? Lin Chen smiled slightly. May I ask what brings you here tonight? Didn't we just say yesterday to wait for a while? Are you teaching me how to do things? Su Qingxuan's tone was calm. Of course not, just a casual question. Lin Chen laughed dryly. Feeling speechless in his heart, how could this woman speak so harshly? Humph. Su Qingxian snorted lightly, saying indifferently, I came to tell you something, tomorrow I might leave the Holy Land for a few days. I will try to be back within 7 days, if I can't make it back, you wait here for me. Oh, you're actually going out? Lin Chen was slightly surprised. Excitement surged in his heart immediately. Does that mean for the next few days, he could recklessly stay with Wang Yuyan? At his age, who wouldn't want to indulge for a few days? Are you happy that I'm leaving for a few days? Su Qingxian suddenly frowned. Looking at Lin Chen and giving a light shout. No. I was thinking, will there be any danger for you on this outing? What if there is danger, what should I do? After all, I am relying on you to rise in this Tianxian Holy Land. If something happens to you, I would fear that I would also have big trouble. Humph, you're as clear as a mirror in your heart. Su Qingxian pulled out a hint of sarcasm. You can rest assured, I, Su Qingxian, a holy maiden of the Holy Land, a top 10 supreme talented individual on the Eastern Wasteland's talents list, rarely encounter situations that can put me in danger. Then I can rest assured. Lin Chen showed a mouthful of teeth, grinning broadly. But Su Qingxian looked at him like this with even more disdain. But then, she flipped her wrist. A red talisman appeared in her hand, placed before Lin Chen's eyes. This is a Burning Heaven talisman, possessing power comparable to the 9th level of the Divine Powers realm. If you really can't help but sneak down the mountain, it can block disasters for you, use 3 times. However, generally speaking, invoking this talisman is enough to intimidate others. So powerful. Lin Chen was immediately shocked. He never expected Su Qingxian would give him such a powerful weapon. A killing talisman on par with the power of the 9th layer of Divine Realm. Inestimably precious. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab it. Thank you, Holy Maiden, for the talisman, I am deeply grateful. As he held the Burning Heaven talisman, Lin Chen instantly felt a wave of heat. It radiated from his palm to his entire body. He felt warmth enveloping him. It was so comfortable he almost moaned. Let go. But just then, Su Qingxian lightly called out. Lin Chen quickly reacted, realizing he was still holding onto Su Qingxuan's jade-like palm. But he didn't pull away, instead, he took a deep breath. Looking at Su Qingxian with determination, as if he had made a significant decision. Holy Maiden cares for my safety so much, I am truly grateful. I should return the favor. In order to give birth to the innate holy body as soon as possible, tonight I am all in, how about a final battle until dawn? Su Qingxian? Chapter 22, Going Out for Training, Accompanying Duty. If it weren't for her exceptionally good temperament, Su Qingxian really wanted to give Lin Chen an electric shock. Unruly old man. With a huff, Su Qingxian turned her slender waist and walked out the door. Ding, detected Su Qingxuan's favorability towards the host +5, current favorability -40. Suddenly, a system voice echoed in his mind. Ha! Lin Chen, whose face was smiling, was momentarily stunned. Wait, this can increase favorability? Could it be that my earlier declaration truly touched Su Qingxuan's heart? Lin Chen's mouth twitched a couple of times. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, she says she doesn't want it, but deep down, she has some expectations. Women. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seems that after what he said, Su Qingxian had a moment of wavering, but perhaps she reconsidered and didn't agree. But he never expected it would actually increase Su Qingxuan's favorability, even though it was still negative. Lin Chen believed that soon it would turn positive. Time passed quickly, and the night flew by. Lin Chen discovered that his spiritual sea range had expanded a great deal, reaching over 15,000 meters. Vast and boundless, incredibly terrifying. However, his realm still remained at the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea, with no signs of a breakthrough. Only gaining strength without advancing realms, it's forcing me to play dumb, how headache-inducing. While feeling speechless, Lin Chen sighed internally. He stroked his beard, stood up from the bed, and pushed the door open to step outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw two graceful figures flying down from the small bamboo peak towards the mountain base. One of them was Su Qingxian. In the next few days, I can recklessly roam again. Lin Shen stroked his beard and smiled. Then he turned and headed down from the small bamboo peak. He wanted to strive to help Wang Yuyan awaken her mysterious phoenix body as soon as possible. Because the system said that once Wang Yuyan's mysterious phoenix body was fully restored to 100%, the system would reward him with additional valuable rewards. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the outer gate, directly heading to the female disciple residence area to find Wang Yuyan. Lin Shixiang. Opening the room door, Wang Yuyan saw Lin Chen standing at the doorway and immediately rushed over. Her face was filled with joy and sweetness. Okay, no hugs here, it won't be good if someone sees. Lin Chen gently patted her slender waist, smiling lightly. I'm not afraid. I like Shixiang, and I want to be Shixiang's woman. Wang Yuyan held on tighter, as if afraid Lin Chen would run away. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He slightly lifted his foot, directly carrying Wang Yuyan into the room, then waved his hand to close the door. Senior brother, please help me with my cultivation. Junior sister, is it okay to help you with your cultivation? At almost the same time, the two spoke in unison, then exchanged a playful laugh. Wang Yuyan was extremely shy, her little girl charm fully on display. This made Lin Chen feel dry in the mouth and tongue. Knock, knock, knock. But just at that moment, the door of the room was suddenly knocked on. The two, who were in a warm mood, quickly separated like startled rabbits. Especially Lin Chen, who instinctively wanted to find a place to hide. Then he thought about it, Su Qingxian had already left the holy place, so what was there to be afraid of? He felt like he was having an affair. Who is it? Wang Yuyan asked while quickly tidying her outfit. She fastened a purple strap back onto her snow-white shoulder. Junior sister Yuyan, I'm senior sister Lin Yao, I came to find you for something. A clear and pleasant voice sounded from outside. Oh, it's senior sister Lin, I thought it was someone else. Please wait a moment, I'll open the door for you. Hearing it was Lin Yao, Wang Yuyan's expression instantly relaxed, and then she looked at Lin Chen beside her and said, Senior brother, this senior sister Lin Yao was the one who led me to cultivate and get familiar with the outer sect when I first entered. We have a common master in the outer sect, senior sister Lin Yao is very kind. No problem. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Then Wang Yuyan walked over to open the door. Dressed in a purple dress and tall with curves, Lin Yao appeared at the doorway. Especially at the end of her chin, there was a small beauty mark that added a bit of charm to her. She was also quite a lovely woman. Lin Chen looked at Lin Yao at the door. She immediately spotted Lin Chen, paused for a moment, and then teased, Oh, junior sister, your intersect senior brother is here too. Am I interrupting you two by coming suddenly? Wang Yuyan smiled and shook her head, not at all, senior sister. Senior brother just came to give me some guidance in my cultivation. Just simple cultivation? Lin Yao smiled with her lips, her eyes scanning Wang Yuyan up and down. This made Wang Yuyan's heart tighten instantly, and she quickly said, Of course it's just simple cultivation, if senior sister has any questions, senior brother Lin can also guide you. Senior brother Lin is kind-hearted, I'm sure he won't refuse. Let's talk about it later. Lin Yao chuckled lightly, then looked seriously at Wang Yuyan and said, Junior sister Yuyan, I came to find you mainly because I want to ask you to go out with me. Go out together? Wang Yuyan raised her eyebrows, Where is senior sister going that you want me to go with you? Sigh. Lin Yao sighed first, then said, You also know I've already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, but I haven't found a chance to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. A few days ago, while I was at the task hall preparing to take on some sect tasks, I discovered a small secret realm appearing in the northwest direction of the sacred place. It is suspected that a spirit spring has been found, and if we can obtain the spirit spring, we can exchange it for spirit essence pills. Absorbing the spirit spring can also greatly increase the chances of breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm. But where there is a spirit spring, there will definitely be powerful ferocious beasts guarding it, and this small secret realm may also be targeted by others. For safety's sake, I want to find someone I can trust to accompany me. Coincidentally, someone defeated Chen Meng yesterday, with strength comparable to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. After thinking it over, I decided to come and ask you to go with me. At that time, we can share the gains equally, how about that? There's actually a spirit spring appearing, that's extremely rare. After Lin Yao finished speaking, Wang Yuyan showed a surprised look, and she was immediately moved in her heart. This spirit spring is of great value. It has a significant effect on her as it can strengthen her foundation. It can prevent her from experiencing a shaky foundation due to a hasty breakthrough in the future. However, Lin Chen was still here, and she wanted to seek Lin Chen's opinion. Senior brother Lin. Follow your own thoughts, if you want to go, then go. Lin Chen smiled slightly. He noticed that Wang Yuyan was stirred. Okay, senior brother. Wang Yuyan nodded, then looked at Lin Yao. Senior sister, I have agreed. So when shall we set off? It's best to go as soon as possible, this task was just posted. Others might also rush in, not to mention that there could be people from outside the Holy Land discovering this small secret realm. What you said makes sense, senior sister Lin. But can you wait for me for a moment? I want to talk to senior brother Lin for a while. Lin Yao's reasoning resonated with Wang Yuyan. But she had just met Lin Chen. Parting immediately was a bit reluctant. Of course. Lin Yao nodded with a smile, but then said, Junior sister, why not invite this inner gate senior brother Lin to go with us? That is a small secret realm, there might be other treasures that could be useful to senior brother Lin. Besides, having senior brother Lin with us adds extra safety. What Lin Yao said made Wang Yuyan feel it was somewhat reasonable. Senior brother, are you available to join us? Wang Yuyan turned her head and asked Lin Chen. Sure. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Staying in this holy place, he had no meaning alone. It was better to go out and get some fresh air. Thank you, senior brother, you are so kind. Wang Yuyan immediately showed a sweet smile filled with joy. A quarter of an hour later, the three of them left the Tianqian Holy Land and rushed towards the place Lin Yao mentioned. After a day and a night, Lin Yao and they arrived at their destination. Lingzhou Valley. It is said that a long time ago, this was a force famous for various spirit talismans. Later, for some unknown reason, it offended a powerful being and was flattened overnight, only recently discovered. The spiritual spring is in the ruins of this valley. Upon arrival, Lin Yao pointed to a valley in front of her. What bad luck! Wang Yuyan was somewhat speechless. Next, are we going to charge directly into the valley? Let's charge directly, but be careful to guard against fierce beasts and other intruders. Lin Yao reminded seriously. Okay, senior sister. Wang Yuyan nodded, then called Lin Chen, and they began to walk towards the valley together. But they did not notice that Lin Yao, who lagged half a step behind, took out a jade talisman from her pocket and silently crushed it. Junior sister Yuyan, don't blame me, I was also forced. Lin Yao sighed in her heart and tossed the shattered jade talisman onto the ground. At the same time, some distance away, many people stood outside a large river, quietly waiting for something. But without exception, everyone standing here had a very strong aura. Hualong River, suspected to be the cave of the powerful Long Pan from 1,000 years ago. It attracted many talented individuals and forces from 100,000 miles around. Su Qingxian and the others, who were invited by Li Qingxia, had already been waiting for nearly a day. But suddenly, the quiet Li Qingxia felt a slight shock in her heart. She immediately had a hint of delight at the corner of her mouth. Quickly, she transmitted sound to Yuan Pang, Senior Brother Yuan, the jade talisman shattered, and the old man has been successfully tricked out. So soon? Ha ha ha. Yuan Peng's expression instantly changed, repeatedly praising Li Qingxia. Yes, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I originally expected it would be good if we could trick him out within a week. After all, if that old man stayed at Shao Bamboo Peak and didn't come down, it would indeed be a bit troublesome. Li Qingxia was also surprised. That Lin Yao was the person she arranged after her personal investigation last night. But because she wasn't sure if she could trick Lin Chen out, so she also came to this Hualong River first. Unexpectedly, it was successfully tricked out so quickly. Even before the cave of Long Pan was opened. Ha ha ha. This is my luck, it means that heaven is helping me. Yuan Pang was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 23, 50-50, you can't do it. Then he continued to transmit to Li Qingxia, Sister Xia, I won't be joining you on the journey to the Panlong King's cave. You can go with them. Brother, why don't you stay here at Panlong Stream? I'm going to deal with that old man, because the mark I left on her can only be sensed by me. And for authenticity, that is also a real relic site. If you happen to choose the wrong route, it will be a loss. Oh, I see. Yuan Pang raised his brow. He fully entrusted this matter to Li Qingxia. He didn't ask too many details. Brother, don't worry, I will handle it well. Once I've suppressed that old man, I'll contact you, and you can come to take his supreme bone. Li Qingxia puffed her chest out, making a promise through voice transmission. Good, Sister Xia ***********. But when fighting a lion to catch a rabbit, you must use all your strength, you have to be careful. Everything I obtain in Panlong Stream will belong to you. Whatever you want, I will help you get it. Li Qingxia's eyes lit up with joy. Thank you, brother, you are so good to me. You are my sister Xia, you are the woman of my future, if I don't treat you well, who should I treat well, ha ha. Brother. Yuan Pang's straightforward laughter made Li Qingxia's heart flutter. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Her heart felt even sweeter. This little girl is so easy to shy, she's perfect for. Seeing the blush on Li Qingxia's face, Yuan Peng felt a bit restless in his heart. Sister Qingxia, what's wrong with you? At that moment, a slightly puzzled cold voice rang in her ear. Li Qingxia quickly snapped back to reality. She looked at the questioning Su Qingxian, her mind racing. Senior sister, my stomach is a bit uncomfortable. Did you eat something bad? Su Qingxian asked casually. I don't know. A couple of days ago, before we left the Holy Land, I ate some strange food, and my stomach isn't feeling well now. How about I find a place to relieve myself? Her last meal was still at Tianqian Holy Land. Over the past 2 days, they had been traveling, relying on not eating. Go ahead, we'll wait for you here. Su Qingxian nodded. People have their needs, which can't be avoided. However, she was a bit puzzled that as a powerful being, Li Qingxia usually wouldn't have a problem like eating bad food. Boom! But at that moment, the ground shook violently in front of them. A huge whirlpool appeared in the originally rushing river. As the whirlpool kept expanding, a giant stone door engraved with dragons appeared before everyone's eyes. The entrance to the Panlong King's cave, the 9 Dragons Stone Gate. It's finally here, after 1,000 years, ha ha. Upon seeing this dragon-carved stone door, the people guarding here all shouted in excitement. Su Qingxuan's attention was also drawn to it. Li Qingxia exchanged glances with Yuan Peng and quietly retreated. They turned and headed straight for Lingjiu Valley. On the other side. In Lingjiu Valley. Lin Chen, Wang Yuyan, and Lin Yao were exploring in the ruins. They had basically not run into much danger. Even if there were some things, other explorers wanted to snatch them, they all hesitated and retreated upon seeing the Tianqian Holy Land insignia on their clothes. The might of the Holy Land is not something any force can offend. Finally, after a lot of twists and turns, they discovered a spring in a ruined great hall. The spring wasn't large, but it continuously exuded rich spiritual energy. Spiritual spring, we found a spiritual spring. Wang Yuyan and the others were instantly filled with joy. They were about to approach it. But at that moment, a massive black shadow suddenly struck towards them. The howling wind was piercingly sharp. The 3 quickly looked up. They saw a huge pitch-black demon python, twisting around the hall's beam, flicking its tongue. The shadow that was drawn out was its tail. Demon beast, die. Almost at the same time, Lin Yao and Wang Yuyan acted together. They swung their sharp swords downward. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs echoed. Lin Yao and Wang Yuyan let out a cry of pain and were immediately sent flying out. But fortunately, Lin Chen was extremely fast. He quickly retreated, stretching out his arms to catch both women, holding them in his embrace. They avoided crashing through the grand hall and getting hurt again. You insignificant humans dare to covet the spirit spring, you are seeking death. A cold and merciless voice echoed from the mouth of the black demon python. This demon python can speak human language, it has truly become powerful. Hearing the voice from the black demon python, Wang Yuyan and Lin Yao were both startled. From what they knew, beasts that could speak human language must possess immense strength. It was likely not something they could handle. This demonic beast's strength is not simple. If I estimate correctly, it should have reached the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm. Or perhaps, it might even be at the half-step divine ability level. At this moment, Lin Chen's voice rang in the ears of the 2 women. Half-step divine ability could be possible? The 2 women trembled violently all over. Then a wave of panic surged from the depths of their hearts. Senior brother, we must leave quickly, a ferocious beast at the divine ability level is not something we can contend with. Wang Yuyan hurriedly spoke. They came to seek opportunities, not to willingly send their lives away. Even Lin Chen would not be able to handle a beast of this level. Yes, let's hurry up and go. Lin Yao also nodded quickly from the side. At this moment, she no longer cared that Lin Chen's hand was still resting on her waist. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed, even smiling calmly. Don't worry, it might only have reached half-step divine ability. It's not a true divine ability expert. Ah. Lin Chen's relaxed attitude made both women stunned. Especially Lin Yao, whose pretty face was filled with shock and excitement. Her heart was filled with disbelief. Not the old master? But the creature across from them is a terrifying beast at half-step divine ability level. You are only at the 3rd layer of spiritual sea realm, maybe comparable to the 4th or 5th layer of Lin Haining. But so what? It's still a dead end. Showing off, that's not how you do it. Immediately, Lin Yao could not help but let out a sharp scream, ready to reprimand Lin Chen. She wanted him to stop being dizzy and quickly take them to escape, which would be the wisest choice. But before she could say it, Wang Yuyan spoke with determination. Senior brother, I believe in you. Since you say not to worry. Then Yuyan believes that this demon python will surely die at your hands. Really good junior sister, I'm very pleased. Lin Chen smiled and tilted his head. He even ruffled the back of Wang Yuyan's head. Like a kind old grandfather looking at his granddaughter, filled with affection. Lin Yao looked at this scene, almost bursting with anger. What a surprise. One is an old fool who likes to show off. The other is a lovesick fool. And here you are, in grave danger, and you two are still acting out a scene. Lin Yao was practically cursing in her heart. At this moment, she deeply regretted taking on the task from Li Qingxia. Although she would reap great rewards in the future. But now, she was about to lose her life here. Without a life, more rewards were just castles in the air. Everything was just vanity. Let me go, if you don't leave, I'll go by myself. Lin Yao struggled hard to break free from Lin Chen's arm. She ran towards the Savage Hall's exit. Want to run? Jia jia. The demon python let out a cold laugh, and then it opened its mouth to spew out a foul-smelling black flame towards Lin Yao. Wherever it passed, the air ignited, as if it was corroded. The speed was so fast that it reached her in the blink of an eye. Sensing the danger coming from behind, Lin Yao quickly drew her sword and swung it back in a hurry. Boom! In the next second, Lin Yao was blasted away. She crashed heavily into a pillar of the broken Great Hall, then bounced back and slammed onto the ground. Poof, poof, poof. Lin Yao spat out large mouthfuls of blood, her clothes almost completely burned away by the black flames. A large expanse of her snow-white skin was exposed, looking extremely tragic. Ant, you will become my food now, keek keek. Chapter 24, Control the Demon Python. The demon python let out a bloodthirsty laugh. Like lightning, it shot down from the beam, opening its mouth wide enough to swallow a giant water buffalo, and lunged at Lin Yao. Senior brother, quickly save senior sister Lin. Wang Yuyan, beside Lin Chen, shouted urgently. Everything happened so fast that she hadn't even had time to react and ask Lin Chen for help. Lin Chen nodded lightly, his gaze fixed on the demon python. Beast, you truly don't take me seriously. As his words fell, Lin Chen raised his hand, summoning a spiritual force hand to grab at the demon python. Old fool, you're asking for death. The demon python roared. It had not expected that Lin Chen would really dare to take action against it. Immediately, its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, rushed toward Lin Chen. It even ignored Lin Chen's spiritual hand, swallowing both the hand and Lin Chen together. Damn, perverted demon python, we're supposed to have a serious fight, and you want me to help you with a deep throat. Watching his spiritual hand thrust into the demon python's throat with a poof, Lin Chen's face darkened instantly. I don't understand what you're saying, shatter for me. The demon python roared again. Its abdomen contracted rapidly, attempting to crush Lin Chen's spiritual hand. But the next second, the demon python let out a muffled cry of pain. Lin Chen's spiritual hand was not crushed, instead, it caused a sharp pain to the bones in its abdomen. Crushing my spiritual hand isn't that easy. Lin Chen chuckled. With the demon python's strength, its territory range was at most a mere 10,000 meters, barely even reaching that. But his territory range had already surpassed 15,000 meters. The larger the territory, the denser the spiritual power, and the more solid and hard the spiritual hand became. Originally, a battle between one man and one python would have been incredibly intense. But now, the demon python pushing his spiritual hand into its abdomen was digging its own grave. Wrap your tail and shake it for me. Then Lin Chen shouted lightly, swinging his arm. As he swung his arm, his spiritual hand moved in sync, like a precisely controlled mechanical arm, rotating the demon python with it. Then, with a powerful downward motion, he slammed it into the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a loud crash echoed through the sky. The unknown stone material used to pave the hall's floor cracked into a dense web-like pattern. Ah, ah, ah! The demon python screamed in agony. Its black snake scales flew off in pieces, and blood splattered out. Damn old fool, I've fallen for your trap, you die now. The demon python was furious beyond measure. It swung its massive snake tail toward Lin Chen. At the same time, its serpent body twisted, attempting to expel Lin Chen's spiritual hand. However, Lin Chen smiled coldly. You beast, you want to swallow or spit, you can't have it your way. Whoosh! As his words fell, Lin Chen suddenly clenched his open palm upward. Roar! The moment he grabbed, the demon python let out a painful scream. Even its massive body spasmed heavily, and the snake tail that had been swinging toward him instantly snapped back like it was struck by lightning. Then, the demon python screamed desperately, Damn old man, let go of me. I can give you the spiritual spring. Hurry and let go of me. It was never yours, so what is there to give? Lin Chen chuckled softly. He grabbed it a couple more times, and the demon python instantly trembled violently again. This strange scene made Wang Yuyan unable to help asking, Senior brother, what happened to this demon python? Why did it suddenly admit defeat? Because I have caught its. Asterisk asterisk? Wang Yuyan was momentarily stunned, filled with confusion. Lin Chen smiled lightly. To put it simply, I have caught its snake gall, also known as the demon core. As long as my palm exerts force and crushes its demon core, this demon python will surely die. Coincidentally, the spiritual hand he manifested was precisely grasping the demon python's vital point. For the demon python, even if it were cut into pieces, it might not die, but once the demon core is crushed, it is certain to die. This is the most vulnerable spot on the demon python. Lin Chen had essentially seized its lifeline. The demon python had no choice but to submit. So that's how it is. Wang Yuyan suddenly understood and excitedly urged, then senior brother, hurry and crush its snake gall. This demon python is too despicable. The demon core is a precious item, a great tonic, crushing it would be too wasteful. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Then he suddenly brought his 5 fingers together and pulled down hard. Puff! A cracking sound was heard at the vital point of the demon python, then it opened its mouth wide and spewed out a large mouthful of foul-smelling, viscous blood. Damn old man! You won't die a good death. Before I die, I will definitely drag you down with me. The demon python roared with hatred. However, Lin Chen unexpectedly acted so ruthlessly and decisively, pulling down its demon core without any room for negotiation. Boom! The demon python went berserk, like a flash of light rushing crazily toward Lin Chen. The rage of a beast is nothing to be feared. Seeing the furious demon python charge at him, Lin Chen ignored it completely. He directly clenched his fist and smashed it towards the demon python with its gaping bloody mouth. Bang! With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen's punch shattered half of the massive head of the demon python. Thick, sticky blood mixed with dark flesh splattered everywhere, making Wang Yuyan unable to suppress her disgust and cover her rosy mouth, gagging. Lin Chen also waved his hand in front of his nose, as the smell was truly overpowering. Fortunately, the spiritual spring was behind them. The splattered blood and flesh did not contaminate it. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Senior brother, your fist is so strong. Wang Yuyan exclaimed, shocked, after gagging for a bit. If catching the demon python's demon core was a stroke of luck, then this punch truly blew apart the demon python's head. Of course. Senior brother, I have no soft spots on me. Lin Chen chuckled. He was very satisfied with his punch. He estimated that his pure strength had probably reached the level of divine ability. Because his spiritual sea was vast enough, and the power contained within it was immense. Yes, senior brother is truly amazing. Wang Yuyan's face brightened, her big eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 25, Living Up to Expectations. Alright, go collect the spiritual spring. Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand, pointing to the spiritual spring behind them. Okay. Wang Yuyan nodded obediently. Stop. At that moment, a light shout came from behind them. Lin Yao got up from the ground, blood still at the corner of her mouth. She stared at Wang Yuyan, junior sister Yuyan, the spiritual spring was found because I brought you here. If anyone is to collect it, it should be me first. Sister Lin Yao, the spiritual spring is right here, you can come collect it. Why is there still a question of who is first? Wang Yuyan was momentarily stunned and said with some confusion. You are pretending not to understand. Still don't understand? Lin Yao snorted and coldly said, who doesn't know, the essence of this spirit spring exists on the top layer. You took the essence away, and the effect below is drastically reduced, leaving me with many impurities. Is there such a saying? Wang Yuyan showed a puzzled expression. Because this was the first time she had heard such a saying. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, Senior sister Lin Yao, I really didn't know there was such a saying. Then why don't we take it together? Just like at the beginning, how about one half each? I don't want to share with you anymore. Lin Yao coldly snorted, actually refusing. Senior sister Lin Yao, what do you mean by that? Wang Yuyan frowned, filled with confusion. It means I want to possess it all. After all, you, a dying person, have no use for this spirit spring. Lin Yao's face suddenly showed a ruthless expression as she spoke harshly. As soon as she said this, Wang Yuyan was instantly stunned. Beside her, Lin Chen's pupils slightly contracted, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his eyes. He scoffed at Wang Yuyan in disdain. I just saved you, and you want to repay kindness with revenge? Besides, where do you get the strength and courage to kill Yuyan and monopolize the spirit spring? Indeed I don't have that strength and courage, but someone does. Lin Yao sneered. Then she took 2 steps back and respectfully faced the entrance of the door. Miss, I won't disappoint you. Well done. A cold voice sounded from the entrance. Then a woman in a hooded veil came walking through the doorway. The woman was dressed in a fitted green long dress. Her waist was slender, her chest ample, her legs long, and her figure was absolutely perfect. It was because of her arrival that Lin Yao dared to be so rampant. Because this was Li Qingxia, the future Saintess of the Tianqian sacred land. A great cultivator of the divine passage realm. Li Qingxia approached slowly, her gaze from behind the veil taking in everything in the hall. Then it shifted to Lin Chen and Wang Yuyan. Hang yourself. Li Qingxia uttered 3 words. But her gaze was fixed on Wang Yuyan. You want me to commit suicide? Wang Yuyan shivered, pointing at her own delicate nose in disbelief. That's right. Li Qingxia nodded lightly. Are you insane? Coming in and telling me to hang myself. Why don't you hang yourself? Wang Yuyan sneered and shouted loudly. Since you are unwilling to do it yourself, let me do it. Swish. Li Qingxia waved her hand. In an instant, a wind blade appeared out of nowhere, slashing towards Wang Yuyan. The speed was so fast it reached her in the blink of an eye. This made Wang Yuyan shiver violently. It felt as if her head would drop at any moment. But at that moment, an old figure stood in front of her. His fist slammed hard towards the wind blade. Boom! The wind blade shattered. Lin Chen was also sent flying in a parabolic arc. Blood splattered from his fist. Senior brother! Wang Yuyan immediately exclaimed, quickly turning her head. Lin Chen shook off the blood from his hand and stood up from the ground. His eyes coldly fixed on Li Qingxia, he cursed, Damn, you are a divine passage realm expert, attacking someone in the spirit-nurturing realm. Aren't you ashamed? Divine passage realm expert? Wang Yuyan's face instantly changed, shivering severely. The divine passage realm was incredibly powerful. Far beyond what they could contend with. It's over. Wang Yuyan's heart went cold, panic instantly filling her mind. Senior brother, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me insisting that you come along, you wouldn't have encountered this disaster. Yu Yan is sorry for you. At the same time, a strong sense of guilt rose in Wang Yuyan's heart. Yu Yan, you don't need to feel guilty. Perhaps it is because of me that you fell into this dangerous place. Because of you? Lin Chen's words stunned Wang Yuyan. Lin Chen coldly looked at Li Qingxia. Woman, am I right? Indeed, being older means experience a bit deeper. Li Qingxia faintly smiled, which was an acknowledgement. But I didn't expect you to dare to block my attack with your bare hands, only sustaining an arm injury. That indeed surprises me. Li Qingxia's eyes sparkled as she focused on Lin Chen's chest. She guessed it had to be because of that supreme bone. Only the supreme bone could allow a small cultivator in the spiritual sea realm to resist an attack from an 8th-layer divine power realm expert. The supreme bone is terrifying indeed, Li Qingxia marveled in her heart. Lin Chen, however, was cursing inwardly. In a moment of desperation, he could only use his hands to block. Otherwise, Wang Yuyan would definitely perish. He had not yet fully activated Wang Yuyan's profounding phoenix body. Speak, what do you want from me? Draw a line. Then Lin Chen glared at her and coldly shouted. I want the bone in your chest. Li Qingxia was direct, pointing her jade finger at Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen followed her finger to look at his chest. Then he suddenly realized. I understand, you want to dig out my supreme bone, right? Exactly. Li Qingxia nodded with a bright smile. She must have that supreme bone. Lin Chen's face darkened instantly. But he had many questions in his heart. He had kept his supreme bone suppressed so well that even Su Qingxian had not detected it. How did the other party discover it? Moreover, he had only used the power of the supreme bone once, during the competition outside the Tianqian Holy Land. Could this woman be a powerful figure from the Tianqian Holy Land? In an instant, Lin Chen's thoughts raced as he analyzed the situation. But just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, detected the Daughter of Fate, and simultaneously detected that the host is being oppressed by the Daughter of Fate, activating divine level choice. Option 1, use the talisman left by Su Qingxian to lead the Daughter of Fate, Wang Yuyan, to escape. Reward, Overlord Fist Technique. This fist is fierce and domineering, can fight against the heavens, but the host may face endless tracking and assassination afterwards. Option 2, the host tries every way to suppress the Daughter of Fate and can obtain her destiny. Reward, Heart of Tao Dream Insect, and the first attempt to implant this insect into the Daughter of Fate's body is suggested for the host to conquer all at once and inject the gene of conquest. Chapter 26, Digging My Supreme Bone. Name, Li Qingxia. Age, 24. Fate, 200,000. Physique, White Tiger King Body. Cultivation, 8th layer of Divine Power Realm. Identity, Quasi-Saintess of Tianqian Holy Land. Favorability, 0, no likes or dislikes, thus 0. Hey, this woman really is from the Tianqian Holy Land, and she is a quasi-saintess. After viewing her information on the light curtain in his mind, Lin Chen's eyes tightened again. Her identity truly exceeded his imagination. However, she actually had 200,000 points of fate. Lin Chen's heart began to heat up. Once he suppressed her, he could obtain some of her fate points. And obtaining fate points would allow him to buy things in the system mall. System, I choose option 2. Ding, host choice successful, please complete the option task as soon as possible. Li Qingxia, you don't want the higher-ups of Tianqian Holy Land to know that you, Li Qingxia, set a trap to dig out my supreme bone, do you? Then Lin Chen looked up at Li Qingxia and said with a cold smile. Swish, swish, swish. Li Qingxia's indifferent expression behind the veil suddenly changed, and her pupils constricted violently. He actually knows who I am? How is this possible? Li Qingxia's heart surged with waves of shock. She wore a veil, and they had never interacted. How could he judge who she was? Li Qingxia, are you shocked at how I know who you are? Lin Chen seemed to see her expression behind the veil and coldly smiled. You must know, above your head, 3 feet have gods, if you don't want others to know, unless you don't do it. Humph. You old man, stop pretending to be mysterious. What Li Qingxia, I don't know her. I only know that I have set my sights on your supreme bone. Bang! As Li Qingxia's voice fell, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from her body. In just a blink, it engulfed the entire Grand Hall. This terrifying aura, like a violently erupting volcano, shook the dome above, causing it to thunder continuously. It could collapse at any moment. Yu Yan, during the battle later, seized the chance to get outside the Grand Hall. This Grand Hall could collapse at any moment. Seeing that Li Qingxia was about to strike, Lin Chen emphasized to Wang Yuyan. Senior brother, are you really going to fight her? If she really is the holy maiden Li Qingxia, her strength is too formidable. Wang Yuyan looked worried. Don't worry. Lin Chen smiled confidently. Then he stepped forward, looking at Li Qingxia. With a flip of his wrist, the burning sky talismans that Su Qingxian left him appeared in his palm. This burning sky talisman holds power comparable to a 9th-level divine realm. Moreover, it can be used 3 times. It is extremely powerful. But after some thought, he put the burning sky talisman away. The burning sky talisman could fight against the peak of the divine realm. The opponent only has an 8th-level strength, it would be somewhat wasteful. Furthermore, he couldn't rely solely on external power. This opportunity can be used to strengthen his foundation. System, activate the 50-50 experience card, let me give this woman a little shock. Ding, 50-50 experience card activated, duration of 15 minutes, 2 remaining uses. As the system's voice fell, Lin Chen felt as if something had been added to his body. But he couldn't quite specify what it was. Ridiculous, looking at your stance, are you preparing to take the initiative to fight me? I am really curious, where does your confidence come from, you an old man who only reached the spiritual sea realm at a few hundred years old? Seeing Lin Chen's stance, Li Qingxia couldn't help but laugh. Laugh, girls who love to laugh always have good luck. Swish. Lin Chen moved first. He only had 15 minutes. He must suppress Li Qingxia. Humph, refusing to toast means you'll have to drink the penalty wine. Li Qingxia snorted coldly. She waved her jade palm and struck at Lin Chen. However, to avoid killing Lin Chen, she could only use 30% of her strength. Boom! With a loud sound, Lin Chen's palm clashed with hers, yet neither moved an inch. The force that Li Qingxia unleashed was instantly shattered. How is this possible? Li Qingxia's pupils shrank sharply. In disbelief, she exclaimed, you actually hid so deeply. It seems you are not just a small cultivator in the spiritual sea realm. With the ancient sacred body of the human race and supreme bones, now even Lin Chen's cultivation level is concealed. This man seems somewhat unfathomable. Is he really just an ordinary elder of a small force? None of your business. Lin Chen snorted with a smile. His heart was also a bit shaken. This 50-50 experience card is really impressive. He easily received the attack. Poof. Don't be too pleased with yourself, just now, I was worried about hurting you and only used 30% of my power. Now I am serious. Li Qingxia snorted coldly. The power on her body suddenly surged. This time, she unleashed 70% of her strength. The terrifying power overwhelmed everything, the Grand Hall shook violently, ready to be destroyed. Wang Yuyan, who had retreated to the edge of the Grand Hall, found it hard to breathe, as if fate had gripped her throat. However, Lin Chen remained exceptionally calm. Casually waving his palm, he struck towards Li Qingxia. Boom! The sound was deafening, like a tidal wave, the shockwave dispersed. It blasted Wang Yuyan and Lin Yao, who were at the edges, out of the Grand Hall. A strong opponent in the 8th-level divine realm unleashing 70% of their power is terrifying. However, when the tumult settled, Lin Chen was completely unharmed, calm as a breeze, with one hand behind his back. He exuded an air of fairy-like elegance. Your strength is insufficient, you didn't manage to harm me. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, his aged finger pointing at Li Qingxia as if mentoring a junior. Bastard! Li Qingxia's pupils constricted sharply. A curse burst out. She couldn't understand, she had used 70% of her strength. Why could Lin Chen easily block it and remain completely unscathed? This isn't scientific. Li Qingxia's face darkened as her mind raced. Could it be that Su Qingxian left him some powerful protective item? Something that allows him to fend off my attacks effortlessly? After some thought, she suddenly considered this possibility. There's a good chance it's true. After all, Su Qingxian is a Saintess and a highly skilled practitioner in the Dharma realm. The protective item she left must be extremely powerful. Humph, I didn't expect Su Qingxian to be so kind to this old man. Li Qingxia snorted coldly in her heart. Next, it should be my turn to make a move. At this moment, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. With a whoosh, he rushed forward. A palm struck out like a knife, aimed at Li Qingxia with explosive force. What boldness! From here on, I won't hold back. You old geezer, let me see how long your defensive treasure can last. Li Qingxia shouted fiercely. She unleashed all her strength, 10 out of 10. No matter how powerful the protective item is, it needs to be activated. She didn't believe that Lin Chen, a mere old man in the Spirit Sea realm, could keep it activated for long. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them crashed together, their figures weaving, their strikes like arrows. In a short time, they exchanged over 100 blows, but Lin Chen showed no signs of injury. On the contrary, it was she who was shaken back by Lin Chen's nearly equal power. This 50-50 experience card, the stronger it encountered, the stronger it became. Neither of them could defeat the other, neither of them could defeat the other. Thus, Lin Chen could attack wildly, even if it meant wounding himself in the process. Chapter 27, Offering the Treasure Furnace, Capturing the White Tiger. Lin Chen was perfectly fine. But Li Qingxia faced heavy losses against this equal counterattack. The hits on her body truly hurt. Bang! Lin Chen's technique was cunning, he slapped Li Qingxia right on the chest. Hey, not bad, pretty soft. Bastard! You old geezer, you're asking for it. I'll chop off your claws. Li Qingxia was instantly furious, those claws belonged to the Yuanpeng, but now they had been seized by Lin Chen. Her face turned instantly red, releasing a sharp cry. White Tiger Divine Ability, tear the sky and split the earth. Roar! Suddenly, the space behind her trembled violently. A crack appeared as if it had been torn open, and an incredibly enormous white tiger leaped out. The white tiger was enormous, at least 9 feet long, its snow-white fur radiating with a moonlight glow. Endless ferocity rushed forth. This was the White Tiger Divine Ability that Li Qingxia had comprehended. It must be noted that the white tiger is one of the 4 holy beasts, exceedingly powerful. Then they saw the ferocious white tiger leap over Li Qingxia's head, extending its huge paw to strike at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gray-white hair was blown up. He firmly believed that even a small mountain placed here would be crushed by this white tiger. But he had a 50-50 chance. Let alone the white tiger, even with the addition of the azure dragon, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, he felt no fear at all. Boom! Lin Chen, undaunted, punched heavily at the white tiger. Bang! The huge white tiger let out a human-like yowl, the pain from its paw nearly sent it flying back. After this punch, Lin Chen waved his arm. A red-black furnace appeared in his right hand. Yin Yang Qi Furnace. An incredibly powerful treasure, rumored to be able to swallow heaven and refine earth, encompassing all rivers, and could trap anything, refine anything. He aimed the mouth of the Yin Yang Qi Furnace at the enormous white tiger. White tiger, if I call your name, do you dare to respond? Roar! Already furious from the pain of its paw, the white tiger bellowed at Lin Chen. And after its roar, 2 streams of black and white energy suddenly surged from the furnace. Like tentacles, they pierced into the white tiger in the blink of an eye, pulling the gigantic white tiger back toward the furnace. The white tiger roared in anger, trying to break free. But this pulling force was too great, and the speed was extremely fast. Just as it had the intention to break free, it was pulled into the Yin Yang Qi Furnace. Put! When the gigantic white tiger was pulled into the Yin Yang Qi Furnace, Li Qingxia's delicate body trembled violently. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This was the residual image of her transformed white tiger divine power. Mixed with her vital energy and spirit, now being pulled into the Yin Yang Qi Furnace made her lose connection to it, instantly injuring her mind and spirit. What kind of treasure is this? Did Su Qingxian give this to you too? Covering her clogged chest, Li Qingxia screamed at Lin Chen. She doesn't have such a powerful treasure. Lin Chen chuckled. Then he forcefully pushed the Yin Yang Qi Furnace and launched a fierce attack towards Li Qingxia. Boom! 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 With the enhancement of the yin-yang chi furnace, Li Qingxia immediately fell into a disadvantage. In a hurry, she quickly took out her sword. This Qingxia sword was also a treasure. But after swinging it a few times, Lin Chen had already grabbed her with his fleshly palm. You. Seeing Lin Chen grab her extremely sharp Qingxia sword with his fleshly palm, Li Qingxia's beautiful eyes widened in shock. In that instant, Lin Chen lunged forward. Holding the yin-yang chi furnace up towards Li Qingxia, he smashed it down. Li Qingxia only felt a black blur before she found herself in a very strange space. In this strange space, everything was like a fiery blaze, as if the sky was burning with flames. On the other side, it was pitch black, not even a hint of light could penetrate. Damn it, what the hell is this place? How can it have such a huge contrast? Li Qingxia shouted in anger. One moment she was extremely hot, wanting to sweat. The next moment, she felt unbelievably cold, her hair standing on end. Not far from her, the gigantic white tiger was tightly wrapped by two streams of black and white chi, letting out a whimper of fear. Seeing Li Qingxia enter, it kept calling out to her, as if begging for help. Break free for me! Li Qingxia shouted angrily, swinging her hand to slash at the two streams of black and white chi. Because this gigantic white tiger contained her vital energy and spirit, she had to retrieve it. But at that moment, a wave of flame surged towards her, forcing Li Qingxia to counterattack. However, her counterattack against this wave of flames was like striking a rock with an egg. In the blink of an eye, it burned her clothes and the veil on her face to ashes. Even the fine hairs on her skin were singed away, making her originally smooth skin even slicker. Oh no, what are you doing, Li Qingxia? What you shouldn't see, don't see. Li Qingxia hadn't even realized how her clothes had suddenly burned off. A strange voice shouted from not far away. Lin Chen, with his fingers covering his eyes, appeared very abruptly beside her. Ah! The piercing scream echoed in the space within the yin-yang chi furnace. Old man, hurry and close your eyes and roll out. If you keep looking, aren't you afraid of getting corns? Ah! Li Qingxia jumped around like a frightened rabbit, screaming. Then she quickly took out a new set of clothes from her spatial ring with a flick of her wrist, slipping it on in an instant. For someone of her status, every item she wore was not a mundane thing, just like the one that had just been burned to ashes, woven from 100-year-old silkworm silk. It was fireproof, resistant to blades, and emitted a fragrant aroma. Yet it was burned completely by the unexpected flames that erupted in here. However, just as she donned this new outfit, a wave of cold air struck her, causing Li Qingxia to shiver violently. The teeth inside her mouth, top and bottom, clashed together, banging loudly. Are you cold? Do you want me to warm you up, old man? Seeing Li Qingxia shivering, Lin Chen smiled and asked. Get lost, get away from me. You dare offend me? Even if you are the husband of the Saintess, you will die. Li Qingxia screamed loudly. If it weren't for the fact that she was freezing badly at that moment, she would have rushed over to gouge Lin Chen's eyes out. But just then, another wave of flames suddenly appeared, rushing toward her. Coming again? In that instant, Li Qingxia's face turned green. Does she have to change clothes again? She angrily scolded, using all her strength to fight back against the flames rushing at her. But her immense power was like a cow sinking into the sea, completely devoured and burned out by the flames. In the blink of an eye, the dress she had just changed into was completely burned away. Chapter 28, Ice and Fire, Life and Death Uncertain. Li Qingxia, are you back again? Knowing my identity, you still dare to tempt me. Do you have no shame, considering your senior sister, the Saintess Su Qingxian? Lin Chen covered his eyes with his fingers and shouted at her. You old bastard, shut up. Li Qingxia was so angry that she snorted through her nose, shaking all over. She quickly pulled on another outfit. And sure enough, the bone-chilling coldness followed right after. Hot and cold, like yin and yang, kept alternating back and forth. Back and forth like this, it happened 7 times. In Li Qingxia's storage ring, only a lace-trimmed bodice remained. Wearing it was worse than not wearing anything at all. Holding the bodice in her hand, Li Qingxia cried tears non-stop. Old man Lin, I was wrong, I shouldn't have targeted you. I apologize, please let me go, I really can't stand this ice and fire torture. Li Qingxia hugged herself, half-crouching, crying out to Lin Chen. This completely confused Lin Chen. You were cursing me so happily just now, why are you crying all of a sudden? Lin Chen asked with a weird expression. Whoa, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I won't dig out your supreme bone, just let me go, please. Let's pretend like today never happened, alright? I won't seek revenge for you seeing me naked. Li Qingxia cried and shouted while pleading. So now I should thank you? Upon hearing Li Qingxia's words, Lin Chen sneered. I think you've got it all wrong, the prisoner here is you, Li Qingxia, not me. You have no proper attitude in begging for mercy, it's hard for me to let you off. Saying that, a strong killing intent surged from Lin Chen, sweeping toward Li Qingxia. Li Qingxia's body trembled violently, and she glared at Lin Chen, angrily shouting, "I'm the future Saintess of the Tianqian Holy Land, do you really want to kill me? If you kill me, the Holy Land will never let you go. Even if you are Su Qingxuan's husband, they will never forgive you. The consequences are so severe, I'm really scared." Lin Chen made a fearful expression. But he waved his hand, increased the dose. Boom! His words had barely fallen when 1, 2, 3 or 4 pieces of flame appeared out of thin air, rushing toward Li Qingxia. Ah! The fierce fire tempered the proud woman. In an instant, Li Qingxia's miserable screams echoed through the yin-yang furnace space. But in Lin Chen's eyes, there was no sign of pity. He had lived so long, what hadn't he seen? If it weren't for that young 28-year-old. This terrifying fire had refined Li Qingxia, and then, a wave of coldness came along. The moment Li Qingxia, still burning in the flames, was instantly plunged into a 1,000-meter deep ice cave. Ice and fire alternated, torturing Li Qingxia relentlessly. Her sharp energy was extinguished under the torment. Before long, she couldn't bear it any longer and began begging for mercy from Lin Chen. "Let me go. You can make me do anything. Don't torture me anymore, I beg you." Ding, detecting the fortune of the girl, Li Qingxia, sincerely begging for mercy. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the selection task. Reward, Dao Heartseed Demon Bug, this seed can be refined once a month. It is recommended that the host plant the Dao Heartseed Demon for Li Qingxia." At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Then, a small jade bottle appeared in his mind, with a very special insect image displayed on the surface with runes. Is this what they call the Dao Heartseed Demon Bug? I didn't expect it to look like this. Looking at this insect image, Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Because he had heard of the Dao Heartseed Demon Bug before. Indeed, just as the system had mentioned, once someone took the Dao Heartseed Demon he provided, they would be utterly devoted to him, under his control. And the Dao Heartseed Demon had no antidote. The only antidote was the person who sowed the seed. Moreover, after planting the demon seed, it needed to develop slowly, generally divided into 3 stages. When it reached the last stage, after the demon seed matured, it would be Lin Chen's time to harvest. At that time, everything about Li Qingxia would serve as his wedding dress. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Dao Heartseed Demon Bug. Of course, as the master, he could also choose not to harvest, depending on Lin Chen's mood. "If you want me to let you go, that is possible. But, after all, your status in the sacred land is quite significant. What if you seek revenge on me after you go out? So I'm not very at ease. What can I do to make you feel at ease? I can swear a heavenly Dao oath, forever burying today's event in my heart, never mentioning it to anyone." Seeing that Lin Chen seemed to be considering letting her go, Li Qingxia hurriedly said. "The heavenly Dao is too ethereal, and my relationship with this guy isn't exactly great." Lin Chen snorted in disdain. He had a deep disdain for the heavenly Dao. After all, it was the heavenly Dao that had planted 99 thunder god pillars in his sea of consciousness, suppressing his human race ancient holy body. This had led him to this predicament. Forced to become a tool for the Tianqian sacred land. Otherwise, according to the ancient texts, during the ancient era, the human race ancient holy body was the most supreme physique under the entire starry sky. Lin Chen continued, "If you are willing to swallow this thing in my hand, I will let you go." Swish! As his voice fell, he flipped his wrist, and a rune-inscribed pill appeared in his hand. At the front, it was a pill, and at the back, it was a bug. This was the Dao Heartseed Demon. Li Qingxia's eyes brightened as she looked at the rune-inscribed pill in his hand. "What is this? It's definitely not poison. If you swallow it, I will let you go and tell you what it is. Of course, you don't have to take it." Lin Chen had a delicate smile on his face. I have to admit, at this moment, Li Qingxia, who was curled up and looking pitiful, was indeed quite tempting. Li Qingxia's mind was engaged in a fierce battle. If she refused, it was very likely that Lin Chen would send her to death immediately. If she agreed, she could continue living. She didn't want to die, her talent was so high, and there were many good days ahead. Moreover, she wanted to marry her beloved Yuan Peng. For all these reasons, Li Qingxia didn't want to die. I'll eat it. Li Qingxia opened her not-so-rosy mouth and swallowed the Dao Heartseed Demon Bug that Lin Chen pinched with his fingertips. As soon as the bug entered her mouth, it instantly transformed from a pill into an insect, not following the normal route into Li Qingxia's stomach. Instead, it directly burrowed towards her heart. Ah! Li Qingxia let out a painful cry. "You old man, you deceived me." Chapter 29, The Blessing Before Your Death. Li Qingxia cried bitterly. A tearing pain came from her heart. However, this pain did not last long, it was just pain, but it did not threaten her life. It quickly disappeared. But Li Qingxia felt as if a bug was lying in her heart. This made the extremely cleanliness-loving Li Qingxia shiver. What have you done to me? Why is there a bug in my heart? Li Qingxia asked Lin Chen excitedly. Why are you in a hurry? It's just a bug, it won't take your life. Lin Chen said lightly. A bug? Li Qingxia's eyes trembled as she hurriedly asked, what kind of bug? It's just a heartseed demon bug. Heartseed demon bug? Just? Li Qingxia shivered again, almost cursing Lin Chen. How can you put such a vicious bug on me? Didn't you say you would let me go? Is this what you call letting me go? Li Qingxia roared at Lin Chen, her emotions breaking down. Is this a little too much? Is this how you speak to your master? Lin Chen snorted lightly. In the moment his voice fell, the bug had already completely burrowed deep into the center of Li Qingxia's heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully planting the bug, gaining 50,000 luck points. Meanwhile, Li Qingxia's luck decreases by 50,000, it will slowly rise as her strength increases in the future, and wish the host to cultivate the demon seed successfully soon. At the same time, the system's voice rang in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen immediately rolled his eyes. This damn system is a bit unserious. Lin Chen is not the kind of rogue who leaves seeds everywhere. However, he was somewhat puzzled and immediately asked, System, wasn't Li Qingxia worth 200,000 luck points? Why did I only get 50,000? Ding, if the host kills Li Qingxia, they can receive all the luck points. If they suppress her, they can only obtain 50,000 luck points. Oh, then shouldn't I just kill her? This system does not recommend killing her now. After planting the heartseed demon bug, as the bug bearer grows stronger, her various luck, cultivation, etc., will also be synchronized back to the host. When the demon seed is fully cultivated, the host can reap it all at once. Isn't that wonderful? Damn, system, you are so ruthless, really a skinflint. Lin Chen clicked his tongue after hearing this. However, what the system said does make some sense. After Lin Chen lightly snorted, Li Qingxia's delicate body shook violently. A pressure from a higher being deep in her soul swept through her entire being. It made Li Qingxia feel as if she was experiencing great terror. Uncontrollably, she quickly apologized to Lin Chen. I'm sorry, master. Hiss. That title master made Lin Chen's old eyes tremble. Damn it. The voice contained 3 parts fear, 3 parts respect, and 3 parts grievance. It truly ignited a fire in his heart. Forcing himself to maintain a calm face, Lin Chen said, Be careful how you speak in the future. If you act disrespectfully again, watch out for my slap. Did you hear? Understood, master. Li Qingxia nodded quickly, this time speaking very smoothly. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Get up, dress properly, and fix your hair. Master, all the clothes are burned. Li Qingxia was about to take a piece of clothing from her storage ring. But suddenly remembered that the only remaining piece, her undergarment, was completely burned in the previous ice and fire ordeal. What should we do? I don't have the habit of carrying clothes with me. Lin Chen frowned. He didn't have the habit of carrying clothes because he had gotten older and seldom went out. So he didn't keep clothes in his storage ring. Otherwise, he could have given Li Qingxia something to wear. Then what should I do? Li Qingxia pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. Lin Chen looked at her and his brain turned. Suddenly thought of something and said, I've thought of a solution, wait a moment while I go get you some clothes. Whoosh. In the next moment. Without waiting for Li Qingxia to respond, he disappeared into the space of the yin-yang chi furnace. Li Qingxia instantly hugged herself tighter, tears falling down like raindrops. Senior brother Yuanpeng, I'm sorry, I didn't expect him to ask me about the Tao heart turning to demons. We are fated to be apart in this life, only in the next life. Just as Li Qingxia had some thoughts, a sudden sharp pain shot through her heart. Scared, she quickly threw away those chaotic thoughts completely. This is the terror of the Tao heart turning to demons. Whatever she thought, Lin Chen would know. There could be no betrayal. Otherwise, there would only be one ending, death. Outside, after Lin Chen came out, he heard fierce fighting sounds. He walked over to see that Wang Yuyan was engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Yao. Junior sister, step back, let me catch her. At this moment, Lin Chen spoke loudly. Senior brother, you're here? Wang Yuyan heard Lin Chen's voice, and her surprise was overwhelming. Senior brother, hurry and catch Lin Yao, she wants to escape and I've stopped her. Whoosh. Before Wang Yuyan's voice could finish, Lin Chen's hand was already reaching for Lin Yao. Lin Yao's face turned ashen in an instant. She was easily suppressed to the ground. Death quickly enveloped her. A strong desire to survive made Lin Yao scream out. Lin senior brother, spare me this one life, I beg you. I'm willing to be your servant, just please spare me. Her words were earnest, tears streaming down her face. Hee, not a chance. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He grabbed Lin Yao and turned back to the main hall. Stepping into the suspended Yin-Yang Qi furnace. Junior sister, wait in the main hall for a moment, senior brother will be out soon. As he entered, a voice reached Wang Yuyan's ears. Okay, senior brother, I'll wait for you here. Wang Yuyan nodded quickly. Watching the Yin-Yang Qi furnace floating in midair, she was beyond excited. I knew senior brother would achieve ultimate victory, you are truly amazing. Such a mighty senior brother, who is my Wang Yuyan's man, giggle. Wang Yuyan touched her slightly flushed little face, unable to contain her excitement. It must be known that Li Qingxia is a quasi-saintess of the sacred ground, a powerful being at the 8th level of the divine abilities realm. Yet she was forcibly suppressed by Lin Chen. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would have seemed like a fantasy. Inside the Yin-Yang Qi furnace, Lin Chen held Lin Yao in front of Li Qingxia. Lin Yao looked at Li Qingxia sitting on the ground without a stitch of clothing, completely frozen. It was simply hard to believe. I brought you clothes, take them yourself. At this moment, Lin Chen spoke lightly. Thank you, master. Li Qingxia first expressed her gratitude. Then she looked coldly at Lin Yao. Under normal circumstances, I would dislike this, but in this special time, I'll borrow your clothes. Consider it your blessing before your death. Chapter 30, Using Their Own Plan, A New Choice. Blessing? What kind of blessing is this? Lin Yao wanted to curse, but she had no chance anymore. Because Li Qingxia slapped her, instantly turning Lin Yao into a cloud of blood mist. But her dress remained intact. Then Li Qingxia put on Lin Yao's dress. It was slightly short, and the chest was a bit tight. The rest was fine. After all, Lin Yao was also a pretty and well-proportioned beauty. Just compared to Li Qingxia, she was a bit lacking. Tell me, when did you know I had supreme bone? And why did you want to dig out my supreme bone? You, as a white tiger royal body, would not need my supreme bone, right? Once Li Qingxia finished dressing, Lin Chen looked at her and asked. Li Qingxia was unexpectedly shocked. You actually noticed what body I have? She was quite surprised. She is a royal body, a very powerful physique in the cultivation world. Because those who possess the royal body can become kings 100%. Going further, they can become emperors, even possibly become gods. In today's world, saints are nowhere to be seen. The divine realm is already the pinnacle of the world. Lin Chen smiled lightly. What's so difficult? To me, it's just a sprinkle of water. Continue answering my questions. All right, master. Li Qingxia nodded and said seriously, I know master possesses the supreme bone, which is also an unexpected situation. Then, Li Qingxia recounted the whole story. Yuan Pang, it's actually him who has his eyes on me. Hearing this, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes immediately. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Having double pupils is already an invincible path, why borrow another's bone? Even if it's a later acquired double pupil, it's still extremely powerful, yet he foolishly thinks about digging out my supreme bone to evolve his later acquired double pupil into an innate double pupil. When that time comes, not only will he have a supreme bone, but also an innate double pupil. How beautiful his thoughts are. What master said makes sense, Yuan Pang is too greedy. Li Qingxia hurriedly nodded, but her expression was somewhat fearful. For she was the one who reported the news. If it weren't for her report, Yuan Pang would not have gone after Lin Chen's supreme bone. She could be said to be the originator. No need to be afraid, whether you are the originator or not, since you have become mine now. I will not hold you accountable. Lin Chen lowered his head, as if seeing through Li Qingxia's thoughts. He stretched out his calloused hand, pinching her jade-like chin and chuckled. Li Qingxia did not dare to dodge at all. Instead, she looked at Lin Chen with gratitude and said thank you. Ding, detecting that the host has a new enemy, Yuan Pang, now triggering divine level choice. Choice 1, the host lets Lin Qingxia lead you to Yuan Pang, forcefully suppressing him and telling him that not everyone can have ideas about you. Reward, Premium Dan Medicine, Dragon Sun Blood Soul Dan. Taking this Dan will make you vigorous and full of yang energy. Choice 2, the host sets a scheme, allowing Yuan Pang to dig out your supreme bone. After he uses your supreme bone to evolve his later acquired double pupil into an innate double pupil, the host will then strike to take back your supreme bone and dig out his innate double pupil. Reward, 10,000 Path Jade Bone Dan. Taking this Dan is like refining your bones 10,000 times, making your whole body's bones clean and flawless, just like glass-like bones, extremely powerful. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Lin Chen's mind. After hearing the system's options, Lin Chen's brows instantly furrowed. System, your plan is a bit ruthless. But why can't I dig out his later acquired double pupil and undergo transformation myself? Why must I take this blow? Lin Chen spoke with some confusion. Ding, because the later acquired double pupil is unstable, it will shatter the moment the host digs it out, which is why the second option has such a requirement. So that's how it is, maybe I can't avoid this blow after all. Lin Chen nodded and chuckled. Ding, please make a choice, host. The Supreme Bone is already very powerful. If I get the double pupil, it would be simply invincible, and this 10,000 Path Jade Bone Dan looks much stronger than the Dragon Sun Blood Soul Dan. More importantly, give Yuan Pang hope first. Then let him fall into despair. Playing Yuan Pang like a puppet in his grasp is very interesting. Thus, Lin Chen did not think much and made a decision. System, I choose 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully choosing. Please complete the task quickly. You say, shall we play a trick? Then Lin Chen curled the corners of his mouth into a ghostly smile and continued speaking. Master, you say, Qingxiao will listen to you. Li Qingxiao obediently nodded. Doesn't he want my supreme bone? Then let's play along with his game, give it to him. Lin Chen expressed his thoughts. Li Qingxiao was taken aback. Master, is this too dangerous? It's okay, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. He wants my bones, I can also want his double pupil. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed loudly. Gradually, the entire space was filled with his hearty laughter. Let's go out. Alright, after we go out, don't call me master in front of others, just use your usual way of addressing me. Also, Qingxia doesn't sound nice, from now on, refer to yourself as Xiaoqing in front of me. Yes, master, Xiaoqing will listen to you. Li Qingxia was extremely obedient. Then Lin Chen and she walked out from the yin yang gas furnace together. When Wang Yuyan saw Li Qingxia appear again, she instinctively gasped. Don't worry, Xiaoqing is my person now. Lin Chen smiled gently at Wang Yuyan. Junior sister Yuyan, from now on, you can call me senior sister Xiaoqing. Li Qingxia said with a beautiful smile, very kindly to Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan stood there, stunned. This was a near Saintess of the Tianxian Holy Land, a powerful being at the 8th level of the Divine Ability realm. At this moment, she was surprisingly friendly. She didn't know what Li Qingxia had been through to be so obedient in front of Lin Chen. Don't just talk, give a little gift for our first meeting. At this moment, Lin Chen said lightly to Li Qingxia. The spiritual spring in the back must be unusable. Because the entire main hall had collapsed, the spiritual spring had already been polluted. Okay. Li Qingxia nodded eagerly. She quickly took out good things from her storage ring and handed them to Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan was taken aback. These are too precious, right? The things Li Qingxia handed over looked extremely valuable with just a glance. Don't be polite, junior sister Yuyan, just accept them. Li Qingxia smiled slightly, forcing the items into Wang Yuyan's hands. Wang Yuyan could not resist this enthusiasm. She looked at Lin Chen and then nodded. Then I will accept them, thank you, senior sister Xiaoqing. You're welcome. When we return to the Holy Land in the future, I have many more things in my collection to gift you. I look forward to you breaking through to the spiritual sea realm soon and becoming an inner disciple, junior sister Yuyan. I will. Wang Yuyan nodded firmly. Once I enter the inner sect, I can come often to play with my senior brother. Chapter 31, The Plan in Progress to Dig Up the Supreme Bone. Due to the Holy Land's rules, outer disciples are not allowed to enter the inner sect. So, Lin Chen could only come out to find her, while she couldn't go in to find Lin Chen. Ahem. Lin Chen cleared his throat. You still need to focus on your cultivation, remember not to let other factors hinder your path of cultivation. I understand, senior brother. But if I enter the inner sect, wouldn't it be more convenient for you to help me cultivate? Wang Yuyan said, a shy blush crossing her beautiful face. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly and didn't respond. He wouldn't dare to help Wang Yuyan cultivate with Su Qingxian present in the Holy Land. Then Lin Chen changed the subject and said, let's go, there's nothing particularly valuable in this little secret realm. Let's head back. Then, the three of them arrived at the edge of the Tianxian Holy Land. Lin Chen stopped. Junior sister, you head back to the Holy Land, we still have some other matters to deal with. Senior brother, what are you going to do? Wang Yuyan asked curiously. Going to handle some matters, I'll tell you when I return. Lin Chen smiled slightly. It's better for fewer people to know certain things. Wang Yuyan nodded, not asking further, and told Lin Chen to be careful as she walked toward the outer door of the Holy Land. Let's start implementing our plan. Then, Lin Chen said to Li Qingxia. Okay, master. Li Qingxia nodded obediently. Then the two of them quietly left the place. They arrived at a remote spot where no one was around. Using the sword in hand, Lin Chen opened up a cave. After 6 full days, suddenly a burst of uncontrollable laughter echoed from outside the cave. Li Qingxia quickly ran out to greet. Senior brother, you finally came. Li Qingxia saw Yuan Pang at the door of the cave. She immediately smiled like a blooming flower and said, Ha, we encountered quite a few dangers in that secret realm, and this is the result of rushing over with all we had. Yuan Pang laughed loudly. Then he hurriedly urged, asking about Lin Chen's condition. Brother, you are so impatient. You haven't even told me about the situation with the dragon painting sword. Li Qingxia pouted her soft pink lips and said coquettishly. The matters inside can't be explained in a few words. I'll tell you slowly in the future. Yuan Pang laughed again, then extended his large hand to slap Li Qingxia's perky bottom. But Li Qingxia dodged by turning to the side. His palm hit empty air, and Yuan Pang was momentarily stunned. If you don't tell me, then I won't let you slap. Li Qingxia lightly hummed, pretending to be coquettish. Ha, brother promises to tell you later, I'll definitely explain it to you then. Then let's go in first. Instead of taking advantage of Li Qingxia, Yuan Pang was more concerned about the supreme bone. After saying that, he didn't wait for Li Qingxia's response and took large strides toward the cave. Li Qingxia looked at Yuan Pang's back, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Perhaps it was the influence of the demon worm in her heart. She was very repulsed by Yuan Pang's intimate actions just now. Upon entering the cave, they saw Lin Chen lying on the ground, his eyes wide open, struggling. Did he find out your identity? Seeing that Lin Chen was in a state of awakening, Yuan Pang frowned slightly and asked. After suppressing him, my veil accidentally fell off, and he saw my full appearance. But brother, you don't need to worry, once you integrate the supreme bone, plus the innate heavy eyes, you will be the #1 person in the Tianxian sacred land. He's just a tool for the innate Dao fetus. Do you think the sacred land will stand up for him? Li Qingxia raised an eyebrow and hummed softly. Ha, Sister Xia, you're absolutely right, you've won my heart. Yuan Pang laughed heartily. Li Qingxia's words were very pleasing to him. Then he walked over to Lin Chen's side, crouched down, and said, Old man, you really are favored by heaven, making this holy son even a little jealous. I am the husband of Tianxian Saintess Su Qingxian, and only I can make Su Qingxian give birth to the innate sacred body Dao fetus. If you dare to kill me, Su Qingxian and the Tianxian sacred land will never let you go. Lin Chen glared with angry eyes and roared in fury. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just take a bone from your chest. Yuan Pang laughed loudly. Taking my bone is impossible, I will tell Su Qingxian to avenge me. Once I fuse with your supreme bone, my acquired heavy eyes will evolve into innate heavy eyes. At that time, with the supreme bone and innate heavy eyes, I will be the #1 genius in the sacred land and even the eastern wilderness, with the potential to become a saint lord. My status will be incredibly high. Su Qingxian won't be able to do anything to me. Yuan Pang had a proud look on his face. As long as his value reached a certain level, he was not afraid of any threats. Naturally, there would be powerful figures from the sacred land explaining things for him. Bang! Then Yuan Pang suddenly slapped his palm onto Lin Chen's supreme bone. A surge of power entered, allowing him to clearly feel the smooth and jade-like texture of the supreme bone and its immense power. Good. Indeed it is an innate spiritual bone. Heaven has been kind to me, ha. Yuan Pang laughed excitedly for a few moments. Then he took out a rope made of 1,000 gold vines from his storage space, and quickly tied Lin Chen tightly. Then Yuan Pang said to Li Qingxia, Take him, let's go somewhere else. Go somewhere else? Aren't we just going to dig out the bone? Li Qingxia asked with some confusion. This is an implantation of the supreme bone, the preparation in the early stages must be sufficient. Moreover, once it's implanted into my body, there will definitely be rejection reactions. I need to refine it first. In the process of refining, with the innate power of the supreme bone's innate spirit bone, it promoted the acquired heavy pupils to transform into innate heavy pupils. Every step is interconnected, and there must not be any mistakes. Yuan Pang explained in detail. In order to find a way to let his acquired heavy pupils transform, he didn't know how many classics he had read. He had already memorized them all. In fact, he had long begun to prepare various rare materials. Once he encounters innate spirit bone or similar things in the future, he could act immediately. Senior brother is right, you are really well prepared. Li Qingxia said with a surprised expression, smiling slightly. Opportunities are always for those who are prepared. Yuan Pang laughed heartily. Then, they spoke about Lin Chen leaving this place. Chapter 32 A Hint of Jealousy, from Su Qingxuan's Doubt. A day later, Yuan Pang brought Li Qingxia and Lin Chen to a valley. Junior sister, stay here and watch him for a moment, I'll return to the Holy Land. Some treasures are still at my residence. Okay, senior brother. But what is this place? Li Qingxia nodded, pointing around in confusion. This is a treasure land I accidentally discovered, called Spirit Pool Valley. Did you discover that the aura here is denser than other places? Yuan Pang chuckled proudly. Let me try. Li Qingxia took a light breath. She saw strands of white, silk-like aura entering her nostrils. It's really true, the energy here is indeed dense. Li Qingxia exclaimed. Are there many spirit pools here? Then she hurriedly asked. There are no spirit pools left. Yuan Ping shook his head. Long ago, this should have been a cave dwelling of a powerful sect. But this sect seems to have disappeared, leaving only a mottled stone tablet with a few blurry words on it. However, the aura here is more abundant than in other places. I suspect that if given enough time, the spirit pools that disappeared will return. The mysteries of heaven and earth are not something we can easily guess. Li Qingxia nodded. Senior brother speaks truth. Then hurry up and come back, I'll keep a good eye on him here. Okay, I'll hurry back as fast as I can. Yuan Ping nodded to Li Qingxia. Then he vanished in a flash, disappearing from Li Qingxia's eyes in an instant. After that, Li Qingxia quickly turned to Lin Chen and said, Master, Yuan Ping has left, let me untie this rope for you. No need to rush. Lin Chen smiled faintly, refusing Li Qingxia's kindness. Master is fine, it takes at least 2 or 3 days for him to go back and forth to the Holy Land. You can't be tied up like this all the time. Li Qingxia felt a bit distressed seeing Lin Chen, who was hundreds of years old, still bound by ropes. One must admit, this mind-controlling magic worm is indeed terrifying. If you untie it now and he comes back, wouldn't that catch you off guard? Lin Chen smiled lightly. Then he closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. He probably wouldn't come back, right? Could Yuan Ping still doubt me? Li Qingxia frowned slightly. She felt that Yuan Ping would not doubt her. Xiamei, I forgot to give you something. Just as her thoughts surfaced, Yuan Ping's voice suddenly rang out. It was so abrupt that it made Li Qingxia's delicate body shudder. Senior brother, why are you back again? Li Qingxia quickly turned to look at Yuan Ping, who had returned. I have a treasure here called Songhai Tower, which can change size and has defensive properties. I will enlarge it. You can take this old man into Songhai Tower, so he won't have to sleep out in the wild. Yuan Ping smiled slightly. Then he waved his hand, and a 3-story tower appeared in his hand. He placed it on the ground, and the 3-story tower quickly enlarged. In the end, it became akin to a palace. Standing abruptly in this valley. I've long heard that the Holy Land has a treasure that can change size like a palace. I didn't expect it to be in my senior brother's hands. Looking at that Songhai Tower, Li Qingxia was somewhat surprised. Ha, do you like it? If you like it, I'll gift it to you one day. Yuan Ping laughed heartily. Then he glanced at Lin Chen a few more times, then bid farewell to Li Qingxia and turned to ascend into the high sky. This time he took out a flying magical item, disappearing like a shooting star at the edge of the sky. This guy is really cunning. Gifting treasures is a pretense, let's see if we have any secrets between us. After Yuan Ping completely left, Lin Chen scoffed. Master, you are truly impressive, calculating so cleverly. Li Qingxia looked at him with admiration. Hee, an old man like me wouldn't have lived for hundreds of years for nothing. We are all cultivators. Is it unusual to endure the elements in the wild? Lin Chen chuckled. Then he asked Li Qingxia to untie the ropes on him. Let's go, give me a shoulder rub, a massage. This old bone has been trapped for so long, it's quite tiring. Lin Chen patted his old shoulder and walked towards the Songhai Tower. Li Qingxia's pretty face turned red, and she hurried to catch up behind him. She had never massaged anyone before. She didn't know if some embarrassing scenes would appear. Before long, Lin Chen's relaxed voice rang out inside the Grand Hall. At this time, on the other side, at the Shaozhou Peak of the Tianqian Holy Land. After Su Qingxian returned, she went to Shaozhou Peak to find Lin Chen. This old man isn't here? The house is empty and cold, it seems he hasn't been around for a day or two. Looking at the empty room, Su Qingxian snorted lightly. This time she went to the Dragon Transformation Sword Tomb. She benefited a lot and had a smoother experience than she imagined, getting what she wanted. She even prepared a small gift for Lin Chen. It could greatly enhance the vitality over there for Lin Chen. But upon opening the door, this old geezer was actually missing. Let me see where you are. Su Qingxian quickly closed her eyes. Within the jade pendant she gave Lin Chen, there was a mark she had left behind. No matter where he was, Su Qingxian could sense it. He's actually not in the Holy Land, and it feels quite far away. After sensing for a while, Su Qingxuan's eyebrows furrowed. Under her sensing, the mark on the jade pendant appeared somewhat vague. It was quite distant, making her unable to precisely locate where he was. This old man running off from Shaozhou Peak is one thing, but why has he gone to a place so far from the Holy Land? Doesn't he know that he is acquainted with that outer disciple in this Holy Land? Su Qingxian frowned, somewhat confused. Could it be that they eloped? Suddenly, a very surprising idea popped up in her mind. If he dares, that old man, if he really dares to run off and elope. How dare he? I must break his third leg. A cold glint flashed between Su Qingxuan's brows. Then she pushed the door open and quickly made her way to the outer gate of the Tianqian Holy Land. Greetings, Holy Maiden. Arriving at the outer hall, as soon as the elders saw it was Su Qingxian, they quickly stood up. They all greeted her very respectfully. I am looking for someone. Su Qingxian lightly nodded and then asked. Holy Maiden, please tell us. We will surely do our utmost to help in finding. A few elders nodded quickly. Her name is Wang Yuyan, she is a female disciple of the Outer Gate, find her for me. There are hundreds of thousands of outer disciples. Wanting to find such an ordinary disciple by herself would be too troublesome. The Holy Maiden is actually looking for Wang Yuyan. Is it possible that her reputation has reached the Holy Maiden's ears? As soon as Su Qingxian finished speaking, a middle-aged elder exclaimed in surprise. Do you know Wang Yuyan? Su Qingxian immediately turned her gaze towards him. I know, just a few days ago I hosted a battle between her and another outer sect female disciple. The middle-aged man was Elder Sun, who officiated that day at the battle platform in the line of heaven. Very well, I trouble you, Elder, to help me find her. I have something to discuss with her. Holy Maiden, please don't mention it, come with me, I will take you to find her. Then Elder Sun took Su Qingxian and left the main hall, heading towards Wang Yuya's residence. Elder Sun was very talkative and explained almost every detail of that day's battle to Su Qingxian along the way. After all, Su Qingxian held a high position and possessed great strength, and as a mere outer sect elder, he normally wouldn't have the chance to talk to her. This old fool, using the power I gave him to recover, has become so flashy the moment he steps out, it's truly hateful. But, could it be that he really has an interest in this outer sect female disciple? Listening to Lin Shen show off for Wang Yuya, Su Qingxian felt quite displeased in her heart. A hint of jealousy arose within her, something she didn't even notice herself. Soon, Elder Sun brought Su Qingxian to Wang Yuya's residence. He knocked on the door. Wang Yuya, are you in your room? I am Elder Sun from the outer sect. I'm here, I will open the door for you right away. Wang Yuya's voice came from inside, and then she walked over to open the door. Hello, Elder Sunday. Wang Yuya smiled sweetly and greeted Elder Sunday. Wang Yuya, this lady beside me is the Holy Maiden of the Holy Land. The Holy Maiden needs to consult you about some matters, so you must answer in detail, honestly and sincerely. Elder Sun nodded lightly, then spoke to her very solemnly. Wang Yuya was instantly startled and quickly bowed to Su Qingxian. Outer sect disciple Wang Yuya greets the Holy Maiden. Let's talk inside, Elder Sun, you wait here. Su Qingxian said lightly, then stepped into the room. Wang Yuya's small face was a bit tense as she hurriedly followed. Inside the room, Su Qingxian looked Wang Yuya up and down. She's quite pretty, her figure is nice, no wonder that old fool helps you so often. Su Qingxian's words left Wang Yuya stunned. She looked carefully at Su Qingxian. Holy Maiden, I do not understand what you mean. Could you please clarify? I ask you, where is Lin Chen? Su Qingxian did not answer directly but asked. Senior brother Lin? Wang Yuya was again startled. She did not expect Su Qingxian to ask about Lin Chen's whereabouts. Su Qingxian nodded lightly. Yes, that's him. I went to find him, but did not see him. Someone said he has a good relationship with you and has been showing off. You should know where he is, right? I don't know. Wang Yuya shook her head. Don't know? If you are lying to me, the consequences will be very serious, do you understand? Su Qingxian lightly snorted. After speaking, her gaze fixed on Wang Yuya, as if two sharp swords pierced into her heart. If she dared to lie, Su Qingxian would definitely find out. I understand, how could I dare to deceive the Holy Maiden? But I truly do not know where senior brother Lin has gone. Wang Yuya did not hesitate this time, she quickly shook her head. Since she was telling the truth, Lin Chen and Li Qingxia left after bringing her to the edge of the Holy Land. They didn't tell her where they were going. Alright, it seems you really don't know that old fool's whereabouts. After looking into Wang Yuya's eyes for a while, Su Qingxian could tell Wang Yuya was not lying, so she turned around, opened the door and walked out. Send off the Holy Maiden. Wang Yuya quickly called out loudly. Watching Su Qingxian and Elder Sun leave her sight, Wang Yuya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't senior brother Lin just an ordinary intersect disciple? And his age is already quite large, why does even the Holy Maiden pay attention to him? And it seems that the two are quite familiar. Wang Yuyan frowned, deeply surprised in her heart. You must know that the Saintess of Tianxian Sacred Land holds a high position and great power. Her status is second only to the Saint Lord and the Great Elder. Even those elders from the inner sect would be slightly weaker when they see Su Qingxian. But Lin Chen is just an ordinary inner sect disciple of Spirit Sea Realm, whose time is running out. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Yuyan slapped her impeccably smooth forehead. Wang Yuyan, you are really foolish. If senior brother Lin were really just an ordinary Spirit Sea disciple, how could he suppress Li Qingxia, who was a quasi-saintess? And that demonic python that almost reached the godly conception realm was taken down by him in one move. No matter how you look at it, he is not an ordinary spirit sea inner sect disciple. Wan Yuyan felt like she had been foolish to herself. She criticized herself fiercely. But soon, she became puzzled again. Since senior brother Lin is so powerful, why would he be interested in a small outer sect disciple like me? Is it just because I'm pretty? Wan Yuyan tilted her head, instinctively puffing out her perfectly curved chest. Hee, I do have a bit of capital indeed. But youth is fleeting, I can't stay young forever. I still need a few tricks to secure senior brother Lin's heart. Wang Yuyan gradually quieted down. Her delicate hips slowly sat on the threshold, seriously thinking. On the edge of Tianqian sacred land, Su Qingxian stood here alone. After leaving Wang Yuyan, she said goodbye to elder son and walked out of Tianqian sacred land alone. No, I must go find him. What if that old man encounters an accident? Su Qingxian, would suffer a huge loss. Hasn't this time been in vain? Su Qingxian gazed into the distance and snorted coldly in her heart. Then, her slender fingers danced, casting a secret technique to sense the jade pendant she left for Lin Chen. Although it wasn't easy, she had to find it. Time passed. At the Spirit Pool Valley. After a day and night, Yuan Peng finally returned. Li Qingxia quickly stood up to welcome him. Senior brother, you're back. I'm back. I had to prepare some special medicine, so I was delayed a bit. Yuan Peng smiled slightly. Seeing Lin Chen still trapped in the ropes, his demeanor became incomparably excited. He waved his arm, and a giant bronze cauldron with 4 legs and 2 ears appeared, placed on the ground. A ding? Li Qingxia looked at this giant bronze cauldron with curiosity. This item is called the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. It is an extraordinary treasure. I plan to brew a batch of powerful medicine in this cauldron, then extract his supreme bone and merge it into my body, sitting in this cauldron. To achieve complete integration and transformation. Yuan Peng excitedly explained to Li Qingxia. Senior brother is really well prepared. Junior sister congratulates senior brother in advance for your success. Li Qingxia smiled radiantly, her face filled with admiration for Yuan Peng. Ha, thanks to junior sister for your good words. Yuan Peng laughed heartily, then teased Li Qingxia with a wink. Once I succeed, let's ascend to paradise here, and I'll willingly become the cauldron to assist junior sister in her cultivation. Senior brother, there are still others here. Li Qingxia suddenly showed a shy expression. Chapter 33, Some people rely on their dads, he relies on his grandpa. This shy little girl demeanor instantly ignited Yuan Peng's heart. He wanted to grab Li Qingxia and indulge a little. But he only thought about it. At this critical moment, if Yuan Yan leaked, it wouldn't be a good thing. Then, Yuan Peng stepped forward to Lin Chen's side. Old man, I will borrow your bone for a use. When the day comes, let Su Qingxian conceive the innate holy body, should she kick it away. I can promise you, at that time, this holy sun will protect you. Ha, you're still quite good. Lin Chen sneered, filled with unspeakable sarcasm. But in the next moment, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared. It dazzled Lin Chen's eyes. A superb short knife inlaid with jewels appeared before him, held by Yuan Peng. This knife is called 7 Stars, it is extremely sharp, I will do my best to make you feel no pain. Swish. After speaking, Yuan Peng thrust the knife fiercely into Lin Chen's chest. Thud. The knife directly split open Lin Chen's chest, and immediately a misty substance flowed out, shimmering with colorful radiance, filled with an indescribable divinity. It illuminated the empty grand hall in a dazzling manner. Supreme bone, my supreme bone, ha! Yuan Peng carefully took out the bone that radiated with 7-colored brilliance. He was extremely excited. After letting out a few painful cries, Lin Chen fainted directly. Pathetic old thing. Yuan Peng scornfully sneered. Then he fixed his gaze on the supreme bone, the rune swirling on it, carrying an indescribable aura of the Tao, making him so excited that his arms trembled. He turned to Li Qingxia with a serious command, Sister Xia, I will go to fuse this next, you must guard for me, do not let any outside beings disturb me. Don't worry, senior brother, I will definitely ensure no outside beings disturb you. Li Qingxia nodded solemnly. Then Yuan Peng stood up and stepped into the 9 Dragons Cauldron, which was now filled with all kinds of precious herbs he had placed inside. Swish! After entering the 9 Dragons Cauldron, Yuan Peng gritted his teeth and heavily sliced a wound on his chest. Then he placed the supreme bone inside. Miraculously, as soon as the supreme bone was placed inside, it automatically began to grow on top of it. Runes swirled, divine rings rang out. Endless divine light filled Yuan Peng's entire chest cavity. However, this was extremely painful, equating to growing a new bone in his chest. Almost instantly, Yuan Peng was drenching with sweat, and he could not help but let out a beast-like low roar. Wondrous dual-eyed radiance shining past and present, knowing future and past, refine for me. Yuan Peng roared continuously. He unleashed the power of his acquired dual pupils to madly refine it. If he could not endure this bit of pain, how could he talk about transforming his acquired dual pupils with the power of this innate supreme bone? Time passed, lasting a full 3 hours. The pain in his chest finally lessened a bit. Then Yuan Ping used a bone needle, threaded with dragon tendons, piercing through his skin to stitch it up. After that, Yuan Ping sank deeper into the cauldron. Even his head was submerged. Clouds steamed and mist swirled, waves surged. Inside the 9 dragons cauldron, extremely special phenomena erupted. Moreover, the sound of dragon roars continually echoed. A semi-transparent shield formed above the 9 dragons cauldron, sealing it completely. The mighty sounds of various phenomena were suppressed considerably. Indeed, he is the pride of the Yuan clan of the Eastern Wasteland. Even such treasures exist. Looking at the constantly erupting phenomena from the 9 dragons cauldron, Li Qingxia was filled with admiration. Yuan clan? Yuan Ping is originally a member of the Yuan clan. Suddenly, Lin Chen's voice sounded beside her. Master, you are awake. Li Qingxia quickly ran to Lin Chen's side. I never really fainted. But shouldn't you give me some medicine first? Lin Chen chuckled. Oh no, I forgot all about this matter. I'm sorry, master. Li Qingxia was startled and quickly apologized to Lin Chen. She actually forgot about this matter. It was truly inexcusable. I didn't mean to blame you. Lin Chen shook his head and then asked, but you said this Yuan Ping is a member of the Yuan clan? This Yuan clan is also a huge powerful clan in the Eastern Wasteland, though it cannot compare to the 4 great Holy Lands. It can be said to be the first tier below them. Is it necessary to specifically come to the Holy Land to seek masters and learn skills? Because Yuan Ping's grandfather is a supreme elder of the sacred land, even though he is the pride of the Yuan clan, he basically grew up beside this supreme elder of the sacred land. Oh, this guy has such a strong background in the sacred land? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. The supreme elder of the sacred land is absolutely powerful. They are all ancient monsters with great age. Yes, his background is indeed not small. Some treasures in his hand are not even from the sacred land, nor can someone of his power possess them. Perhaps even the holy maiden Su Qingxian might not have them. Everything is because he has a grandfather who is a supreme elder. However, I don't know why his grandfather, a powerful figure of the Yuan clan, became a supreme elder of the sacred land. Li Qingxia said this with a hint of envy in her eyes. TSK, he relies on his grandpa, while others rely on their fathers. Lin Chen pouted. But I have to say that having a background really gives a head start that is countless times higher than having none. As they spoke, Li Qingxia was preparing to apply medicine for Lin Chen. Looking at his sturdy chest, she could hardly believe this was the chest of a 500-year-old man. It was firm and very fit. Why are you staring at me? Lin Chen lifted his old eyes and saw Li Qingxia staring at his pectoral muscles. Ah. Master, I didn't mean to look. Li Qingxia's face turned red, and she quickly looked away. What do you mean you didn't mean to but still couldn't look away? Lin Chen snorted, I don't care, I've lived 500 years without ever losing. You looked at me, so I have to look back. Ah. Li Qingxia's mouth opened slightly, stunned for a moment. Then she followed Lin Chen's gaze down and instantly her face turned as red as a peony. Because at that moment, her waist was bent at a 90-degree angle as she was applying medicine for Lin Chen. In this position, her clothing's neckline had become almost a half V, with at least 70% of the scenery exposed to Lin Chen's eyes. Master, don't, your senior brother is right here. Li Qingxia's body trembled, quickly covering her chest, her voice soft. Hee, having your senior brother nearby is even better, isn't it? Lin Chen smiled slightly. He reached out an old hand and gently stroked Li Qingxia's exquisitely delicate chin. After a while, Li Qingxia's body jolted, almost squatting down on the ground. Lin Chen was startled, what's wrong with you? I need to excuse myself for a moment. Li Qingxia's pretty face turned as red as a monkey's but, quickly lifting her skirt and rushing outside. Excuse yourself? But you didn't drink any water today. Lin Chen raised his brows, filled with confusion. But soon, a meaningful smirk appeared on his old face. Hey, this little Cheng is still quite sensitive, huh? Chapter 34, I quite like your innate heavy eyes too. Inside the Great Hall, as time passed. The commotion inside the 9-dragon cauldron grew louder, even the lid on top couldn't be contained. There was an overwhelming divine light radiating from within. It seems he is preparing to make a breakthrough, turning his acquired heavy eyes into innate heavy eyes. Lin Chen looked at the movements in the 9-dragon cauldron and said lightly. Yes, according to Yuan Ping, he must strike while the iron is hot. Otherwise, in the future, it will be very difficult for acquired heavy eyes to transform into innate heavy eyes. Li Qingxia nodded. That's good, I originally thought he would need a long time to slowly transform. This way is more beneficial for me, hee. Lin Chen's mouth slightly raised, forming a 45-degree angle. Boom! 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 Again, after half a day, the sound of drums echoed in the nine-dragon cauldron. The lid on top could burst off at any moment, and cracks had already appeared. The commotion grew louder, reaching a critical point. Suddenly, the lid of the nine-dragon cauldron exploded, turning into countless light spots scattering everywhere. Whoosh! Yuan Peng's eyes opened, radiating divine light like a myriad of terrifying rays projected from his eyes. It seemed as if one could truly see through the past, present, and future, perceiving everything. In the originally clear black and white pupils, there was an added layer of golden rings. However, if one looked closely, this golden ring had a small gap. Even so, this terrifying divine might made Li Qingxia nearby shudder violently. She felt an overwhelming pressure. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, senior brother. The innate heavy pupil has reached great completion. Ha ha ha. Hard work indeed pays off. The innate heavy pupil is so terrifying, I feel incredibly strong now. Even if a powerful opponent of the first level of the law realm stood before me, I would dare to fight fiercely. Yuan Peng's laughter was like thunder. He was extremely excited. When he looked at Li Qingxia, she shivered. In that moment, she felt as if she had been stripped bare. It made her extremely uncomfortable. But on the surface, she had to appear incredibly congratulatory. Unless someone acted immediately, she would have to keep faking it. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was still lying there pretending to be unconscious, calculated that now was the time to act. Rumble! But just then, a rolling thunder sounded outside. What a deafening thunder! Li Qingxia immediately turned her head to look outside and said, "Senior brother, why has the sky outside darkened?" "Because I am about to transcend the tribulation." Yuan Peng laughed loudly. "Is it the thunder tribulation of the law realm?" Li Qingxia was suddenly shocked. In this cultivation world, only when one ascends to the law realm does one attract the heavenly thunder tribulation. The law realm can produce the laws of heaven and earth, soaring in the void with immense power. It is intolerable to the heavens, hence the thunder tribulation descends to stop it. No. This transformation from the acquired heavy pupil to the innate heavy pupil is like seizing the creation of heaven and earth, going against the natural order. Thus, it requires the trial of thunder and fire. Yuan Peng explained to her. I see. But I believe, senior brother, you will definitely succeed. That is certain. With my current strength, I can even directly face the thunder tribulation of the law realm. Even facing the dual tribulations, unmatched by anyone, who else but me? Ha 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 ha. Yuan Peng was incredibly wild at this moment. This was the confidence given to him by the supreme bone and the innate heavy pupil. The thunder outside grew louder. Yuan Peng said to Li Qingxia, "Sister Xia, take this old man far away. I am going to take away that Songhai Tower and start transcending the tribulation." "All right, senior brother." Li Qingxia nodded quickly, then grabbed Lin Chen and ran towards the outside. Yuan Peng then waved his hand and took back that Songhai Tower. The thick dark clouds had gathered above, with lightning arcs flashing madly. "Come on, wish me to completely perfect my innate heavy pupil." Yuan Peng looked at the sky and shouted loudly. Rumble! As if in response, a series of thunder boomed in the sky. Then, bolts of lightning struck down towards Yuan Peng. "Kill!" Yuan Peng shouted and attacked the descending lightning wildly. Boom boom boom. All his powerful treasures flew out, but after enduring the thunder tribulation for half an hour, the shining golden ring in his eyes disappeared completely, closing up the gap. Perfected, ha ha ha. Yuan Peng laughed with unparalleled joy. Even though he was injured under this half-hour-long thunder tribulation. But it didn't matter at all. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, senior brother. Li Qingxia hurriedly congratulated him again. Then she eagerly asked, "Senior brother, are you going to continue to face the thunder tribulation of the law realm next?" "The thunder tribulation of the law realm is not urgent. This round of thunder tribulation struck me quite hard. Moreover, I plan to face the thunder tribulation of the law realm after returning to the Holy Land, in front of everyone. I want to declare to the entire Holy Land that I, Yuan Peng, will be the first of the new generation of the Holy Land, ha ha ha." Yuan Peng laughed wildly without stop. His ambition was indeed vast. The supreme bone plus the innate heavy eye has drawn the heavenly tribulation of the Dharma realm, absolutely shaking the world. And this is exactly the effect he wants. Stupid show-off, it's just a tribulation, why act like a peacock? At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Yuan Peng, who was laughing wildly, suddenly paused. He then turned to look at Lin Chen. "Old man Lin, you're awake." "I've been awake." Lin Chen replied lightly. Good that you're awake." Yuan Peng chuckled and walked up in front of Lin Chen. Looking down at him, Old Man Lin, you wouldn't want the others in the Holy Land to know I dug out your supreme bone, right? Lin Chen's brows instantly furrowed. This matter can only be known among the three of us, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. And don't think about exposing me. With the supreme bone and innate heavy eye, the Holy Land might not even need the innate sacred body Dao embryo anymore. Do you understand what I mean? A naked threat. Yuan Peng was very straightforward. Understood. Lin Chen nodded. With a half-smile, he looked at him, but why do you think my supreme bone belongs to you? Oh, and I have my eyes on that innate heavy eye as well. Yuan Peng was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. Old Man Lin, are you telling me a joke? Of course not, I'm borrowing your innate heavy eye. Lin Chen raised his white brow and suddenly raised his hand to punch at Yuan Peng. You're asking for death, you actually dare to strike at me. You should know you're facing the most powerful Yuan Peng. Yuan Peng was directly infuriated, he disdainfully struck back at Lin Chen's hand. Chapter 35, Suppressing Yuan Peng, Digging Bones and Eyes. Yuan Peng's palm was powerful and terrifying. However, to avoid turning Lin Chen into a cloud of blood mist, he still held back a bit of strength. Boom! With a loud bang, the two of them clashed in an instant. How is this possible? Lin Chen actually fought back without any effort, even though he didn't use all his strength, it was enough to astonish Yuan Peng. He was at the peak of the Divine Passage realm, with the Supreme Bone and the innate heavy eye as his supreme qualities. Surprised? Unexpected? Lin Chen chuckled. Arrogant. If this holy sun guess is right, you must have some defensive treasure left by Su Qingxian, but can you withstand one strike from me, let alone 10 or 20? Yuan Peng snorted coldly. His power surged, and he struck again like a blade. A long knife composed of divine light sliced towards Lin Chen. Trivial tricks. Lin Chen scoffed, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist and smashed upward. The divine light knife shattered instantly, turning into countless spirit lights. Then he maintained his striking momentum, crashing heavily onto Yuan Peng's nose. Bang! Yuan Peng's face twisted, sent flying backward from the blow. Damn it, I can't believe I fell for your trick. Yuan Peng was utterly furious. He originally thought Lin Chen couldn't withstand a strike of his 8-part strength. Unexpectedly, not only was it easily broken, but he also took a punch. Old Man Lin, I'm getting serious. Yuan Peng roared. His eyes sparkled with golden light as he activated the innate heavy eye. Under the innate heavy eye, every move of Lin Chen appeared extremely slow in his eyes, filled with various flaws. To become the first person suppressed under my innate heavy eye, you are very fortunate. Yuan Peng laughed wildly. His figure darted forward, with a smug smile as he launched attacks at Lin Chen's flaws. Boom! With a great noise, Yuan Peng's palm once again clashed with Lin Chen's. A terrifying energy storm spread out from the center of the two of them. Large areas of trees were swept away. How is this possible? Yuan Peng exclaimed in disbelief. He aimed at the flaws he saw in Lin Chen. But the opponent directly charged forward at the moment he made his move. He covered up all the exposed flaws and blocked his strike. This reaction speed is something an old man should not be able to achieve. Especially since this flaw could only be seen through his innate heavy pupil, the reaction was too fast. Startling, isn't it? You've got a lot of nonsense going on. Lin Chen sneered, then decisively struck out. Bang! 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 Their figures intertwined, and the two began to fight fiercely. PFFF. After hundreds of moves, Lin Chen fiercely punched Yuan Peng in the chest. He was sent flying, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. You scoundrel, old man, you actually hid your strength, just like me. Covering his burning chest, Yuan Peng shouted angrily. Whoosh! Lin Chen smiled silently and stepped forward to strike at Yuan Peng again. Damn it, you took advantage of me right after I crossed the tribulation, catching me off guard. You old scoundrel are really vile. Yuan Peng roared in fury. Then he quickly dove his consciousness into his storage ring, hoping to take out a precious medicine to recover, but it was empty inside. He had refined almost everything while merging the supreme bone with the innate heavy pupil just now. Boom! Lin Chen's fist arrived again, smashing hard onto his face. Bang! 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 Fist shadows flew like arrows, striking dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. Don't hit my face, you can hit me but not my face. Yuan Peng was beaten to the point of clutching his head and fleeing around. His handsome face visibly turned into a pig's head. Supreme Bone, unleash your power for me. As he fled while clutching his head, he crazily activated the Supreme Bone, starting to gulp down the spiritual energy from the Spirit Pool Valley to replenish his empty reserves. The Supreme Bone was indeed terrifying. Almost instantly, a whirlpool formed above his head. A massive amount of spiritual energy gathered, rushing into his body like a white flood. Then, Yuan Peng summoned a halberd called the Azure Dragon Battle Halberd. It was carved with a vividly lifelike green dragon head, exuding a terrifying ferocity. Azure Dragon Battle Halberd, Master, be careful. This is a very powerful treasure, once a weapon in the hands of a mighty king. At this moment, Li Qingxia saw the Azure Dragon Battle Halberd and hurriedly shouted a warning. What? Master? Yuan Peng, who was absorbing massive amounts of spiritual energy and ready to unleash his power, nearly fell down. Sister Xia, are you calling him master? He exclaimed in disbelief at Li Qingxia. Exactly. Li Qingxia nodded without hesitation. Because of the heart of Dao's demonic goo, she had her entire heart tied to Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen had already taken action, she no longer needed to pretend. How is this possible, how is this possible? Yuan Peng could no longer stand it, he roared in anger. You scoundrel old man, you are not human. Hiding strength to ambush me and stealing my person. Even though you have Su Qingxian, you still eye the food in the pot while looking at the bowl. At this moment, Yuan Peng was even a bit broken. He hadn't even truly enjoyed Li Qingxia's beauty, yet the other party already called Lin Chen master, making him unable to take it. Sister Xia, have you already given yourself to the scoundrel old man? Yuan Peng shouted in tremendous anger. What business is it of yours? Li Qingxia snorted coldly. Ah! 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 Yuan Peng's eyes instantly turned red. She gave herself. Li Qingxia had definitely given herself. Even if he only planned to treat Li Qingxia as a high-quality furnace in the future. But she had done so much for him, making Yuan Peng quite moved, and he had invested some feelings already. More importantly, he hadn't even enjoyed Li Qingxia's white tiger royal body yet. You scoundrel old man, you are going to die. Yuan Peng swung the Azure Dragon Battle Halberd fiercely, unleashing a terrifying dragon roar. Then, surprisingly, he struck out a phantom of the Azure Dragon. Charging towards Lin Chen. Yin Yang Qi Furnace, follow me to battle. With a wave of his arm, Lin Chen summoned the Yin Yang Qi Furnace. Suddenly, a flame capable of burning everything erupted from inside, roaring directly at the phantom of the Azure Dragon. Immediately following, an extremely dark cold flame, chilling to the bone, surged forth as well. Boom! In an instant, under the clash of extreme cold and extreme heat, the phantom of the Azure Dragon shattered. Put! As the Azure Dragon phantom broke apart, Yuan Peng violently spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? This is a king-level divine weapon. Yuan Peng's eyes widened in anger, screaming in horror. King-level divine weapons are usually not possessed even by those at the law phase stage, all thanks to his good grandfather. Normally invincible, he never expected today to be defeated by Lin Chen's weapon, he couldn't take it anymore. Meanwhile, Lin Chen continued to push the Yin Yang Qi Furnace, relentlessly attacking him. Put! Put! After several exchanges, Yuan Peng coughed up blood again, forced to retreat under the onslaught, nearly losing hold of his Azure Dragon War Spear. Damn it! If I weren't still weak from the lightning calamity, how could I fall behind? Wait until I recover, I will come back for a rematch. 100 meters away, Yuan Peng, barely standing with his Azure Dragon War Spear, turned to flee. You think you can run just because you can't win? This isn't a game. Lin Chen sneered, directly throwing the Yin Yang Qi Furnace, which quickly expanded in an instant. With its terrifying black and red flames swirling, the furnace aimed directly down at Yuan Peng. Get out of my way! Yuan Peng roared, pushing the power of the Azure Dragon War Spear to its limit, striking at the descending Yin Yang Qi Furnace. However, his attacks vanished into the furnace as if they had dropped into the sea without a trace. Boom! In the next second, Yuan Peng and his Azure Dragon War Spear were swallowed into the Yin Yang Qi Furnace. Then, with a wave of his hand, Lin Chen brought the Yin Yang Qi Furnace back to himself. Ding, the 55% experience card has expired. Reminder, please take shelter urgently. At that moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. The 55% experience card is truly a great item, but if only it lasted longer, how wonderful it would be to convert it into a lasting ability. Lin Chen's heart flickered with hope. Now, he only had one left in hand and needed to use it carefully. Master, you are amazing, you suppressed Yuan Peng so quickly, and even his Azure Dragon War Spear couldn't withstand your furnace. At that moment, Li Qingxia's amazed voice sounded beside him. This furnace is called the Yin Yang Qi Furnace, a very powerful treasure that contains the essence of yin and yang and can refine all things in the world. Lin Chen smiled faintly. So powerful. Li Qingxia couldn't help but exclaim, hearing about such a treasure for the first time. That's nothing, I will give you 2 others later. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Master, you're so kind. Li Qingxia instantly filled with joy. This Yin Yang Qi Furnace was definitely a rare top-tier treasure in recent times. Normally, it was something she wouldn't have access to in such a short time. Let's go, we need to change places. Prepare to retrieve bones and dig out eyes. Then Lin Chen said calmly. Okay, master. Li Qingxia nodded, and the two quickly left the area. 1,000 miles away, Lin Chen and the others found a secluded spot. They opened up a cave and then Lin Chen summoned the Yin Yang Qi furnace. Entering the space of the Yin Yang Qi furnace with Li Qingxia, they saw Yuan Peng raging like a madman, shouting all sorts of uncivilized words. Lin Chen frowned slightly, not pleased. What's all this shouting? Can't you stay quiet? Damn old man, you finally came. Where is this? I advise you to release me immediately. Otherwise, the sky will collapse and the earth will crack, you will definitely die, not even a god can save you. Yuan Peng suddenly turned his head and shouted at Lin Chen fiercely. Slap! Slap! Without saying a word, Lin Chen gave Yuan Peng 2 resounding slaps. Outside, you call me an old man and I won't bother with you, but in my yin yang furnace space, what should you call me? Call you grandpa. Yuan Peng roared with a fierce expression. Lin Chen snorted lightly, some awareness, but not much. Yuan Peng? Damn it, this holy sun is cursing you, I'm cursing you. Yuan Peng spouted a mouthful of blood in anger. This old man is truly wicked. Chapter 36, Fusion of Innate Double Eyes, All Paths Jade Bone Pill obtained. Yuan Peng was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all ached. Old man, I sternly warn you, I, Yuan Peng, am not just a quasi-saint son of the Tianxin Sacred Land, my grandpa is also a supreme elder of the Tianxin Sacred Land. Besides, I come from the Eastern Wilderness Yuan clan, the power behind me is not something you can imagine. I advise you to turn back while you can, stop at the edge of the cliff. Yuan Peng glared with wide eyes, a ring of golden double eyes manifesting again. He tried to apply psychological pressure on Lin Chen. Clap. Clap. Yuan Peng could not pressure Lin Chen, instead he received a few more slaps. You're using the same old words, are you planning to take the exam? Lin Chen scoffed, let me give you a piece of advice, don't say I didn't warn you. This supreme bone, this double eye, I will definitely take it. Swoosh. Lin Chen pointed with his hand, and in an instant, a yin-yang aura appeared out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around Yuan Peng. Then he pulled off Yuan Peng's storage ring. He took out the 7-star blade that had previously dug into his chest. With a thrust, he stabbed it into Yuan Peng's chest, driving it straight down. Immediately, an extremely brilliant light burst through the flesh and blood. In just a few moments, Lin Chen had dug out the supreme bone again. Then, he raised the blade, aiming at Yuan Peng's eyes. Stop, the supreme bone has been dug out, give it back. You absolutely cannot dig out my innate double eye again, I am willing to pay any other price. Even if it means becoming your grandson. Yuan Peng couldn't hold on anymore, losing his double eye meant he was basically crippled. From a supreme genius to a half-damaged person, how could he stand it? Old man, I don't even have a son yet, suddenly gaining a grandson, how embarrassing. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Yuan Peng was thinking rather beautifully. Of course, Lin Chen wouldn't let him go. Stab. The blade tip pierced into Yuan Peng's eye, directly digging it out. Boom. Boom. After being dug out, it was as if the yin-yang furnace space had come alive. The blinding golden light illuminated the area like daylight. Mysterious symbols of the heavens flowed on it. Responding to the great path symbols on the supreme bone in his hand, filled with wonderful mystery. This is the image of the innate double eye, extremely terrifying. Then Lin Chen brought down the blade, also digging out the other eye. With both eyes dug out, Yuan Peng's double pupils became empty, bright red blood flowed down. It looked extremely terrifying. Puff. Puff. Yuan Peng's spirit suffered heavy damage, blood spewed out in large mouthfuls. Old man, you won't have a good death, you will face divine retribution. I will definitely take revenge on you, fiercely take revenge. Yuan Peng roared with a broken heart. His resentment filled the sky. To take revenge, you need to have that opportunity. Lin Chen chuckled, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. The knife tip aimed at Yuan Peng's brow, ready to stab in. Master, don't kill him yet. But at that moment, Li Qingxia suddenly spoke up to stop Lin Chen. If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow back in the spring. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and said to Li Qingxia. Master, I'm not asking you to let him go. Li Qingxia quickly explained. Then what do you mean? Lin Chen looked at her indifferently. He is the quasi-saint son of the sacred land. He left a soul token in the Holy Land. Once he dies, the soul token left in the Holy Land will shatter, and his grandfather will know. At that time, he will definitely investigate the cause of Yuan Peng's death, and it will be easy to trace it back to me. It's possible that they could find my master through me, as strong figures at the level of the Grand Elder can use soul-searching secret techniques. So I suggest to the master, it's better to keep him locked up in this yin-yang chi furnace for now. Wait until the master becomes strong enough, then kill him. I see. You have a point. After hearing Li Qingxia's explanation, Lin Chen nodded. No wonder disciples of large powers rarely get killed openly when they are out. It is because they have soul jade left in the sect. To extract a wisp of soul and place it into the soul jade, a strong figure at the king level must be present in the force. Only a king-level strong person has the means to extract another's soul without harm. Then let's do as you say and temporarily keep him locked in this yin-yang chi furnace. I need to go out and merge the innate heavy eye and the supreme bone now. The yin-yang chi furnace is isolated from the outside world, it is an independent space. Lin Chen needs to absorb the power of heaven and earth to merge the innate heavy eye and supreme bone. There is nothing here, it's all empty. I will go with you, master. Li Qingxia left the yin-yang chi furnace space with Lin Chen, leaving Yuan Peng behind to scream and curse. After exiting, the cave was suddenly bright with a myriad of rosy lights. It was almost as bright as daylight. With a poof, Lin Chen cut into his chest with a knife, placing the supreme bone inside. Then he needed to make 2 cuts on his own eyes. He was going to put the innate heavy eye into them. Ding detected that the host's scheme succeeded, successfully extracted Yuan Peng's innate heavy eye and placed it into his own eyes. Reward, 10,000 path jade bone pill. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Then a pill, resembling white jade and without any blemish, appeared in front of Lin Chen. A pill? Seeing the white jade pill suddenly appear, Li Qingxia was stunned. She fixed her eyes on it, and instantly felt her whole body tremble. She seemed to be sucked into an endless whirlpool, where colors dazzled and scenes multiplied, making it hard to extricate herself. Wake up! Just as Li Qingxia felt she was about to merge into it, Lin Chen's soft shout sounded by her ear. It pulled Li Qingxia back at once. She shivered and instantly felt cold sweat soaking her dress. The fabric clung tightly to her skin, outlining a more perfect figure. Master, what happened to me just now? I felt like I was about to melt. Li Qingxia asked Lin Chen with a face full of terror. You weren't seeking to melt, you were indeed melting. You were just in the process of dissolving. Dissolving? Li Qingxia shuddered instantly, becoming even more frightened. Dissolving represents death. Unknowingly, a person could die. And once dissolved, there would be no saving them. This pill is called 10,000 path jade bone pill, containing boundless forces of heaven and earth. With your cultivation, you are far from reaching the level to comprehend the ways of heaven and earth, so when you are attracted by these forces and cannot escape, you will dissolve. Lin Chen explained to her. This was an introduction to the 10,000 path jade bone pill. Oh my, in this world, there are such powerful pills. Li Qingxia was shocked. She could be considered well-informed. But she had never heard of such a powerful pill before. The world is vast, and a person is small, there are still many things you do not know. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Then he looked at the 10,000 path jade bone pill in front of him. The mouth opened. Directly swallowed into the stomach. Boom, at the moment the myriad jade bones elixir was swallowed, a tremendous sound echoed from Lin Chen's body, like the resonance of the great Tao. It was like a violent wave, extremely terrifying. Blinding light burst forth from his body, making Li Qingxia involuntarily raise her jade hand to cover her eyes. So strong. The master actually has such a pill, what is his identity? Could it really just be a third-rate power, an ordinary elder of a small ferrying immortal gate? Looking at Lin Chen, who was glowing all over, Li Qingxia's heart was filled with confusion. She really wanted to dig deeper into Lin Chen's whole being. Chapter 37, Qingxian Chased, Mountain Treasures Emerge? The myriad jade bones elixir contains the essence of the world. According to the system's explanation of this elixir, taking it is like being tempered by 1,000 paths, refining one's body until it is pure and flawless, as clear as glazed bone. As Lin Chen closed his eyes to refine and merge, the phenomena around him became more and more terrifying. Li Qingxia was so shaken that she retreated to the edge of the cave. The phenomena is so frightening, I need to seal the cave entrance. Otherwise, if someone happens to pass by here, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Standing at the cave's edge, Li Qingxia pondered for a moment. Then she walked out of the cave, quickly turning back. But in her hand, she held a massive stone, weighing tens of thousands of pounds. With a loud bang, Li Qingxia blocked the cave entrance with the giant rock. Then she sat cross-legged at the entrance, waiting quietly. As Lin Chen continued to cultivate, a gigantic vortex of spiritual energy formed outside the cave. It drew in the spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around, pouring it into Lin Chen's body. Even this range kept rapidly expanding outward. In a short time, it reached several thousand miles. Such a massive commotion attracted the attention of many people. Some nearby forces hastily sent strong individuals to follow the direction of the spiritual energy flow to the cave Lin Chen had opened. Spiritual energy from thousands of miles is being completely absorbed, like a river bursting its banks. Is there some supreme expert cultivating in this mountain? Someone looked at the cave, astonished, and said, "In my opinion, it shouldn't be a supreme expert cultivating here. How could such a desolate place possibly attract a supreme expert?" An old man with white hair chuckled. "Vice Leader Wang, you have seen much of the world, why don't you tell us what's going on inside? How could it absorb such a large amount of spiritual energy?" Some people looked towards the white-haired elder in inquiry. The white-haired elder named Wang Dong was the vice leader of the Eastern Sun sect. This Eastern Sun sect was quite reputable over a range of thousands of miles. "Everyone, you flatter me." Wang Dong smiled lightly, stroking his graying beard, and said, "In my view, there should be a mountain treasure emerging inside." Mountain treasure? His words left everyone present momentarily stunned. "Wang Dong, you say there's a mountain treasure emerging? How could there be a mountain treasure in such a barren land? This is not some paradise, how ridiculous." A scoffing voice sounded nearby. This was also an old man, stout in build, his face filled with mockery. "Yes, in such a barren place, how could there be mountain treasures? I've heard that mountain treasures are born of heaven and earth, and can only grow in paradises. Their value is extremely high. I think it should not be a mountain treasure." The stout elder finished speaking, and many people nearby nodded in agreement. The prejudice in people's hearts is a great mountain, it does not deceive me." Facing everyone's doubts, Wang Dong smiled calmly. "Wang Dong, don't keep us in suspense, if you know something, just tell us." The stout elder snorted coldly. "Well, let me ask all of you, have you ever seen a mountain treasure come into existence?" Wang Dong looked at everyone with a faint smile as he asked. The crowd frowned, thought for a moment, and all shook their heads. The burly old man snorted lightly. "It is said that mountain treasures are born in hidden paradises, which have long been occupied by powerful forces or families. Even if a mountain treasure were to appear, outsiders would not know. Yes, the hidden paradises have long been occupied. How could we have the right to go and see?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Dong remained calm. "You are right. I have never been to those hidden paradises either. But I have seen a mountain treasure come into existence." "You have seen it?" In an instant, everyone was filled with suspicion. "That's right, I have seen it. And the place where the mountain treasure appeared was even worse than here. It was on a barren mountain where hardly any grass grew, marked by cracks from erosion. The mountain treasure looked like a piece of beautiful jade, emerald green, and full of divinity, its light shimmering like ribbons. That day attracted many strong people to compete for it, and in the end, it was taken by a very powerful king. At that time, I was also puzzled as to why there would be a mountain treasure in such a barren place. Later, after verifying through many sources, I learned that mountain treasures are born naturally. Heaven and earth are the great way, with one yin and one yang. When things reach their extremes, they must reverse. Only in barren lands can mountain treasures grow. The hidden paradises, because of their rich resources, cannot give birth to mountain treasures. So, I say there might be mountain treasures in this cave." "I see. That really sounds reasonable. When things reach their extremes, they will reverse, just like blooming flowers on barren land. Mountain treasures absorb the essence of heaven and earth, hence, they grow in these barren lands." "That makes so much sense. As expected of Master Wang, you are truly knowledgeable." Everyone listened, feeling enlightened. They all praised Wang Dong. Wang Dong's face was full of smiles as he looked smugly at the burly old man who had just questioned him. "Jin Chuanda, shall we have another bet?" The burly old man, Jin Chuanda, suddenly darkened his expression. "Humph. So what if there is a mountain treasure? Even if you are right, what difference does it make? To obtain the mountain treasure, strength must prevail." Jin Chuanda snorted coldly. "You are right. Treasures belong to those who have virtue, and it is of course based on strength. But I warn everyone, do not rush to break the mountain or shatter the stones. You must wait until the mountain treasure matures, and its light retracts before making a move." Wang Dong chuckled. But immediately his expression darkened, and he stared sharply at the crowd. Especially at several young people who had quietly crept close to the massive stone. After he finished speaking, these young people's bodies suddenly stiffened. Jin Chuanda glared at Wang Dong and questioned, "I plan to make a move first." "What do you mean by this, Wang Dong?" "If the mountain treasure is still immature and is disturbed by an external force, it might shatter and return to heaven and earth. Only when it is fully matured is it time to pick it. So no one can make a move now. Whoever tries to step in and destroy the mountain treasure, I, Wang Dong, will not be polite." After finishing, an extremely powerful aura surged from Wang Dong's body. He was indeed a strong practitioner with remarkable abilities. It turns out there is such a saying. Then I, Jin Chuanda, also reserve the right to speak. If anyone destroys the mountain treasure, I will not be polite. Boom! A powerful aura also erupted from Jin Chuanda's body. He was also a practitioner with remarkable abilities. Then, other strong practitioners also began to express their intentions. This caused many who had their own thoughts to quickly calm down. They quietly waited for the mountain treasure to be born. And behind the crowd, a woman arrived quietly. She was dressed in a luxurious long dress, her waist incredibly slender. With proud, long legs. Unmatched beauty. At this moment, she furrowed her delicate brows and murmured to herself, "Mountain treasure? Is there a mountain treasure emerging here? Could it be that Lin Chen, that old man, came out to search for the mountain treasure?" The stunning woman was Su Qingxian, the holy maiden of Tianxian, the leader of the Eastern Wilderness Rouge list. She had gone through great efforts to track it down here. Chapter 38, Treasures Belong to the Virtuous. Su Qingxian was very suspicious, as this place was indeed a bit far from Tianxian sacred land. A 500-year-old old man, is he not afraid of straining his muscles and causing illness by running so far? However, when her gaze swept around, she still did not see Lin Chen's figure. This old man wouldn't have intentionally disguised himself, would he? Su Qingxian sneered inwardly and then did not carefully sense Lin Chen's location any further. It could be determined that he was here, and sooner or later, he would be found out. She was somewhat interested in this mountain treasure. Time slowly passed. The amount of spirit energy absorbed was increasing. The whirlpool was so large, it resembled a small lake. The people waiting nearby felt comfortable all over, as if bathing in spirit rain. And inside the cave, there were countless wonders. Lin Chen's spiritual sea was rapidly expanding. 17,000 meters, 18,000 meters, 19,000 meters, 20,000 meters. Boom! When his spiritual sea reached 20,000 meters, an earth-shaking roar suddenly erupted from within his body. Li Qingsha, who was watching at the cave entrance, seemed to see an endless ocean emerging behind Lin Chen's mind. Then, his realm barrier was violently broken, leaping to the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. But this wasn't the end. He leaped again. Spiritual sea realm 6th level, spiritual sea realm 7th level. Heavens, the master just reached the spiritual sea realm. Li Qingsha immediately stood up, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She had thought Lin Chen was playing dumb, hiding his true level, otherwise, how could he easily suppress both her and Yuan Pang? But now, Lin Chen's breakthrough in realm was definitely not fake. This meant that Lin Chen, at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm, had suppressed 2 strong cultivators at the divine ability realm. Especially Yuan Pang, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine ability realm. This was simply unscientific. And looking at Lin Chen's incredibly vast spiritual sea, it didn't seem like a 7th level spiritual sea realm at all. This range of the spiritual sea is simply ridiculous. Is it really still 7th level? Li Qingsha was dumbfounded. It was simply unbelievable what her eyes were seeing. A spiritual sea range exceeding 20,000 meters would scare a lot of people if it got out. At this moment, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, joy evident on his face. This time, he gained a lot. Not only did he obtain the innate heavy pupils and elevate his level, but he also had one less thunder pillar sealing the ancient holy body of humanity in his spiritual sea. This unlocked part of his ancient holy body of humanity, once the number 1 physique in the heavens. One day, when it was fully unlocked, he could shake the heavens with his physical power. Putting away the divine light from his body, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes and saw Li Qingsha staring at him in a daze with her red lips slightly parted. "Little Qing, why are you looking at me like a fool? Do I have light on me?" Lin Chen chuckled, standing up and walking towards her. Li Qingsha suddenly jolted. "Yes, master, you have light on you." Li Qingsha quickly nodded seriously. White hair, white beard, tall and straight. What a handsome old man. You. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. If it weren't for the heart demon curse, Li Qingsha would surely dream of killing him. And what light could there possibly be? Let's go, today's harvest is good, full of energy. We should return to the sacred land now. Then, Lin Chen said lightly. He estimated that Su Qingxian must be going crazy searching for him in the sacred land by now. Along the way, he still needed a good excuse. Boom boom boom. Li Qingxiao was about to nod when a loud roar erupted outside the cave. Her face instantly turned sharp. "Master, someone is coming. Just respond." Lin Chen smiled lightly. Boom. After a few breaths, the giant rock that Li Qingxiao had moved was shattered with a loud noise. "Ha, the mountain treasure is mine, whoever tries to take it will be in trouble. Be sensible and get lost, no one who rashly seeks treasure has survived. Kill, the mountain treasure belongs to the worthy." The roar echoed through the skies, deafening. One after another, figures jumped and dashed wildly toward the cave. But before anyone could rush into the cave, they quickly stopped. One by one, they stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen and Li Qingxia standing at the cave entrance. In the back of the crowd, Su Qingxian was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. How did that old man end up with Li Qingxia? She was shocked. Hadn't they already gone to the Dragon Transformation Gorge? Although she hadn't seen Li Qingxia after entering the gorge, it was a vast place. Moreover, everyone was focused on competing for treasures. Now, unexpectedly, she saw Li Qingxia here. And she was with Lin Chen. It was truly puzzling for her. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Li Qingxia were also bewildered. Why did so many people suddenly come? Outside the cave, there was a dense crowd blocking the way. And each one of them looked aggressive. Bastards! We have been waiting here, and someone got ahead of us. Disgraceful, Wang Dong, didn't you say we shouldn't disturb the mountain treasure before it matured? Then why are there already people waiting inside? You need to explain yourself. No one responded to Lin Chen and Li Qingxia. Instead, they all roared in anger, starting to fight among themselves. Jin Chuanda even pointed a finger at Wang Dong, angrily rebuking him. Wang Dong, who was also in the first tier of competition, had a very ugly expression. How the hell was I supposed to know there were already two sneaky ones here? Wang Dong cursed angrily in his heart and said in a gloomy voice, I'm not sure either. They probably received news ahead of time, and the mountain treasure hadn't come out when they arrived. But that's not important, what matters is that we can snatch it from them. Humph, then why were you acting all high and mighty? As if you were so knowledgeable. Jin Chuanda let out a cold snort. Then he turned to glare at Lin Chen and Li Qingxia. Hand over the mountain treasure you have, and you might have a chance to live. Otherwise, you will surely die. That's right, hand over the mountain treasure now, or you will have no place to die. Angry shouts echoed in Lin Chen's and Li Qingxia's ears. Lin Chen and Li Qingxia looked confused, surprised, and said, Mountain treasure? Is there a mountain treasure here? Are you playing dumb? You old man really isn't honest. A young man dressed in fine clothes pointed at Lin Chen and angrily shouted. You are outrageous. Not everyone can be pointed at like that. Li Qingxia shouted coldly and immediately took action. With a loud bang, the young man didn't see how Li Qingxia struck, he was sent flying. He fell to the ground, spitting blood in agony, howling in pain. Bastard! You woman actually dared to sneak attack my grandson. I, Meng Xiong, will take you down. Immediately, an old man rushed out. He was the eldest elder of the Meng family, which was also a very powerful family in the surrounding area. The family had a strong ancestor in the law aspect realm. And this Meng Xiong had powers of the divine ability realm. That woman is finished, the Meng family elder is in the third level of the divine ability realm. She looks quite pretty, though a bit arrogant, what a pity. Seeing Meng Xiong make a move, everyone shook their heads. They thought Li Qingxia was doomed. But in the next second, Meng Xiong, moving faster than he had rushed in, was sent flying. By pure chance, he crashed right onto the young man in fine clothes. Half of his body was smashed to pieces. He twitched a few times and died on the spot. Hiss. In an instant, the sound of people gasping in shock echoed endlessly. Chapter 39, Rubbing Intelligence on the Ground. So powerful. Meng Xiong, at the third level of the divine power realm, was instantly beaten to such a state. Even his grandson was crushed to death by him. The people present couldn't help but tremble and step back involuntarily. Is there anyone else who doesn't want to live? Step forward. Li Qingxia looked at everyone coldly and said. In front of Lin Chen, she was little Qing, but in front of these people, she was the esteemed Saintess of the Tianqian Holy Land, Li Qingxia. After her words fell, everyone looked at each other, weighing the situation. In the end, it was the elderly Wang Dong and Jin Chuanda, who had the strongest backgrounds, that couldn't help but speak to Li Qingxia. We only came here to look for mountain treasures. If the girl has obtained the mountain treasure, that's your skill, but could you let us take a look to satisfy our curiosity? Wang Dong said with a serious face. Yes, none of us have seen the mountain treasure. Even if we can't get it, it's good to have our eyes opened. Besides, we are all forces within 1,000 miles, we don't even know where the girl comes from? Jin Chuanda added. Haha, what are you all? You want to know which force I come from? Or is it that knowing which force I come from will allow you to secretly take revenge? Li Qingxia sneered, immediately seeing through their thoughts. Wang Dong, Jin Chuanda, and the others' faces darkened, sarcastically saying, the girl is exaggerating a bit. But this mountain treasure was discovered by all of us together, everyone should have a share, yet you won't even let us see it. Isn't that a bit too much? Yes, not even letting us see it, isn't that too much? Do you want to provoke everyone's anger? In an instant, chaotic shouts filled the air, with people berating and demanding Li Qingxia to hand over the mountain treasure. A trace of fierce anger flashed in Li Qingsha's eyes. She lowered her voice and said to Lin Chen, "Senior brother Lin, should we kill them all?" When they were alone, she called him master, but in front of others, she called him senior brother Lin, as he instructed her to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Do whatever brings you joy." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "I understand." Hiss. A sharp killing intent surged from Li Qingsha's eyes. Suddenly, with a flash of cold light, Li Qingsha holding a sharp sword vanished from the spot. Swish, swish, swish. Sword shadows filled the air, blood shot forth. Those making a ruckus were swiftly cut down like weeds. "Run! She's a female devil. A cold-blooded female devil, you'll face heavenly retribution." The crowd cursed and frantically scattered. But Li Qingsha was fast enough, and her methods were ruthless. Even Wang Dong and Jin Xuanda, renowned old strongmen in these parts, all met their demise. Like a release of pent-up frustration, she nearly wiped out everyone here, except for a few who were at the edges and hadn't managed to act in time. However, Li Qingsha suddenly trembled. She looked in disbelief at the back of the crowd, beside a red pine, at an exceptionally beautiful figure. "Saintess? What are you doing here?" Li Qingsha exclaimed in surprise. It was Su Qingshuan. "Can't I be here?" Su Qingshuan's voice was clear as she walked out from beneath the red pine with her long, jade-like legs. At the mouth of the cave, Lin Chen's old face twitched suddenly. Damn, how did Su Qingshuan end up here? He was extremely surprised. He had been thinking of returning to the Holy Land early to avoid Su Qingshuan going crazy looking for him and not being able to find him. As it turned out, Su Qingshuan had directly blocked the entrance. I really didn't expect that my junior sister would be with Lin Chen. This greatly exceeded my expectations. As Su Qingshuan moved, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Qingsha and she asked. A hint of panic flashed through Li Qingsha's heart, feeling like a mistress caught in an affair by the rightful wife. I, Saintess senior sister. Speaking of which, I have to thank junior sister Qingsha. If it weren't for junior sister Qingsha, you might have to wear mourning clothes for this old man. At that moment, Li Qingsha, unsure of how to respond, suddenly heard Lin Chen's loud laughter as he walked toward them. Who would wear mourning clothes for you? Su Qingshan rolled her eyes in annoyance. She was only in her 20s, did she really have to become a widow? That was too unlucky. However, her eye roll was full of charm, which made Lin Chen feel quite pleased. Let me explain to you the specific reason. Lin Chen smiled slightly, his expression calm as he said, there is indeed a treasure here, but it is not something that grows naturally, rather, it is another kind of treasure. I had nothing to do with the Holy Land, and I didn't know when you would return, so I went out to travel and unexpectedly ran into it. I chased after it all the way, but there were some mistakes in between, and I forgot to bring the talisman you gave me. Just at this dangerous moment, junior sister Qingsha happened to pass by and helped me. So the two of us chased after it and ended up here. Yes, it's exactly like that, senior sister Qingshan. What Lin's senior brother said is absolutely right. Li Qingsha hurriedly nodded. In her heart, she secretly gave a big thumbs up to Lin Chen. After all, an old fox is still cunning. Living long enough, his mind works quickly, and he has a thick skin, just speaks without hesitation. Could it really be so coincidental? Su Qingshan raised her brows. She felt Lin Chen's reason was a bit like rubbing her intelligence against the ground. This is the item, if you don't believe it, take a look. Lin Chen took out the yin-yang qi furnace without hesitation. Su Qingshuan's gaze was instantly drawn to it. This really isn't an ordinary item, I can sense that it holds an incredibly vast power. Su Qingshan let out a surprised voice after a slight sensing. Then she extended her jade hand, come, let me see. Here you go. Lin Chen generously handed the yin-yang qi furnace to Su Qingshan. Li Qingsha quickly looked over, a trace of nervousness flashing across her face. Lin Chen subtly shook his head, signaling her not to worry. He knew Li Qingsha was worried that Su Qingshan would discover the yuanping inside the yin-yang qi furnace. But this yin-yang qi furnace was his. Except for him, anyone else's consciousness entering would only see endless darkness and could not glimpse the situation within the yin-yang qi furnace's space. Chapter 40, Time is tight, tasks are heavy. Su Qingshan probed her consciousness into the yin-yang qi furnace. She only felt that this yin-yang qi furnace was extremely extraordinary, containing unfathomable energy. Inside the yin-yang qi furnace, Yuanping sensed a trace of consciousness exploring in. He was extremely anxious and hurriedly shouted, hoping to attract this trace of consciousness's attention to save him. What if Lin Chen suddenly has an accident, and this yin-yang qi furnace gets taken away by someone else? It wasn't impossible. But no matter how loudly he shouted, this trace of consciousness inspected him a circle and then withdrew. This really is a good item, although I don't know what this treasure is. But I feel that there can't be many that can compare to it even in the Holy Land. After the consciousness retreated, Su Qingshan exclaimed in amazement. There is only this one treasure, but it belongs to you too. How are you going to divide it? Then she looked at the two and asked. Li Qingxia and Lin Chen were both taken aback, not expecting Su Qingxian to suddenly ask this question. However, Lin Chen's reaction was also very quick. This Yin Yang Qi furnace has already recognized me as its master, so it is mine. Really? Su Qingxian was a bit surprised. She cast a doubtful glance toward Li Qingxia. When did Lin Qingxia become so generous? Is it just because Lin Chen is her so-called husband? She thought it was a bit impossible. Lin Qingxia's mind raced as she came up with a response. But Lin Chen reacted even faster. I got a little hurt when I chased after him, and some blood accidentally splashed onto the Yin Yang Qi furnace, and it recognized me as its master automatically. Blood recognized the master? A flash of surprise crossed Su Qingxuan's beautiful eyes. That's right. If you don't believe me, let junior sister Qingxia try pushing it to see if she can activate it, and you can too. Lin Chen had a smile on his face. I'll give it a try. Su Qingxian immediately poured a powerful force into the Yin Yang Qi furnace, but it was like a clay bowl entering the sea, not creating a single ripple. The Yin Yang Qi furnace remained motionless, like a brick. This is the first time I've encountered such a treasure. Besides the master, no one else can use it. Su Qingxian clicked her tongue in wonder. She handed the Yin Yang Qi furnace to Lin Qingxia. Lin Qingxia poured her power into it, and it was just as still as a brick. Then it returned to Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen pushed it, and the Yin Yang Qi furnace erupted with a terrifying wave. One yin and one yang, extreme cold and extreme heat alternated and erupted from the furnace's mouth. One side scorched the skin, while the other was dark and cold. Two completely different powers emerged simultaneously, each one captivating. This truly is a special treasure. Watching the Yin Yang Qi furnace display its power, Su Qingxian was a little shocked. I'm just lucky. If the Yin Yang Qi furnace hadn't recognized me as its master, I would have given it to you as a gift. Lin Chen grinned and said generously. As long as you have the thought, I don't lack treasures. Su Qingxian lightly snorted. But one could see a trace of joy flashing across her pretty face. Nice words are something everyone enjoys. No matter how aloof the Saintess is. Now that we have the treasure and nothing else to do, let's return to the Holy Land. Then Lin Chen spoke up. Let's go. Then the three of them left together. After returning to the Holy Land, Lin Qingxia went back to Erling Su Peak. Lin Chen and Su Qingxian went directly back to Shao Bamboo Peak. Arriving at Lin Chen's residence, the door slammed shut with a bang. Lin Chen glanced at the bright sky outside and coughed. Do we have to now? The sun is still shining. I came to deliver medicine to you. Su Qingxian rolled her eyes in annoyance. With a twist of her wrist, she pulled out several items that floated in midair. More tonics? Looking at the things floating in the air, Lin Chen's mouth twitched a few times. She really treated him like a tool for extreme use. This is called Earth Dragon Whiskers, which are worms in winter and grass in summer. This is called pure young fruit, and this is called thousand-year ginseng. You need to brew these together into a pot of medicine and drink it. Cook them all together? Lin Chen's legs trembled a bit. These are all great supplements, and he felt his temperature rising. Su Qingxian felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, this can enhance your abilities in that regard. Su Qingxian, making babies can't rely solely on me taking all the tonics. What if it's not my problem? Lin Chen had a helpless look. Besides, my lifespan is running out, and you're doing this. It's precisely because your lifespan is short that it must be taken seriously. Su Qingxian had an air of certainty. As for me, you don't need to worry, I will arrange for the corresponding medicine to take. It's best if we can conceive this month, otherwise, there won't be enough time. A hint of urgency appeared in Su Qingxuan's tone. So urgent? Do you have something going on? Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly asked. Once Su Qingxian leaves, he's free again. He has plenty of time to develop Wan Yuyan's mysterious Yin Phoenix body. The Eastern Wilderness Outstanding Talents battle is about to begin, and as the Tianxian Saintess, I have always led the team. If I could get pregnant, I wouldn't need to go. If I can't, then I have to participate in the Tianjiao battle. The time for the Tianjiao battle is uncertain. What if you die on the way? Then all this time will be wasted for me. So that's how it is. After hearing Su Qingxuan's explanation, Lin Chen understood what was going on. He also knew about the Tianjia battle. It was organized by several major superpowers in the East Wilderness. The purpose was to select the talents of the East Wilderness. Once, the Crossing Immortal sect also had talented disciples participate but were eliminated early. Now at 500 years old, he wasn't very interested. Lin Chen nodded. All right, since you said so, then let's cultivate more. The sooner you get pregnant, the sooner I can enjoy freedom. After saying this, Lin Chen went to prepare the furnace, ready to refine these precious items. 2.5 hours later. A rich fragrance of medicine wafted in the room. Lin Chen took out a pot of precious medicine, and even before drinking it, just smelling it made his white hair stand on end. This is going to be a tough battle, Lin Chen thought to himself. Then he lifted it up and gulped it down in one go. The moment he drank it, he felt fire surging through him. His nostrils were hot, and at any moment blood could burst out. Su Qingxian, this medicine is too powerful. Lin Chen breathed out hot air directly onto Su Qingxuan's exquisite face. Isn't this exactly the effect we want? Su Qingxian waved her long jade hand to fan away the heat, smiling sweetly. Knock, knock, knock. But at that moment, the door to the courtyard was knocked on. Is someone here? Su Qingxian furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat displeased. Sister Qingxian, are you in there? I need to talk to you urgently. Immediately, a voice came in. Lin Qingxia is looking for me. Su Qingxian recognized who it was. You keep absorbing. I'll go take a look. Then, Su Qingxian turned and opened the courtyard door. Sister Qingxian, I didn't find you at your residence. I thought you might be here. Seeing Su Qingxian, Lin Qingxia started to explain. What is it? It better be important. Su Qingxian looked at her with a cold expression. Being interrupted was not pleasant for her. Elder Yuanhong is looking for us, asking where Yuanping is. We are to go to Tianxian Hall. Chapter 41, I'm just an ordinary old man. What does Yuanping have to do with us? After hearing Lin Qingxia's words, Su Qingxian furrowed her brows. I don't know. Lin Qingxia shook her head, not saying more. Sometimes, speaking too much can lead to mistakes. Fine, then let's go. Su Qingxian nodded. Elder Yuanhong holds a significant status, so they have to give him face. Then she turned back into the house to have Lin Chen wait for her for a while. What about me? This medicine took effect so quickly, and I feel like my body is burning, my old bones can't endure much longer. Lin Chen's face darkened upon hearing Su Qingxian was leaving. It's an urgent matter, I'll return as soon as possible. You have to endure for a bit. Su Qingxian felt a bit embarrassed. I can endure other things, but can I endure this? Lin Chen snorted, feeling displeased. He was almost at the breaking point, feeling hot all over. It's not my fault, this matter came up suddenly. At worst, when I come back, I'll wear black silk for you. Lin Chen's old eyes suddenly brightened. Last time, Lin Chen told her he had accidentally obtained a book that detailed various women's clothing. Lace, black silk, pearl straps, and so on. Just hearing about it made Su Qingxian blush. She sternly warned Lin Chen not to think too much. Their sole purpose was to make her conceive the innate sacred body as soon as possible, nothing else mattered. This left Lin Chen feeling somewhat regretful back then. Unexpectedly, now Su Qingxian was actually willing. Alright, then I'll take a shower to calm down and wait for you to return. Lin Chen rubbed his old hands, and suddenly smiled faintly. Old pervert. Su Qingxian spat softly. Then she gracefully turned and left. TSK, the top of the Eastern Rouge list, that black silk really could take my life. Watching Su Qingxian leave, Lin Chen's mouth tilted upward at a 45-degree angle. About an hour and a half later, Su Qingxian slowly returned. At this moment, the sky had already turned completely dark. Lin Chen, come here. After entering the room, Su Qingxian beckoned to Lin Chen. Then she looked at him with a serious face. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Lin Chen looked at her and asked lightly. I want to ask you, have you ever seen Yuanping? No, I don't even know who Yuanping is. Lin Chen shook his head. Are you sure? Su Qingxian squinted her eyes and stared carefully into Lin Chen's eyes. She was trying to see if he was lying. Of course, Lin Chen remained as calm as a clock. After watching for a while, Su Qingxian didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Your sudden questioning, is something wrong? Lin Chen asked in confusion. Yuanping is the grandfather of the holy place's prospective holy son, Elder Yuanhong. But Yuanping has mysteriously disappeared and now his life or death is unknown. And Elder Yuanhong is powerful, possessing incredible abilities. They found the last place Yuanping disappeared, where there was a great battle, and through secret methods, they retraced the past. Yuanping had a shocking battle with an old man. Since several days have passed, the retraced images are a bit blurry. That old man held a very powerful furnace, similar to the Yin-Yang Chi-Chi furnace you have. Also, before the great battle, Yuanping returned once to the holy place to take many treasure medicines. Those medicines were for when he one day found the innate spiritual bone, to prepare for a transformation from the acquired. So you suspect me, right? Lin Chen pointed at himself. He shook his head and chuckled. With my little strength, how could I possibly be a match for the holy son of the holy emperor? I have no grievances with him, his disappearance has nothing to do with me. Lin Chen firmly denied. What you say makes sense, maybe this is just a coincidence. However, Elder Yuan Hong will not let it go lightly, and the Yuan clan will probably join in the search for Yuan Pang. Who cares? I'm just an ordinary old man. Lin Chen laughed lightly. That's good, as long as it has nothing to do with you. Yuan Hong or the Yuan clan have many methods, and they might spend a price to seek out a secret treasure to perform time retracing. To make those blurry images clear again. There's such a secret treasure? Su Qingxuan's words made Lin Chen raise his old eyebrows. Yes. One of the 4 great holy places in Dongwon, the Cycle Holy Land, has a powerful secret treasure that can perform time retracing. It can recreate the images of the past. Indeed, there is. Lin Chen's heart tightened slightly at this moment. If they borrowed the secret treasure, he would be exposed. And Li Qingxia would not escape either. A sense of urgency appeared in Lin Chen's heart. What's wrong? Su Qingxian saw a subtle change in Lin Chen's expression, feeling a bit confused. Just feeling amazed at how powerful your holy places are. But what I am most concerned about right now is, you won't renege on your promise, right? Lin Chen laughed and shifted the topic. Then he took out a piece of black silk. This is something I meticulously crafted, you are my first model. Is this the black silk you mentioned? Su Qingxuan's beautiful eyes looked over. She spat softly in her heart. So light and so sheer, how unrestrained do you have to be to research this? Looking at the semi-transparent, nearly as thin as a cicada's wing black silk, her cheeks flushed slightly. However, she had always been a person of her word. Since she had already agreed beforehand, she would wear it. She walked to the bed, drawing the curtains close. Su Qingxian put on her black stockings. After hesitating for a long time, she blushed and walked out. Hiss. Lin Chen looked over, and his old eyes suddenly widened. Long, incredibly long. Her thighs were round, her calves were slender. The proportions were perfect, her knees without bones. If these legs were shown in the modern society before his crossing, they could enchant countless people. A timeless pair of legs, truly the essence of perfection. So beautiful? Su Qingxian felt a little tingly under Lin Chen's fiery gaze. She asked with a trembling tone. Lin Chen stroked his beard and nodded, this can't just be called beautiful, this is called perfect, a golden ratio of 0.618. Just with these legs, I would be willing to give 2 more years of my life. Pfft, whether you can live for another 2 years is uncertain. Truly unrestrained in old age. Su Qingxian lightly huffed in mock annoyance, then turned around to pull the bed curtain back up. Hurry and wash up to handle the serious business. Okay. Lin Chen rubbed his old hands, directly refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a liquid to wash up. Then, eager as a monkey, he pulled open the curtain and pounced forward. Chapter 42, Cultivation is not just about fighting, but also about human relationships. A night of entanglement. Finally, at noon the next day, the 2 of them woke up slowly. This night had exhausted them tremendously. Su Qingxian, I've really used up every drop this time, if by a week later I'm not pregnant, I need a break. Otherwise, my old bones might fall apart. When something once enjoyable turns into a necessary task, it no longer feels so delightful. Lin Chen felt an emptiness at this moment. Su Qingxian sighed lightly. She was a bit helpless too. They had worked hard for so long, with such high frequency, but there was still no sign of anything happening. The key was that the higher-ups in the Holy Land were constantly urging for results. It's too difficult to conceive this innate holy body. If there's no sign of anything in a week, I'll start preparing for the East Wilderness hero battle. You can go with me then. I can go? Lin Chen was suddenly taken aback. Is it really appropriate for me to go? I'm over 500 years old, wouldn't it be a bit unfair to join your hero battle? The hero battle only looks at strength, not age. Am I stabbing you in the heart? Lin Chen rolled his old eyes. I'm just reminding you, it's up to you whether you want to go or not. Although your lifespan is limited, if you can improve your strength, it might just extend your life. Think about it. After Su Qingxian said this, she got up, put on her clothes, and left. As soon as she left, Lin Chen quickly rose to get dressed. He rushed out in a hurry. In the following days, Su Qingxian probably wouldn't come to find him again. Because last night was the last day of her ovulation. At Ling Su Peak, at the entrance. After coming down from Little Bamboo Peak, Lin Chen arrived here. He planned to find Li Qingxia to discuss some matters. Hello, may I ask where Li Qingxia is? As one of the 9 peaks of the Tianxian Holy Land, Lingxi Peak covers a vast area, and it was his first time here. However, just as he arrived at the entrance of Lingsu Peak and hadn't walked far, he was stopped by a female disciple with a striking figure. "Who are you? Are you here for something at Lingsu Peak?" The woman stared at Lin Chen, asking lightly. "I'm looking for Li Qingxia." "Looking for the senior sister?" The woman's eyebrow raised as she looked Lin Chen up and down. "What do you need from our senior sister at Lingsu Peak?" "I have some urgent matters to discuss with her, could you please guide me?" Lin Chen said politely. You're just an ordinary inner sect disciple looking for our senior sister, who is also a prospective holy maiden. Do you have that qualification?" The woman scoffed, clearly disdainful. "Go back, our senior sister is very busy and not everyone can just see her. Moreover, our Lingsu Peak is filled with female disciples, while the sect doesn't prohibit men from entering. But you, an old man, have no appointment to enter Lingsu Peak, that's against the rules. This junior sister, please be lenient." Lin Chen did not expect to be turned away before even entering the mountain gate. However, he was not angry, a smile remained on his old face. He quietly pulled out a piece of top-quality spirit crystal from his sleeve and handed it to the woman. Seeing the unique seven-colored brilliance radiating from the top-quality spirit crystal, the woman's chest quivered slightly. This somewhat handsome old man is quite generous. A top-quality spirit crystal can be exchanged for 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. Her entire year's salary is only 500 high-quality spirit stones, the rest she has to earn through hard work herself. In that moment, she suddenly felt that taking Lin Chen, this old handsome guy, to find Li Qingxia wouldn't be a bad idea. As for whether they could meet or not, what did it matter to her? "Cough, this will be the last time. Next time you come to find the senior sister, it's best you hold a token from her or a token from an elder of your mountain peak, understand?" The woman acted quickly and quietly clasped the top-quality spirit crystal in her hand. "Thank you, junior sister." Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Cultivation is not just about fighting, it's also about human feelings and worldly affairs. The woman led Lin Chen all the way to Li Qingxia's residence. As the senior sister of Lingsu Peak, she had her own beautiful dwelling that was very tranquil. Ordinary disciples were not allowed to come up here. "You wait here, I'll go report." She left Lin Chen standing in place and walked through a small bamboo forest to report. "Lin senior brother, you actually came. Qingxia didn't come out to welcome you, please forgive her." Soon, a beautiful figure appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Li Qingxia walked while apologizing to Lin Chen. The female disciple who had just gone in to report caught up from behind. Seeing Li Qingxia behave so deferentially in front of Lin Chen, she almost stumbled and fell. Who is this old man? He actually made the senior sister act so lowly. I'm doomed. Suddenly, she became extremely anxious and uneasy in her heart. Come and see you, let's go in and talk. Lin Chen smiled slightly. All right, senior brother, this way please. Li Qingxia quickly made a welcoming gesture. As the two walked towards Li Qingxia's residence and passed by the female disciple, Lin Chen glanced at her with a slight smile. Then he brushed past her. Thud. Once Lin Chen and Li Qingxia entered the bamboo forest, the female disciple's ankle gave way, and she fell onto the ground. I'm finished, I accepted his spirit crystal, he must remember me. This old man definitely has a powerful background, he might be a senior elder from that peak, I must ask for his forgiveness. Otherwise, if he wants to make things difficult for me, how can I, Wang Yuan, bear it? The female disciple's heart was filled with regret. Her brain spun wildly as she thought about how to remedy the situation. Meanwhile, in Li Qingxia's residence. Li Qingxia looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Master, why did you suddenly think of coming to see me? What if the Saintess discovers it, what should we do? It's fine, I have already fed her. Lin Chen smiled calmly. Hearing this, Li Qingxia was stunned. Then she reacted. Master is indeed strong, you are truly impressive. I wonder when Qingxia will be able to enjoy the master's grace. Spring has come? Lin Chen's old eyes twitched. This heart-conceiving demonic seed is indeed powerful. But right now, he really wasn't in the mood. Let's talk about this later. Our current issue is that if Yuan Hong or the Yuan clan behind him find the reincarnation Holy Land and borrow a secret treasure to carry out a time retracing, and find us. We have to find a way to deal with it? Yes, Master, I didn't sleep all night last night, thinking about this method. Upon hearing Lin Chen mention Yuan Pang, Li Qingxia immediately became serious. Lin Chen nodded, have you thought of any good ideas? I did think of one, Master, please listen and see if it's reliable. Chapter 43, Preparing to take a stroll with the Yuanzis. With Yuan Hong's strength and the might of the Yuanzu, once it is discovered, she and Lin Chen would be doomed. Su Qingxian, this Saintess, cannot even protect Lin Chen. My idea is to let Yuan Pang go first. Let him go? Li Qingxia's words stunned Lin Chen instantly. If we let that kid go, he will probably come back to take revenge on us in an instant. Any promise is nonsense. Even if Yuan Peng swore a heavenly oath, Lin Chen would not believe it. If they were going to be exposed anyway, they might as well just kill Yuan Peng outright. As for the consequences, they would deal with them later. However, Li Qingxia shook her head. Master, you have misunderstood my meaning. Letting him go does not mean making him promise to be let go again in the future. What I mean is to put him in a place that Yuan Hong and the Yuanzhu cannot easily reach. This way, it will divert Yuan Hong and the Yuanzhu's attention, and they will not trace back to the locations of Yuan Peng's disappearance. For example, putting him in a forbidden area. In the eastern wilderness, there are several forbidden zones that even the strongest in the holy places dare not easily enter. If we put Yuan Peng there and then spread the news, let Yuan Hong and the Yuanzhu figure out how to rescue him from the forbidden area. This method is barely acceptable, but it is not very secure. After Li Qingxia finished speaking, Lin Chen pondered for a moment and shook his head. What if Yuan Peng had great fortune and did not die in the forbidden area but instead gained immense benefits? Another point is, what if Yuan Hong and his people worked hard to rescue Yuan Peng? It would be best if Yuan Peng remained in his hands, waiting for him to become stronger, so he could deal with him however he wanted. Then Master, what do you suggest? I do not have a good plan. Who would have thought the reincarnation Holy Land would have treasures that could turn back time? Li Qingxia sighed with a bitter smile. He also had no other options. Ding, it has been detected that the host has encountered a tricky situation, now activating the God-level choice. Choice 1, agree to Li Qingxia's plan, throw Yuan Peng into any forbidden area in the east. It can ensure that Yuan Peng cannot be rescued within a year and cannot leave the forbidden area. Reward, a heavenly quality enlightenment pill. Choice 2, the host will impersonate Yuan Peng and take a stroll in the Yuanzhu. It can ensure that Yuan Peng cannot be found for 10 years unless the host willingly lets him go. Reward, undefeated divine skill, God rule Tianji. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Impersonate Yuan Peng? System, are you a bit out of your mind? Letting me impersonate him is one thing, but going strolling in the Yuanzhu, what if I get discovered? Lin Chen thought to himself, feeling quite irritated. Then the host can choose option 1, the system is not forcing you, softly muttering. But damn, it feels like improving a minor realm is as tough as giving birth, I can't improve much in a year. Lin Chen complained again. Please, the host, choose. Countdown, 10 seconds. System, you are forcing me to make a choice. But I can't disguise myself, how can I impersonate Yuan Peng? Moreover, a body over 500 years old cannot be the same as a body in its 20s. It would be easy to get found out. Lin Chen cursed quietly and continued to vent at the system. Ding, this is simple. The host can use task points to buy various items in the system shop, including impersonation charms. I have this item. The system's words astonished Lin Chen. Then he quickly opened his interface. As expected, at the bottom of his panel, a task point had appeared. This was not here at the beginning. It showed a task value of 950 points. System, is it because I completed your previous tasks that it appeared? Exactly, host, that's correct. Goodness, if you hadn't reminded me, I really wouldn't have known. Lin Chen's lips curved up with a hint of a smile. He had never paid attention to his personal information panel before. Then he directly opened the system shop. Heavenly Ascension Pill, taking it could directly reach the Saint Realm, price, 10 million task points. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, Supreme Level Divine Fist, price, 7,800,000 task points. Electronic Maid of the Divine Realm, price, 3 million task points. At a glance, Lin Chen's mouth twitched fiercely. The prices were terrifying, his old heart couldn't bear it. He hurriedly flipped downwards. After flipping for a long time, he finally saw the disguised talisman. Price 1,000 task points. Damn it, system, are you playing me? I currently have 950 task points, and you set this disguised talisman at 1,000 task points. Lin Chen exploded with anger. Ding, the system price is fair to everyone, everything is fair and just. I believe you, ghost. Lin Chen snorted coldly. Can you give a discount or allow me to pay later? Not possible. However, considering the host's difficulties, the system, out of concern for the host's situation, can allow payment in installments based on the host's task progress. Please choose quickly. Additionally, a friendly reminder, selecting option 2 can reward 500 task points after completion, while option 1 can reward 50 task points. You just love to stir up trouble, wanting me to take risks in the Yuan clan. Lin Chen saw through the system's little tricks at a glance. I choose option 2. Then Lin Chen said in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for selecting option 2, please complete the task quickly. Xiao Chang, I've thought of a plan. But I need to prepare some things in advance. After making the choice, Lin Chen said to Li Qingxia. Speak. I plan to disguise myself as Yuan Ping and take a trip to the Yuan clan. This way, both Yuan Hong and the Yuan clan will feel at ease. You want to take a trip to the Yuan clan? Li Qingxia was stunned. Master, the risk is too high. It is a bit high, but there's a saying, the bigger the waves, the fatter the fish. This is the safest way. Lin Chen sighed and laughed. Then he asked, I need some means of disguise, preferably seamless. Do you have the corresponding means? I know a bit about disguise arts, but it's quite basic. If you're going to the Yuan clan, you need to change in every aspect. I do know there's a magical pill that can simulate one's shape and appearance comprehensively, and even one's aura can be completely masked. But this pill is extremely expensive, and it's hard to find. If it's for sale, it definitely has a price. Just take me there. As for the money, you don't need to worry, I'm well off. Lin Chen smiled slightly. He had looted quite a lot of wealth from Yuan Peng's realm. Spending other people's money didn't hurt. Chapter 44, Innate Spiritual Object, Holy Spirit Jade. Chuanzhou City. Within 100,000 miles of the Tianqian Holy Land, the largest city has a population of over 10 million. The Star Alliance is the largest commercial association in Chuanzhou City, and is one of the largest in the entire eastern wilderness, present in every corner. Standing at the entrance of the Star Alliance, Li Qingxia looked at Lin Chen once again and seriously asked, Master, are we really going to buy this 100 transformation pill? Your trip may be extremely dangerous. What if something goes wrong? Stop, I haven't even left yet, and you're already cursing me with a crow's mouth. Later, I'll punish you with a French kiss. Before Li Qingxia could finish speaking, Lin Chen reached out his old hand and touched her delicate red lips. Li Qingxia's face immediately flashed with a hint of blush. Once they left the Holy Land, Lin Chen seemed to have completely let loose. Like an old peacock displaying its feathers. Then I won't say anything. Li Qingxia turned her head, and her tongue accidentally licked Lin Chen's fingertip. A wave of tingling sensation shot straight into Lin Chen's heart, making it flutter. Then the two walked towards the news office. Damn, the world is going downhill, even old men are playing around like this, and keeping a maid? What the hell is this beauty thinking, willing to be a maid for an old man? I guess she must have been deceived, I have to save her. Heaven will assign great responsibilities to this person, saving the beauty is our duty. People come and go at the entrance of the Star Alliance, but there are quite a few people now. Several young people, witnessing the scene just now, became very indignant. Who knows what the beauty is thinking now? Does she really find the smell of old men so pleasant? They have every reason to suspect that Li Qingxia was deceived by Lin Chen. A sense of justice radiates from our faces. A bunch of kids who haven't even grown all their hairs cannot think of doing any hero saves the beauty. But just then, a strange chuckle rang in the ears of several young people. It was an old man with white hair, dressed in dark robes, his face full of disdain. The old man has a kind heart, let me tell you, that woman is a strong one at the divine realm. Do you think you can provoke someone who can make a strong person at the divine realm willingly be a maid? Don't act on a whim and bring disaster upon your backers. After saying this, the old man left a group of stunned young people, walking towards the Star Alliance. About half an hour later, Lin Chen and Li Qingxia came out from their meeting. After coming out, the two left Chuanzhou City directly. Let's part ways here, you go back and prepare well for the Eastern Wilds Hero War, no need to worry about me. Also, take care of Wang Yuyan for me. In a deserted area outside Chuanzhou City, Lin Chen spoke to Li Qingxia. All right, master. Li Qingxia obediently nodded her head. But after a moment, she stood there and did not leave. Lin Chen was puzzled, is there something else? Master, didn't you say you wanted to punish me? Li Qingxia's face turned red, a little shyly she said. What a little enchantress. Lin Chen showed an expression of being helpless against her. Then he reached out to hold Li Qingxia's chin, pressing his old face against hers. They intertwined until Li Qingxia's face was flushed and she couldn't catch her breath before they separated. I'm off. Lin Chen waved his hand, leaving gracefully. Li Qingxia stood in place, gently covering her soft and tingly red lips, her face as red as a flower. So this is what a French kiss is, it tastes really nice. Yuan City. A big city on the Eastern Wilds land. The home of the Yuan clan, a great family of the Eastern Wilds. At this moment, in the Yuan clan, the clan leader Yuan Xiaotian was coldly presiding over a family meeting. Yuan Hong, our granduncle, sent news that Yuan Peng has still not been found. As one of the 3 Qilin sons of our Yuan clan, a strong candidate for the future Tianqian Saint Master, Yuan Peng is crucial. He carries a heavier responsibility for the family to advance. We must find Yuan Peng no matter what. I propose we use some family assets to go to the reincarnation sacred land, request the most precious treasure, the heavenly reincarnation mirror, to perform a time reversal and find out who harmed Yuan Peng. Though Yuan Shaotian is the clan leader, if he wants to use family assets, he must discuss it with the Elders' Council. The Heavenly Reincarnation Mirror is the most powerful treasure of the Reincarnation Sacred Land. It suppresses the fortune of the Reincarnation Sacred Land. Even the Reincarnation Sacred Land itself would not use the Heavenly Reincarnation Mirror unless absolutely necessary. Let alone that they, as outsiders, would request help. The cost would be unimaginable. We agree. But Yuan Peng is also a holy son in the Tianxian Sacred Land, his disappearance, his life or death uncertain. Does the upper management of the Tianxian Sacred Land not have any response? Isn't Yuan Hong there presiding over everything? The elders of the council expressed their agreement. However, they had quite a few objections regarding the Tianxian Sacred Land. They wouldn't mind if something happened to Yuan Peng. Yuan Shaotian snorted coldly. Who doesn't know that back then, ancestor Yuan Hong and the old Saint Master of the Tianxian Sacred Land? Also, the Master of the contemporary Holy Lord failed to compete for the position of the Holy Son. This led to the ancestor Yuan Hong losing the chance to become the Holy Lord. The reason is simple, because ancestor Yuan Hong is a person of the Yuan clan, and some high-ranking officials in the Tianxian Holy Land are worried that the Holy Land will become the home of our Yuan clan. This grudge has been stuck in ancestor Yuan Hong's heart for a long time. Now Yuan Peng possesses the acquired double pupils, and as long as he finds the innate spiritual object, he can evolve into the innate double pupils. At that time, he will be an absolutely unparalleled genius. He has great confidence in competing for the position of the Holy Son. According to tradition, the Holy Son of the Holy Land will inevitably inherit the position of the Holy Lord in the future. So, it suits their wishes that Yuan Peng has gone missing. Sometimes I even wonder if certain people in their high ranks secretly plotted against him. How cruel. They actually plotted against the genius of their own Holy Land. Such targeting against me, the Yuan clan, is simply too much. Yuan Shaotian's voice fell, and the elders present were all furious. Sigh, the Holy Land is treacherous. If it weren't for ancestor Yuan Hong's strong enough strength, he would have been eliminated to the edge of the Holy Land long ago. Yuan Shaotian sighed. Everyone was very angry, but what could anger do? Why is everyone acting like they've eaten gunpowder? At that moment, a hoarse voice sounded from outside. Then, they saw a very sturdy white-haired old man leisurely walking in. Old clan leader. Father. Yuan Shaotian and the elders hurriedly greeted him. The previous clan leader of the Yuan clan, Yuan Shaotian's father, now the chief elder of the Elder Council, Yuan Taishu. He has been traveling outside for many years and rarely comes back. Father, it's still about Yuan Peng. Yuan Shaotian spoke up. After Yuan Peng's incident, he had used a secret method to contact Yuan Taishu and informed him of the situation. We should find a way, use resources, as long as the soul token is not shattered, while the person is alive, we can find him. If the token is shattered, then we will find the murderer and dig 3 feet into the ground to wipe out their entire clan. Yuan Taishu's voice was full of dominance. Okay, father, everything is up to you. Yuan Shaotian nodded heavily. Then Yuan Taishu turned his hand over, and a piece of white jade shaped like a human appeared in his hand. As soon as this jade appeared, everyone in the room's eyes lit up. This humanoid white jade was so flawless, and it emitted a hazy glow, giving a feeling of extreme sanctity. Is this the rumored Holy Spirit jade? Yuan Shaotian exclaimed immediately. What? Holy Spirit jade. Innate spiritual object, Holy Spirit jade. Chapter 45, full of performance cells. All the elders present exclaimed one after another. Everyone had only heard of the Holy Spirit jade, but no one had ever seen it. Ah, that's right. Yuan Taishu laughed heartily. I've been out for so long just to grab this Holy Spirit jade. It took a lot of effort. Hurry and do whatever it takes to find Yuan Peng. At that time, our Yuan clan will give birth to an unparalleled genius with innate double pupils, recreating the ancient glory of the innate double pupils. SSS. Everyone present gasped in shock. They all became excited. Because in ancient times, there had been an unparalleled genius with innate double pupils who broke through to the Holy Realm in just a century. In 1,000 years, he became a quasi-emperor. He almost suppressed the entire era. And in today's era, where the Holy Realm is hard to find, the Divine Realm does not emerge, and domination belongs to kings. If our Yuan clan can produce an unparalleled genius with innate double pupils, it is enough to elevate the Yuan clan to the peak level and stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 4 great holy lands of the Eastern Desolation. To become a great holy clan. Father, since that's the case, I will personally lead the team, carrying the family's resources to the Reincarnation Holy Land. We must invite their myriad reincarnation mirror to find Yuan Peng. Yuan Shaotian stood up and said with utmost seriousness. Good. On New Year's Day, a grand wave of the hand was made, directly promising. At this moment, a young man, dressed in rags with unsteady steps, approached. Stop. This is the territory of the expedition. Taking a step forward will lead to endless suffering. Before reaching him, the original guardian charged out from this place and blocked his way. Open your eyes and see who I am. The young man shouted angrily. But it seemed that he was using too much strength and began to cough violently. You are young Master Pang? A few guards looked closely, saying with disbelief. It's me, quickly take me inside. The young man scolded weakly. Right away, young master. Quickly notify the clan leader. Say young Master Pang has returned, ha ha ha. The captain of the guard shouted excitedly while welcoming him. Ding, this system has detected that the host has entered the Yuan clan, the task is ongoing, reward task points, 15 points. Suddenly, at the moment of stepping through the gates of the Golden Yuan clan, the system's voice rang out. Ha ha ha, can I really earn task points from this? Lin Shan chuckled in his heart. Now the task points had reached 965, with a bit more accumulation, he could redeem the ability to impersonate a godly captive and combine that with the information obtained from the brutal torture of Yuan Pang, knowing a large amount of information about the Yuan clan and his personal preferences. Even a god wouldn't be able to discover who he was. Supporting Yuan Pang all the way, he entered the main hall of the Yuan clan directly. On the other side, someone rushed to the elders' hall of the Yuan clan to report to Yuan Xiaotian. Clan leader, the guards on duty outside reported that young Master Pang has returned. The guard responsible for monitoring the elders' hall hurried in to report after receiving this news. What did you say? Yuan Pang has returned? In an instant, everyone in the elders' hall was stunned. Yuan Xiaotian, who was about to leave, swiftly grabbed the guard. Are you sure it's Yuan Pang who has returned? If there is even a slightest falsehood, you will suffer endlessly, do you understand? Clan leader, I'm sure, I'm absolutely sure. The guard nodded quickly. What a big joke, who would dare impersonate Yuan Pang in the Yuan clan? It would take the courage of a saint to do that. Father, should we go together? Receiving a confirming response, Yuan Xiaotian looked at Yuan Taishu. Let's go, I haven't seen this little guy in a long time. Yuan Taishu smiled slightly. Then they walked out of the elders' hall together and headed to the usual discussion hall of the Yuan clan. In the discussion hall, Lin Shan sat on a chair. Next to him were two stunning beauties, with long legs, slim waists, and strong chests, serving him. Cherries the size of fists, juicy and sweet in one bite. Also, there were the peaches, flowering for 100 years, bearing fruit for 100 more, matured perfectly, all cut into small pieces and fed slowly to Lin Shan's mouth. And other rare spiritual fruits he had never seen before. It was all very beautiful. If there's no rush, staying here to enjoy is also nice. Lin Shan swallowed a piece of peach, followed by a cherry, occasionally taking a sip of spiritual spring for a rinse. He was in an extremely happy mood. Young Master Pang, the clan leader, old clan leader, and a group of elders are coming. After enjoying for a while, someone came to report from outside. Looking at the people coming in, Lin Shan quickly stood up. At the same time, he thought in his heart, Yuan Pang, don't play. Ah, it's been a long time since I've seen you, kid. For you, the clan can be said to have gone all out, using up all its resources. Luckily, you returned just in time. Yuan Xiaotian walked over and laughed heartily at Yuan Pang. Oh. Did it really make such a big fuss? Lin Shan was startled, pretending to understand nothing. That's right. Yuan Xiaotian chuckled. First, tell me what happened to have gone missing. Your grandfather used great magic to recover some blurry images. I tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing rice, it's really bad luck. Lin Shan's face darkened immediately. Then he began to pour out his woes. His acting skills were all unleashed. Chapter 46, Losing one thing but gaining another. Damn old man, even my Yuan clan's Qilin child dares to scheme against. I see he's like an old man eating arsenic, tired of living. That's right, we must find that old man, break him into pieces and punish his 9 clans. He must be brutally killed and hanged at the city gate of Yuan City, so that everyone can see how miserable it is to provoke my Yuan clan's Qilin child. One elder after another was furiously speaking. The crazy killing intent spread throughout the great hall. Alas, it's actually my fault. In my eagerness to transform the acquired double pupil into the innate double pupil, I was blinded by that so-called innate spiritual object in his hand. If not for that, I wouldn't have fallen for that old man's tricks. Lin Shan sighed. In his anger, he also appeared very regretful. His expression was even gritting his teeth, filled with hatred. There was a kind of resentment that he wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Yuan Pang doesn't need to take it too seriously, otherwise this matter will greatly affect your mindset. If you want to break through to the law phase and cultivate the law form of heaven and earth, the most important step is to practice the mind. If you let this get to you, it will be counterproductive. At this moment, Yuan Taisu looked at him with a face full of resentment, speaking in a somewhat stern voice. Seeing that it was Yuan Taisu speaking, Lin Chen quickly nodded. You are right, Taisu ancestor. I should not dwell on this matter. I will adjust my state of mind and find other innate spiritual objects later. In any case, I will find a way to get the innate spiritual object and transform my acquired double pupil into an innate double pupil, leading the Yuan clan to become a giant in the east, known as the Holy Lord. Ha ha ha. I'm very pleased that you can think this way, old ancestor. But it's just a small setback, it's nothing. Yuan Taisu laughed heartily. He stretched out his palm and waved forcefully. There is a saying, losing a mulberry tree but gaining a locust tree. I have prepared a gift for you, which I believe should meet your desires. Whoosh! As Yuan Taisu's voice fell, a layer of white light appeared in his palm. Then a human-shaped spiritual jade appeared in his palm. This spiritual jade emitted a divine glow, causing Lin Chen's supreme bone in his chest to stir with a hint of restlessness in that instant. It wanted to awaken by itself and resonate with it. But it was quickly suppressed by Lin Chen. The supreme bone was actually stirred. Wow, it must be a kind of innate spiritual object. Lin Chen was surprised in his heart. Deng detected the host's nearly perfect performance, temporarily gaining the trust and sympathy of the Yuan clan's high-ups, and about to obtain the innate spiritual object, spiritual jade. Mission progress greatly improved, hereby rewarding 50 task points. At this moment, the system's voice echoed continuously in his heart. It really is an innate spiritual object. Lin Chen's heart instantly filled with joy. And more importantly, he gained 50 task points. This meant he could redeem the divine symbol. Did you notice anything? At this moment, Yuan Taisu looked at Lin Chen and asked. Taisu ancestor, is this an innate spiritual object? Lin Chen quickly pretended to have a surprised yet clueless expression as he spoke. That's right, your perception is quite sharp. This jade is called Holy Spirit Jade, and it is a pre-heaven spirit object, ranked 89th on the pre-heaven spirit object list. Hiss. Lin Chen suddenly stood up with great force, grasping the chair and sharply inhaling cold air through his mouth. Could it really be a pre-heaven spirit object? Great Ancestor Taisu, do you really want to give it to me? Lin Chen was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. He almost danced with joy. Of course, this is the object I specially sought for you. With the Holy Spirit Jade, your post-heaven double pupils can transform into pre-heaven double pupils. Whether our Yuan clan can become a holy clan and rank as the 5th superpower in the East in the near future depends on you. Yuan Taisu said with a cheerful smile. You can rest assured, Great Ancestor Taisu, it has always been my hope for the Yuan clan to rank as the 5th superpower in the East. However, my goal is not just to be a holy clan, but to establish an eternal, immortal imperial clan. To dominate the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the universe. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with golden light, his enormous ambition fully displayed. After all, he was just boasting, not risking his life. Good, no wonder you are the Qilin child of our Yuan clan. With such ambition, our Yuan clan will surely thrive. When the Yuan clan thrives, ha ha ha. In an instant, deafening laughter resonated throughout the great hall. They were extremely satisfied with Lin Chen's words. Mine, all of this is mine. Damn old, you can't accept this Holy Spirit Jade. As they laughed heartily. Within the Yin Yang Qi furnace, the true essence Pang was so furious that he spat 3 mouthfuls of blood. If he had known that Yuan Taisu sought a pre-heaven spirit object for Lin Chen, why would he have thought of targeting Lin Chen? He was so angry that his bile almost flowed out. And Lin Chen completely ignored his roar. He planned to add a little more fuel to the fire. He wanted to flatter Yuan Taisu a bit more. Lin Chen, with an extremely serious tone, continued to speak. Elders, you have overpraised me. As the Qilin child of the Yuan clan, this is my duty. Yuan Pang will also persistently move towards this goal. However, whether our Yuan clan becomes a holy clan or an imperial clan, Great Ancestor Taisu is the only creator. Without Great Ancestor Taisu giving me the pre-heaven spirit object, all my goals would be empty dreams. Ha ha ha. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Yuan Taisu's deafening laughter completely overshadowed the elders' voices. Yuan Xiaotian also looked radiant with joy. Yuan Pang, do you know what your one flaw is? After laughing for a while, Yuan Taisu looked at him and said. Please enlighten me, Great Ancestor Taisu. I, Yuan Pang, will correct it immediately. Lin Chen quickly said respectfully. No need to be nervous. Yuan Taisu shook his head with a smile. Your only flaw is that you are not my biological grandson. Biological grandson? Yuan Taisu's words stunned Lin Chen immediately. The elders present were also stunned. Only Yuan Shao Tian's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. Stupid thing, why is it so hard for you to give birth to a son? Sure enough, the next moment, Yuan Taisu suddenly stabbed the spear towards Yuan Shao Tian. Because Yuan Shao Tian had 3 daughters without a single son. What's important today is that Yuan Peng is back. So stop mocking me, give me some face. Yuan Shao Tian smiled awkwardly. Because he had no son, this matter had always troubled Yuan Taisu. If he were younger, he would want to bear one himself. Stupid thing, I'll deal with you later. Yuan Taisu snorted coldly. Then he looked at Yuan Peng. Yuan Peng, this holy spirit jade is for you, to help you transform your post-heaven double pupils. Thank you, great ancestor Taisu. Lin Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. And instinctively reached out to take it. But the next second, he felt awkward, because Yuan Taisu did not hand over the holy spirit jade. He shook his head and smiled. You kid, don't be so anxious. Transforming your post-heaven double pupils requires massive resources and strength. But right now your body is weak and your injuries are serious. It is best to first recover from your injuries and adjust your state to the peak. And now that I am back, let me personally heal your injuries and elevate your physical abilities to their peak. Senior Elder Yuan Taisu, you will personally restore me? I am a bit flattered, I don't dare to take such honor. Lin Chen's heart tightened immediately upon hearing that Yuan Taisu was going to personally treat him. He quickly replied. Yuan Taisu shook his head, just keep a calm mindset. The transformation to your later stage dual pupils is crucial, my personal intervention will put both you and everyone else at ease. Indeed, having the elder clan leader personally help is a tremendous blessing, and we can all feel more reassured. Don't act humble now. You should quickly thank the elder clan leader. At this moment, other elders also spoke up. Yuan Peng thanks Elder Yuan Taisu. Then I must trouble Elder Yuan Taisu. Lin Chen knew he couldn't refuse, so he immediately agreed. To avoid raising suspicion. Meanwhile, he hurriedly asked the system in his mind, System, since Elder Yuan Taisu is personally treating my injuries, he will surely do a thorough examination. Given my current situation, it's bound to be exposed. But if I exchange for the role-playing symbol, will I still be discovered? Chapter 47, Joy on top of joy, Yuan Peng goes mad. As an old man who has lived over 500 years, Lin Chen's mind was exceedingly sharp. He clearly understood that the reason Yuan Taisu was doing this was probably to investigate his various conditions. The only hope he had was the role-playing symbol that the system had praised so highly. Ding, the role-playing symbol is extremely powerful, it can impersonate everything about the character, even if a god comes, they won't be discovered. Friendly reminder, once the host chooses a character, there can be no changes. Role-playing duration, limitless. After Lin Chen finished asking, the system's voice rang out. So powerful. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and let me exchange for it. Lin Chen quickly told the system. Ding, congratulations host, exchange for the role-playing symbol successful, deducting 1000 task points, current remaining 15 task points. As the system's voice fell, a radiant symbol appeared in his mind. Immediately use the role-playing symbol to impersonate Yuan Peng. Following this, Lin Chen instructed in his mind. Ding, successfully used the role-playing symbol. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Then Lin Chen felt his body undergo many changes. His bones, meridians, and even the position of his organs slightly shifted to align more with Yuan Peng. His supreme bone was entirely hidden away. The innate dual pupils deep within his eyes transformed into later-stage dual pupils at that moment. A break appeared in the circle of golden light. Wow, this role-playing symbol is really impressive. Lin Chen felt the changes within his body, and he gasped in awe. Kid, then follow me. At this moment, Yuan Taisu spoke to him. As per the elder's command. Lin Chen got up confidently and followed Yuan Taisu out. Yuan Taisu led Lin Chen directly to the back mountain of the Yuan clan, to his residence. With a wave of his hand, various extremely precious spirit herbs floated into the air. Every one of these herbs is very precious, far beyond what someone at your level can enjoy. However, as the elder, I must create the most peak physical condition for you, you must seriously absorb and refine them. Yuan Taisu pointed at the row of spirit herbs, smiling at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded solemnly, don't worry, elder, I will do my best and waste not a single drop. Good. But before that, completely open your heart and let me check your physical state. Remember, do not resist at all, or I might injure you. Yuan Taisu slowly opened his palm, and a divine light flowed from his palm. This divine radiance made Lin Chen's body shudder. A powerful being. A true strong person. This fluctuation, he had only seen on the day of his grand wedding with Su Qingxian, from the main officiant, the master of Tianxian sacred land. That master of Tianxian was an incredibly powerful emperor-level figure. But now the arrow was on the string, and it had to be shot. He simply said very calmly, "I am ready, Ancestor Taishu, please check." Yuan Taishu nodded, then directly placed his palm on Lin Chen's forehead. This divine radiance straightly drilled inside. The 7 meridians, 8 veins, 5 organs, 6 intestines, even down to the dantian, and finally, it forcibly drilled into his sea of consciousness. This made Lin Chen unable to hold back a painful moan. This was not an examination of his injuries, it was entirely a verification of his authenticity. To see if he was truly Yuan Pang. After a moment, this divine radiance withdrew from Lin Chen's mind. His pain quickly diminished. However, Yuan Taishu's old face was filled with a rich smile. "Kid, don't blame the ancestor for being cautious. Because this is truly a coincidence, I had just obtained a congenital spiritual item when you returned. What if you were a cleverly disguised fake? So the ancestor was worried I was fake. No wonder you checked my injuries and even went into my mind. But it's good for the ancestor to be cautious, the kid won't hold it against you." Lin Chen was first stunned, then looked puzzled and said. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, "The divine talisman is amazing." Breaking voice? That's good. Next, I will inject these spiritual herbs into your body one by one to help you refine them. Once you finish refining, I will take you to the divine pool. I will give you the sacred spirit jade to help you transform into a congenital double pupil. Thank you, Ancestor Taishu, I am very grateful. Lin Chen quickly bowed deeply, excited. Because he learned from Yuan Pang's mouth that this divine pool was the most important treasure ground in the Yuan clan. And there was no other like it. It was the first ancestral founder of the Yuan clan, a very powerful divine realm strongman who, just before entering nirvana, transformed his body into a divine pool using his flesh and divine realm power. Inside the pool lay numerous mysteries, hard to describe with simple words. Only those who have made great contributions or have an extremely respected status in the Yuan clan can enjoy refining here. Although he was the Qilin son of the Yuan clan, he had never had this qualification. This was truly an unexpected joy among unexpected joys. No, Yuan Taishu, you old man, have really lost your vision. Damn you, you gave this old man a congenital spiritual item, it's fine, but how could you let him go to the divine pool? At this moment, in the yin-yang qi furnace, Yuan Pang spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in anger again. This was originally all supposed to be his. Now it was all absorbed by Lin Chen, this old man. The crazy hatred twisted him immensely. Chapter 48, Returning to Simplicity, a shocking change in the divine pool. If anger could make him stronger, Yuan Pang would surely be in the state of a Super Saiyan now. He could only watch, wide-eyed, from the yin-yang qi furnace as Yuan Taishu injected all kinds of extremely precious medicines into Lin Chen's body. Originally intended to create an injury for deception, under the powerful healing of these medicines, Lin Chen's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good. The absorption speed is surprisingly fast. With this, you can refine the sacred spirit domain, old ancestor can be even more assured. Originally intended to assist Lin Chen in refining these medicines, but seeing him absorb them so quickly, Yuan Taishu's old face showed a very satisfied smile. The ability to refine so swiftly demonstrated that the foundation of his body was very good. And so it continued for about an hour and a half. Lin Chen not only had all his injuries returned to normal. All aspects of skill have reached an extremely peak level. And the endless medicinal power has been stored in his limbs and bones. Now, even if someone stabbed him with a knife, he could probably heal quickly. Then Lin Chen opened his eyes and solemnly bowed to Yuan Taishu. Thank you, Ancestor Taishu, for your assistance. I feel that I am in very good condition now and can merge with the innate spirit treasure at any time. Good, very good. Ancestor, I will take you to the divine pool to help you merge with the innate spirit treasure. Yuan Taishu laughed heartily, stroking his frosty beard, feeling very happy. Then he stood up with Lin Chen and walked toward the deepest forbidden area of the Yuan clan. Because the divine pool of the Yuan clan was located here. Along the way, everyone who saw them bowed with respect, and soon they arrived at a very large hall. Above it hung a plaque with 3 characters, Heavenly God Hall. The first ancestor of the Yuan clan was named Yuan Tianshun, and this hall was named after him. Go in, and I wish you all the best. At the entrance of the hall, Yuan Taishu handed the Holy Spirit Jade to Lin Chen. Then he said to him very solemnly, I will, Ancestor Taishu, I will not disappoint anyone. Lin Chen promised seriously. Then Yuan Taishu waved his hand, and a token appeared, placing it in the central position of the plaque. At this moment, Lin Chen realized that there was a notch in the very center of the plaque. Exactly fitting for the token to be embedded. When the token was embedded, a dazzling light flowed out from the plaque. The tightly closed doors of the hall rumbled open. A magnificent aura surged out from inside. Just taking a breath made one feel extremely comfortable, making the hair stand on end. Indeed, it was a rare treasure. Lin Chen suppressed his inner joy, bowed to Yuan Taisu, and quickly stepped into the Heavenly God Hall. The enormous Heavenly God Hall was dark and impenetrable. A night pearl the size of a human head was embedded in the center of the hall. Below, there was a pool of less than 10 square meters. The water surface was as calm as an ancient well. Clear and bright, it looked just like an ordinary water pool. But at 500 years of age, Lin Chen predicted that this was just the surface. Once he stepped in, there would definitely be earth-shaking changes. As the saying goes, return to simplicity. Take off the armor. Time was tight and the task was heavy. Lin Chen did not hesitate, quickly took off his outer clothing, and jumped in directly. Boom! Bang! Sure enough, at the moment he jumped in, the originally calm pool burst forth with endless divine radiance, engulfing Lin Chen entirely. As he was submerged by the divine light, his spirit sea began a new round of expansion. 21,000 meters, 22,000 meters, 23,000 meters. The speed of expansion was rapid, reaching 30,000 meters in a short time. His realm barrier also began to loosen at this moment. However, Lin Chen did not plan to break through the realm at this time. If the breakthrough was too loud and any flaws were detected, it would be disastrous. He hurriedly suppressed the loosening realm barrier. Guiding all these terrifying powers, they all drilled into his supreme bone. The supreme bone hidden in his chest shone with brilliant golden light and countless radiance. Like an endless pit, it crazily absorbed the boundless divine light pouring into his body. At the same time, he held the Holy Spirit Jade in his hand and began to refine it. Even though he already possessed the innate heavy pupil, refining such an innate spirit treasure still had immense benefits for him. As time passed, the Holy Spirit Jade in Lin Chen's hand became smaller and smaller, and the holy light flowing from it drilled into his body. He felt that when he returned this time, it was likely that he would break through, and it was not impossible to reach the divine powers realm in one go. Once he reached the divine realm, his lifespan could increase by hundreds of years. This was extremely important to Lin Chen. Using others' resources to make myself stronger. This feeling is simply wonderful. Feeling the earth-shattering changes within his body, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile joyfully. But at that moment, the Holy Spirit Jade in his hand, which was gradually shrinking, suddenly burst forth with a sharp bright light. Then it violently broke away from his palm and, with a puff, drilled into his forehead. The speed was so fast that Lin Chen had no time to react. Then, an extremely cold voice echoed in his mind. After 3,000 years, I have finally awakened. My dear little junior brother, you didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Ha 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 ha. The cold voice gradually twisted. It produced a laugh that sent chills down one's spine. Lin Chen shivered reflexively. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, damn it, that voice is coming from my spirit sea. What the hell has drilled into my spirit sea? The spirit sea is located at the Yanggu point of a cultivator. It is the most important place for a cultivator. If the spirit sea shatters, the soul will be lost. Having a foreign object drill in is equally very dangerous. Lin Chen hurriedly sank his consciousness into the spirit sea. What he manifested was his true appearance, not that of Yuan Peng. It's actually an old man who has awakened me. What bad luck! Before Lin Chen could figure out what was going on, that cold voice sounded again, now filled with mockery. Who the hell is talking? You drilled into my spirit sea without any care, and you have the nerve to complain. Is this how you show courtesy? Lin Chen shouted angrily. At this moment, he had already seen a ball of white light hovering before him. After all, this is his spirit sea. Any foreign object entering will be tracked down by him immediately. Impudent. Daring to shout at me, be careful or I'll send you to the afterlife. The disdainful voice came from the white light. Slowly, the white light faded away, revealing a pair of incomparably long, pure white feet. Those jade-like bare feet were very tiny and adorable. Moving up, she wore a white dress adorned with gems, tightly wrapping her towering bosom. Her neck was slender, and her face was exquisitely beautiful. At the center of her forehead rested a silver crescent symbol. It added an air of mysterious sacrificial allure to her. Her entire figure radiated nobility and unmatched temptation. Chapter 49, The Arrogant Female Ruler and the Dangerous Conditions. Impudent. You old thing, how dare you gaze upon me like that? The woman in white saw Lin Chen's unabashed greedy gaze and felt offended, scolding him with her red lips. Damn, you're turning things around, woman. You said it yourself, I awakened you, yet you look down on me. Do you believe I'll suppress you right here and make you kneel and sing conquered? The woman in white continued to shout at him, pushing Lin Chen to the edge of fury. How dare you? Do you know my identity? To shout at me like this, you are seeking death. Boom. As soon as the white-dressed woman's words fell, a tremendous force of divine consciousness swept towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen trembled in response, feeling a sense of impending doom. A strong person. Absolutely a strong person, he felt his heart twist in an instant. He can't believe he might end up making a fool of himself after being so triumphant, dying here because of this unexpected incident, right? However, immediately after, the force of divine consciousness halted right in front of his awareness. Now you understand my power, right? As long as I wish, I can extinguish your consciousness at any time and shatter your spirit sea. Seeing Lin Chen's awareness tremble a few times, the woman in white said proudly. Lin Chen took a deep breath. You are indeed very powerful. This soul power is something I have never seen before. But I don't know you, why did you suddenly dive into my spiritual sea? You absorbed and refined the sacred spirit jade, accidentally awakening me. If I hadn't awakened, would you have casually refined me as well? The woman in white chuckled softly. You actually dived from the sacred spirit jade into my spiritual sea? Lin Chen was immediately shocked after hearing this. Yes, exactly so. The woman in white nodded. Lin Chen gasped, not expecting that there was indeed a hidden soul within the sacred spirit jade, and it was a very powerful one. And perhaps even Yuan Taishu didn't know. Are you very surprised and caught off guard? Seeing Lin Chen's shocked expression, the woman in white laughed lightly. Yes, I am very shocked and surprised. Can you tell me who you are and why you are in this sacred spirit jade? Lin Chen generously admitted, asking with curiosity on his face. This matter is quite long to explain. But whether it is my identity or why I am in this sacred spirit jade, you are not qualified to know. And now, I want to give you two choices. The woman in white had a proud expression, refusing to explain to Lin Chen. And she extended two fingers as white as jade. You are going to give me two choices? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. That's right. The woman in white said lightly, since you have awakened me, this karmic bond has been formed. First, submit to me, become my servant, and let me command you. In the future, I will bestow upon you supreme glory. Second, refuse the first choice, and I will take over your body. Although you are an old man, I am not very satisfied, but it will suffice for now until I can leave my soul and find a new body. Now choose. Take over my body? Upon hearing these two choices, Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This woman is really not picky. Even if she takes over this 500-year-old body, a withered old man like him would probably take a long time to get used to standing to pee. Hurry up and choose, I only give you a moment. Then, the woman in white spoke again. Ding, detected the host's current situation, the divine level choice system is triggered. Choice 1, agree to the first condition, follow this woman to grow stronger, and you will be rewarded with 3,000 Dao pills, but you may live your life as a subordinate. Choice 2, refuse all choices, and tell the woman, how can an old man like me submit to you, a woman? Since ancient times, men have been above, and women below. Reward, the whip of gods. The whip of gods? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Is this whip of gods powerful? The whip of gods strikes souls and can plant soul marks for souls, life and death are controlled by you. But beware, the stronger the soul, the harder it is to control, requiring frequent whipping to reinforce the soul mark. Okay, so it requires frequent whipping, huh? I didn't expect the system to have an S tendency. Please do not slander the system, upright.jpg. Lin Chen pouted and shouted, System, I choose the second. Ding, host's choice successful, please proceed. Woman, I refuse all choices. How can an old man like me submit to you, a woman? Since ancient times, men have been above, and women below. Ding, host completed choice, the whip of gods issued successfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Then, in some place in the spiritual sea, a long whip entwined with glowing light appeared, suspended in the air. Very good. Very good. Old thing, I announce your lucky time has come, go die. The woman in white was momentarily stunned before furious rage took over. Terrifying soul power transformed into a blade and slashed towards Lin Chen. This strike was enough to obliterate his consciousness completely. Although taking over an old man's body was somewhat degrading, there was no other choice for now. Oof, woman, you are too happy too soon. Watch how I make you sing of submission. Lin Chen's thoughts moved, and the god-whipping rod instantly transformed into a shimmering light, landing in his hand, striking at the descending soul cutter with a swift lash. Bang! In an instant, the soul cutter was shattered. Ah! The woman in the white dress let out a painful moan, her graceful body trembling, her chest shaking repeatedly. This knife was made from her soul power, and being shattered by a whip naturally inflicted direct harm to her. Damn it! What kind of whip is this? How can it be so powerful? The woman in white screamed in shock. What kind of existence was she? How could she be injured in her soul by an ant? Surprised, aren't you? Lin Chen stroked his beard with a chuckle. It's quite surprising and, damn it, how dare you mimic what I just said. The woman in white had just begun to respond when she angrily chastised him. Ha ha ha. As the saying goes, one returns what one has received. If you do not submit to me, then take the lash. Slap. 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 Lin Chen raised his hand and fiercely swung the god-whipping rod again. Chapter 50, shocked, she is the first empress from 1,000 years ago. Slap. 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 The sound of the whip echoed like thunder. In his spiritual sea, Lin Chen continually swung the god-whipping rod. This rod specifically targeted the soul. No matter how powerful the woman's soul force was, it was firmly suppressed. Lin Chen even took delight in striking her sensitive areas. He had no compassion for her delicate self. The terrifying power rampaged through the woman's soul, making her roll her eyes and release a shrill wail. A massive amount of soul power was shattered. She wanted to escape, but the god-whipping rod was too strange. No matter how fast she was, she couldn't outrun the god-whipping rod. Each time she changed her position, in the next instant, the god-whipping rod would strike her soul precisely. This extreme sense of helplessness made the woman in white nearly lose her mind. Fortunately, she had no physical body. Otherwise, she would have surely thrown up her bile. You have two choices: first, submit to me, whatever I ask, you answer it, and you can avoid the lashes. The second choice is for you to keep resisting, and I will continue to whip you. At this moment, Lin Chen's teasing voice slowly echoed. Like thunder, it rang in the ears of the woman in white. Damn it, if you have the guts, kill me. I have roamed the 6 realms and 8 wastelands for countless years, and I'm only one step away from becoming an ancient emperor. How can I allow a mere old bud to humiliate me? The woman in white cried out repeatedly. Her beautiful eyes surged with a raging fire, wishing to burn Lin Chen to ash. Hee, brag all you want. Bragging won't get you struck by lightning. If you've truly become an ancient emperor, then I've also once been an ancient emperor. Lin Chen scoffed roughly. What kind of existence was the ancient emperor? It was at the pinnacle of the world he was in. It had been countless years since an emperor had appeared. And in today's East Wasteland, within this 100,000 miles, for thousands of years, there has been a saying: sages do not appear, divine realms do not manifest, emperors dominate the world. Even a single strand of hair from an ancient emperor could turn a sage into nothingness. Hearing the woman in white brag, Lin Chen responded with even faster lashes. In an instant, the shadow of the whip blurred, striking the woman in white until she clutched her head and ran about frantically, in utter disgrace. A frog at the bottom of a well, short-sighted, before my physical body fell, I was a real supreme existence. If it weren't for my dear little junior brother attacking me during the great heavenly tribulation, would I have ended up like this? The woman in white roared over and over. Her voice was filled with chilling resentment. It didn't sound fake. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, suspiciously saying, were you really once a supreme powerhouse? Only a step away from becoming an ancient emperor? Of course. You can go ask around in the central divine domain to see how loud my name, Saintess, is. 3,000 years ago, I was the first goddess of the divine domain of gods. 2,000 years ago, I was the first holy maiden of the central divine domain. 1,000 years ago, I was the first female supreme of the central divine domain. If it weren't for the betrayal of the one I trusted the most, I would have been the first female emperor of the central divine domain. After achieving the Tao of the ancient emperors, I ruled over the 8 wastes and 6 domains. The woman in the white dress shouted fiercely. Even though she was in an incredibly miserable state at the moment, her voice was filled with infinite pride. Saintess, that name sounds quite good. I never expected you to be a powerhouse from the central divine domain. This really shocks me. Lin Chen swung the god-whipping whip, his hand slightly pausing. He stared at the woman in the white dress, deeply shocked. The central divine domain is the core of the wasteland continent, within the 8 wastes and 6 domains. It is said that in the central divine domain, superpowers are everywhere, and there are many immortal holy places. One might even encounter a powerful sage walking on the street. Although this rumor is a bit exaggerated. The central divine domain is a place that cultivators from the other 8 wastes and 5 domains yearn for. However, the central divine domain is incredibly far from here, and filled with danger. It's not easy to go there. Now you basically know my identity. Hurry up and apologize to me. If you correct yourself and pledge allegiance to me, I can pretend that what just happened never occurred. Seeing Lin Chen still shocked by her identity, Saintess' tone changed, and she suddenly shouted coldly at Lin Chen. A sense of superiority as a higher-up fully manifested in her at this moment. But Lin Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Whether you're bragging or telling the truth, I'll assume you're telling the truth. You're truly big-chested and brainless, with strength but no brains. Even if you really are a female supreme, even if you are an empress, so what? Now you're in my hands, and with the God-whipping whip in my hand, I can whip you however I want. And, a powerful female supreme letting me whip her at will, this feeling is just so amazing, isn't it? Asterisk crack. Crack, asterisk. Lin Chen raised his arm, and the whip echoed, striking towards Saint Yu's soul. Ah! Ah! Old man, you old pigeon. Whipping a supreme soul, you're asking for heavenly punishment. TCH, is the heavens your lover? Just because you say I should receive heavenly punishment, will I really suffer it? Lin Chen sneered. The whip sounds echoed in his spiritual sea. He kept whipping Saint Yu until she was on the verge of death, her soul dimming, only then did he stop. No wonder you're a dignified female supreme. It really isn't easy to make you submit. But I have plenty of time. If I have nothing to do, I can just come in and whip you again. Maybe one day, I'll come up with a way to greatly repair your soul and make you help me cultivate. Seems like that's not such a bad idea. Lin Chen clicked his tongue as he looked at Saint Yu. Then he put the god-whipping whip away. If he continued, he might actually kill Saint Yu. A soul that could possibly be the true essence of a female supreme is invaluable. It would be too easy to just kill her. Not only that, after putting away the whip, Lin Chen poured the essence of the divine pool absorbed from the supreme bone directly into his spiritual sea. He poured it into Saint Yu's soul to heal her injuries. Then, with a thought, his consciousness exited the spiritual sea and returned to his physical body. Damn old thing, Saint Yu will never forget this. One day, I'll tear your corpse apart and imprison you forever in hell. The essence of the divine pool Lin Chen had entered diluted as Saint Yu's injuries somewhat healed. She cursed in hatred. She immediately used a secret technique to try to escape from Lin Chen's spiritual sea. But at that moment, a series of runes suddenly emerged from her soul, directly suppressing her back into place. She fell heavily to the ground. Woman, don't think about escaping. You have already been marked by my god-whipping rod. If you even think about escaping, you will be immediately suppressed at best, or whipped at worst. Lin Chen's mocking laughter echoed in the spirit sea. Chapter 51, Putting on a Complete Act, a Wonderful Performance. So angry. Saint Moon's soul was flickering in fury. Old thing, you truly deserve death, even more than my unforgivable little junior. She, the supreme lady of the central divine domain. How could she end up in this situation? It was utterly against the natural order. But amidst her anger, she was also puzzled. How could there be such a powerful weapon in the barren eastern wilderness, compared to the central divine domain? A weapon specifically designed to attack souls, capable of overwhelming her lady's divine soul. Could it be that the god-whipping rod is an imperial weapon? Suddenly, a terrifying thought sprang to Saint Moon's mind. But immediately, she shook her head violently. Impossible. How could an old man with a head full of garbage thoughts possess an imperial weapon? And a special imperial weapon targeting souls? After a while, Saint Moon shouted in frustration, but if it's not an imperial weapon, why can it firmly suppress my lady's divine soul? Damn it, what on earth is that god-whipping rod? Unable to understand, utterly baffled, the First Lady of the Realm cursed in exasperation. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's consciousness had already withdrawn. And he was too lazy to answer her. His eyes gazed at the divine pool, still filled with powerful divine energy. Lin Chen's face bloomed with joy. Today is truly a great harvest, he exclaimed happily. Then he began to wildly absorb the energy from the divine pool. In the central divine domain, in a blessed place, there was a floating island suspended in the air. On it, celestial waterfalls flowed, and white cranes emerged from the mist. It seemed like a fairyland. Deep within this floating island, a man sat in the void. His appearance was unclear, but waves of endless Tao essence flowed across his body, filled with a mysterious and profound feeling. At this moment, he suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes and looked towards the east. Senior sister, I seem to sense your aura. Could it be that you truly escaped a calamity? The man muttered to himself. In his pupils, a chilling murderous intent flickered, like ancient ice. You can't still be alive, or else my junior brother's reputation will collapse in an instant, leaving an eternal stench. You better thoroughly die, that way, I won't feel regret for burning incense for you every Qingming festival, ha ha ha. The cold voice echoed through the void. After a long while, it gradually stopped. Where is the imperial slave? After the laughter ceased, the man calmly uttered 4 words. The void shifted, and a figure wrapped in a black robe quietly appeared. Respect. The figure in black knelt respectfully in the void. This is the bracelet that senior sister made for me to protect me. It contains a drop of her blood essence, which I've always treasured as a priceless treasure. Take this and head east to search for the aura of senior sister, see if it truly exists. What if I find it? The figure in black respectfully took the bracelet in hand. If you find it, then bring it back. If you can't bring it back, then kill. Understood, respect. The figure in black slowly departed. Senior sister, even if you are dead, please do not come back as a zombie. Watching the black-robed figure disappear, a flash of extreme ferocity crossed the man's face. In the Yuan Zhu divine pool, Lin Chen had been sitting here for a full 3 days and nights. Until his body could no longer absorb any divine essence, he finally slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the water level that had decreased by nearly 2/3. Lin Chen stroked his chin. It has actually decreased so much, I can't continue, otherwise, it would make me seem too greedy. With this thought, he stopped absorbing further. He felt he was quite kind. Maybe it was because he was getting older, it was easy to bring out his goodness. Do everything completely, let you feel the power of the innate heavy pupil. He still remembers, when Yuan Peng transformed the acquired heavy pupil into the innate heavy pupil. There appeared an incredibly terrifying phenomenon. So, Lin Chen prepared to make some noise. He watched as a circle of golden patterns slowly emerged in his kindly eyes. If one looked closely, they could find these golden patterns full of profound innate Tao charm. They hid immeasurable and overwhelming power. Boom! 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 As the innate heavy pupil emerged, terrifying power instantly erupted. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire dark hall, bright as day. Loud sounds like crashing waves emerged, directly transmitting through the walls made of special materials of this original spirit hall to the outside. Outside the original spirit hall, Yuan Taisu, who had been waiting here all along, suddenly stood up. What a fierce sound, like a tsunami crashing against the rocks on the shore. Is this the powerful force erupted from the successful transformation? Yuan Taisu exclaimed in amazement. Ding! 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 Next, sounds like a great bell rang out, that bright and smooth. At this moment, some of that light began to leak out along the walls. First, there was the booming sound like crashing waves, then the ringing of a great bell, and now terrifying brilliance shining through the walls. This phenomenon, it must be the legacy created by the innate heavy pupil. So terrifying, our Yuan clan has given birth to an innate supreme. Yuan Taisu was unable to contain his excitement. His old face lit up with a renewed vigor. Swish, 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 at this moment, sounds of breaking air quickly approached. It was Yuan Xiaotian and other high-ranking members of the Yuan clan flying on rainbows to arrive. Father, is this the impact caused by Yuan Peng's innate conflict? As soon as Yuan Xiaotian landed, he hurriedly asked. Exactly, it is the strange sound caused by that kid's innate conflict. He succeeded. Our Yuan clan has given birth to an innate supreme. Yuan Taisu was utterly thrilled. Yuan Xiaotian and the others also became excited at this moment. An elder with white hair even danced with joy. Our Yuan clan has given birth to an innate supreme, this is wonderful. It's as if I can already see the near future. Yuan Peng will sweep the world, suppressing the young generation of the eastern wilds. Lead our Yuan clan to the peak, becoming the 5th great holy clan, receiving homage from all sects. That's right, I suggest we immediately reinforce the Yuan clan's gate. Otherwise, when the time comes for homage from all sects, our Yuan clan's gate might be trampled. Not only that, but even the noble ladies and esteemed families of the eastern wild will likely come knocking, seeking to join our Yuan clan. That's for sure. This is an innate supreme, once a connection is made, their family power could thrive for thousands of years. Who wouldn't envy this? A group of elders turned red-faced with excitement. Some even wished to marry off their granddaughters to Yuan Peng to warm his bed. But after thinking, they felt their granddaughters weren't qualified enough. Meanwhile, Lin Chen in the Great Hall, feeling that he had created enough of a stir, slowly began to retract this terrifying phenomenon. He walked out of the divine pool, taking on Yuan Peng's appearance. He gently opened the doors of the hall. Oh wow, so many people are here to welcome me. Seeing a row of old men outside, each with excited, glowing faces, Lin Chen felt a sense of being a beautiful girl tossed into a den of robbers. With a slight internal complaint, Lin Chen strode over. After scanning the area, Lin Chen walked up to them, respectfully greeting Yuan Taisu and the others one by one. Then an elder anxiously called out, Yuan Peng, you finally came out. We have been waiting for so long. Quickly, let us see how your innate heavy pupil is. The speaker is the 6th elder of the Yuan clan. Lin Chen nodded, yes, but it can't last too long because the consumption from transforming the acquired dual pupils to innate dual pupils is just too high. I hope all the elders, as well as the clan leader, and ancestor Taisu can understand. Oh? Is the terrifying energy in the divine pool not enough for you? Lin Chen's words astonished everyone present. It's enough, but I can't absorb all the divine energy in my consciousness. Lin Chen forced a bitter smile. Is it really that exaggerated? How much have you absorbed? They asked in astonishment. I have absorbed about 2/3, now only 1/3 is left. I did not dare to continue absorbing. Lin Chen said sincerely. Everyone gasped at once. What a guy, after so many years of storage, we even injected many spiritual medicines into it. You absorbed 2/3 all at once. It seems the divine pool won't be usable for the next 10 years. Lin Chen's large absorption made everyone feel a pang of heartache. It's only been 3 days and nights, and he absorbed so much. This is equivalent to burning through the Yuan clan's years of investment in it. I'm sorry, Ancestor Tai Su, elders, I didn't mean to absorb it. When I opened my eyes, it had already dropped down by a lot. Lin Chen's expression was awkward, looking very embarrassed. Meanwhile, in the Yin Yang Qi furnace, Yuan Pang was rolling on the ground in anger, cursing loudly. Shameless, how can there be such shameless old things in the world? That's clearly you, shameless, frantically absorbing, until your bladder is full of divine essence. And then you turn around and say it wasn't intentional, damn you. He was almost driven to death by anger. He had seen shameless people, but never one this shameless. It's just that Lin Chen worried about whether bringing out the Yin Yang Qi furnace would cause some bad reactions. Otherwise, even if the divine essence and the divine pool were several times more, it could all be completely poured into the Yin Yang Qi furnace. Devouring heaven and refining earth is not just talk. Unfortunately, no one could hear his cursing. Yuan Taisu waved his huge hand generously. You don't have to be like this. We won't blame you, after all, this is an innate dual pupil, divine essence is a rare treasure for us. But for your innate dual pupil, it may just be that much. Feel free to absorb and refine. I, the ancestor, will pay attention to various divine artifacts and specifically seek them out for you. The old clan leader is right, you are priceless. It's not too much for us to support you with the entire power of the clan. The elders all spoke up one after another. One elder even swung his arm and took out a brilliant golden vine from his storage ring, directly presenting it to Lin Chen. Yuan Pang, this is a 1,000-pound vine I once obtained. It is an excellent treasure for tempering the body, and I give it to you. Third elder, you really can bear to part with it. This 1,000-pound vine is worth 50,000 top-grade spirit crystals. Ha ha, so what if it's 50,000 top-grade spirit crystals? When Yuan Pang becomes a sage that shakes the eastern wilderness one day, whatever he gives me will far exceed this mere 50,000 top-grade spirit crystals. This third elder laughed heartily. His words were very straightforward. Hey, you really are an understanding person. The nearby elders all laughed together. Yuan Pang, this is a green scale treasure armor, made from the complete skin of an emperor-level green scale monster. It's invulnerable to water and fire, and highly valuable. I present it to you. Yuan Pang, this is a manual I once stumbled upon called Steps to Heaven, though it's missing the last step, but it's a very powerful imperial technique. Yuan Pang, this is a 7-turn red blood pill, which contains an incredibly vast amount of vitality. No matter how severe your injuries are, as long as you take it, within 10 days you will be able to recover to your peak. Additionally, I am also giving you a beauty-preserving pill. If one day you encounter a rare goddess, you can gift her the pill and leave behind a wonderful bond. Ha ha ha. Elder 7 is really thoughtful. In this joyful laughter, one elder after another took out their rare treasures to gift to Yuan Pang. Some of these items were so precious that they wouldn't even use them themselves. But today, they generously presented them all to Yuan Pang. Lin Chen couldn't stop smiling. He bowed deeply like a chick pecking at rice, continuously expressing his gratitude. The most valuable innate spirit item in my hand has been given to you, and there isn't much left of value. This supreme enlightenment pill will be gifted to you. Finally, it was Yuan Taishu's turn. Seeing that everyone had presented their treasures, it would be a bit inappropriate for this old clan leader to not take out something. With a flick of his wrist, a pill containing rich Dao aura appeared in his palm. Hiss! Immediately, all the elders present gasped in surprise. Is it really the Supreme Enlightenment Pill? This pill is extremely precious, available only in the immortal sacred land, Enlightenment sect, and it's produced only once every 100 years. The elders were utterly shocked. Lin Chen looked at this Supreme Enlightenment Pill, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. He had heard rumors about the Supreme Enlightenment Pill. As long as one takes it, they can infinitely approach the path of heaven and earth. Any cultivation will go smoothly. Its value, while not less than the innate spirit items, is still comparable. In fact, the value of innate spirit items does not hold that much significance for most people. And the Enlightenment Pill, even if taken by a pig, could turn it into a powerful pig demon. Father, you actually have the Supreme Enlightenment Pill. Your mouth is really tight. Amid the shock of the crowd, a bitter voice sounded. Yuan Xiaotian's face was long. He didn't even have one of his own. Yuan Taishu actually gifted it to Yuan Peng. What use is it to you? Your talent is so poor. Can you step into the saint realm? Yuan Taishu rolled his eyes and glared at him. Instantly, Yuan Xiaotian was frightened and straightened up. He didn't even dare to reply. He could barely step into the divine realm, he would be very lucky. Seeing his disappointing demeanor, Yuan Taishu snorted again. Then, he handed the Supreme Enlightenment Pill to Lin Chen. Yuanpeng, this is for you. Thank you for the blessing, old ancestor Taishu. Lin Chen eagerly took the Supreme Enlightenment Pill in his hand. He was so excited he could barely contain his smile. Then, Lin Chen solemnly raised his right hand. With a voice like thunder, he proclaimed, I, Yuanpeng, hereby make a heavenly oath. I will repay the kindness of old ancestor Taishu, our family, and all the elders for my entire life. I swear to lead the Yuan clan to become a sacred clan in the eastern wilderness. If I betray this oath, may the heavens strike me with thunder, and I will not die a good death, forever falling into hell. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, a thunderclap erupted from the sky. In the dark, there is a heavenly path. One should not casually swear an oath to the heavens. Once you swear, you must fulfill it. At the moment the thunder roared, Yuanpeng, inside the yin-yang chi furnace, trembled violently several times. Old man, I-ing. You swear a heavenly oath in my name. You're using my life to show off, I curse your whole family. Chapter 53, A Stone Stirs 1,000 Waves. Not a single good thing was left behind, yet he had to carry the black pot. Yuanpeng felt heartbroken over Lin Chen's actions. This old man was truly unbearable. He hated himself for not being more cautious at that time. Had he informed his grandfather Yuan Hong about this matter a step earlier? I'm afraid there won't be any more matters following this. Everything is due to him underestimating the situation and trusting Li Qingxia too much. After all, Li Qingxia is his loyal follower. But he never imagined that this loyal follower, Li Qingxia, had quietly become Lin Chen's loyal follower. And she was calling him master with great delight. But now, no matter how angry he was, it wouldn't help. Lin Chen was laughing so hard that he couldn't close his legs. His expression brought even more satisfaction to Yuan Taishu. The heavenly Dao oath is not something that can be casually made. To dare to make such a heavenly Dao oath proves that the other party has tremendous confidence. Taishu old ancestor, family, and esteemed elders. Now I have successfully transformed, and I want to return to the Tianjin sacred land to share this good news with my grandfather. So he can stop worrying, and it's not in vain for him to toil for me for so long. As a junior, I actually feel quite guilty. Lin Chen then said to Yuan Taishu and the others. The goal has been achieved. If I continue to stay, any slip could bring big trouble. So soon to go back? Do you want to rest a few more days in the family? I'll arrange for someone to notify your grandfather. Yuan Taishu said with a caring expression. No need, Taishu old ancestor. I think it's best for me to stand in front of my grandfather personally. I can also give him a surprise. He has worked hard for me for so long, and as a junior, I really feel quite guilty. Lin Chen politely declined. He reasoned with feelings and truths. Yuan Taishu patted his shoulder. You make a good point, you are a good child, showing filial piety. Then you can go back. I will arrange for 2 people to escort you to the Tianjin sacred land. Thank you, Taishu old ancestor. This time Lin Chen did not reject Yuan Taishu's kindness. Being too humble isn't always good. Then, Yuan Taishu directly picked 2 elders among those present to escort Lin Chen back. After an exceptionally polite farewell, the 3 of them turned around and left. Ding, detected that the host has left the Yuan clan. This task is completed, and 500 task points have been fully awarded. Moreover, due to detecting that the host has exceeded the task, not only completed the task perfectly but also gained invaluable resources, the system decides to reward an extra 1,000 task points. At the moment Lin Chen stepped out of the Yuan clan's gate, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. In an instant, the corner of his mouth lifted 45 degrees. A hint of joy blossomed in his eyes. At the gate, looking at the gradually disappearing backs of Lin Chen and the others, Yuan Taishu waved his hand heavily, spread the news, announced to the world that our Yuan clan's Qilin child has become an innate supreme. Yes, old clan leader. Everyone nodded. This news spread like snowflakes, rapidly disseminating. A supreme being was born in the Yuan clan. This stirred up huge waves, and in a short time, in well-known places in the east, everyone was discussing this situation. The champion battle is about to begin, but the Yuan clan announced this news. It seems the Yuan clan is determined to win this champion battle. There have been rumors that one of the Yuan clan's Qilin children has an innate heavy pupil, and they have been searching for innate spiritual objects for years. It seems they found it this time. A young supreme with innate heavy pupils, the Yuan clan will surely flourish. Intense discussions echoed endlessly across the Eastern Emperor's land. The weight brought by a supreme being is truly immense. Whether it's an ancient religion with thousands of years of legacy or a powerful empire that dominates for 1,000,000 miles. Even several immortal holy lands were in heated discussions. Prepare grand gifts, select the most beautiful and talented women in the clan, and accompany me to the Yuan clan to celebrate. Young lady, the clan leader wants you to wear the most beautiful clothes and put on the most stunning makeup to go to the Yuan clan. While everyone was still discussing, some powerful forces have already begun to act. At this very moment, within the Tianqian Holy Land, many people, after receiving this news, began to discuss it intensively. Especially on top of Wandao Peak in the Tianqian Holy Land. All the disciples were extremely excited. However, their senior brother, Yuan Pang, has become a primal supreme being. If nothing unexpected happens, he will likely win the battle for the Holy Sun at the end of this year. As long as the Holy Sun does not perish, he will directly succeed the position of the Holy Master after the current Holy Master abdicates. The Holy Master of the Holy Land holds immense power over the world. It is terrifying beyond measure. Yuan Peng has actually found a primal spirit object and leaped to become a primal supreme being. His luck is really not bad. On Shaozhu Peak, Su Qingxian, upon receiving this news, was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes flashing with shock. Having a primal Dao fetus, she clearly understands how terrifying a primal supreme being is. At that time, along with her, the Tianqian Holy Land would essentially have two primal supreme beings. This is a matter worth celebrating for any Holy Land or power. However, Su Qingxian is very aware that this may mean impending chaos within the Tianqian Holy Land. Qingxian, come to me. At this moment, a sudden voice echoed in her ears. Su Qingxuan's beautiful eyes instantly narrowed. Then she vanished from the room in an instant. Moments later, Su Qingxian arrived in a seemingly ordinary great hall. Holy Master, Master. Inside the hall, the light was somewhat dim. An old man and a middle-aged man sat there enjoying tea. The old man was her master, the previous generation's Tianqian holy ancestor, Gu Changhe. The middle-aged man was the current holy master of the Tianqian Holy Land, Gu Changhe's disciple, Xiao Wanyan. Qingxian, you must have heard the rumors from the outside world? Looking at Su Qingxian who had arrived, Gu Changhe spoke lightly. Su Qingxian nodded. I heard, Yuan Peng's postnatal heavy pupil has transformed into a primal heavy pupil and will become a new primal supreme being on the Eastern Emperor Land. What you said is exactly right. But if I want you to kill him, do you have the confidence? Gu Changhe nodded, looking at her with a half-smile. To kill Yuan Peng. Su Qingxuan's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank. She had anticipated that there would be some waves. But she did not expect Gu Changhe to want her to kill Yuan Peng so soon. I am currently in the fourth heaven of the Dharma realm. If he has not broken through to the Dharma realm, I have a 10 out of 10 chance. If he has broken through, I have a 50% chance. Primal supreme beings are extremely difficult to kill. But if he possesses a special kind of supreme treasure, it is hard to say. Su Qingxian pondered for a moment before speaking. Primal supreme beings have strong vitality, your analysis is mostly correct. However, it is not absolutely necessary to kill Yuan Peng, as long as we dig out his primal heavy pupil. Gu Changhe took a sip of cold tea and said lightly. Dig out the primal heavy pupil? Su Qingxian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her master has such ruthless methods. Do you think my methods are a bit ruthless? Gu Changhe seemed to have seen her inner thoughts. Qingxian does not dare. Su Qingxian quickly shook her head. No need to worry, master will not blame you. Gu Changhe chuckled lightly. Sighing slightly, he said, this is all for the sake of the Holy Land. Yuan Peng has now become a primal supreme being. In the upcoming battle for the Holy Sun at the end of the year, he will likely become the Holy Sun. In the future, this position of Holy Master will belong to him. And he is the Qilin son of the Yuan clan. This news must have come from the Yuan clan as he has transformed into a primal heavy pupil. This shows that what is most important to him is still the Yuan clan. Not to mention that Yuan Hong, that old guy, has been watching closely. If he becomes the Holy Master, our Tianqian Holy Land will become his Yuan clan's world. No matter how you look at it, he cannot become the Holy Sun. And the best way is to cripple or kill him. Su Qingxian listened in silence for a long time. With her wisdom, she could fully understand the reasoning behind it. Master, I will do my best. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingxian said solemnly. Old Gu Changhe wore a smile on his old face. I believe in your ability. This Eastern Desolation Heavenly Proud battle is about to begin, right? This time, you will lead the team again. When you enter the battlefield, it will be your best chance to eliminate him. Okay, Master. But there might be other unexpected events, and I may not be able to go lead the team. I suggest that Master prepare another person for this matter. Su Qingxian nodded, then hesitated and said, what kind of unexpected event? Gu Changhe raised an eyebrow. Well, if I become pregnant, I'm afraid I won't be able to lead the team. Su Qingxian hesitated and shyly said. Talking about pregnancy in front of two big men, the Master and the Holy Lord, was somewhat embarrassing. So that's what it is. Ha ha ha. Gu Changhe burst into laughter. If you conceive the innate sacred body Tao embryo, even if you want to do this, I won't be willing. As long as you conceive, even if tomorrow he becomes the Holy Lord of the Holy Land, I won't worry at all. Junior sister, you don't need to worry about this at all, just focus on conceiving the innate sacred body Tao embryo. Innate sacred body Tao embryo, more important than anything. Xiao Wanyan also laughed heartily at this moment. The innate sacred body Tao embryo is the most terrifying physique throughout history and is said to guarantee a 100% entry into the realm of the ancient emperor. A long time ago, there was an innate sacred body Tao embryo who was invincible from birth. He pushed through all obstacles and reached the realm of ancient emperor, suppressing an entire era. Compared to this, the value of the Tianqian Holy Land seems lightweight. Seeing how much they valued the innate sacred body Tao embryo, Su Qingxian sighed quietly. A feeling that was hard to describe welled up in her heart. As the Saintess of Tianqian, the pride of the Tianqian Holy Land, her value at this moment seemed nothing more than a baby-making machine. It seemed like there was no difference from being a tool for Lin Chen. But I haven't conceived yet, I need to wait a few more days to find out. Su Qingxian continued to say. Gu Changhe nodded, since that's the case, you can go back first. Come back here in a few days. But one thing you must remember, the innate sacred body Tao embryo is greater than everything. Everything can be sacrificed for it. I understand, Master. Su Qingxian bowed slightly. Then she bid farewell to the two of them and turned to leave. After Su Qingxian left, a dark glimmer flashed in Gu Changhe's eyes. I really hope the innate sacred body Tao embryo can be born sooner, then we can revive the source of the innate sacred body Tao embryo less Master. Then, our Tianqian Holy Land can dominate the entire Eastern Desolation and return to the Middle Divine Domain. We will reclaim the pride that once belonged to us. Yes, Master, as long as the young Master awakens. Whether it's the Yuan clan or Yuan Pan with the innate heavy pupil, they are just stepping stones. Nothing to be concerned about. A fervent enthusiasm flashed across Xiao Wanyan's face when mentioning the young Master. Outside the gate of the Tianqian Holy Land, two elders of the Yuan clan escorted Lin Chen here and then left directly. He stepped into the Tianqian Holy Land and went directly to find Yuan Hong. At Wandao Peak, there was a secluded little courtyard where Yuan Hong resided. When Lin Chen arrived here, Yuan Hong had already waited for a long time. Good grandson, you finally came back. I was so worried about you, ha. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Yuan Hong excitedly stood up. Grandpa, Panger made you worry. Lin Chen pretended to look guilty and said. It's okay, it's okay. For Grandpa, just being able to have you back safe and sound is enough. Yuan Hong heavily patted his shoulder, laughing so wide he couldn't close his mouth. Lin Chen sighed in frustration. I was too careless this time, otherwise I wouldn't have flipped over in the gutter. Grandpa, please sit. I will tell you everything about this matter in detail. Good, good, good. Yuan Hong was waiting for the sentence. The two of them took their seats. Then Lin Chen recounted the words he had long prepared. It turns out Taishu sought out new innate spiritual objects for you. Before you returned, I was curious why news of you becoming an innate supreme being came from the Yuan family. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Yuan Hong nodded and smiled. Yes, I didn't expect that the old ancestor Taishu would actually seek out innate spiritual objects for me. What a coincidence. Perhaps it is destined. It's time for our Yuan Pine to have good fortune. Good fortune it is. Yuan Hong laughed heartily. Now you are an innate supreme being, definitely the favored child of fortune. From now on, your path will be smooth, and you will become an unparalleled powerhouse on this eastern wasteland. Thank you, Grandpa, for your good words. But my goal is first to become the master of Tianqian sacred land. Second, to become a saint and develop our Yuan family into an immortal clan that intimidates the entire eastern land. Lin Chen's gaze was firm, and his voice was passionately stirring. Ahaha, good. With such ambitions, even if I pass away immediately, I would have no regrets. Yuan Hong was so happy his face was flushed, as if he had been rejuvenated. Grandpa, you mustn't say nonsense. You have to live well until I become a saint, and enjoy the admiration of the world together. Lin Chen quickly spoke up, not allowing him to say foolish things. Ah, good, oh I must live well. Yuan Hong laughed again. In this short time, his laughter never stopped. Lin Chen had made him laugh like a child. Laughter makes one youthful, strive to laugh like a grandchild. Lin Chen rolled his eyes inwardly, then his tone shifted. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, Grandpa, although I have succeeded, the cost of breaking through from acquired double pupils to innate double pupils is really huge. I wonder if Grandpa has any rare items for me to use to help solidify things. Damn, Lin Chen, you old rascal, do you have no shame? You are eating 3 meals from a single fish. Under my name, you're asking for things everywhere. I'll beat you, you old man, damn you. Yuan Hong hadn't responded yet. In the Yin Yang Chi furnace, Yuan Pang couldn't hold back any longer. He yelled angrily. Chapter 55, Am I being a bit excessive by doing this? Panger, this is almost all of Grandpa's possessions. Except for a few necessary items I need to keep, everything is here. You can take all of it. In the quiet courtyard, Yuan Hong directly handed over a storage ring the size of a goose egg. He placed it before Lin Chen and spoke grandly. Hiss. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Yuan Hong was the High Elder of Tianxian Sacred Land, an old strong man who had lived many years. His collection over the years could be compared to that of a large power. Today, Yuan Hong unexpectedly went all in and gave it all to him. Grandpa, isn't this a bit too much? How about I just pick a few items? Lin Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart. He touched his nose, feeling a bit shy as he spoke. Pick what? What belongs to me is yours. Use what you can, and just put aside what you can't. Yuan Hong laughed heartily and said freely. All right. Then I will accept it, and I will not let Grandpa down. In the next second, Lin Chen immediately reached out to put the ring on his finger. Grandpa. If I want to break through to the lawform realm, then my goal is to be in the top 10 of the lawform realm sequence. If I am still in the divine power realm sequence, then my goal is to be number 1. Yuan Hong frowned slightly. Isn't being number 1 a bit difficult? The age limit for the divine power realm has been extended to 500 years, so there are definitely some guys who intentionally suppress their realms to compete for the rewards on the list. Grandpa, I am a congenital supreme. Lin Chen said somewhat dissatisfied. Ha, I was too cautious. I apologize to you, ha ha ha. Yuan Hong was momentarily stunned and laughed heartily. The Eastern Wasteland's Young Hero Battle is divided into 3 ranking sequences. One is the Spirit Sea Realm, one is the Divine Power Realm, and one is the Lawform Realm sequence. As long as one can enter the top 10 of the ranking, they can obtain unimaginable rewards and fortunes. Then, Lin Chen chatted with Yuan Hong for a while longer. He stood up and took his leave under the pretense of going back to seclude himself to consolidate his cultivation. You go back, if there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me at any time. Yuan Hong nodded. Then Lin Chen stood up and left. After leaving, Lin Chen went to the cave where Yuan Pang usually secluded himself. After closing the cave door, he impatiently opened the spatial ring that Yuan Hong had gifted him. Once opened, brilliant lights filled the cave. All kinds of precious and rare treasures were abundant. There were even nearly 1 million top-quality spirit crystals. Looking at this, Lin Chen was about to drool. 1 million top-quality spirit crystals. Yuan Hong is truly too wealthy. Mine, all mine. You old man with the surname Lin, if you still have a shred of conscience, you cannot use these things. Are you really not afraid of being struck by lightning for deceiving an old man's feelings for his grandson? In the yin-yang energy furnace, Yuan Peng shouted wildly. His eyes were completely red at this moment. After his congenital heavy pupil was plucked out, his originally normal human eyes slowly grew back. Due to Lin Chen deliberately using special methods. He could also see the scene that Lin Chen was looking at. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen sneered at his curses. As for being struck by lightning, I've already experienced it. There are still over 70 thunders remaining in my spirit sea, what am I afraid of? You. Despicable, you are extremely despicable. Even if you are not afraid of being struck by lightning, you have gained so many benefits, why deceive my grandpa? This is his lifelong collection. Yuan Peng roared with sorrow and anger. He once had the chance to obtain Yuan Hong's lifelong collection. But out of filial piety, he had refused on the spot. He never expected that now Lin Chen would take this opportunity. At this moment, he was boiling with rage. Stop barking. You think I'll spit out what's in my mouth? Is that possible? Lin Chen sneered disdainfully. However, you haven't gotten nothing. At the very least, I made your name famous in the Eastern Wasteland, who knows, you might even end up being ranked first in the hero list's Divine Power Realm sequence, which would be remarkable. You would become the dream lover of countless girls, and history will remember you. I don't need it at all. If you could just help me avoid bearing some of the blame, I would be forever grateful. Yuan Peng shook with rage. He shouted endlessly. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, if you say that, you actually reminded me. If there are any dirty deeds to be done, I can completely act under your name. Old dang, screw your nostrils, screw your eyes. Poo poo poo. Yuan Peng completely lost control, blood sprayed wildly from the yin-yang energy furnace. Like a watering can, it shot out everywhere. TSK, after all, you're young, your mindset isn't very good. Lin Chen curled his lips. He didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore. With a thought, he gathered all the items back into the spatial ring. After a brief thought, he threw the ring into the yin-yang qi furnace. What if this ring had Yuan Hong's mark on it? And it could be traced back to his whereabouts at any time? That would be a problem. Bang bang bang. At that moment, there was a knock outside the cave. Senior brother Yuan Peng, it's Qing Xia. Open the door and let me in. Li Qing Xia has arrived? Lin Chen's eyes moved. Hey, when he was torturing Yuan Peng, he had learned. Li Qing Xia, a former little admirer, was almost a matchmaker for him here. Now, she is eagerly looking for him without him needing to go to Lingsu Peak. Could this be a sign of something? Then he asked Yuan Peng, who had just stopped spitting blood in the yin-yang qi furnace. Yuan Peng, do you think it might be a bit excessive for me to take your chance first, and then have a little affair with your former little admirer in your cave? Wouldn't it be a bit too much for you? Chapter 56, The Touching Moment from Li Qing Xia. Excessive? Not at all. It just made his desire to slice Lin Chen into sashimi reach unprecedented heights. Yuan Peng, who had just stopped blood spurting, was furious again and began to spew blood wildly. Boring. Seeing that Yuan Peng only continued to spit blood without giving him any response, Lin Chen collected his thoughts and walked over to open the door of the cave. He let Li Qing Xia come in. As she looked up and down at Lin Chen, who almost had the same aura as Yuan Peng, she couldn't help but say, "Master, why are you still looking like Yuan Peng? Quickly change back. Seeing you like this makes me feel really uncomfortable." Why? Does my appearance remind you of something from the past? Lin Chen smiled mischievously. He tilted Li Qing Xia's fair chin, teasingly asking, "Master, please don't do that, it feels too weird." Li Qing Xia twisted her slender waist and pouted her rosy lips. Talking with Lin Chen, who was pretending to be Yuan Peng in Yuan Peng's cave, felt too strange to her. So much sneakiness. Isn't it exciting to play a little roleplay sometimes? Lin Chen chuckled, lightly pinching Li Qing Xia's delicate face. No, this really feels too strange. I can't take it. Li Qing Xia trembled, quickly grabbing Lin Chen's fingers to stop his mischief. Lin Chen looked at Li Qing Xia's adorable, bashful demeanor. He laughed and said, "I originally wanted Yuan Peng to feel involved, after all, I gained so much by using his identity, it felt a bit embarrassing. But since you don't want that, then forget it. I can't go against a woman's wishes." Pu. As soon as Lin Chen's voice fell, the amount of blood Yuan Peng was spewing from the yin-yang qi furnace surged multiple times. He was shaking all over as a fierce roar exploded in the space of the yin-yang qi furnace. "Old bastard, I feel involved." Boom. Perhaps due to being overly excited. While cursing, Yuan Peng fell flat on his back. A dark green substance mixed with blood clots spewed out from his mouth. It was still releasing a hint of steam. "Damn, your temper is so huge, you even spit out your gallbladder?" Lin Chen was shocked, secretly sighing that this young man's temper was indeed too great. Better to say less, lest he frightens Yuan Peng to death, that would be bad. Then, he focused his mind and completely sealed the yin-yang qi furnace. Yuan Peng could no longer see anything outside through his eyes. After that, Lin Chen's appearance began to change. He became his original self. Seeing the familiar handsome old man in front of her, Li Qing Xia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she hurriedly asked, "Master, can you tell me about your journey this time? It must have been very dangerous, right?" Overall, it was a thrilling yet safe experience. This time, the harvest was quite abundant. Lin Chen's old face wore a smile. Then he waved his arm, and a purple gold pill appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a rich scent of medicine filled the air in front of the two, invigorating them with just one whiff. This is a top-grade breakthrough pill. You are currently at the 8th level of the Divine Ability realm. It will be difficult to break through to the 9th level before the talent battle begins. I will give you this pill to help you break through before the talent battle starts. Li Qingxia looked at the top-grade breakthrough pill in Lin Chen's hand and stood up in surprise. Excitement filled her beautiful and delicate face at once. Top-grade breakthrough pill? My god, it's actually a top-grade breakthrough pill. Li Qingxia's eyes widened in disbelief. A flush spread from her ears to the sides of her cheeks. This top-grade breakthrough pill is immensely precious. Moreover, it is priceless and extremely hard to find. Even if she could encounter one, her financial situation would make it impossible to buy. As one's cultivation level rises, breaking through becomes increasingly difficult. But with this top-grade breakthrough pill, she could guarantee a 100% chance of breaking through. "Master, you are too good to me, Xiaocheng. How can I repay you?" Li Qingxia grasped the top-grade breakthrough pill in her hand. Tears of joy filled her eyes. She had once been a loyal follower of Yuanpeng. Not only because Yuanpeng was handsome, but also because of the resources he possessed. Yuanpeng had Yuan Hong behind him as support. Though she was also a prospective saintess, each peak in the Tianqian Holy Land had its own prospective saintess. To stand out among them required resources beyond imagination. Furthermore, Yuanpeng was very likely to become the future Holy Master. It seemed she was following Yuanpeng, but in reality, she was pursuing her own future. But now, merely by submitting to Lin Chen, she obtained this top-grade breakthrough pill. Lin Chen was simply too good. If it weren't for the insect in her heart, she would have suspected that Lin Chen had fallen deeply in love with her. Don't be so excited, a top-grade breakthrough pill is just a small matter for me. It's a small matter for the master, but for Xiaoqing, this is my future. Li Qingxia was overwhelmingly touched. She hugged Lin Chen's arm, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoqing, while I'm away for these few days, take care of Yuyan. How is she now? 2 hours later. At Lingsu Peak, in Li Qingxia's bamboo house. Lin Chen looked at Li Qingxia, who resembled a small cat beside him, smiling gently. They had finally left Yuanpeng's cave. Otherwise, Yuanpeng might have really been driven to anger. Oh no, master, I forgot to take care of her. I've been worried about you these days and busy with the talent battle. So I forgot to check on her. Li Qingxia gasped, standing up in a fluster. She hurriedly explained, an alarmed look on her face. Lin Chen was speechless but could understand. After all, as the senior sister of Ling Su Peak and a prospective saintess, she couldn't possibly keep track of an outer disciple at all times. This is the last time. I'll go see her myself later. He gave a light pat on her waist and said seriously. Li Qingxia appeared regretful. I'm sorry, master, Xiaoqing apologizes for her carelessness. At this moment, outside the bamboo house, a figure gracefully descended. Dressed in a purple dress, her alluring figure exuded captivating charm. Her beauty was exceptional, possessing the unique grace of a mature woman. The peak master of Lingsu Peak, by Xiuhua. This girl has a good relationship with Yuanpeng. Now that Yuanpeng has become a primordial sovereign, he must know many secrets but doesn't come to report to me. How irritating. Standing outside the bamboo house, Bai Xiuhua snorted lightly. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then she walked towards Li Qingxia's bamboo house. But just then, a figure suddenly darted out. Blocking Bai Xiuhua's path, shouting loudly, Peak Master. I am Wang Yuan, a disciple of Lingsu Peak. The eldest senior sister is currently in seclusion, you cannot enter. Chapter 57, I come only to repay kindness. At this moment, Wang Yuan had mustered all her courage to stand in front of Bai Xiuhua. Bai Xiuhua looked at the suddenly appeared Wang Yuan and asked, Did Qingxia arrange for you to guard here? No. I came to find the eldest senior sister about something, and it just so happened she is in seclusion, saying not to disturb her. Wang Yuan hesitated for a moment but did not dare to nod directly. Instead, she found a reason to say. Heh, you must not disturb her, but that does not mean this peak master cannot disturb. Bai Xiuhua said casually. She waved her hand gently, and Wang Yuan uncontrollably moved 2 meters to the side. Then, she stepped forward with her long, jade-like legs. Eldest senior sister, I have tried my best, I hope you can hear my voice and prepare well. Wang Yuan did not dare to stop her again and breathed deeply in her heart. Because of the previous incident where she intercepted Lin Chen to extort him, Wang Yuan had been worried these days, wondering if she had offended Lin Chen and Li Qingxia. So she often wandered here, hoping to happen upon them one day to make a sincere apology. Unexpectedly, today she actually encountered them. However, Li Qingxia and Lin Chen hurriedly rushed into Li Qingxia's residence, not giving her a chance to stop them and apologize. Wang Yuan took the chance to follow them. But unexpectedly, she heard an unbelievable sound in Li Qingxia's residence. The intensity of the noise startled Wang Yuan greatly. It was said that Li Qingxia had a close relationship with Yuanpeng, but now it seemed she had this kind of connection with a mysterious and powerful elder from another peak. If this were to spread, it would likely cause a massive earthquake throughout the entire Tianqian Holy Land. But she knew very well that if she leaked this secret, Li Qingxia would be the first to eliminate her. So she prepared to pretend she did not know and leave. Unfortunately, she happened to run into Bai Xiuhua coming over. Bai Xiuhua walked through a bamboo grove and arrived at Li Qingxia's door, where she saw her sitting opposite an old man. On the 8 immortals table between them, there were 2 cups of tea. The old man was naturally Lin Chen. Hearing footsteps, Lin Chen and Li Qingxia both turned their heads at the same time. Peak Master, what brings you here? Seeing Bai Xiuhua standing at the door, Li Qingxia was extremely surprised and stood up, walking gracefully to greet her. Hee, you little girl have a good taste, claiming to be in seclusion while drinking tea with others. Bai Xiuhua chuckled, somewhat dissatisfied as she walked into Li Qingxia's room. Oh, isn't this the holy lady's fiancé? Why aren't you spending time with the holy lady? What are you doing at my Ling Su Peak? You are not sneaking over here to have an affair with Qingxia, are you? Once inside the room, Bai Xiuhua carefully looked at Lin Chen's old face and chuckled. Put. The tea that Lin Chen had just taken a sip of sprayed out. Some even splashed onto Bai Xiuhua's purple long skirt, leaving deep purple spots. Damn it, this incredibly beautiful woman, with a curvaceous figure, exuding a rich mature charm, truly had a knack for hitting the nail on the head. She actually said it right in one go. You must know that just after hearing Wang Yuan shout, Lin Chen and Li Qingxia hurriedly cleaned up and opened the room door to air it out. Master, what are you saying? My relationship with Brother Lin is completely innocent. Li Qingxia, who was standing by the door to greet, flashed a hint of panic in her beautiful eyes and quickly said anxiously. Hee, I was just joking. Why are you explaining? Could it be that you two really are having an affair? Bi Xiuhua's beautiful eyes suddenly flickered, and she turned her head to stare at Li Qingxia and asked. Of course not. How could I have an affair with Senior Brother Lin? No, how could I have an affair with anyone? This is simply impossible. Senior Brother Lin is here for serious business. Li Qingxia explained earnestly, but her tone was somewhat anxious. What serious business? Let me hear it. As Bi Xiuhua spoke, she slowly walked around, examining the furnishings in the room. The room was very tidy, the table was a table, the chairs were chairs, and the bedding on the bed was neatly folded. The only thing was, as she stepped further in, a strange smell wafted into her nostrils. Why does it smell a bit like fish? Bi Xiuhua sniffed a couple of times. Ha, this must be the famous Bifeng master from Ling Su Peak. I've never seen you, only heard of your name, and now that I see you, you are indeed elegant and beautiful, and also a fun person who likes to joke. Observing Bi Xiuhua, the keen-eyed Lin Chen said. You've heard of me? Bi Xiuhua blinked her beautiful eyes and turned to look at Lin Chen. Of course, Master Bifeng is exquisite and breathtaking. It's said that you are famous throughout the eastern wilderness, how could I not have heard of you? Lin Chen slightly flattered her. It is said that compliments can cross mountains and oceans. Indeed, a faint smile appeared on Bi Xiuhua's face. But then she changed her tone. Stop giving me vague answers, quickly tell me what a holy woman's husband is doing in the room of my direct disciple? If you don't explain clearly, I am going to find the holy woman to ask for the truth. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Master Bifeng, please don't misunderstand, I came mainly to gift a pill to junior sister Lin. Gift a pill? Bi Xiuhua's gaze shifted to Li Qingxia. Li Qingxia quickly waved her hand, revealing the exquisite broken mirror pill that Lin Chen had given her not long ago in her palm. One exquisite broken mirror pill, gifted to junior sister Lin. Lin Chen pointed at the pill in Li Qingxia's hand and simply said. It's actually the exquisite broken mirror pill? Bi Xiuhua's beautiful eyes instantly showed a look of shock. The exquisite broken mirror pill is extremely expensive, and it's hard to find in the market. Even she doesn't have one. And Lin Chen actually gifted it to Li Qingxia. Could it be that her earlier words were prophetic, that they really have an unusual relationship? This old man is really bold, being the holy woman's husband and daring to pursue a disciple of hers who is a potential holy woman. This holy woman's husband is indeed very daring. A small sect elder became my heavenly Xian sacred land's holy woman's husband due to his constitution, and yet he dares to boldly pursue other girls. Are you really not afraid of death? Suddenly, Bi Xiuhua sneered. A hint of cold murderous intent seemed to surface in her eyes, pressing toward Lin Chen. Master, please do not misunderstand. Seeing Bi Xiuhua ready to strike, Li Qingxia was startled and quickly spoke to intervene. Shut up. I want this old man to explain to me why he is gifting you such an expensive pill. Bi Xiuhua coldly snorted, staring coldly at Lin Chen, demanding an explanation. Master Bifeng is overthinking, the truth is quite simple, I am gifting the pill purely out of gratitude. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Not long ago, because Qingxian had an errand to run, I was bored alone in the sacred land, so I simply left the sacred land to stroll around, and by coincidence encountered a treasure, so I went after it. During the chase, I ran into danger and happened to meet Junior Sister Li. With Junior Sister Li's help, I obtained the treasure. And among that treasure, I found some other things, which included this exquisite broken mirror pill. Later, I also learned from Qingxian that Junior Sister Li has already reached the 8th level of the divine ability realm, struggling to break through to the 9th heaven before the brilliant war arrives. So I came up to gift the pill. The whole story is just this simple. The master's master, it is really this simple. As Lin Chen's voice fell, Li Qingxia quickly echoed beside him, secretly giving Lin Chen a thumbs up in her heart. After all, living long enough, one can lie so effortlessly. And it's so well structured, with no flaws at all. Is it really like this? What Lin Chen said didn't seem like a lie, but Bai Xiuhua still had a bit of doubt. Lin Chen smiled slightly, full of confidence, saying, if Peak Master Bai still doesn't believe, you can go seek Changxian for verification. Of course, I can also take back this pill. However, I believe Peak Master Bai wouldn't want your great disciple to not reach the peak of the divine power realm before the brilliant war, right? Chapter 58, If there is need, I will help. Swish. Looking at Lin Chen's confident smile on his old face, Bai Xiuhua's eyes slightly narrowed. Of course, she wanted Li Qingxia to reach the peak of the divine power realm before the brilliant war. That way, she could achieve a good ranking in the brilliant war. If her disciple obtained a good ranking, it would bring her, as a master, much honor. Especially since among the current 9 peaks of the Tianxian sacred land, only her Ling Su Peak's great disciple had not reached the peak of the divine power realm. And this top-notch breaking mirror pill was crucial for the current Li Qingxia. If you say so, then this peak master will tentatively believe you. And I would like to express my thanks to you. As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Xiuhua revealed a beautiful smile and spoke to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly and politely said, Peak Master Bai doesn't need to be courteous. Being able to repay the life-saving grace from before, I, Lin Chen, am also very happy. Grateful and knowing how to repay kindness, the character of the Holy Maiden's son-in-law is admirable. However, does the Holy Maiden know about giving such an expensive pill to Qingxia? Bai Xiuhua seemed unwilling to let it pass so easily, and once again looked at Lin Chen with a smile. It's just a breaking mirror pill, I received quite a few good things this time, and Shang Xian also has a share. Lin Chen smiled slightly, tactfully explaining. It seems the opportunities obtained are not small. A hint of unusual color flashed in Bai Xiuhua's beautiful eyes. Though she was the peak master, the resources she could obtain in the sacred land were still not as much as Su Changxian, the Holy Maiden. But Su Changxian didn't mind Lin Chen giving away pills. It's highly possible that what she received could be even more precious than this breaking mirror pill. I am now also at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm, continually struggling to break into the king realm. I wonder if he has something suitable for me. Looking at Lin Chen's somewhat handsome old face, Bai Xiuhua couldn't help but think of herself. Crossing from the Dharma aspect realm to the king realm is indeed a daunting chasm on the path of cultivation. It is extremely difficult to cross over, and once one reaches the king realm, one's lifespan can increase by a full 2,000 years. The other benefits are powerful and even hard to describe. If someone were to give her a pill right now that could instantly help her cross this chasm and enter the king realm, she would be willing to be a temporary Dao partner for a while. Who knows, she's been stuck at this threshold for a full 200 years. She dreams of breaking through. Ding, detected the daughter of fortune, Peak Master Bai Xiuhua, is planning against the host, triggering a supreme choice. Choice 1, speak to bid farewell, leave immediately, reward, South Mingli Fire Sword. Choice 2, speak to bid farewell, turn to Bai Xiuhua and say meeting is fate, you are also my benefactor's master. If Peak Master Bai has needs, you may come to find me anytime. I, Lin Chen, will definitely help if Bai Xiuhua seeks the host, reward, special technique, transforming 1 into 3. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Chen's mind. At the same time, Bai Xiuhua's personal panel also appeared. Name, Bai Xiuhua. Age, 810 years old. Fortune, 700,000. Physique, 100 flower jade body. Cultivation level, peak of Dharma realm. Identity, peak master of Ling Su Peak, Tianxian sacred land. Wow, this ripe water honey peach actually has its eyes on me? Lin Chen's heart trembled slightly. Looking at the voluptuous and enchanting Bai Xiuhua in front of him, he was taken aback. Could it be that because of what I just said, she thinks I have a lot of good things in my hands? Although I do have quite a few good things. But why should I give them to her? Lin Chen scoffed in his heart. However, when he saw the rewards above the second option, Lin Chen's heart stirred. System, does this transform into 3 pure ones mean I can create 3 of myself? That's right, host, not only can you create 3 of yourself, but their strength will be just like yours, and you can communicate with each other without any difference, unaffected by time and space dimensions. That's pretty impressive, now I have no choice but to choose option 2. Lin Chen wore a faint smile on his face. Although Bai Xiuhua was a bit older. A woman 3 years older than a man holds golden bricks. A woman 3 years older sits on a throne. And he guessed that Bai Xiuhua would likely come looking for him. Then he pushed back his chair and stood up. By Peak Master, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up. The elixir has also been delivered to Junior Sisterly, so I will take my leave. But since meeting is fate, and you are my benefactor, if Bai Peak Master has any needs, feel free to find me. I, Lin Chen, will definitely help. Oh? Bai Xiuhua's beautiful eyes brightened at once, showing a hint of surprise. Helping out generously. That sounds quite grand. Isn't that just what I want? Immediately, a very joyous smile appeared on Bai Xiuhua's face. The Holy Maiden's son-in-law is too polite. If I truly need help, I will certainly come to find you. Ah, you're always welcome. Lin Chen nodded and laughed heartily. Then he once again bid farewell to Bai Xiuhua and Li Qingxia and walked towards the door. As he passed by Li Qingxia, he secretly winked at her, which made Li Qingxia's heart skip a beat. What is Lin Chen up to? Could it be that he has thoughts about my master? After already obtaining me, does he want to capture my master too? Could it be that Lin Chen is a bit too much of a lecher? Qingxia, tell me about Yuan Pang. After watching Lin Chen leave, Bai Xiuhua sat down in her chair and asked Li Qingxia. The latter quickly withdrew her thoughts and began to respond. As for Lin Chen, after passing through a small bamboo grove and exiting Li Qingxia's residence, he saw the curvaceous and well-endowed Wang Yuan standing there. Immediately, Lin Chen walked over with a beaming smile. Thank you, junior sister. Senior brother, it's good that you and senior sister are safe and sound. Junior sister, I merely helped a little. Chapter 59, Trouble in the Wang family, Yu Yan is captured. Wang Yuan did not seek praise. She looked at Lin Chen with a shy and playful expression. Senior brother, that day was my fault for not understanding. This top-quality spirit crystal, I haven't used it yet, so I will return it to you. I hope you can forgive me for my thoughtlessness that day. As she spoke, Wang Yuan handed over a top-quality spirit crystal. Her proud chest kept pressing against Lin Chen's arm, causing Lin Chen to constantly try to retreat. What a little minx. If you are going to apologize, just apologize, why all this closeness? Besides, Lin Chen is not the petty type. Junior sister, you need not worry, I have not taken it to heart. A mere top-quality spirit crystal is nothing. Here, I also have 100 spirit pill, this is for you. I want to give you this 100 spirit pill to express my gratitude for your kind reminder earlier. Lin Chen smiled slightly. He pushed Wang Yuan's fair little hand back and took out a fragrant pill to hand it to her. Hiss. Looking at the pill that emitted an enticing aroma, with swirling golden threads, Wang Yuan immediately gasped in cold air. This pill contains immense spiritual energy, needing 100 types of spiritual herbs to refine. Its price is incredibly high. She couldn't buy one even with 20 years of salary. Yet Lin Chen waved his hand and gave it to her. Brother, this is too precious, won't sister feel ashamed to accept it? Just take it, I can't stand people who hesitate. Swish. Lin Chen flicked his finger, and the expensive Bai Ling Dan turned into an arc. It fell perfectly into Wang Yuan's chest. A cool sensation made Wang Yuan's delicate body shudder. Then Lin Chen took his steps and walked down the mountain. Wang Yuan tightly clutched her chest, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Although this brother is a bit old, he is really handsome. Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, Wang Yuan's eyes brimmed with spring. She wished she could rush down and hug Lin Chen tightly. When he reached the bottom of the mountain, Lin Chen looked at the sky. He directly walked towards the outer gate area, heading to Wang Yuyan's residence. He knocked on the door a few times but received no response. Is she in seclusion for training? Or is she out? Lin Chen's brow slightly lifted. He knocked a few more times, and suddenly heard a click. The door slowly opened a crack. It was clear that the door had not been shut properly. So Lin Chen simply walked inside. The room was empty, and Lin Chen looked around, spotting a note on the table. It read, Brother Lin, an urgent matter has happened at home. I rushed back. If you come back and the note is still here, it means I have not returned. Something happened at home? Is it something bad? How could it be so urgent that she couldn't even wait for me to come back? Looking at the note, Lin Chen murmured to himself. He reached out and touched the words, feeling a slight roughness. It was obvious that this note had been left for several days. Several days had passed, and Wang Yuyan still hadn't returned. A slight bad premonition rose in his heart. Going back to Zayas Yufeng would be pointless, I might as well go to Yuyan's home and take a look. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Then he tucked the note into his pocket and left the outer gate area. He quickly flew towards Qingfeng town, over 300 kilometers away. When he arrived at the Wang family's place in Qingfeng town, he saw a scene of devastation. Even the Wang family sign had fallen to the ground. There were still some embers in the yard, continuing to burn. Occasionally, cries could be heard. This is almost a destruction of the clan. Who has such ruthless methods? Looking at the battered Wang family, Lin Chen frowned. Then he stepped inside. He saw bodies lying on planks. Some of the Wang family's women knelt on the ground, crying. And a group of people was desperately trying to heal the injured. Among them was Wang Yuyan's father, Wang Bingquan, the head of the Wang family. At this moment, Wang Bingquan looked very miserable, most of his body bandaged. One arm was missing. He kept groaning in anger. Head of the Wang family, what on earth happened to the Wang family? How did it fall to such a state? And Yu Yan, is she injured? Since the Wang family members were busy with their own matters, they didn't even notice an old man had joined them. It wasn't until Lin Chen approached that he finally spoke up. Silence. Almost instantly, everyone present was stunned. The voice of Senior Lin, make way. I think I heard Senior Lin's voice. Wang Bingquan, still groaning in anger, quickly yelled. He directed the people around him to move aside. Senior Lin, it really is you. You finally came, sob sob sob. A man over 50, Wang Bingquan, seeing Lin Chen at this moment, actually burst into tears. Tears flowed down like raindrops. It's Senior Lin, our great savior has come. Senior Lin, you must help the Wang family, you must avenge us. The other royal family members saw Lin Chen and did the same. They immediately knelt down in front of him, nodding their heads like garlic being pounded, vigorously bowing their heads. Everyone calm down. Tell me what happened first, so I can help you. Lin Chen frowned slightly. He waved his hand, and a mighty force spread out. It forcefully lifted the kneeling people up from the ground. Be quiet, let me speak. Wang Bingquan shouted angrily as he rolled off the bed. Walking towards Lin Chen with a limp, he said in a low voice, it's Zhao Chuan's son, Zhao Tsong, who led a group of people into the Wang family without reason. He used my name to trick Yu Yan back from the heavenly Xian sacred land. Now Yu Yan has been captured by him, and we don't know if she is alive or dead. Lin Sr. must save Yu Yan. After Wang Bingquan finished speaking, he wiped his tears and begged for help. Lin Chen's expression was cold. Where is she captured? Do you know the location? Tiger Jump Cliff. 100 kilometers north of Qingfeng Town, inside Feihu Mountain. Swish. As soon as Wang Bingquan finished speaking, Lin Chen soared into the sky. He flew north without hesitation. Chapter 60, The Cliff's Shocking Change, The Demon King's Remaining Soul. When Lin Chen arrived at Tiger Jump Cliff, he saw Wang Yuyan bound tightly, her mouth stuffed with a thick cloth, hanging outside the precipice. This was an enormous tree, with a thick branch extending far out over the cliff. Wang Yuyan was hanging from this branch. Next to the big tree sat a young man in a blue brocade robe. At a glance, Lin Chen recognized that he resembled Zhao Chuan. Without a doubt, this should be Zhao Chuan's son, Zhao Kang. But after just one glance, Lin Chen focused his gaze on Wang Yuyan and shouted loudly to her. Yuyan, I'm here. Senior brother Lin? Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, Wang Yuyan suddenly looked up. A wave of excitement surged in her heart. Wang Yuyan shook her head frantically, signaling Lin Chen not to come closer. Don't worry, even if Zhao Tsong that little trash has set a trap here, there's nothing to fear. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are like ants trying to move a mountain. Lin Chen didn't stop his steps. With unmatched confidence, he approached Wang Yuyan. As Lin Chen grew closer, Wang Yuyan became extremely anxious. She kept nodding and shaking her head. She of course knew that Lin Chen's strength was extraordinary. After all, even the quasi-holy maiden Li Qingxia had fallen at his hands. But what if Zhao Tsong's tricks were far more powerful than Li Qingxia's? And when Zhao Tsong saw Lin Chen completely ignore him and walk straight towards Wang Yuyan, a sinister smile crept across his face. I was right, this is a very arrogant guy. Your arrogance will cost you your life. Looking at the enemy with a grudge against his entire family, Zhao Tsong clenched his fists tightly. He had bet correctly. Lin Chen didn't take him down first, instead, he rushed to save Wang Yuyan. Don't come over. Don't come over. Wang Yuyan panicked, desperately struggling as Lin Chen approached the cliff's edge. Next, Lin Chen stepped forward into the air. Step by step, he walked up to Wang Yuyan, smiling brightly. Don't be afraid, my coming means you are safe now. No matter what tricks he plays, I will handle them all. Lin Chen chuckled. Then he reached out to untie the ropes binding Wang Yuyan. But at that moment, a sudden change came over the cliff. A terrifying demonic aura shot up like the will of heaven, instantly enveloping the area. Thud. As the demonic aura soared into the sky, Zhao Tsong knelt to the ground, shivering all over. The Supreme Body. I can actually feel the breath of the Supreme Body. It is actually an old Supreme Body. But it is also very good, this king is very satisfied, I will reward you, this ant, haha. Accompanied by this terrifying demonic aura, a deafening laugh echoed. Then Lin Chen saw an incredibly huge, majestic black tiger, comparable to a small mountain, suddenly charge out from below the cliff. The gigantic claws reached out towards him. Lin Chen's face changed instantly. Damn, this is actually a black tiger demon king. This has the aura of a king, far surpassing that of the Dharma aspect realm. He had felt this clearly when he was in the Yuan tribe. At this moment, Lin Chen was quick and decisive, he broke the ropes binding Wang Yuyan and was about to escape with her swiftly. But that gigantic black tiger's paw had already reached out. It grabbed Lin Chen's ankle, like tying a high mountain to his foot. The immense weight dragged Lin Chen and Wang Yuyan down towards the cliff. Human ant, you did quite well, first I will reward you. As they fell, a light orb flew up from the edge of the cliff and landed in front of Zhao Kong. Zhao Tsong was immediately extremely excited, hurriedly kneeling down, bowing his head and shouting. I respectfully send off the Demon King. The Demon King's great gift, I will never forget it for life. He looked at the light orb, overwhelmed with excitement. This was a generous gift from the soul of the Black Tiger Demon King. Few people knew that beneath the Tiger Jump Cliff lay the lingering soul of a Black Tiger Demon King. They knew this because his grandfather had once traveled there with a few people when young, nearly being devoured by the soul of the Black Tiger Demon King. But ultimately, because his grandfather had the weakest talent, he was spared by the soul of the Black Tiger Demon King. This became the highest secret of the Zhao family, with no one daring to let out even a whisper, fearing that talking too much would disturb the tranquility of the Black Tiger Demon King. And this secret helped him take great revenge. Because he learned from the Wang family that Lin Chen's strength was extraordinary, being a senior elder from the Holy Land, not something he could deal with. But the enmity of exterminating his clan cannot be tolerated, so he thought of this method. Even if in the future, the Holy Land seeks Lin Chen's whereabouts, it has nothing to do with him, it's up to the lingering soul of the Black Tiger Demon King to fight. The Tiger Jump Cliff is thousands of feet high, and the falling process is quick. The piercing sound of the wind cut against their faces painfully. Wang Yuyan was extremely scared, burying her head deep in Lin Chen's chest, repeatedly saying sorry. It was her who got Lin Chen into trouble. Don't say such things. Since we are here, we will accept it, let's see what he wants. Lin Chen said in a deep voice. After the initial panic, he had already calmed down. After all, living for 500 years, his mindset was not something young people could compare to. After more than a dozen breaths, they seemed to have crossed a barrier. Suddenly, they fell into a cave at the bottom of the cliff. This cave was enormous and incredibly smooth. There was nothing on display, only an extremely large and complete skeleton. After landing, the gigantic lingering soul of the Black Tiger Demon King fixated its gaze on Lin Chen. Old but still possesses supreme bones. This king will occupy your body and seek some life-extending treasures, and will still be invincible in the world. You want to seize my body? Lin Chen looked at the mountain-like lingering soul of the Black Tiger Demon King and asked. Exactly, this king wants to seize your body. I have been stuck in this desolate place for a full 800 years. I can finally break free and see the light of day again. The lingering soul of the Black Tiger Demon King laughed heartily, its mood was very high. Not long ago it was still sleeping, but was intentionally awakened by Zhao Tsong, feeling extremely angry and prepared to devour Zhao Tsong for punishment. However, the latter stated he would bring a great gift for it. Unexpectedly, this gift truly satisfied him. No. You cannot eat Brother Lin. He is an inner elder of the Tianxian Sacred Land. If you seize him, the Tianxian Sacred Land will never let you go. If you want to seize, just seize me, I also have a special physique, the Xianin Phoenix body. At that moment, Wang Yuyan rushed over suddenly. She opened her arms, stood in front of Lin Chen, and shouted with her high chest held out. Chapter 61, You're not mistaken, you know you're going to die. Oh, I misjudged you, a mere ant actually has a Xianin Phoenix body. The remnant soul of the Black Tiger Demon King looked at Wang Yuyan with his bell-like eyes. That's right, I have a Xianin Phoenix body. You can seize me, I have no background, but you must spare Brother Lin. Wang Yuyan shouted passionately. Lin Chen, who was behind her, felt a touch of emotion on his face. It turned out that being cared for felt so good. But of course, he wouldn't let the remnant soul of the Black Tiger Demon King seize Wang Yuyan, and the remnant soul wouldn't agree either. Ha ha ha. As expected, the next second, the remnant soul of the Black Tiger Demon King laughed loudly. The Xianin Phoenix body is indeed good, but it is far inferior to the Supreme Bone. Moreover, why wouldn't I seize the Supreme Body and then take you for dual cultivation, using you as my furnace to aid my practice? He he he. The wildly arrogant laughter turned Wang Yuyan's pretty face pale. She gritted her teeth and roared, You shameless thing, how can you still be a proper demon king? How can you have no sense of shame at all? He he, I am a demon, not a human. And even if I were human, facing you, a top-grade Xianin Phoenix body, who could resist? Get away and lay down, I will come to favor you once I have successfully seized. The giant claw of the Black Tiger Demon King's remnant soul pointed aside, unleashing a terrifying force that forcibly pulled Wang Yuyan 3 meters away from Lin Chen. Wang Yuyan struggled urgently, but what filled her with despair was that this power did not dissipate. Instead, it imprisoned her as if she were in a cage. At that moment, tears streamed down Wang Yuyan's face, and guilt filled her chest completely. Yuyan, do not cry, seizing me is not so easy. Perhaps, this big black cat will fail and suffer in vain. Lin Chen, feeling a bit heartbroken seeing Wang Yuyan cry, looked at her and comforted her loudly. Aunt, stop self-comforting. To be seized by me is your honor, like smoke rising from your ancestor's grave. The remnant soul of the Black Tiger Demon King smiled proudly. Then he suddenly charged towards Lin Chen's brow. This terrifying soul power was beyond Lin Chen's ability to resist. In fact, he wasn't prepared to resist at all. Almost unimpeded, the remnant soul of the Black Tiger Demon King entered Lin Chen's spiritual sea. I, the proud Demon King of an era, have actually seized a human supreme body with a supreme bone. This is my opportunity. Dual cultivation of demon and human, invincible under heaven. In Lin Chen's spiritual sea, the remnant soul of the Black Tiger Demon King laughed wildly. He could already foresee how powerful he would become in the future. When the supreme bone comes out, who can compete? Damn beast, looking ugly, what are you making noise for? But just at that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed in Lin Chen's spiritual sea. This voice made the laughter of the remnant soul of the Black Tiger Demon King come to an abrupt halt. He suddenly froze, his bell-like eyes quickly scanning around. Because this was not Lin Chen's voice, but a clear and cold female voice. Could it be that there were other souls in his spiritual sea? This is not scientific. How could one person's spiritual sea tolerate the existence of other souls? Isn't that just setting a timer for self-destruction? Lower your evil eyes and kneel to listen to the training. The cold voice of the woman echoed again. The mouth of the Black Tiger Demon King's lingering soul twisted in anger. What the hell, who is speaking? Get out here. I used to dominate the Eastern Wilds for 1,000 years, I've seen all kinds of people, but never someone so arrogant as you. The Black Tiger Demon King's lingering soul was furious beyond measure. Smack! But at that moment, an exquisitely bare foot, as white as jade, stepped toward him. With a bang, the Black Tiger Demon King's lingering soul couldn't dodge and was kicked away. Rolling over a dozen times, he finally managed to stop. At this point, he saw a woman in a white dress slowly appearing. Her waist twisted, her chest proud, long hair draping over her shoulders, and a silver crescent shape on her forehead, radiating mystery and nobility. The Black Tiger Demon King's lingering soul promised that this was the most noble and beautiful woman he had ever seen since birth. However, he was very angry at this moment because she had kicked him. Damn woman, you were so bold to dare to launch a sneak attack on this king without any martial ethics. Watch as this black tiger digs your heart, and see how much you weigh. The Black Tiger Demon King's lingering soul roared repeatedly, charging forward fiercely. Lie down. Facing the rushing Black Tiger Demon King's lingering soul, Saint Moon looked down upon him, stretching out her hand as white as jade to strike down. Bang! As if a world was crashing down, the rushing Black Tiger Demon King's lingering soul was instantly slammed to the ground. His soul body trembled violently, nearly collapsing. Heroine, stop. Little Black knows he was wrong. Almost the next second, the Black Tiger Demon King's cries for mercy rang out. Hee hee, your attitude changes so fast. Saint Moon sneered. But you don't know you were wrong, you know you're about to die. No, heroine, it's not easy for Little Black to survive for so many years. If you let me go, I will be your servant. The Black Tiger Demon King's lingering soul begged repeatedly, his huge eyes filled with hope. The other party could easily suppress him, at least, she had to be a level higher than him, most likely a soul of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. In the face of life and death, pleading is not shameful. TSK, just moments ago you were so boastful, and now you're lying on the ground like a dog begging for mercy. At this moment, a cold laugh sounded, and Lin Chen appeared in this place in the form of a condensed consciousness. Damn old man, let me out. As soon as Saint Moon saw Lin Chen, her brow furrowed, and her anger spread instantly. The Black Tiger Demon King's lingering soul trembled in fear, pressing its belly tightly against the ground, its huge backside shaking uncontrollably, and even its tail was tucked in. Damn, miscalculated. This woman is not a King Realm soul, this is a Supreme Realm soul. The Black Tiger Demon King's lingering soul was nearly scared to death, feeling his soul body was on the brink of collapse. He had seen a terrifying demon lord in his youth, whose strength could reduce giant mountains to dust in a single breath. That aura was like the end of the universe, leaving a lasting impression in his mind. He never expected to encounter such a being again today, and even to provoke her. He was terrified. But the key is, why would a Supreme Realm soul be in Lin Chen's spiritual sea? After all, a Supreme Realm soul could easily seize the body of a saint. Woman, speaking so harshly, do you want to be whipped? Smack! While the Black Tiger Demon King's lingering soul was lost in thought, Lin Chen took out the divine whip and lightly waved it at Saint Moon. Chapter 62, Naming the Black Tiger Demon King. Damn it! Saint Moon bit her teeth in anger. If looks could kill, Lin Chen would have been shredded into pieces by now. But looking at the divine whip in his hand, a trace of fear appeared in Saint Moon's eyes. She didn't want to experience again, as she did that day, being beaten to the brink of death by Lin Chen. Lying on the ground like a dead dog. Humph. In the end, Sheng Yue let out a heavy cold snort, but she still didn't dare to argue anymore. However, when she saw the Black Tiger Demon King's soul staring with its big copper bell-like eyes in shock, her anger surged immediately. "Why are your eyes so wide, you tiger demon? Are you laughing at me?" Shangyue scolded loudly, swinging her palm heavily towards the Black Tiger Demon King's soul. Ow! With a slap on the soul body, the Black Tiger Demon King's soul let out a painful howl, as if its spine was about to be broken by her. "Lady, spare me. Little Black didn't mean to laugh at you." The Black Tiger Demon King's soul begged for mercy repeatedly. He admitted that this beautiful white-clothed woman was indeed a powerful lady. This was a presence that could crush him with just a fart. But what he couldn't understand was why such a powerful lady would be so polite to Lin Chen. Even deeply fearful, she didn't dare to contradict Lin Chen's words, no matter how careless he was with his tongue. "Stop the excuses. I said you were laughing, then you were laughing." Shangyue shouted coldly, filled with anger that had nowhere to vent. The Black Tiger Demon King's soul was just a good outlet for her frustration, right? And as a Demon King's soul, it was very resistant to beatings. Bang bang bang. The sound of slaps continued, as the Black Tiger Demon King's soul ran around covering its head. When it was nearly gasping for breath, it seemed to have an epiphany. With a loud howl, it rushed towards Lin Chen. "Old man, no, big brother, great master, hurry and save me. I'm willing to work like an ox or horse for you, at your service." "Oh, now you remember to ask for my help." Lin Chen laughed lightly. But his eyes were somewhat doubtful. "You're quite slow-witted, taking so long to realize I am the master here. If I were to make you my mount, you wouldn't lead me into a pit of fire, would you?" "No way, no way. How could I possibly lead the master into a pit of fire? Surely, if the master points east, I go east, if the master points west, I go west, loyal and steadfast." The Black Tiger Demon King's soul shook its head repeatedly, idioms flowing out endlessly. So sincere that even it squeezed out 2 lines of hot tears from its tiger eyes. "Alright, I will trust you once." Lin Chen stroked his white beard and smiled slightly, then looked at Shangyue and said, "Stop." "I won't." Shangyue coldly snorted heavily. Smack. But at that moment, the sound of a whip rang out, and Shangyue's hand that was about to come down suddenly stopped. "I've been busy these past 2 days and don't have time to torture you. But don't challenge my patience, or I'll find the time to give you a few lashes." Lin Chen looked at Shangyue with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Such a hot-tempered and fiery woman is the most challenging and interesting. "Old man, one day, you will fall into my hands." Shangyue roared angrily, then rose and flew towards another part of the Spirit Sea. Lin Chen's Spirit Sea was very vast, stretching for several thousand meters. As they say, out of sight, out of mind. Huff, huff. Seeing Shangyue driven away, the Black Tiger Demon King's soul panted heavily, a sense of survival washing over him. "Thank you, great master, for saving my life. Little Black is extremely grateful." After taking a big breath, the Black Tiger Demon King's soul thanked Lin Chen. "Hee, you are quite an interesting Demon King's soul, adaptable and resourceful. Tell me about your background, and remember to be detailed." Lin Chen asked with a smiling face. "Alas, that's a long story." The Black Tiger Demon King's soul sighed, then began to recount its experiences. It turned out that he was a member of the massive White Tiger Holy Clan in the demon domain. But due to a gene mutation, he was born black. This was in the noble White Tiger Holy Clan, which prided itself on having snow-white fur like golden hair. Before he came of age, he was kicked out. With no choice, the Black Tiger Demon King journeyed through hardships and arrived at the eastern wilderness. By fortune, he entered a prestigious demon faction made up of great demons, known as the 10,000 Demons Ridge. Relying on his bloodline power, he successfully entered the king's realm. He became an ancestor-level powerhouse in the 10,000 Demons Ridge, wielding immense power and enjoying great glory. However, the good times did not last. Inside 10,000 Demons Ridge, there was an ancient demon on the verge of dying at the peak of the king's realm. Before he passed away, he discovered the bloodline of the White Tiger Holy Clan in him. He then harbored malicious thoughts, aiming to seize his bloodline to return to his peak and break into the Emperor's realm. Thus, a terrifying battle ensued, and that ancient demon, powerful in 10,000 Demons Ridge, launched a siege against him. In the end, the Black Tiger Demon King tried every possible way to break through the encirclement and rushed to the Tiger Jump Cliff. At the cliff, he discovered a cave, which also housed a very large skeleton of a tiger demon. On the bones of that tiger demon skeleton were engraved a set of runes, named the Divine Soul Separation Technique. It turned out that long ago, there was also a tiger demon in the king's realm in Flying Tiger Mountain. He researched this technique under the Tiger Jump Cliff, allowing one to greatly extend their life. It could delay death while in a soul state. The Black Tiger Demon King cherished this treasure and learned it, separating his soul from his skeleton. He had laid low until now. If it weren't for this, he would have long been dead. You are also a pitiful tiger. Lin Chen sighed after hearing this. By the way, what is your name? My name is Hu Chang'an. The Black Tiger Demon King nodded and said. Hu Chang'an, that name is quite nice. But it feels a bit flashy, how about I give you a new name? Please go ahead. The corners of the Black Tiger Demon King's mouth twitched a couple of times. Since Lin Chen wanted to name him, what could he say? Just let him name it. This name needs to be easy to remember and pronounce, a bit rough would be fine to survive. From now on, you will be called Higua. The Black Tiger Demon King's eyes widened like bells, revealing an incredulous expression. Higua? Is this name really easy to survive? Damn, this is a bit ridiculous. Chapter 63, Virtue Shattered on the Ground. Ridiculous as it may be. His life was now in Lin Chen's hands. Even if the name was trash, he had to clap and cheer. The old man is truly knowledgeable, this name is good, I really like it. Hu Chang'an wore a flattering smile. There wasn't a hint of the dignity of a king's realm powerhouse. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Clap. But the next second, the divine whip in his hand suddenly struck Hu Chang'an's body. The pain made Hu Chang'an jump 3 feet high. He almost cursed. Is this old man going through menopause? He was already so humble, yet still got whipped. Since you like it so much, I will call you Higua from now on. After we go out, return to your skeleton, and from now on, become my mount. Then, Lin Chen chuckled. All right, my lord. Higua is honored to be your mount, my lord. Hu Chang'an nodded eagerly. In the next second, his remnant soul appeared in the vast cave. In the cave, Wang Yuyan, who had been trapped there, saw Hu Chang'an's remnant soul suddenly emerge and screamed in fright. Yu Yan, do not be alarmed. At the same time, Lin Chen's voice rang out. Senior brother, are you all right? Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, exclaiming loudly. I'm fine, from now on, Higua will be our little companion. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Wang Yuyan was left in a daze. Higua? This immensely powerful Black Tiger Demon King is named Higua? Wang Yuyan's mouth twitched twice. This name is quite down to earth. Higua, quickly go merge with your skeleton. Then Lin Chen said to Hu Chang'an. Merge? Hu Chang'an suddenly chuckled. He stared down at Lin Chen with his large bell-like eyes. With a contemptuous smile, he said, Old man? In your spiritual sea, you call me Black Pot, and I keep silent. But now, outside, what should you call me? Hu Chang'an did not forget how it was when they were outside. With one claw, he grabbed Lin Chen and Wang Yuan from the edge of the cliff. It was only after entering his spiritual sea that they were subdued. In his view, it was obvious that Lin Chen's spiritual sea contained a special treasure. Even a powerful female honor was suppressed inside it. But the problem is, his remaining soul wasn't inside Lin Chen's spiritual sea now. What should I call you? After hearing this, Lin Chen smiled. This tiger demon's remaining soul was indeed not honest. Barely out, it began to show off. Lin Chen wore a faint smile. What should I call you? Naturally, I will still call you Black Pot. I can also call you Dead Tiger. Ha 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 ha. Hu Chang'an laughed fiercely. The old man gave you a chance, and you are useless. Since that's the case, don't blame this king for being unkind. But don't worry, since you didn't kill this king in your spiritual sea, this king won't kill you. However, I must get the treasures in your spiritual sea, as well as that female honor's remaining soul. Now I give you 2 choices, either surrender it willingly, or I will torture you severely to force you to give it up. Do you have the ability for that? Lin Chen disdainfully stroked his white beard. With a wave of his arm, he held the god-slaying whip in his hand. Seeing this whip, which had even made the female honor wary, Hu Chang'an instinctively froze but then remembered he was outside. He felt secure again. This whip is not bad, this king will accept it as well. Thinking about whipping a female honor brings endless joy. Hu Chang'an revealed a joyful expression and took a step closer to Lin Chen, wanting to suppress him with absolute power. Smack! But just then, Lin Chen swung the whip, striking Hu Chang'an with the god-slaying whip. Ah, ah, ah. With that whip, Hu Chang'an didn't have time to react before being struck on his remaining soul. Instantly, pain made him convulse, and his massive remaining soul fell to the ground with a thud. His belly pressed tightly against the cold stone slab. You? How is this possible? This is no longer in your spiritual sea, how can you still subdue my remaining soul? Hu Chang'an was terrified. At the moment the whip struck his soul, the feeling of death descended instantly. He was truly caught up in his own pride. Hee, you really think I just let you out of my spiritual sea easily? Lin Chen wore a disdainful expression. By striking once in the spiritual sea, he planted a soul mark on Hu Chang'an's remaining soul. Otherwise, with a remaining soul of royal level, he wouldn't necessarily be able to bring the opponent down even wielding the god-slaying whip. But with the soul mark planted, it was completely different. Life and death were in his thoughts. I understand. I figured it out, when I was coming out of your spiritual sea. You whipped me. This whip has something strange. You planted something on me, right? At this moment, Hu Chang'an seemed to realize something. His entire tiger body was filled with great regret. It's not too bad, more or less you have some intelligence. Lin Chen lightly praised him. He acknowledged Hu Chang'an's deduction. Hu Chang'an suddenly pounded his chest and stomped his feet. He still lost just short, tumbling into Lin Chen's hands. Dear sir, Black Pot was just joking with you. You can still call me Black Pot, just don't call me Dead Tiger, Little Black can't bear that. In an instant, Hu Chang'an began to flatter Lin Chen. As a strong man's dignity was once again crushed to pieces. Watching this scene, nearby Wang Yuan was stunned. Zhang's cherry-like mouth opened wide, forming an O shape. Is this really a powerful royal spirit? Is it really that cowardly? My integrity has shattered into pieces. However, he did not have Tiger Chang'an's experiences. He spent most of his life being cautious. So he could not understand Tiger Chang'an's behavior that could crush integrity at any moment. Are you sure you are joking? Why do I feel like you are not joking? Lin Chen looked at him with a half-smile, slowly raising the divine whip in his hand. I really am joking. Little Black swears to the heavens, if I am not joking, let all the demons of Wanyao Ridge perish. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. You idiot, you're not at a loss. It was because of that old demon king of Wanyao Ridge that Tiger Chang'an had fallen into such a predicament. He dreamed of seeing all the demons of Wanyao Ridge dead. Get up, hurry and merge with your bones. We need to hurry back if there's nothing else. All right. Tiger Chang'an quickly nodded and got up from the ground. Without delaying any further, he swiftly cast the secret method. He merged his spirit into the nearby, enormous skeletal remains. Roar! About a quarter of an hour later, a massive black-gray furred black tiger took shape in the cave. It stood 7 to 8 zhang high and was several dozen meters long. At first glance, it could easily trigger a fear of giants. The roar of the tiger echoed through the cave with every breath. I am done, dear sir. Tiger Chang'an lowered his enormous head towards Lin Chen. Not bad, not bad. A smile blossomed on Lin Chen's old face. This size was quite nice. Cutting out must be very impressive. It could make countless young girls bow down. Seeing Tiger Chang'an's massive frame and natural kingly aura. But what made him a little dissatisfied was this black-gray fur. It looked somewhat unhealthy. Lin Chen bluntly asked, shouldn't your fur be shiny black? Why is it so dull? Chapter 64, The Cute Black Pot. Because my injuries were too severe. My lifespan is running low. If I hadn't happened to find this soul separation technique, I would have turned into a pile of real bones long ago. Tiger Chang'an spoke with tears welling up in his eyes. It had been too difficult over the years. Moreover, in order to ensure his safety to the greatest extent, he had been hiding under this cliff and dared not go out for many years. You are indeed quite pitiful. In this condition, your fighting power is probably almost gone. Taking you out will make me look like a clumsy tiger, affecting my image. Tell me, what can help you recover quickly? Lin Chen wanted a flashy mount, not a poor quality tiger with dull fur. He just happened to have quite a few good things on hand, so he asked directly. Thank you for your concern, dear sir. If I could have a 5-turn essence pill to consume, I would recover quickly. Although I won't return to my peak, I'll at least not be in such a miserable state. Tiger Chang'an spoke without hesitation. 5-turn pills? After hearing this, Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. 5-turn pills are quite valuable. Only royal-grade alchemists can refine them, and pills are divided into 9 grades. From low to high, the highest is the 9-turn emperor-grade pills. So, this 5-turn pill already holds significant value. Seeing Lin Chen frown, Tiger Chang'an felt he had spoken too boldly. He quickly smiled sheepishly. Dear sir, actually a 4-turn recovery pill would be fine too. 4-turn pills? Now Lin Chen's brows furrowed tighter. Tiger Chang'an's eyelids twitched fiercely twice. Although 4-turn pills are also very expensive, they sell quite well on the market. Could it be he spoke too broadly again? Dear sir, how about the 3-turn soul spirit pill instead? It can't be any lower, anything lower wouldn't be very useful to me. And it must specifically be a pill that suits me to maximize its effectiveness. Tiger Chang'an gave a bitter smile. After all, he was a king-level powerhouse, and trash pills were simply tasteless accumulations for him. At the very least, he needed 3-tiered pills. You misunderstand me. You want 5-tiered pills, but I simply don't have any. The lowest quality is also 6-tiered pills. Ha! Tiger Chang'an was instantly stunned. No way, buddy. Are you playing a surprise prank on me? The lowest is also 6-tiered pills? Aren't you overdoing it a bit? 6-tiered pills are extremely expensive. Only a highly skilled king-grade alchemist can refine them. I have many types here, you can pick one or two. Lin Chen lazily said. He waved his hand. A row of pills shot out from his storage ring like flowing water. They arranged themselves in mid-air. Some were obtained from Yuan Hong, and others were from Yuan Hong. For a moment, various rich herbal scents mixed together, filling the entire cave. Tiger Chang'an was dumbfounded. He looked at the row of pills, trembling all over. Did he just rob a divine alchemist's treasury? There were even several 7-tiered pills. And the rest were indeed all 6-tiered pills. Not a single one was lower. Grandpa, can I really pick whatever I want? His excited emotions surged like a climax, hard to suppress. Pick whatever you want, but no more than 3. Lin Chen waved his hand grandly. These pills were all extremely valuable. Of course, the most valuable ones he didn't display. I'll take these 3, I'm not greedy. What I need are the most useful to me. In the end, Tiger Chang'an carefully selected 3 pills, all of which were 6-tiered. He only picked what was right, not the most expensive. His approach greatly satisfied Lin Chen, secretly thinking that this child could be of great use. After getting the pills, Tiger Chang'an repeatedly thanked him. Then he swallowed all 3 6-tiered pills in one go. Boom! The moment he swallowed them, a terrifying aura surged around him. His originally black-gray fur gradually became shiny black, as if coated with shoe polish, emitting a glossy sheen in the cave. Ha 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 ha. I've recovered. I've finally recovered. Although it doesn't reach my peak, I've at least initially regained my strength at the king level. Grandpa, I will never forget this great kindness. Tiger Chang'an was immensely excited. He continually thanked Lin Chen. You are my mount, so I naturally won't treat you poorly. Lin Chen smiled slightly while stroking his beard. From today onward, he would have a king-level mount. That would make things so much more convenient when he went out. By the way, can you transform? Then, as if he thought of something, Lin Chen asked. I can't transform yet. Because our White Tiger Holy Master bloodline is somewhat special, only by reaching the holy level can we transform into human form. I can't transform, but your size is just too conspicuous. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. If he rode on the Black Pot and returned to the Tianxian Holy Land like this, it probably wouldn't take half a day before he became the center of attention in the Tianxian Holy Land. I can't fly, but I can get bigger or smaller, Tiger Chang'an said, and his body began to shrink rapidly. In the end, he became about the size of 2 palms. Like a little kitty. He even looked a bit cute. Very good, very good. When I'm not riding you, Black Pot, just stay this size. Lin Chen looked at Tiger Chang'an, who resembled a kitten, very satisfied. I will obey all of grandfather's orders. Tiger Chang'an nodded respectfully. Yu Yan, let's head back. Then Lin Chen walked to Wang Yuyan's side and held her small hand. Okay, senior brother. Wang Yuyan stuttered a bit. At this moment, she was still in immense shock. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would definitely think she was dreaming. Chapter 65, Returning to the Holy Land, the Arrival of the Shy Flower. On the cliff. Lin Chen and the other 2 returned to Hutiao Cliff. Zhao Tsong had long since vanished without a trace. Senior brother, I must find Zhao Tsong and take revenge, completely uprooting the Zhao family. On Hutiao Cliff, looking at the mottled signs on the ground, Wang Yuyan gritted her teeth. That is inevitable. But let's return to the Wang family first. Your father and the others are still worried about your safety. The wild grass cannot be burned out, and the spring wind brings it back to life. Lin Chen nodded, he fully supported Wang Yuyan's plan. Then the 3 of them returned to the Wang family courtyard. Wang Bingquan looked at them returning safely, overjoyed to the point of tears. He led the Wang family members to continuously express their gratitude to Lin Chen. Wang family head, you are too polite. Yu Yan is my junior sister, helping her is my duty. Lin Chen stroked his beard and said with a smile. No matter what, this is a huge favor that my Wang family will remember forever. Wang Bingquan nodded vigorously, his gratitude overflowing. The family has already counted. Our losses this time are nearly 100%. The Black Tiger sect is truly shameless, even taking our important supplies. At this moment, 2 elders of the Wang family came over with thick ledgers in hand. Their eyes red as they reported to Wang Bingquan. Father, the Black Tiger sect actually robbed us? As soon as the 2 elders' voices fell, Wang Yuyan exclaimed in shock. Yes. That scoundrel Zhao Zong brought a few people when he invaded our Wang family. It was the Black Tiger sect from Luyun City. After robbing our Wang family completely, they had the audacity to rob our mine as well. Wang Bingquan said with immense anger. I didn't expect he actually knew people from the Black Tiger sect, but this Black Tiger sect is truly shameless. As one of the top sects in Luyun City, they even dare to rob a family from a small town. It's absolutely despicable. Wang Yuyan was infuriated. Her chest rapidly heaving with anger. Lin Chen gently patted her shoulder. Don't be angry, where is the Black Tiger sect? Just point the way. To the west, about 150 miles. Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes instantly lit up, reaching out to point towards the west. Wang family head, prepare some people to go treasure hunting. Lin Chen smiled slightly at Wang Bingquan. Then took Wang Yuyan and Hu Chang'an, swiftly leaving towards the west. In 150 miles, with his speed, they arrived in no time. Such an ugly black tiger statue. Isn't it affecting my image? Upon reaching the Black Tiger sect, they saw a huge black tiger statue standing alone at the gate of the sect. Hu Chang'an snorted in dissatisfaction, hot air streaming from his nostrils. Then he said to Lin Chen, My lord, let me handle this, I'll crush these little pests with a slap. Go ahead. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Let all the little pests from the Black Tiger sect meet their end. Before they knew it, Hu Chang'an stood up on Lin Chen's shoulder, stretching out his pitch-black little paw, and let out a loud roar at the Black Tiger sect. Boom! His roar thundered like a sonic boom, shocking all the cultivators in the Black Tiger sect. They all rushed out, faces full of killing intent. How dare you provoke my Black Tiger sect in this territory? You must not know our power. A ferocious-looking man yelled angrily while leading people to charge towards them. Then, they saw Hu Chang'an's black little paw coming down upon them. Boom! The earth shook as an enormous tiger claw phantom appeared out of thin air and slammed down fiercely. Spare us, my lord. The faces of these cultivators from the Black Tiger sect went pale in an instant as they hurriedly pleaded for mercy. But it was already too late. As the tiger claw phantom came crashing down, they burst into blood mist. Chunks of houses collapsed loudly. If they weren't already dead. They would never believe that one day they would be killed by a little black cat with a single paw swipe. We're done here. Let's head back to the Holy Land. Looking at the ruined Black Tiger sect, Lin Chen said to Wang Yuyan. With his current strength, the resources of the Black Tiger sect felt dull to him. And he had no interest in searching for anything. Okay, brother. Wang Yuyan nodded. A sharp gleam passed through her eyes. If she guessed correctly, Zhao Zong probably had already returned to the Tianqian Holy Land. He definitely wouldn't expect that both she, Wang Yuyan, and Lin Chen were still alive. Returning to the Holy Land, Wang Yuyan planned to rest briefly before immediately searching for news about Zhao Kong. If you find any information about Zhao Zong, crush this jade talisman. I will come to find you from the inner gate. In the Holy Land, Lin Chen handed a jade talisman to Wang Yuyan. With millions of outer gate disciples, finding Zhao Zong would not be quick. Okay, brother. Wang Yuyan took the jade talisman. However, she did not turn to leave immediately, but instead flushed slightly and hugged Lin Chen's arm. Shyly saying, Brother, since we've come to the outer gate area, why don't you come to my place for a bit before going back to the inner gate? Is it really just a simple visit? Lin Chen smiled slightly. Wang Yuyan's face turned bright red in an instant. Brother, you're naughty. Do you want to go or not? It's been a long time since we were alone together. Wang Yuyan playfully pouted. She awkwardly squeezed her long legs. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen lightly chuckled. Then, he tapped Wang Yuyan's jade-white forehead 3 times. I'm going back to the inner gate first, it's been several days since I returned. I'll check if anything is going on. Okay, brother, I'll leave the door open for you tonight. Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes sparkled. And she understood Lin Chen's intention instantly. The smile on Lin Chen's old face grew even more vibrant. This girl is getting smarter. After saying goodbye to Wang Yuyan, Lin Chen returned all the way to Shaozhou Peak. There were mainly 2 reasons. First, he was afraid Su Qingxian would look for him. Second, Bai Xiuhua had come to ask him for pills. As the saying goes, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. Holy Maiden's husband, you are safe and sound? As soon as Lin Chen stepped onto Shaozhou Peak, he heard a soft voice ringing out. Turning his head, Lin Chen's old eyes lit up. Today, Bai Xiuhua was wearing a tight red dress, perfectly outlining her slender waist, proud chest, and long legs. The entire proportion was simply the golden ratio of 0.618. Especially that familiar, peach-like face, which was now smiling warmly at him. I was just thinking about you, by Peak Master, didn't expect you to come. We really have a deep connection. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. He. Holy Maiden's husband speaks so interestingly. But aren't you afraid of the Holy Maiden hearing you and getting jealous? Bai Xiuhua lightly covered her red lips, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Her image was even more beautiful than back in Li Qingxiao's room. Humph, how dare you, a single woman, come all the way to the Xiaozhu Peak to find me? Aren't you afraid Su Qingxian will get jealous? Lin Chen smirked and silently scoffed in his heart. Chapter 66, Jokes are not to be taken lightly. Ding, the system has detected the luck goddess Bai Xiuhua is coming to find the host. Task reward 1 Qi transforming 3 clear has been issued, along with a study of physiognomy, which can greatly enhance understanding of 1 Qi transforming 3 clear. Lin Chen's residence. He directly brought Bai Xiuhua to the place where he lived on Xiaozhu Peak. As soon as he stepped inside, a voice sounded in his mind. This made Lin Chen's mouth curve up at a 45-degree angle. A surge of joy flowed in his heart. With 1 Qi transforming 3 clear, he could enjoy life without worrying about Su Qingxian anymore. This room is quite clean. But I should be the second woman to enter here, aside from Su Qingxian. Entering the room where Lin Chen lived, Bai Xiuhua lifted her snow-white neck and looked around. After taking a look around, her beautiful eyes floated toward Lin Chen as she asked. Do you have something to say, Sect Master Bai? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, not directly responding to her words. Bai Xiuhua smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. Although I, Bai Xiuhua, am not young anymore, I was once stunningly beautiful, and now I am even more charming. The Holy Lady's husband brought me directly here. Are you not afraid of unnecessary misunderstandings with the Holy Lady? Ha, so that's what Sect Master Bai meant. Lin Chen silently cursed her vanity in his heart. At such an old age, having lived for hundreds of years, she was still so self-obsessed. No wonder no man cared for her. But on the surface, he smiled and shook his head. I don't think Qingxian would misunderstand anything. After all, at my age, even if I had intentions, I'm powerless, let alone someone of Sect Master Bai's strength. I'm afraid a single slap could send me to see the old. Unless Sect Master Bai is interested in this old skeleton of mine. If I can't resist, I can only face it calmly. Bai Xiuhua suddenly snorted with a laugh. You think too much. No man has been born that can catch my eye. Let alone an old fellow like you. Hearing Sect Master Bai say that I feel relieved. However, if Sect Master Bai wants to request my help with this attitude, please turn around 180 degrees and leave without seeing me off. Lin Chen's originally smiling face instantly turned cold. Pointing to the doorframe behind Bai Xiuhua, he said coldly. He could be humble. But it didn't mean that others could insult him at will. Bai Xiuhua's smile instantly froze. She didn't expect Lin Chen to change his face so quickly. She chuckled awkwardly. Holy Lady's husband, I was just making a joke. I admit, I came to find you for a reason. But don't worry, I absolutely won't let you suffer any losses. There's no need for that. Sect Master Bai is the esteemed master of Lingxi Peak. High status and stunning appearance. I'm just a humble Holy Lady's husband, with little influence and even less wealth, probably nothing I can exchange with Sect Master Bai. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he directly flicked his long robe and casually tossed it aside. He walked towards the bed in the inner room. This action made Bai Xiuhua's expression stiffen. Holy Lady's husband, what do you mean by this? I'm tired and ready to rest. Sect Master Bai can leave by yourself. Lin Chen said without looking back. A hint of annoyance flashed across Bai Xiuhua's beautiful face. How could this old man get angry so easily? Isn't it just a meaningless joke? She had previously thought he was generous after he taught her everything with Li Qingxia. Could it be that she had to apologize and bow down to him? He was the master of Lingxi Peak, wasn't he? Did she not care about face? Holy Lady's husband, what are you doing? Stop it. While still feeling displeased, Bai Xiuhua saw Lin Chen begin to undress, revealing his well-toned back. There was not a hint of old skin, slightly arched, with muscle lines very apparent. Resting, isn't undressing a part of resting? Doesn't Sect Master Bai usually sleep without taking off her clothes? Lin Chen turned his head and chuckled. Bai Xiuhua's face instantly turned slightly ugly. Holy Lady's husband, are you forcing me to apologize for my words just now? Sect Master Bai has misunderstood. I have no such intention. Bai Xiuhua snorted coldly, but I feel you do have that intention. Could it be that the Holy Lady's husband thinks, with your current status, you can boss around me, the Peak Master? In an instant, strands of terrifying momentum flew out from her, directed. With strength like Lin Chen's, a slight aura could scare him to the point of losing control. However, when this terrifying aura pressed towards Lin Chen, the black cat squatting on his shoulder suddenly turned its head. Its two pale golden pupils locked onto Bai Xiuhua. This terrifying aura not only dissipated before reaching Lin Chen but also made Bai Xiaohua's chest tremble violently. It felt like she was being watched by some terrifying existence. Heigua, why don't you go back to bed? Lin Chen stroked the black cat's fur. Heigua turned its head and jumped beside Lin Chen's bed. The feeling that had made Bai Xiaohua extremely terrified vanished at that moment. Then, Lin Chen turned his head, smiling at Bai Xiaohua. Why isn't the Bai Peak Master leaving yet? If you don't leave soon, I might just have to take off my pants. What if Qin Xian really comes back at this time? That would be hard to explain. You, don't take off. Bai Xiaohua quickly replied, her beauty still showing signs of shock. The slight dangerous feeling that pierced into her heart was so real and terrifying. Could it be that Lin Chen had something special on him? Once he sensed danger, he would automatically fight back. Or perhaps he had a protector. But Lin Chen was just from a third-rate power. What kind of protector could he have? And this place was the Tianqian Holy Land. Who would dare to hide in this Tianqian Holy Land? Bai Xiaohua couldn't figure it out. This Lin Chen definitely had an extraordinary secret. He really is a bit of a mysterious old man. Even I, at the peak of the Dharma form realm, was deceived. Bai Xiaohua narrowed her eyes, secretly thinking to herself. She felt it was very necessary to investigate everything about Lin Chen. It was very possible that Lin Chen was hiding something even Su Qingxian didn't know. But now, the most important thing for her was to achieve the purpose of her visit. She took a deep breath and gently bowed to Lin Chen. Saint Lord, I apologize for my previous rude words. Her already ample chest revealed a glimpse of white. Lin Chen, who had turned his head, saw it all. Oh dear, Bai Peak Master, what are you doing? I really cannot accept this, old man. Lin Chen pulled up his collar, took 3 steps and 2 strides, and supported Bai Xiaohua's shoulder. So soft. The sensation from his hands made Lin Chen's heart sway. Although Bai Xiaohua wasn't young, her skin was still as smooth as water. However, Lin Chen didn't overstay his welcome and let go without holding on too long. Otherwise, he might fall to the lower levels. Bai Peak Master was just joking, you can just say what you need. As I said, if I can help, I will do my best. After all, you are Qingsha's master. Lin Chen then spoke with a facade of a saint. Bai Xiaohua's apology was beyond his expectation but also within it. As a peak master, coming to find him personally must have significant purpose. It wouldn't be possible for her to leave just like that because of a few words. Sure enough, Bai Xiaohua's eyes brightened at his words. I indeed want to seek your help. I want to ask you if you have the following kinds of pills, or spiritual items with similar properties. Bai Xiaohua got straight to the point and stated her needs. It's to advance to the king realm, right? Lin Chen smiled slightly and directly revealed Bai Xiaohua's objective. Bai Xiaohua's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. How did you know? Because I can read fortunes. Lin Chen smiled slightly. You can read fortunes? Bai Xiaohua was taken aback by Lin Chen's answer. She looked curious. What do you read? Life, luck, and feng shui, everyone has their unique fortune. Condensing the body of heaven and earth into a dharma form is considered a dharma appearance. The form and appearance are considered the person's face, the spiritual core is regarded as the divine face, and there are also bone manifestations, life manifestations, and hand manifestations. I learned this from observing the divine face of Master Bai Feng. Hiss. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Bai Xiaohua immediately took a sharp breath. This was something she had never heard before. It gave her a feeling that almost knocked her off her feet with enlightenment. Of course, Lin Chen was just talking nonsense. This was the opening statement of a system-gifted study of physiognomy. The main purpose of this study was to assist him in cultivating the 3 clears through 1 Qi transformation. He was able to guess this because of Bai Xiaohua's personal panel information. 810 years old and still a special physique. According to reason, she should have long since broken through to the king realm. Therefore, Lin Chen easily deduced it. Of course, he wouldn't disclose this information. The system was his biggest secret. No exceptions. You actually possess such a magical technique. Just by looking at faces, you can understand my thoughts, it's truly unbelievable. Bai Xiaohua was full of amazement. But at the same time, she felt a little embarrassed, not knowing if Lin Chen had seen all her thoughts just now. But at that moment, Lin Chen smiled and said, Master Bai, you flatter me. Although I can see it, it consumes a great deal of energy, so it's not something I can easily use. I merely glanced at you when we first met at the foot of the mountain. If I want to look again, I must at least rest for 3 days, otherwise, my spiritual strength won't hold up. It consumes that much? Bai Xiaohua was surprised. Lin Chen nodded, of course. Otherwise, I could see what others are thinking anytime, anywhere, wouldn't that make me an old charlatan? Ha, if you put it that way, it makes sense. Bai Xiaohua smiled slightly. Her heart also relaxed a little. However, she soon sighed, I truly want to break through to the king realm, I dream of it. Having reached the peak of the law manifestation realm 300 years ago, I have not broken through since. To seek a breakthrough, I have tried many methods and used a lot of precious pills, but I still lack one or two things. This makes me very anxious, if I can't break through again. In this upcoming genius battle, I fear I will face humiliation. That is something I cannot bear. At this moment, Bai Xiuhua spoke with great sincerity. She also dropped the high and mighty attitude of being a peak master. The genius battle, are you going to participate? That seems against the rules, right? After hearing her words, Lin Chen stroked his beard, raising his eyebrows slightly. Of course, I will not participate. However, the battle time I agreed upon with the sacred land of the immortal steel is right after this genius battle ends. Oh? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. A spark of curiosity surged within him. Who among the world does not want to learn the gossip? Master Bai, why not share what happened? These are old stories that have been told 1,000 times, why do you want to know? Bai Xiuhua rolled her eyes at Lin Chen's look of curiosity. But there was a touch of charm in her demeanor. Do tell, after all, you have everything I need. What? You have everything? Bai Xiuhua's delicate body wrapped in a red dress suddenly trembled violently. Just to obtain one or two of those things would already be a luxury. But Lin Chen actually claimed to have it all. Holy maiden's son-in-law, are you sure you're not joking with me? Bai Xiuhua's tone became a bit urgent. If he truly had it all, her chance of breaking through to the king realm would be nearly 100%, and it could definitely happen in a short time. At that time, she would have nothing to fear about the upcoming challenge. Her beautiful face flushed with a stunning rosy hue due to excitement. Whether I have it or not, is there any need to deceive Master Bai? Lin Chen smiled slightly. Who knows how many good things he has obtained from the Yuan clan and Yuan Hong this time. After all, those elders of the Yuan clan were truly eager to push their good things into his hands. They were almost ready to push their granddaughter onto his lap. Swish! After speaking, Lin Chen waved his hand. Dragon Emperor Grass, Skyfire Essence, a small section of Tiger King's Bone. A row of incredibly precious treasures appeared one by one. Especially that small piece of Tiger King's bone made by Xiuhua's breathing quicken. Her eyes suddenly locked onto it. This small section of Tiger King's bone was about the size of half an arm. It was given to him by Haegua at the Tiger Leap Cliff. This was left behind by the reigning King Qinghu demon who had painted earlier. Because it contained some energy that clashed with the black cat, it couldn't be used. So it was given to Lin Chen. Is this a bone of a supreme beast from the king realm? Bai Xiuhua asked, her voice trembling with excitement as she pointed at the small piece of Tiger King's bone. Bai Fengju has a good eye. This is a small section of spine from a Tiger King. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Hiss. Bai Xiuhua gasped in surprise. It really was, and it was indeed the spine bone of the Tiger King. This must contain immense energy. If she could refine it as a medicinal catalyst. She feared that once she broke through, she could compete with strong opponents who had entered the king realm for years. Swish! While Bai Xiuhua was still excitedly pondering, Lin Chen waved his hand. The treasures that had appeared were instantly withdrawn back into his storage ring. Don't take it back. Seeing Lin Chen put it away, Bai Xiuhua was momentarily excited. Instinctively she reached out to grab it, and Lin Chen had no defenses. She suddenly reached out, causing him to instinctively step back. Rip! Lin Chen's clothes were ripped in half by Bai Xiuhua. The key part was the inner lining. He had already taken off the outer garment earlier. Chapter 68, Lin Chen got really angry. Ah! A sharp gasp resonated in the room. Lin Chen did not expect Bai Xiuhua to rip off his clothes. Bai Xiuhua did not expect her instinctive grab to actually tear Lin Chen's clothes off. But fortunately, Lin Chen reacted very quickly. He quickly closed his hands to cover the key parts. Bai Fengju, how could you do this? How will I face others in the future? Lin Chen's old face was filled with anger, his white beard trembling with rage. During this time, Lin Chen had indeed tasted the joys of life. Today, he was actually stripped by an old woman. What a disgrace! Even more crucial was that this was in his room. What if Su Qingxian just happened to see this? Bai Xiuhua stood there, stunned. Looking at Lin Chen's somewhat handsome old face, with a juxtaposition of a bashful expression. She suddenly felt amused and chuckled. The sense of awkwardness and confusion was instantly washed away. She lightly covered her red lips and giggled, I didn't expect that the holy maiden's son-in-law has such good skin. If I didn't know you have lived for hundreds of years, this skin looks no different than that of a 20-year-old handsome young man. If I didn't know, I would even suspect you've used makeup to disguise yourself as an old man, ho ho ho. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Even at this moment, you still have the mood to joke with me. Hurry up and turn around, do you want to watch me get dressed? Bai Xiuhua chuckled, unabashedly staring at him, and said, Don't be nervous, holy maiden's son-in-law, just a glance won't bite. Besides, you are so generous to give me treasures, is it just because I am Qingxia's master? Then what else could it be? Lin Chen huffed. I don't really believe that. Don't you have any other thoughts about me? Bai Xiuhua lightly twisted her waist, speaking in a teasing tone. She was indeed a top beauty, having been in the top 100 of the Eastern flower rankings in her youth. To this day, she has never held hands with any man. But her charm became increasingly familiar. She didn't believe that Lin Chen had no ulterior motives for her. Moreover, in Li Qingxia's room, she caught a whiff of a fishy smell. After returning home, Bai Xiuhua replayed the moments in her mind. It resembled the scent that formed after men and women indulged in passion. Although she had never lost her purity. She had never seen a pig run but had heard about it, right? With that knowledge, she knew a thing or two. But she didn't dare to be 100% certain. After all, if the two of them dared to have an affair, it would definitely be a major earthquake for the Tianqian Holy Land. Su Qingxian might even die of anger. But conveniently, taking this opportunity, she could test if Lin Chen was really that kind of man with the face of an angel but a heart of a beast. If he had the guts. With these thoughts in her heart, after finishing her words, Bai Xiuhua stepped forward again. A strong and rich fragrance, like wine, rushed into Lin Chen's nostrils. Not good, couldn't hold it in anymore. Lin Chen suddenly jolted, the veins on his neck bulging. He abruptly glared at Bai Xiuhua, baring his teeth as he exclaimed, Bai Fengzhu, you are playing with fire. If this gunpowder ignites, you won't be able to put it out. Oh really? Bai Xiuhua feigned confusion and delicately pointed her slender jade finger on Lin Chen's chest. If the Saint Lord truly can provide me with everything I need, then how about helping you put out the fire? We cultivators should take on the path of the strong, it's just a mere skin. He. Bai Xiuhua laughed wildly. Having never been close to a man, she suddenly found this moment extremely interesting. After being forced to apologize to Lin Chen earlier, she managed to regain her ground. Damn! Lin Chen's face darkened instantly. Damn it, this old woman isn't going into heat, is she? She has even gotten addicted, teasing me one after another. Lin Chen was very angry, wishing he could whip her once. But here, he really couldn't. Bai Xiuhua was the peak master of Lingxi Peak. If it escalated, it would be disastrous. But just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, severe provocation detected for the host, triggering God-level choice. Choice 1, harshly reprimand Bai Xiuhua, telling her you're an upright man, demanding her to immediately leave the room and get dressed. Reward, exquisite refining material, Star River divine sand, 1 grain weighing 100,000 pounds. Choice 2, fiercely glare at Bai Xiuhua and say, Woman, congratulations, you've ignited the fire, now you can't put it out. Find a way to suppress Bai Xiuhua within a minute. Reward, 9 heavens annihilation thunder god talisman, this talisman is terrifying, capable of killing those below the saint level. Damn, system, you're going this big? Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lin Chen's mouth twitched fiercely twice. He felt that the system's tone was a bit off. It didn't sound like a god-level choice system at all. It felt more like a god-level villain system. Getting a reward was one thing. But he had to do it in 1 minute. However, Choice 2's reward was indeed frightening. Anyone below the saint level could be killed. Given the current difficulty of cultivation in heaven and earth, these sacred places did not have any saint levels existing. If he had this 9 heavens annihilation thunder god talisman, as long as he didn't face a saint, he would simply be a moving super nuclear bomb. If that's the case, if things really escalate, he could use this talisman to protect his life. Host, please choose immediately, countdown 10 seconds, 10. Choice 2. Lin Chen wasn't someone who would dawdle. He immediately made the choice in his heart. Then his eyes became stern. He glared at Bai Xiuhua, Woman, congratulations, you've ignited the fire, now you can't put it out. Black Pot, lend me a hand. After saying that, Lin Chen immediately shouted. The black pot squatting at the head of his bed suddenly sprang out. Raise a hand and press down towards the Bisho flower. At this moment, Bisho flower was still confused by Lin Chen's words, suddenly shivering, and saw this little black pot slapping towards her. Boom! The terrifying momentum of the King Realm surged out in an instant. It pressed down on Bisho flower like Mount Tai. The latter shivered violently, her expression changing dramatically. The power of the King Realm. Her eyes widened in an instant. This somewhat cute little black pot turned out to be a King Realm demon beast. Bang! She didn't have time to fight back and was instantly suppressed, landing on the ground with a thud. Master, it's done. The next operation, you do it alone. The black pot grinned wickedly. No way, are you thinking of assisting me from behind? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. He told the black pot to squat at the door, to prevent anyone from coming in. More importantly, not to sneak a peek. Then, he half-squatted in front of Bisho Flower, reaching out to lift her jade-like chin. Saint girl-in-law, let me go immediately. If you make another mistake, the earth will shake, and the sky will turn upside down. Bisho Flower glared at Lin Chen with eyes like daggers, coldly shouting. Threat? Lin Chen scoffed. Who was it just now that said we cultivators should take the path of the strong as our duty? A mere outer shell, so what if given? Why doesn't peak leader Bisho recognize that anymore? Chapter 69, The Human Form Destruction Artifact. Congratulations to the host for successfully suppressing Bisho Flower. Reward, 9 Heavens World Destruction Thunder God Talisman. Given the host's decisive completion of this task, an extra 600 task points are rewarded. Current task points total 2,115 points. An hour and a half later. Lin Chen heard the system's voice in his mind. His eyes instantly lit up. He was very satisfied. He didn't expect there would be extra reward task points. This system rewards extra task points based on the difficulty of the choice made. Not every choice grants task points. Task points can be exchanged in the marketplace or used in a lottery. Lowering his head, he looked at Bisho Flower, with tears at the corners of her eyes, filled with infinite killing intent. As the saying goes, a night of marriage brings 100 days of kindness, 100 days of marriage is as deep as the sea. Even though we have no marital title, we have the essence of marriage. How about a smile? Smile your grandfather. Bisho Flower's beautifully rosy face was filled with boundless killing intent. I said, if you take another step, there will be chaos in the heavens and earth. Even if you are the saint girl-in-law, burdened with the duty of giving birth to a congenital holy body, once I step out of this room, your end will definitely be 10 deaths without life. A dignified peak leader, a peak figure in the law manifestation realm, was done in by an old man from a third-rate power. This was a huge humiliation. But Bisho Flower would not cry out for mercy or seek death. She would only take revenge fiercely. Even if Lin Chen was of great value to the Tianqian Holy Land, she would still shred Lin Chen into pieces. Looking at her face filled with boundless hatred, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Tisk TSK, actually threatening me? Aren't you afraid that I won't let you leave this room? Bisho Flower mocked, if you kill me, the Holy Land will know immediately. Then you will only die faster. Don't forget, I am the peak leader, and I have a soul jade enshrined in the Eternal Hall. In just 3 breaths, the strongest of the Holy Land will arrive. Your king realm means nothing. The Holy Land has the background of a divine realm. Bisho Flower revealed a terrifying message. That is, the Tianqian Holy Land has the background of a divine realm expert. And her master, who raised her, the previous peak leader of Lingxiu Peak, is now a supreme elder of the Holy Land, a king realm figure. Above them exist even more terrifying existences. TSK, sounds really scary. Lin Chen stroked his beard, pretending to be terrified. But in the next second, he flipped his wrist. A talisman glimmering with a faint golden glow appeared in his hand. Bifeng Master, do you recognize this thing? The 9 Heavens Annihilation Thunder God Talisman was taken out by Lin Chen. It floated above his palm. Without any push, one could see strands of thunder swirling on it. Immediately, it attracted Bisho's eyes. Her heart trembled fiercely a few times. Black thunder, golden yellow paper, with the 9 heavens above and the underworld below. This is the 9 Heavens Annihilation Thunder God Talisman, rumored to belong to the Celestial Talisman sect. After Bisho spoke, her expression instantly changed. Her beautiful eyes widened to the extreme. The Celestial Talisman sect is located in the Talisman domain, and is the #1 holy sect in the Talisman domain. It is said that this 9 Heavens Annihilation Thunder God Talisman can kill anyone below a saint. How could you possibly possess it? Bisho cried out repeatedly. If it weren't in front of her, she could hardly believe she would one day see the 9 Heavens Annihilation Thunder God Talisman. You should know that the Talisman domain is very far from the Eastern Wilds. Moreover, the Celestial Talisman sect holds a transcendent status, and such supreme killing talismans are very hard to purchase. How could Lin Chen have obtained it? Didn't I say? I obtained a treasure. Inside there are many precious items, including the 9 Heavens Annihilation Thunder God Talisman. Since Master Bifeng knows how powerful this 9 Heavens Annihilation Thunder God Talisman is, there is no need for me to say more. May I ask, Master Bifeng, do you want the Tianqian sacred land to be destroyed because of you? Lin Chen looked at Bisho's shocked and confused face, half smiling as he spoke. However, he secretly noted down this Celestial Talisman sect in his heart. To produce such a deadly talisman is indeed very powerful. You. Bishio's delicate teeth immediately bit tightly together. The Tianqian sacred land is her home. She had grown up in the Tianqian sacred land, growing up alongside her master until she could stand on her own. In the end, she even succeeded to become the master of Lingxi Peak. If it was because of her that the Tianqian sacred land was destroyed, she couldn't bear such a huge consequence. For such a powerful talisman, I have not only this one in my hand. I have some others too. Seeing Bishio hesitating, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to exaggerate further. Bishio's heart raced immediately. More than one? One Nine Heavens Annihilation Thunder God talisman is already terrifying enough, if he has several in hand. Who would dare to provoke him? Looking across the entire Eastern Wild, perhaps any power, including a few other sacred lands and holy clans, would have to treat Lin Chen courteously. Moreover, from what she knows, Lin Chen doesn't have much time left. Whether he dies sooner or later doesn't make much of a difference. What if he loses his mind and drags a few forces along with him? That isn't impossible. He's simply a walking, humanoid annihilation weapon. Huff, huff. Bishio took deep breaths. She waited in her heart, could this matter just end like this? But Bishio had preserved her chastity for over 800 years. How could she just let it go because of an old man? Although the other party was 300 years younger than her. In terms of age, she is indeed like an old cow eating tender grass. But if she just lets it go like this, how could she be willing? Lin Chen looked outside at the sky and continued to say to her, Master Bifeng, it's getting late, you should leave now, right? If you don't leave soon, who knows what will happen when my sage time is over? You shameless thing. Bishio almost got choked with anger. This old fellow really knows how to talk. They just rested for a little while and he wanted more. With a loud bang, she pushed Lin Chen away and quickly put on the red dress that had fallen to the ground. Lin Chen, this matter will not end like this. Once I figure things out and clarify, I will come to you again for an explanation. After dressing up, Bishio's voice was like ice as she angrily retorted. Lin Chen stroked his beard, this is your matter, why are you telling me this? Alright, I won't say it to you. This master will not speak with you anymore. She had to go. If she didn't leave, perhaps she would have to fight Lin Chen. Give me the item. Bishio took a few deep breaths to suppress the fury in her heart. She stretched her lotus-like arm in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, a bit confused, what is it? Bai Xiu Hua gritted her teeth and shouted, it's the thing I need to break through to the King Realm. The fire is extinguished for you, do you admit it now? Oh, so that's how it is, here you go. Lin Chen let out a big laugh. After all, these were things he had begged from the ape tribe. There was nothing to feel sorry about. With a wave of his hand, the things Bai Xiu Hua needed flew directly out from his storage ring. Bai Xiu Hua grabbed it and instantly took it away. Turning around, she walked towards the door. When she reached the doorway, she saw the black pot leisurely squatting there. Bai Xiu Hua glared at it with immense hatred, filled with endless killing intent. An hour and a half ago, it was the black pot that had suppressed her. If she could, she would want to skin it alive right now. Woman, if you blare at me here, I won't bother you. But if you blare at me outside, be careful or I will skin you alive. The lazy voice of the black pot drifted into Bai Xiu Hua's ears. In the eyes of the black pot, the big-butted and big-breasted beauties of the human race were not at all beautiful. They were completely inferior to a little female tiger. Bai Xiu Hua trembled slightly. Hastily, she pulled open the door and walked outside. Damn cat demon, once I break through to the King Realm, I will definitely find an opportunity to take revenge on you, and chop you into pieces to roast and eat. Bai Xiu Hua was filled with resentment in her heart. She who usually didn't like meat, could consider it this time. Eating a freshly roasted King Realm cat demon. By Peak Master, what are you doing here? But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. It reached Bai Xiu Hua's ears. She suddenly turned her head and saw Su Qingxian, wearing a light yellow tassel dress, with a purple gold belt around her waist, showcasing her perfect figure. She stood about 100 meters in front of Bai Xiu Hua. At this moment, Su Qingxian looked puzzled. Not only puzzled that Bai Xiu Hua was actually here with Lin Chen, but also puzzled that from such a distance, she could feel a thick sense of resentment. Did Lin Chen offend Bai Xiu Hua? This guy really had guts, since Bai Xiu Hua was the peak master of Lingxiu Peak. She was once her superior. Before becoming the Saintess, Su Qingxian had briefly been the senior sister of Lingxiu Peak. Oh, it's the Saintess Qingxian. Seeing it was Su Qingxian, a forced smile appeared on Bai Xiu Hua's face. I came here for no particular reason, I just heard that the Saintess's fiancé gave my disciple Qingxia a precious spirit pill. I'm here to let that disciple thank you. "All right, the Saintess's fiancé is inside, but I have other urgent matters, so I will leave first." Bai Xiuhua casually made up a reason. Then she didn't wait for Su Qingxian to say anything else. She lifted her feet and quickly walked away. Su Qingxian stared in surprise at Bai Xiuhua's graceful figure. She murmured to herself, "The reason Bai Peak Master gave is a bit forced, isn't it?" She wasn't stupid. A dignified Peak Master coming to thank on behalf of her disciple. Moreover, specifically coming to express gratitude. That was indeed a bit absurd. Besides, she also noticed that Bai Xiuhua's walking posture was somewhat strange. Could it be that Bai Peak Master's leg is injured and she wants to come to ask Lin Chen for something? Su Qingxian's mind was sharp. She suddenly remembered that previously Lin Chen obtained that mountain horse's treasure. It was possible that when he got that treasure, he also acquired some other good items. But what level of good items could cause Bai Xiuhua to come in person? Suddenly, while Su Qingxian was still analyzing, she slapped her hand on her flawless forehead. "Just go find that old man and ask him. What am I thinking about here?" With a self-mocking smile, Su Qingxian strode towards Lin Chen. "Qingxian, you're here." Su Qingxian had just stepped into Lin Chen's small courtyard. She saw Lin Chen walking out from the room, smiling at her and greeting her. Su Qingxian lightly nodded. "I just saw that the master of Bai Feng came out from your place. What's going on? Isn't it just that my generosity brought some trouble?" Lin Chen sighed helplessly. "Generosity brought trouble?" Su Qingxian raised an eyebrow, seeming to have guessed something. A hint of interest sparked in her. "Let's go, tell me more inside. It's amazing that even the master of the spirit Su Peak personally came to you. I want to hear just how generous you are." After saying this, Su Qingxian walked towards his room. Lin Chen hurriedly opened his mouth, wanting Su Qingxian to stay in the courtyard to listen. However, Su Qingxian's stride was too long. In just a few steps, she had entered the room. "What's that smell in your room?" As soon as she entered, Su Qingxian frowned slightly. She waved her hand in front of her nose. Lin Chen's white beard twitched in an instant. Just now, he had heard the conversation between Bai Xiuhua and Su Qingxian outside. He quickly got up to tidy the room. He opened the windows and doors for ventilation. But unexpectedly, after just a few words, Su Qingxian came in. "It smells like salted fish, and this smell is a bit." Covering her nose, Su Qingxian complained, yet felt that the smell was somewhat familiar. "Salted fish?" A glint flashed in Lin Chen's old eyes. He then pointed abruptly at the black pot squatting by the window. "Black pot, you brought the fish into the room to eat again, didn't you? If you bring fish into the room again, I will roast you." "Damn!" The black pot's golden eyes instantly rolled back. "I, the great black tiger demon king, don't eat salted fish. Hell no. You just had a thrilling battle. Almost caught red-handed. And now you're blaming me? Oh, a little black kitten. When did you get a little black cat?" At this moment, Su Qingxian turned her head to follow his finger. She saw the charming little black pot, its fur shining black. "I was wandering in the Holy Land with nothing to do and found a little black cat stuck in the water. So I rescued it and brought it along, but the little black cat doesn't leave me. Usually it's just me, so I didn't chase it away. But this little black cat is quite naughty, it loves to eat fish in this room," Lin Chen said with an unhappy face. "So that's how it is. No wonder there is a smell of salted fish." Su Qingxian smiled helplessly. She had even thought of other possibilities. Her ears involuntarily turned a little red. After all, thinking about it, it was impossible. How could a master like Bai Xiuhua have anything to do with an old man like Lin Chen? Reining in her wild thoughts, Su Qingxian continued, "So why did Master Bai Feng come to find you? I just heard Master Bai Feng saying that you gave her eldest disciple, Sister Qingxia, an expensive spirit pill. How expensive was it? Let me hear it." "It's nothing much, I just gave her a top-grade broken mirror pill. Coincidentally, Master Bai Feng saw it and bragged that I had obtained a treasure with many precious spirit pills. I didn't expect Master Bai Feng to come to me personally asking for it. But I only have a few spirit pills, how could I give them away?" So Master Bai Feng was a bit unhappy. That's it. Lin Chen spoke half-truths, maintaining a straight face while telling a white lie. With over 500 years of experience. Combining what he just heard from Bai Xiuhua, it was easy to weave this small lie. After all, if Su Qingxian really wanted to investigate the matter of giving pills, she could always check. It's easy to find out. There's no need to lie. It's just that I might have to bleed a bit, being extorted by Su Qingxian. I see, no wonder I saw the master of Bai Feng looking a bit unhappy just now. Su Qingxian clicked her tongue. Her tone suddenly turned a bit sour as she said, "But you are really quite generous. To give away such an expensive top-grade mirror-breaking pill, I have nothing like that to offer my wife, whom I have married. You are something else. Chapter 71, Gift of Treasures to Su Qingxian. It seems that even the noblest goddess cannot escape jealousy. Fortunately, he has enough stock, and after all, Su Qingxian is his nominal wife. He should at least show some appreciation. With a flip of his wrist, 2 pills appeared in his hand. The one on the left is a youth-preserving pill, and the one on the right is an exquisite enlightenment pill. These are prepared for you, no one else has even caught a whiff of them, and I'm giving them to you all together. Swish. In an instant, Su Qingxuan's eyes widened. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the 2 pills in Lin Chen's hand. She froze, slightly in disbelief. The youth-preserving pill is extremely expensive and quite rare. Taking one could keep one young for 500 years. There would be no change in appearance. What woman wouldn't have her heart racing at the sight of the youth-preserving pill? Especially since she is already beautiful enough to be ranked first on the Eastern floral list and does not want to lose her beauty with age. The proud Su Qingxian wants to be number 1 wherever she goes. Then, looking at the exquisite enlightenment pill, Su Qingxuan's breathing became rapid. A flush of excitement rose on her delicate face, causing her to have rosy cheeks. Are you sure one is the extremely rare youth-preserving pill and the other is the exquisite enlightenment pill? These cannot be taken lightly, something big might happen. How could I be reckless with something given to you? Lin Chen chuckled. He took Su Qingxuan's long, slender arm and placed it in his palm. He even gently scratched her palm. Like a jolt of electricity, it shot straight to Su Qingxuan's heart. It made her tremble uncontrollably. Check it out, see if there's any problem. No need to check. I can already feel the incredibly profound Tao rhythm within this exquisite enlightenment pill, it's simply too marvelous. And this youth-preserving pill, just by smelling it, I feel a bit younger. Su Qingxian is a great cultivator in the 4th layer of the Dharma realm. She has seen and experienced a lot. Her perception is sharp. At the moment she held the pills, she was already able to make a judgment. Lin Chen, where did you get such precious pills? Lifting her graceful neck, Su Qingxian was very happy. These pills are far more expensive than the top-grade mirror-breaking pill Lin Chen gave to Li Qingxia. It made her feel delightful inside. It shows that in Lin Chen's heart, Su Qingxian is the most important. Do you remember the yin-yang qi furnace I got? There are numerous mysteries within, it actually has several layers of space, and I dug them out from there. How amazing! A treasure furnace actually has several layers of space, which shocked Su Qingxian greatly. Yes, I also didn't expect the yin-yang qi furnace to be so miraculous. In fact, I have also improved my realm significantly with the help of the yin-yang qi furnace. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Your realm has improved too? Su Qingxian was even more surprised. Because Lin Chen is an ancient holy body, improving his realm is extremely difficult. Even a holy land has some difficulty nurturing an ancient holy body. The resources consumed are sky-high. Moreover, he is already too old, and it is almost impossible to enhance his realm. So, Su Qingxian has never paid attention to Lin Chen's realm. Reaching out her jade hand, Su Qingxian grasped Lin Chen's wrist. A soft, smooth touch came through. You actually have reached the 6th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. No! Your meridians are so thick and long, they don't seem to belong to someone in the 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm. It's almost comparable to the Divine Ability realm. Su Qingxian was very surprised. She focused her beautiful eyes on Lin Chen's head, wanting to explore his Spirit Sea space. Lin Chen saw her gaze and quickly said, let's not talk about the Spirit Sea. My current state is still not very stable. Don't misunderstand, I'm just a bit curious about how big your Spirit Sea is. I won't force my way in without your permission. Su Qingxian smiled gently. Lin Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief in his heart. If Su Qingxian were to probe her divine soul in, she would discover the existence of Saint Moon. That would be hard to explain. It's great that you can elevate your realm and become stronger. I wouldn't have to constantly worry about you suddenly kicking the bucket one day. Elevating one's realm can extend life. Su Qingxian feared that before she could conceive the innate saint-bodied Dao fetus, Lin Chen would die of old age. During this time, she truly felt it was all for nothing. It's not that easy. After all, I'm already this old. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. By the way, why did you suddenly come to find me? Did you conceive? Lin Chen shifted his gaze to Su Qingxuan's flat, very slim and tight little belly. Calculating the time since the last time they were together. If Su Qingxian were pregnant, there should already be some signs. No. Su Qingxian sighed softly. This innate saint-body Dao fetus is too hard to conceive. Lin Chen chuckled, there's no rush, as long as we work hard, we will eventually conceive. Let's talk about it later. Su Qingxian waved her hand. I came to find you for another reason, which is that you don't need to come with me to the talents battle. You can just stay here in this sacred place. If you really feel bored, you can also go back to your old home and look around. Not letting me go? Lin Chan raised his pale eyebrows. He didn't expect Su Qingxian to actually forbid him from going. And she even allowed him to go back home for a visit. Why don't you want me to go? I used to have no qualifications, but now that I can ride on your coattails, I still want to see it. Lin Chen smiled slightly. He was actually looking forward to the talents battle. But then Su Qingxuan's voice became somewhat serious as she said, I have other extra tasks this time, and I might encounter some danger. If you follow me, I won't have the energy to take care of you. So just don't go, listen to me. She hadn't conceived the innate saint body Dao fetus. Then during this talents battle, she would have to carry out her master Gu Changhe's orders. To kill Yuan Pang during the talents battle. Yuan Pang is now an innate supreme being, both the Yuan clan and the Yuan Han's elder must grant him incredibly powerful treasures. Moreover, they might secretly send someone to protect him. Therefore, it won't be easy for her to carry out the assassination without exposing herself. Ding, detection speed faces a choice, triggering a god-level choice. Choice 1, agree with Su Qingxian not to participate in the talents battle, reward treasure 5 elements golden wheel, gathering the power of the 5 elements can fight beyond levels. Choice 2, refuse Su Qingxian, express that you really want to go, reward Xuanwu golden armor, this armor has absolute defense, it is unbreakable by anyone below the saint level, but the consumption is slightly large. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Chan's eyes instantly lit up. He already had the Yin-Yang Unity Furnace, which is a very powerful offensive treasure. But he still lacked a defensive one. And this Xuanwu golden armor has absolute defense, unbreakable by anyone below the saint level. It just so happened that he was going to the talents battle. Once he wore it, he would gain an advantage on the talents battlefield. Wouldn't that allow him to run freely? System, I choose 2. There was no hesitation. Lin Chen made his choice. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully choosing and obtaining the reward Xuanwu golden armor. After the host arrived at the Tianjia battlefield, the Xuanwu golden armor officially activated. With the sound of the system fading, a golden, shining armor appeared in his mind. It had very complex and mysterious runes on it. It gave a feeling of deep mystery. System, from now on, place my rewards directly in the spirit sea, don't put them in my head anymore. It feels quite strange, every time something new appears, it feels like my brain is growing. No problem. In the next moment, within Lin Chen's spirit sea, the golden, shining Xuanwu golden armor, carrying an aura of profound mystery, was moved into his spirit sea. Coincidentally, it appeared right in front of Shengyu. Sitting cross-legged there, trying to remove the restrictions from his soul body, Shengyu was startled. He quickly raised his head to look at the Xuanwu golden armor. Such profound runes, how does it feel like a treasure crafted from the Xuanwu of the Xuanwu Holy Clan of the Demon Domain? Shengyu was well informed. He looked at the Xuanwu golden armor in astonishment. The Xuanwu Holy Clan was one of the 4 holy clans of the Demon Domain. Who would dare to use the Xuanwu of the Xuanwu Holy Clan to craft treasures? Moreover, each piece was priceless. Even as a female overlord, he had never owned one. Shengyu reached out and lightly tapped it with his finger. As solid as a rock, unbreakable. Where did this old man get such a treasure? Shengyu was filled with surprise. First, the divine whip, now another defensive Xuanwu golden armor. Plus, he also possessed the supreme bone and the ancient holy body of the human race. This made him very curious about Lin Chen's identity. If Lin Chen really had many special items, perhaps he could rely on Lin Chen to reshape his physical body. Return to the peak. To avenge him greatly. It would just be a matter of paying some price. Shengyu lightly touched his red lips and fell into deep thought. After Lin Chen made his choice, he looked at Su Qingxian and said seriously, Qingxian, I have decided that I still want to go to the Tianjia battlefield and take a look. You don't need to worry about me, I will take care of myself. Besides, I'm just an ordinary old man, which Tianjia would notice me? You really want to go? Su Qingxian frowned slightly. She had even suggested Lin Chen go back to the Immortal Gate to take a look. But the other party seemed to have no intention of returning home. I want to go. Although my level has increased a bit, extending my lifespan a little. But after all, I don't have much time left, and this little bit of extended life doesn't solve much. Lin Chen sighed lightly. Alright, I will take you with me. Su Qingxian was slightly moved, sighing in her heart. She looked at Lin Chen, with his somewhat handsome old face, and nodded. But once we get there, you have to listen to me. Sure, listening to my wife is not shameful. Lin Chen stroked his graying goatee and smiled. Sharp-tongued. Su Qingxian rolled her eyes at him. Then she put away the beauty-retaining pill and the supreme comprehension pill. I'm off now, I will enter seclusion for a few days, and when the Tianjiao battle sets off, I will come back to find you. Su Qingxian took her long, slender jade legs and turned to walk towards the door. She did not regret it. She had to go find Gu Changhua to discuss something. However, just after taking a few steps, Su Qingxian turned back and walked over, in Lin Chen's surprised expression. She kissed his right old face. Consider this a reward for your gift of pills. Su Qingxuan's face slightly flushed. After saying that, she quickly left. Lin Chen touched his right old face and laughed gaily. Why do I feel an inexplicable feeling of love? Ding, it has been detected that due to the host giving pills, the faithful female lead Su Qingxian kissed him, increasing the host's favorability plus 50, current favorability 15. From negative to positive, reward, healing holy method secret technique. Healing holy method? Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly. System, is this secret technique very strong? Yes, host, no matter how serious your injuries are, you can recover instantly, and also can heal others. However, using this secret method consumes a lot. Wow, the instant recovery is already amazing enough, no matter how much it consumes, it's totally acceptable. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This was even stronger than the eternal renewal art he had obtained before. It was simply the plus version of the eternal renewal art. However, the effects of the two are different. The eternal renewal art is about slowly refining life. It's suitable for recovery after being seriously injured. Whereas this character secret is very suitable for using in desperate situations. Lin Chen was extremely satisfied with this. With a face full of joy, Lin Chen opened the room door and walked out. He was planning to find Wang Yuyan. Now, this girl's profounding phoenix body had only been developed to 40%, with 60% still undeveloped. Lin Chen needed to work harder. But just as he stepped out the door, Lin Chen turned back. He knelt down and sat cross-legged on the ground. About 15 minutes later, Lin Chen's body trembled slightly. Then, a nearly transparent figure stepped out from his body. This semi-transparent figure looked identical to him and gradually became solid. There was no difference from the real him. Main body. Doppelganger. Almost simultaneously, the two spoke to each other. Lin Chen carefully examined this doppelganger and said, "You really look like me." One chi transforms into three clear, you are in me, and I am in you. The doppelganger Lin Chen stroked his snowy white beard and smiled lightly. Your demeanor is exactly the same as mine. Truly impressive for a special secret method. Lin Chen stroked his beard and chuckled repeatedly. Just stay here, I have a few things to do outside. I've left some self-defense items here for you, just in case. After finishing, Lin Chen took out some items to give to his doppelganger. Among them was the jade talisman Su Qingxian had left for him. Please, main body. After placing the items Lin Chen gave him into the interspatial ring, the doppelganger Lin Chen gestured in a polite manner. Then Lin Chen opened the door and quietly flew toward the foot of Zayas Yufeng, heading straight for the outer gate area. Not long after he left, Su Qingxian returned. She pushed the door open and saw the doppelganger Lin Chen sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Without saying a word, she gently closed the door and withdrew. Meanwhile, in the outer gate area, Lin Chen, who was rushing forward, flickered his eyes. He pouted. She even secretly came to check the room. Su Qingxian is a bit worried about me. He and his doppelganger shared a telepathic connection, their six senses linked. Thus, the doppelganger Lin Chen could see and sense everything he felt as well. However, Su Qingxian could never guess that sitting there was his doppelganger. The only thing was that the duration of this doppelganger's existence was limited. But as his realm and power increased, the doppelganger would last longer. One day, when he reached an indescribably high level, the doppelganger would also be able to exist eternally, just like his main body. But talking about such things now was still too distant. Lin Chen opened Wang Yuyan's room door. With a click, the room door opened by itself. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Chen almost stumbled and fell. Yuyan, where did you get those black stockings? In the room, Lin Chen had a clear view of Wang Yuyan's legs. Wang Yuyan was sitting sideways on the stool, wearing a pair of black stockings. But the key point was that they were almost in a battle-damaged state. They were ripped to shreds. It looked like they had been torn by someone. However, Lin Chen was very confident that this was definitely not someone else's doing. Because Wang Yuyan didn't even have black stockings. At most, she had only heard him describe them. Wang Yuyan's pretty face blushed instantly with 2 flowers of crimson. She sweetly asked, "Senior brother, do they look good?" "They're okay, but there are a bit too many holes. You didn't tear them on purpose, did you?" Lin Chen evaluated seriously. Of course not. I remember you said you really liked black stockings. I thought about it and found a piece of black ice silk mesh to make one myself. But I didn't expect that this black ice silk mesh was so thin and slippery. I accidentally ended up with so many holes. Wang Yuyan's fair face turned pink. Senior brother, am I very stupid? My mind is empty. I can't even make a black stocking well. You wouldn't despise me, would you? How do I smell a faint hint of tea? Damn. Could it be that I haven't been caring for her lately, and this girl has gone bad? Lin Chen's mouth twitched twice. Then Lin Chen closed the door and strode toward Wang Yuyan. A kind smile appeared on his face. Actually, being patchy is also a kind of perfection, especially for something like black stockings. Hiss. In the next second, Lin Chen couldn't help but take a cold breath. Because he gently placed his hand on it. The cool, moist touch mixed with a faint warmth came through. So refreshing. As expected, it is ice silk mesh. This is dozens of times more advanced than those ordinary stockings. This ice silk mesh, as long as it hangs in the room. Even on the hottest summer days, the room will still feel cool. I didn't expect Wang Yuyan to accidentally get it right. This girl actually loves learning quite a bit. Senior brother, I might be leveling up again. In the afternoon, Wang Yuyan suddenly trembled all over. She hurriedly said to Lin Chen. Breakthrough is now, I will protect your back here. Also, here's this for you. Lin Chen stroked his beard and smiled. He flipped his hand and took out 3 white jade-like pills. Is this a spirit aperture pill? Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened instantly. The spirit aperture pill is very expensive. She couldn't buy it even with all her savings. And Lin Chen took out 3 at once. Take it, for emergencies. Lin Chen smiled slightly. He placed it in her hand. Thank you, senior brother. Looking at the 3 pills, Wang Yuyan was so moved her eyes turned red. Lin Shixian's kindness, I'm afraid she will never be able to repay in this lifetime. Lin Chen stroked his beard and smiled. Then he exited the room. Boom boom boom. Soon, a series of rumbling sounds came from Wang Yuyan's room. The vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions, drilling into her room. In a short time, the range of this spiritual energy absorption has broken through 500 meters, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. The commotion from her breakthrough was immense. At this moment, the Xianing Phoenix body had reached 60%. She had begun to show her true power. Wang Yuyan was no longer like an ordinary disciple. Soon, the enormous commotion of her breakthrough attracted the outer disciples of this area. Oops, that girl has the Xianing Phoenix body, and it has been raised to 60%. The noise from the breakthrough will not be small, it's likely to draw a lot of attention. Looking at the ever-expanding range of spiritual energy absorption, Lin Chen frowned slightly. He originally came down secretly. Now it has backfired. But the good thing is, there are many outer disciples. And Su Qingxian, a dignified saintess, usually won't pay attention to outside matters. More and more people arrived, standing outside Wang Yuyan's door. Is Yuyan breaking through to the spiritual sea realm? Oh my, the range of spiritual energy absorption is so terrifying. This range, even the 2nd or 3rd level of the spiritual sea, can't absorb so much. She just broke through and can absorb this much, isn't it unbelievable? Could it be that Wang Yuyan has had some kind of fortuitous encounter recently? I hadn't heard about any encounters, but I heard she met a senior brother from the inner sect, who is very powerful and has even helped her. Is he that somewhat handsome old man? What exactly is his identity? How could he make Yuyan so strong? I really want to pay him a visit. Outside Wang Yuyan's door, many people started talking animatedly. Especially many female disciples. While discussing, their voices were filled with envy. And soon, some people began to associate it with Lin Chen. At that time, outside in the battle, he made a name for himself for Wang Yuyan. Lin Chen stood there, listening to the chatter around him, feeling an urge to slip away. Holy daughter-in-law, didn't expect you to be here too. Sorry for not welcoming you properly, my apologies. Just then, 2 figures arrived beside Lin Chen. The address almost made Lin Chen stumble. Damn it, how did people from the outer sect know his identity? Lin Chen turned to look, one was an old man, the other a beautiful middle-aged woman. At a glance, Lin Chen recognized the old man. He was elder son, who had presided over that duel on the battle platform. The other middle-aged woman wore a long purple dress. Her waist was slender, but her chest was full. Her legs were also very rounded and long, and her face was noble and beautiful. A faint blush graced her cheeks, like a ripe peach. Though she was a bit older, she exuded charm. I am elder son from the outer sect, we have met before. Elder son approached, first politely introducing himself. I am Elder Su from the outer sect, and I am also Yuyan's instructor. The beautiful middle-aged woman winked at Lin Chen. With a melodious voice, she said. Chapter 74, about to be taken advantage of. Speaking just to speak, what was the wink for? In her stunning gaze, a deep affection lingered. As if she was trying to seduce him. Though he did indeed look very handsome. Lin Chen gently stroked his beard and nodded to them, so it's Elder Zhao and Elder Su, I apologize. The two quickly waved their hands and smiled. Holy daughter-in-law, you are too polite, this outer area is under our supervision, not welcoming you in advance is our negligence. After all, you two are too kind, Yu Yan is still in her breakthrough. There are too many people here, if it disturbs Yu Yan's progress, it would not be good. Hearing them call him holy daughter-in-law made Lin Chen feel speechless. This was clearly to make sure everyone knew his identity. A dignified holy daughter-in-law personally came to the outer sect to support a disciple. This was bound to spark imagination, as many voices were present. Once it spreads, it would likely reach Su Qingxuan's ears very quickly. And then, it would be impossible to avoid explanations, adding trouble. The holy daughter-in-law is right. There really are too many people here. Elder Sun and the beautiful middle-aged woman exchanged a glance, instantly understanding Lin Chen's meaning. Elder Sun, please help disperse the crowd. Then the middle-aged woman spoke to Elder Sunday. All right, then Sister Cui Yi, you will host the holy daughter-in-law. Elder Sun nodded. He then turned to clear the area. With this elder making the effort, the outer sect disciples gathered around began to leave. However, some disciples who were closer to Lin Chen turned back reluctantly. Full of confusion about Lin Chen's identity. Holy daughter-in-law? Could it be that this old man is the husband of the holy daughter of Tianqian Sacred Land? But the holy daughter of Tianqian Sacred Land is so radiant, the jewel of Tianqian Sacred Land. Ranked first on the Eastern 100 Flowers list. With unparalleled beauty. How could she marry an old man with gray hair? This must be a joke. The holy daughter-in-law treats my disciple so well, and even teaches her day and night until her breakthrough. It's a bit embarrassing for me as her teacher, Cui Yi. As Lin Chen's surroundings cleared. Only Su Cui Yi and Lin Chen remained. She looked at Lin Chen with shimmering eyes, saying dreamily. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Teaching day and night. It seemed Su Cui Yi had something more to say. Elder Su, I'm a bit confused by your words. What does day and night teaching mean? Lin Chen stroked his beard, looking puzzled. Su Cui Yi lightly covered her red lips, giggling. It's nothing much, it's just that in the past few days, I've come to find Yu Yan a few times. But she seems to be busy, so I didn't want to disturb her on purpose. I just didn't expect that it was the Holy Maiden's husband giving Yu Yan guidance in her training. To be able to guide Yu Yan amidst such a busy schedule, it must have the strong support of the Holy Maiden. Such kindness is probably difficult for Yu Yan to repay, and as her master, I should also say thank you to you, including Holy Maiden Qingxuan. Su Tsuea said these grandiose words, pretending to bow slightly to Lin Chen. The rich snow-capped mountain showed a hint of white curve. But Lin Chen watched, his eyes full of coldness. To say thank you to Su Qingxuan face to face. This was threatening him. No wonder she said those words earlier, it seemed she had already discovered and suspected him beforehand. Turning his head, Lin Chen discreetly glanced at the black pot squatting beside Wang Yuyan's room. The black pot suddenly shivered. Hurrying to send a sound transmission to Lin Chen, explaining, My lord, this woman did indeed come. However, she just paused for a moment and then left. You said no one should disturb. She didn't disturb anything. In these past 2 days, line end. Lin Chen had asked the black pot to watch for any intruders. To inform him promptly if someone came to disturb. But Su Tsuea just stood at the door for a moment and then turned to leave. So the black pot remained silent. Damn it. You worthless piece of junk. A dark line flashed across Lin Chen's old face. This confirmed that he had indeed been preemptively monitored. Su Tsuea came over just to determine if he was still in Wang Yuyan's room. And he knew nothing about this. All he knew was to bury himself in hard work. Cursing inwardly, Lin Chen said blandly, Elder Su is too polite. I have a connection with junior sister Yu Yan, being able to provide help within my abilities is nothing. As for the Holy Maiden, she is very busy now, and it might not be convenient for her to host. Your gratitude, I'll accept it. How can that be? Su Tsuea immediately shook her head. She said with a serious expression, given Yu Yan such great fortune, as her master, if I don't personally express my gratitude, it would be hard to show my feelings. Moreover, not long ago, the Holy Maiden went to the outer sect. It's only right that I should also thank her. Lin Chen squinted slightly, he suddenly smiled and said, I finally understand Elder Su's intention. I still have some things here, but since Yu Yan's realm is too low, she can't use them for now. Instead, I would rather pass them to Elder Su and Elder Sunday. When the opportunity arises in the future, I can thank Qingshuan then. What do you think? That's fine, that's absolutely fine. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Elder Zhao's voice came from the side. Lin Chen's smile became even more pronounced. This was clearly a reason to give him a hard bargain. Good. Having the audacity to hit Lin Chen with this, these two truly have guts. Su Tsue also revealed a bright smile without disguise. The Holy Maiden's husband is too polite. Since you say the Holy Maiden is not convenient to entertain now, it is appropriate for us to wait. Ha, you two elders are being polite. However, it's not very convenient here. If by chance, we run into some outer sect elder or someone else, we would have to explain. It would be better to find a quiet place. After all, Yu Yan's breakthrough will still take a while. Change place? That would work. Su Tsue and Elder Zhao exchanged glances. And she smiled, nodding. Why not go to my place? I just happen to have some light tea prepared to thank the Holy Maiden's husband for guiding my disciple day and night. Lin Chan's reasoning made sense. What if they are seen by other outer sect elders? What if the things he brought out had some special phenomena? That would also be a trouble. As for whether Lin Chen had some ulterior motives, she was completely unconcerned. Because according to what they knew, Lin Chen was merely in the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. Even if his actual strength was higher than his true realm, they absolutely cannot compare to the two outer sect elders in the divine ability realm. Moreover, this is their home ground. The advantage is on our side. Arriving at Su Chui's residence, it is quite beautiful here. Upon entering the room, an enticing fragrance immediately wafted into his nostrils. There are even colorful, silk-like, soft personal garments hanging in one corner of the room. Hiss. Elder Sun, who followed in, couldn't help but gasp. He inhaled sharply a few times, his old face showing a hint of satisfaction. Su Chui is indeed the belle of the outer sect elders. Many elders are extremely envious. Elder Sun may be the first outer sect elder to enter Su Chui's residence. He felt so pleased inside. Chapter 75, You aren't mistaken, you're going to die. Saint Lady's Lord, I hope you can understand us. For instance, I have been trapped in the 3rd layer of the divine ability realm for many years. After your generous support, we guarantee that today's events outside the Yuyan Gate will not be leaked a single bit. After closing the door, Su Chui smiled like a flower and assured Lin Chen. They were threatening Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew this as well. Since that's the case, it's better to be clear and increase the bargaining chips. Elder Sun leaned closer, politely clasping his hands in front of Lin Chen. Saint Lady's Lord, I, Elder Sun, am a rough person. I need a 5th grade pill, preferably a soul type, and I also need some foundational spiritual fruits, variety not limited, 3 or 2 will do. As for some powerful weapons, I don't need those. With a faint smile on his lips, Lin Chen looked at Elder Sunday. Is this all? Does Elder Sun look down on me? Lass? Elder Sun was taken aback by the words. What he wanted was already very precious. It would take all his savings to buy just one 5th grade pill, especially a soul type. Ahem, I didn't think it through just now. Can I bring up a few more things? Elder Sun cleared his throat and said with a sheepish face. But Su Chui was unwilling. Elder Sun, it's my turn. Even if you want to propose, you should wait for me to finish. Alright, then you go first. Elder Sun gave a dry laugh, feeling a wave of regret in his heart. Su Chui looked at Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes shining, as expected of the Saint Lady's Lord, supported by the Saint Lady, he is quite generous. Since that's the case, I will be straightforward. Su Chui was not at all polite, directly asking for 12 kinds of things, all of them very precious. Just 12 kinds? Elder Su also looks down on this old man a bit. After listening, Lin Chen smiled kindly. 12 kinds and it's still less? Most of what she asked for was even more valuable than what Elder Sun wanted. How many good things does Lin Chen have in his pockets? She simply couldn't believe it. Su Chui thought about it and felt her heart bloom with joy. But as a clever woman, she knew she couldn't be too greedy. Fishing requires a long line. That's all for now. If there's a need in the future, I will request again from the Saint Lady's Lord. However, for future requests, I will not let the Saint Lady's Lord suffer loss, there will definitely be rewards. Su Chui suppressed her greed, leaning closer to Lin Chen and subtly rubbing against him a couple of times. An intoxicating fragrance wafted into Lin Chen's nostrils. Sly woman. Lin Chen coldly sneered inside, his expression a bit disdainful as he stepped back. Then he looked towards the door. Black Pot, it's time to work. They have finished making their wishes. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Pot rushed over from the side. Seeing the suddenly rushing Black Pot, Su Chui and Elder Sun were both taken aback. Saint Lady's Lord, what do you mean by this? The sudden appearance of Black Pot left them puzzled. Could it be that Lin Chen's treasure is all on this black cat? What my master means is, the wishes you made can only be fulfilled by ghosts. Black Pot spoke human language, full of disdain. Su Chui and Elder Sun's expressions changed dramatically. Then, the Black Pot extended its palm towards the two of them, pressing downwards. An incredibly terrifying force pressed down, like a mountain, making it utterly difficult for them to resist. Their faces turned as pale as death. Thud, thud. Unable to withstand this horrifying pressure, they both knelt to the ground in succession. You actually want to kill us? Aren't you afraid the Holy Land will find out? Killing an outer sect elder in the Holy Land is a death penalty. Even if you are the Holy Maiden's husband, you can't escape death. Elder Sun was filled with terror, shouting angrily at Lin Chen. Bang! However, the next second, the power acting on him suddenly intensified, directly bursting Elder Sun into a mass of blood mist. Beside him, Su Chui shivered in fright, almost losing control of her bladder. Quickly, she pleaded with Lin Chen, Holy Maiden's husband, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been haunted by greed to threaten you, to extort you. I'll give you everything I have, even my own body. You can do whatever you want, just spare me, please. I really know I was wrong. Su Chui cried with tears streaming down her face, even forcing herself to act seductive, hoping to pique Lin Chen's interest and grant her life. Hee, you don't really know you were wrong, you just know you are going to die. Lin Chen was utterly indifferent. The Black Pot looked at Lin Chen, and then its claw gently flicked downwards. With a bang, Su Chui was also burst into a massive blood mist. Grandpa, I thought you were going to take this opportunity to devour her. Do I have such poor taste? Lin Chen rolled his eyes 3 times. No wonder he killed them one by one, it turned out they thought of him as that kind of person. He snorted, but why don't you eat them? After all, they are at the divine ability level, you could at least gain some energy from them, right? Lin Chen looked at the blood mist all over the ground and chuckled. The Black Pot wrinkled its nose, that old man's son is too old, his meat is not tender enough, it gets stuck in my teeth. This woman is too promiscuous, if I don't fancy her, you definitely won't either. Geez, you're quite picky. Lin Chen glared at it irritably. But looking at the blood mist everywhere, a cold indifference was evident at the corners of his mouth. Extorting him without any leverage, the outcome was only death. Let's go, these two are outer sect elders, they are likely to have soul jade, and I'm afraid people from the Holy Land will come soon. Then, Lin Chen turned to leave with the Black Pot. Soon, powerful figures began to descend to this place. Pushing open the door, they saw blood mist all over the ground, not even a single intact bone left. Silently killed 2 outer sect elders of the divine ability level, without even a chance for any rescue. It must have been at least a law state expert. Immediately notify the inner sect, seal the mountain gate, and conduct a thorough investigation. The leading elder's eyes sparkled with terrifying coldness, shouting sternly. He was Elder Mutaizhan, the outer sect's grand elder, and the only one to reach the law state in the outer sect. Because reaching law state in the Tianqian Holy Land is enough to become an inner sect elder. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of warning bells rang continuously in the Tianqian Holy Land's dangerous area. Pairs of outer sect guards, fully armed, began patrolling to seal the mountain. And Wang Yuyan's breakthrough was approaching its climax. She heard those urgent bell sounds and suddenly opened her eyes wide. Senior brother, you are still here. Seeing Lin Chen still beside her, Wang Yuyan felt a slight sense of relief. I've always been here. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. I just heard the bells, such urgent ringing must mean something big has happened. Do you know what it is? Lin Chen shook his head, not really sure. Shall we go take a look? The bells are ringing so urgently, it can't be a small matter, I fear they might even have sealed the mountain gate. Wang Yuyan's voice turned serious. Let's go. Lin Chen nodded lightly. A Black Pot jumped onto his shoulder and accompanied Wang Yuyan as they walked out together. The entire outer sect area was on high alert. Soon, news arrived that 2 elders from the outer sect had died. One was Elder Sun, and the other was Wang Yuyan's master, Su Chui. Both of them were powerful elders and were killed without resistance, which was definitely a big deal. Oh my gosh, even my master has been killed. Who has such daring? This is an elder of the Holy Land's outer sect. Wang Yuyan was shocked to receive this news. Although she had no emotional ties to Su Chui. Outer sect is different from inner sect. A master can have thousands of disciples under them. Their goal is to pass the assessment to enter the inner sect. So, it is said that in the outer sect, masters are solid like iron, while disciples come and go like water. But upon learning of Su Chui's death, she still felt a chill run down her spine. Indeed, they have quite the guts to even kill an outer sect elder. This is truly audacious, it's no exaggeration to say it deserves divine punishment. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The black pot lying on his shoulder twitched its eyes slightly. Suddenly, a man and a woman flew swiftly towards them and landed beside them. You are Wang Yuyan, the disciple of Su Chui, right? The middle-aged woman said as she looked at Wang Yuyan. Yes, elder, that's me. Wang Yuyan quickly nodded at the two people dressed in outer sect elder robes. Good, then come with us. And you, we heard from our investigation that Elder Sun and Su Chui called you the Holy Maiden's son-in-law. May I ask which Holy Maiden's son-in-law you are? Then they turned their attention to Lin Chen. How many Holy Maidens are there in the Tianxian Holy Land? Lin Chen countered with a question. The two outer sect elders frowned slightly. Could it be that this somewhat handsome old man with white hair is indeed the ancient holy body rumored to be married to Holy Maiden Su Qingxian? Most ordinary disciples wouldn't know this news, but as elders, they had heard some whispers more or less. The two exchanged glances and politely clasped their hands towards Lin Chen. Holy Maiden's son-in-law, please come with us. According to our investigation, you and Wang Yuyan were the last to have contact with Elder Sun and Elder Su. I can, but I need to make one point clear. Wang Yuyan did not have contact with Elder Sun and Elder Su. There are several disciples outside Yuan Yan's room who also had contact with them. I suggest you call them all over. Lin Chen said calmly. The two outer sect elders were silent for a moment. Thank you for the information, Holy Maiden's son-in-law. We will summon everyone. Currently, we are only conducting an investigation. We hope for your understanding. Lin Chen nodded and said no more. The more people there are, the more difficult the investigation becomes. The eyewitness evidence outside Wang Yuyan's door would increase. No matter how they investigated, they would not find out that it was Lin Chen who acted. The only point is, this might really make him famous. However, daring to threaten him, Lin Chen would never forgive, having killed. If it weren't for an unexpected awakening of the ancient sacred body of humanity, I wouldn't even qualify to step into your heavenly mysterious Holy Land's outer gate. Should I call you Holy Maiden's son-in-law, or should I just call you Lin Chen? Mu Taizhan looked at him lightly and asked. Lin Chen saw the disdain in the other's eyes, stroked his beard, and smiled faintly. Call me whatever you like. But if you call me senior, I won't mind. Mu Taizhan chuckled. Then I'll follow the crowd and call you Holy Maiden's son-in-law. According to our investigation, Holy Maiden's son-in-law, after you finished talking to Elder Sun and Elder Su, Elder Sun cleared the area of onlooking disciples, possibly at your instruction. Then, less than half an hour later, the soul jade of Elder Sun and Elder Su shattered, and news of their deaths came out. I wonder if Holy Maiden's son-in-law can provide me with any useful information? Mu Tieshan's eyes were fixed intently on Lin Chen. As long as Lin Chen told a lie, he would be able to see it. First, I am just an ordinary old man. Even if I have the title of Holy Maiden's son-in-law, what does it matter? You wouldn't think I could command two outer gate elders, would you? Lin Chen smiled lightly. Besides, you said that the two elders died in their own residences, while I was busy assisting you, Yan. So, I can't provide any information. Really? Did Holy Maiden's son-in-law not leave Wang Yuyan's residence even for a moment? Mu Taizhan stared into his eyes and asked. No. Lin Chen said firmly. At this point, he couldn't help but marvel at the authority of the outer gate elders. After Elder Sun cleared the area, no disciple dared to come and watch, not even those sneaking around. Thus, when the three of them left, no one saw them at all. Then that's strange, you were the last one to contact the two elders, and they mysteriously died in their rooms, which is very puzzling. Mu Taizhan squinted. He stared intently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen sighed softly. I find it puzzling as well. Daring to kill the elders of the Holy Land is simply outrageous, and we must find the murderer, tearing him to pieces, pushing him up a mountain of knives, throwing him into boiling oil, whatever is necessary. In fact, I suggest the Grand Elder set up a military order, establishing a deadline, perhaps 3 days, 7 days, or even a month. If the murderer is not found, you should resign from the position of Grand Elder. Damn! Mu Tieshan's face suddenly stiffened. What does this have to do with him? Why does the boomerang come back to him? Chapter 77, The Arrival of the Law Enforcement Hall. Mu Tieshan's expression was very unpleasant. He looked as if he were suffering from constipation. He certainly could not establish a military order over two already dead outer gate elders. What if he really couldn't find the murderer? That would be a huge loss. But Lin Chen was the last person to contact the two elders, making him the prime suspect. According to his usual methods, he would undoubtedly torture Lin Chen for a confession. A forced confession also counts as evidence, right? Otherwise, if two outer gate elders mysteriously died within the sect without a suspect, it would be a blot on his career. However, because of Lin Chen's status, Mu Taizhan was very displeased and even looked down upon him, yet he couldn't directly torture him. I have already reported this matter to the Inner Doors Law Enforcement Hall at the first opportunity. This case will now be investigated with the assistance of the elders from the Inner Doors Law Enforcement Hall. Holy Maiden's son-in-law might as well organize your thoughts and consider how to respond to them. TCH, your tone makes it sound as if I am an insider. Elder Mu, are you trying to dump the blame on me too obviously? After Mu Taizhan finished speaking, Lin Chen directly snorted with laughter. He pointedly pointed out Mu Tiashan's intentions. Saint Maiden's son-in-law, don't say such things. I didn't mean that. Mu Taizhan coldly snorted, his expression slightly unpleasant. Since he became the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, he had never been publicly contradicted like this. Grand Elder, the Inner Sect's Law Enforcement Hall's Elder Wang Tong and Elder Qi Ming have arrived. At this moment, an Outer Sect elder led two middle-aged men into the Great Hall. Mu Tiashan's old face instantly squeezed out a smile as he went to greet the two middle-aged men. Elders Wang Tong and Qi Ming nodded in salute to him. We both have a general understanding of the situation, and we have already gone to the scene. The person who acted has remarkable strength. They must have instantly turned the two Outer Sect elders into a mist of blood. One can estimate that they must have at least the cultivation of the fifth layer of the Law Manifestation Realm. Fifth layer of the Law Manifestation Realm? Upon hearing this, Mu Tiashan's old face changed drastically, and everyone else was equally shocked. The fifth layer of the Law Manifestation Realm and above. Even in the Inner Sect, this level of cultivation was considered upper middle tier, holding certain real power. Mu Taizhan himself was only at the second layer of the Law Manifestation Realm. Wang Tong nodded very seriously. That's right, according to our on-site investigation. All the furnishings in the room showed no signs of damage, not even a speck of dust was disturbed on the table. The blood mist that fell to the ground was finely dispersed, smooth, and even. This is enough to show that the person who acted has incredibly strong power and has reached a very high level of control over their strength. Hiss. After he finished speaking, a sound of gasping filled the Great Hall. The level of control over strength is terrifying. However, what puzzled everyone was, with such strong power, why would they kill two Outer Sect elders who were merely at the Divine Passage realm? This left everyone confused. Incredible. Why would such a strong person do this? Moreover, from what I know of the two of them, they wouldn't provoke someone of this level for no reason. Mu Taizhan took a deep breath, utterly bewildered. Wang Tong shook his head, that is unknown. We did not discover any other signs of an incident at the scene. We can only find some eyewitnesses or gradually investigate the recent enemies and movements of these two elders to piece together this case. That's the only way. I entrust this case to the Law Enforcement Hall on behalf of the Outer Sect. Mu Taizhan sighed deeply, then pointed at Lin Chen. This is the Saint Maiden's son-in-law. He was the last person to have contact with the two elders. I have already investigated other Outer Sect disciples who had contact with them and recorded the details, which you can refer to any time. Just hand over the details to us. Wang Tong nodded, looking at Lin Chen. Saint Maiden's son-in-law, I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Chen's expression was calm. Is there a rule that forbids me from coming to the Outer Sect of the Holy Land? Not really. Wang Tong paused for a moment, shook his head with a smile. It is like this, since the Saint Maiden's son-in-law was the last to contact these two Outer Sect elders, I need to trouble you to come with us to the Inner Sect Law Enforcement Hall to provide some information. This will help us quickly find the murderer. Two Outer Sect elders were unknowingly exploded into a mist of blood. This is a provocation to the Holy Land. We must bring the murderer to justice as a warning to others. I will cooperate with you. Lin Chen was very open-minded, he showed no signs of panic at all. Unless the Inner Sect Law Enforcement Hall borrowed the Holy Land's treasure, the reincarnation mirror, to trace back time. Perhaps they could find out who made the move. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find him. And besides, this was the black pot that was in play. His strength at the King's realm, at the moment he made a move, had already disrupted the space and time of that area. Even if the reincarnation mirror were used for tracing, it would be extremely difficult. The most powerful aspect of the King's realm lies in its initial contact with the power of laws, making it very hard to trace. Of course, the Enforcement Hall would not go to great lengths to borrow the reincarnation mirror from the sacred land of reincarnation just for two outer disciples, let alone whether it could even be borrowed or not. Thank you, Holy Maiden's groom, for your cooperation. Then let's go now. Then, Wang Tong made a gesture to Lin Chen, inviting him. Humph. You didn't tell me any news. Once you enter the Inner Enforcement Hall, it will be up to you. Just pray that you really don't know anything. Seeing Wang Tong take Lin Chen back to the Inner Enforcement Hall, Mu Tiashan's old face revealed a hint of pride. An innocent person entering the Inner Enforcement Hall would still have to present some issues. It wouldn't be so easy to just peel away a layer and come out. Even if Lin Chen is the Holy Maiden's groom, it doesn't matter, the Enforcement Hall has always been extremely strict. Senior brother. Holy Maiden's groom. Watching Lin Chen leave with Wang Tong and the others, Wang Yuyan, who had been stunned because Lin Chen was actually the Holy Maiden's groom, suddenly jolted awake. She hurriedly stood up, wanting to say something for him, but found she couldn't squeeze through at all. Because a group of outer elders had already come to escort them out. Senior brother Lin is actually the Holy Maiden's groom, he's actually the husband of the Tianxian Holy Maiden. I actually fell in love with the Holy Maiden's husband. What kind of sin have I committed? Am I considered a mistress? Chapter 78, Illusionary Divine Treasure Mirror, Lie Detector? In the crowd, Wang Yuyan watched Lin Chen and the two elders from the enforcement hall, Wang Tong and Qi Ming, walk further and further away, dazed. Lin Chen's identity completely overturned her understanding. It felt as if the entire world had collapsed. A mere outer disciple had a connection with the Holy Maiden's groom. If this were discovered by the Tianxian sacred land, not only her but her entire Wang family would be doomed. Suddenly, Wang Yuyan's heart became incredibly anxious. If she knew Lin Chen's true identity, she wouldn't have dared to voluntarily enter Lin Chen's room that night at the Wang family. To have a night of romance with him. No, panicking is useless. The most urgent thing now is not for the Holy Maiden to find out about my relationship with senior brother Lin, but that senior brother Lin doesn't know at all why the two outer elders died. He was just setting up formations for me from the outside, and I could be the completely oblivious witness for senior brother Lin. I must find a way to get to the inner enforcement hall and be senior brother Lin's witness. After a flurry of panic, Wang Yuyan encouraged herself in her heart. She had heard of the horrors of the inner enforcement hall. Once inside, you'd either die or suffer greatly. Lin Chen was already so old, how could he withstand such suffering? The inner enforcement hall. Lin Chen was brought here by Wang Tong and the two of them. Holy Maiden's groom, please sit here for a moment. Wang Tong let Lin Chen sit on a stool and did not immediately ask him anything. All right. Lin Chen responded calmly, slowly nodding. Then, Wang Tong and Qi Ming entered the hall behind the enforcement hall. In a room behind the hall, Wang Tong and Qi Ming approached a young man dressed in a brocade robe. They spoke respectfully. Xiaoyi, we've brought Lin Chen, the Holy Maiden's groom. Are you sure we want to use the illusionary divine treasure mirror? What if he really knows nothing at all? After all, the illusionary divine treasure mirror has some side effects, won't it impact things negatively? Wang Tong asked the young man named Xiaoyi. Knowing or not knowing is irrelevant. Uncle Wang, Uncle Qi, you know what I want to find out. The young man scoffed lightly. His name was Wan Yuni. Is the grandson of the Grand Elder Wan Feng of the Law Enforcement Hall, and also one of the 9 semi-saints of the Tianxian Holy Land. He has always admired Su Qingxian, even more fervently than Yuan Peng did in the past. He repeatedly urged his grandfather Wan Feng to propose to the old Saint Gu Chanha, asking to marry Su Qingxian once he became a saint himself. However, every time he received a very perfunctory response. Wan Yuni has been silently working hard. But unexpectedly, after recently retreating for a long time, he found out that Su Qingxian was already married. And she married an old man from a third-rate force. Just thinking about Su Qingxian sleeping with a bearded old man at night makes him spit blood in anger. Wan Yuni was extremely furious and wanted to trouble Lin Chen, but he was forcefully suppressed by Wan Feng. With a formation, Wan Feng bound him, as he had only just come out recently. However, Wan Feng ordered the entire law enforcement hall not to assist Wan Yuni in any actions against Lin Chen. Thus, nothing had happened until he heard this news. Surprisingly, today sitting in the law enforcement grand hall, Wan Yuni learned this news, and he immediately appointed Wang Tong and Qi Ming to go down. He insisted that they must bring Lin Chen up. If it weren't for worrying that his grandfather would get angry, he would have already run down himself. Xiaoyi, the ship has sailed. He has already married the Saintess. Even if you know the situation between them, it will only add to your troubles, so why bother? Wang Tong sighed softly, wanting to persuade him. Uncle Wang, you are my grandfather's disciple and have watched me grow up. I respect you greatly. I know they are already married, but I can't accept it in my heart. A glint of coldness flashed in Wan Yuni's eyes. He said heavily, don't try to persuade me anymore, just use the illusion god treasure mirror. Once he enters the illusion, bring him to me. All right. Wang Tong and Qi Ming exchanged glances, shook their heads helplessly, and then turned to leave. Su Qingxian, I thought I could lose to Yuan Peng in the competition for you, but I never imagined you would marry an old man. How can this old man still function at such an age? A young woman living as a widow, even if you are willing, I am certainly not. I just want to see if you suffer after marrying him. As long as you do, Wan Yuni, will never look down on you. After Wang Tong and the others left, Wan Yuni fixed his gaze on the door and growled in his heart. Even if he can no longer be Su Qingxuan's first man, he can still not care. He has true love for Su Qingxian. In the law enforcement hall, Wang Tong held a stone box and arrived in front of Lin Chen with Qi Ming. Son-in-law of the Saintess, this stone box contains the illusion god treasure mirror of the law enforcement hall. You only need to open your heart and place your hand on the illusion god treasure mirror, the rest is not your concern. Wang Tong said as he opened the stone box. Inside was a white jade treasure mirror, about the length of a flute, with 4 gilded characters written on it, Illusion God Treasure Mirror. Seeing this, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. You want me to put my hand on this? What is the purpose? This is something used for recording. It is more convenient than paper and ink. Son-in-law of the Saintess, you don't need to worry too much. Wang Tong chuckled awkwardly and said to him. Ha! Lin Chen sneered coldly in his heart, are they taking him for a fool? With a glance, he could tell this item was not ordinary. Even the stone box containing this Illusion God treasure mirror was recognized by him as being made of rare earth flamestone. It could only be mined beneath extremely deep volcanoes. It is incredibly sturdy that even a strong practitioner of divine abilities. It is difficult to break it. And this stone box is probably made from a whole piece of fiery stone. You say that the Illusion God's treasure book, which is placed in such a valuable stone box, is merely for recording. You really think of him as a 3-year-old child? Let's use a pen and paper instead. No matter how good a treasure, it is not as clear as writing it down. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and he declined. Currently, we do not have paper and pen, so please do not make it difficult for us, Holy Maiden's fiancé. This is just a simple recording object, at most it has some lie detection function. Wang Tong helplessly expressed some functions of the Illusion God's treasure book with a slightly serious expression. Damn! Lin Chen secretly cursed. No wonder they want to bring this out. Isn't this just a version of modern society's lie detectors? But he was sure that this Illusion God's treasure book would be more magical and powerful than those lie detectors. At this moment, Lin Chen really felt a bit worried. What if it really exposed him? But just then, a cold snort came from outside the Great Hall. You two have such courage to dare bring out an Illusion God's treasure book that can affect the soul and even severely injure the soul to fool others. Aren't you afraid that the Holy Maiden's fiancé will suffer brain damage and give birth to a problem child with the Holy Maiden in the future? Do you two, mere elders of the law enforcement hall, think you can withstand the anger of the high leaders of the Holy Land? In an instant, both Wang Tong and Xi Ming were shocked. The three of them turned their heads to look. Lin Chen's old eyes were full of surprise. It turned out to be Bai Xiuhua. Chapter 79 targeted, almost fell for it. Today, Bai Xiuhua was wearing a slightly form-fitting light pink robe. It outlined an extremely slender waist and a perfect curve. On her upright chest, 2 very eye-catching peony flowers were embroidered, making her whole aura look noble and vibrant. Full of charm. If it were ordinary, Wang Tong and Xi Ming would definitely drool heavily. She was once a flower of the Tianqian Holy Land. Who knows how many young talents of the Holy Land were captivated by her. Even now, she still made these elders envious. I wondered why there were birds singing outside today. It turns out a distinguished guest has arrived. By Peak Master, sorry for not greeting you properly. Wang Tong reacted quickly. He quickly stood up to welcome Bai Xiuhua. Bai Xiuhua's beautiful eyes were cold as she snorted, there's no need for you to play tricks here. This Illusion God's treasure book is not an ordinary object, it's used to target heinous offenders who are extremely stubborn. You two, as elders of the law enforcement hall, dare to conceal its true nature and threaten and tempt the Holy Maiden's fiancé. You have such gall. By Peak Master, your words are a bit severe. We are not as you say. Wang Tong frowned and quickly denied. At this time, Lin Chen stood up and asked, By Peak Master, could you tell me the true function of this Illusion God's treasure book? The most important thing about the Illusion God's treasure book is that it creates an illusion. It pulls others' consciousness into this illusion. In this illusion, you will lose yourself. And the one controlling the Illusion God's treasure book can ask you anything, and you will answer whatever they ask. It can know everything about you. In other words, in front of the person controlling the Illusion God's treasure book, you will be transparent. Even whether you wet the bed at 5 years old, you will have to tell them. Bai Xiuhua's eyes flowed with emotion as she explained the function of the Illusion God's treasure book. Lin Chen's eyes shone coldly. This Illusion God's treasure book was actually so powerful. It could be called the super plus version of a lie detector. But this Illusion God's treasure book has a very serious side effect, which is that it can cause great harm to your soul. Mildly, it may damage your soul, it might take 1 or 2 years to recover. Severely, it could make you completely foolish. That's why I said they have such gall. After Bai Xiuhua finished speaking, she let out a heavy cold snort towards Wang Tong and Xi Ming. Lin Chen's face turned extremely cold at that moment. His old eyes were filled with rage. Elder Wang, Elder Qi. I reported the situation to you honestly, and you two actually want to harm me. Do you really want to treat me, Lin Chen, as a soft persimmon to squeeze? Holy Maiden's fiancé, and master by phone, please don't misunderstand. How could we possibly do such a thing? At most, we would just use the illusory divine treasure to record the words of the Holy Maiden's fiancé. There's absolutely no way we would pull you into an illusion to search or question you. Wang Tong and Xi Ming hurriedly denied it. Even if they really wanted to do that, they absolutely could not admit it. You have already lied to me, deliberately concealing the purpose of this illusory divine treasure. Do you think I will believe this explanation? Lin Chen scoffed coldly. Furious, he shouted, "You two are also considered high-level members of the Holy Land. You must understand how important the innate sacred body Dao fetus is to the Tianqian Holy Land. If because of you two, my brain gets damaged, and in the future, Jing Xian gives birth to a brain-dead child. Can you bear this responsibility? I see, not only will I tell Jing Xian about this matter, but I will also inform the Holy Lord and the Old Ancestor." No. Holy Maiden's fiancé, please don't. Upon hearing Lin Chen was actually going to report to the Holy Lord Xiao Wanyan and the Old Ancestor Gu Changhe, Wang Tong and Qi Ming instantly panicked. They hurriedly forced out extremely friendly smiles. Holy Maiden's fiancé, this is just a misunderstanding, I assure you, this is just a misunderstanding. As long as you, Holy Maiden's fiancé, do not wish for it, we absolutely will not use these functions. Yes, I will put away this illusory divine treasure right now. Wang Tong and Qi Ming repeatedly apologized. And they quickly closed the stone box. It's too late. I am very angry now, not only because you treated me as a criminal to interrogate, but also because you want to harm me. I must report to the Holy Lord and the Old Ancestor truthfully. As a 500-year-old elder with little time left, I came from afar to marry the Tianqian Holy Maiden for the sake of the Tianqian Holy Land. Yet you treat me this way. Since that's the case, I might as well part ways with the Tianqian Holy Land and return to my little sect to wait for death. Lin Chen showed immense anger. After a furious rant, he shrugged his sleeves and walked towards the law enforcement hall's exit. Wang Tong and Qi Ming hurriedly reached out their hands, trying to stop Lin Chen. But Bai Xiuhua stood in front of them. I heard about the outer sect matters. You captured the Holy Maiden's fiancé here because 2 outer sect elders died. I must say, you are really foolish. The Holy Maiden's fiancé is only at the Spirit Sea realm. Does he have the ability to know who killed the 2 elders at the Divine Ability realm? Even if he really saw it, wouldn't the other party just eliminate him then? And still wait for you to come investigate? Bai Xiuhua mocked them repeatedly. Wang Tong and Qi Ming were at a loss for words. Although I don't know why you two are so bold to do such an illegal thing. But I suggest you quickly find a way to remedy it. If this really reaches the Holy Lord, you two will probably have your clothes taken off and be sent to a bitter cold place to mine. After saying that, Bai Xiuhua turned around and left. Old Qi, what should we do? We must not let the Holy Maiden's fiancé go and report. Once he reports, we are finished. Wang Tong looked at Qi Ming, panicked. How would I know? Who knew that Bai Feng would come here? If it were under the radar, that would be fine, but now Bai Feng knows, and soon other high-ups might know, including the palace master. Qi Ming was also in a state of panic. Uncle Wang, Uncle Qi, it's been so long, why haven't you brought the person over? At this moment, Wan Yui came out from inside. He simply couldn't wait any longer. Little E, something big has happened. Quick, think of a way to solve it for us. Wang Tong slapped his thigh, his face dark as he walked towards Wan Yuni. Outside the law enforcement hall, Lin Chen sat on a stone waiting for Bai Xiuhua. As the stunning figure of Bai Xiuhua came into view, Lin Chen jumped off the stone and quickly walked to her in front of him. He reached out to hug Bai Xiuhua and said, "Bai Peak Master, thank you for your timely help, I am endlessly grateful." Smack! Bai Xiuhua lightly tapped his hand. Naturally, she dodged away. You old pervert, are you trying to die? It's broad daylight. How dare you lay hands on a dignified Peak Master? Chapter 80, The Prejudice in People's Hearts is a Great Mountain. By Peak Master, why did you suddenly appear in this inner law enforcement hall? Shouldn't you be in closed-door cultivation now? Not being able to hug her didn't bother Lin Chen. Looking at Bai Xiuhua's enchanting and flawless face, he asked with a smile. Bai Xiuhua suddenly appeared in the inner law enforcement hall. And even helped him to talk his way out. This surprised Lin Chen immensely. Logically, she should either be in closed-door cultivation or drawing circles to curse him, thinking of how to take revenge. However, she suddenly appeared to help him. He couldn't believe that Bai Xiuhua was helping him out of fond memories of their warm moment from half an hour ago. Bai Xiuhua chuckled, I can only say it was a coincidence. I was indeed preparing for cultivation, ready to break through to the sovereign realm. But during the preparation, I found I was missing something, so I planned to find you to see if you had what I needed. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to look for you, I happened to bump into Cheng Xia, who was in a hurry to leave Lingsu Peak. After stopping him and asking, I learned about the situation. So, I took him to find you outside, only to hear you were already taken away by Wang Tong and the others from the law enforcement hall. Then I let Cheng Xia return to Lingsu Peak first, while I came directly to the law enforcement hall. Just in time to see them getting ready to use the divine sky mirror on you. I see. After hearing Bai Xiuhua, Lin Chen suddenly understood. No wonder Bai Xiuhua suddenly appeared in the law enforcement hall to help him. It turned out she needed something from him. But this was indeed quite a coincidence. Immediately, a touch of gloom flashed in Lin Chen's old eyes. These two elders from the law enforcement hall actually dared to play tricks on me. I haven't offended them, they are really infuriating. Bai Xiuhua laughed lightly. You indeed didn't offend them, but you have offended someone far more valuable than those two. Lin Chen squinted slightly. By Peak Master, it seems you know something? The elder of the law enforcement hall, Wan Feng's grandson, Wan Yuni, is a loyal pursuer of the holy maiden Qing Xian. To put it in a trendy way, he is no less than the holy maiden's little lapdog. He is also a seasoned rival to Yuan, the senior brother of Wan Dao Peak, another quasi-saint. As far as I know, this guy broke through to the peak of divine power realm a while ago during closed-door cultivation, only to learn upon leaving that the holy maiden has married you. At that time, Wan Yuni almost rushed out of the law enforcement hall to trouble you. But he was forcibly suppressed by Wan Feng, and now the Tianjiao battle is coming. As a quasi-saint, Wan Yuni must participate as a celestial talent of the Holy Land. He might already have been released by Wan Feng. Moreover, the Divine Sky Mirror is not something just anyone can take out to use. Even within the law enforcement hall, the elders who can apply for the Divine Sky Mirror are only a handful. Wan Yuni is one of them, only he has the audacity and motive to be ruthless against you, the Holy Maiden's husband. And regarding the two outer elders who died, this matter. Just when you ran straight into the muzzle of the gun, that's why they both broke the rules and used the divine treasure against you. Bai Xiuhua kept analyzing everything for Lin Chen. It seemed she had a pair of eyes that could see everything in the enforcement hall. So it's Qingxuan's little lapdog, feeling jealous and causing trouble for me. Lin Chen laughed after hearing this. Thinking about it, it's true. Su Qingxian is so beautiful and outstanding, still ranked first on the flower ranking. How could the Saintess not have suitors? During the time since he and Su Qingxian became married, no one had caused him trouble. It must have been that their elders had given them a stern warning. However, you can suppress someone for a time, but not forever. That's true. The opponent is a would-be holy son, undeniably a prodigy. This time, because of me, you escaped a calamity, but he surely won't let it go. What do you plan to do next? Bai Xiuhua looked at Lin Chen with a hint of glee in her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen smiled faintly. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, let them fight. When water comes, let it cover the ground. I have already taken you, the leader of Beefwing, so how can I fear a mere jealous lapdog? Bai Xiuhua snorted coldly. Looking at Lin Chen's handsome old face, she wanted to punch him hard. Her beautiful eyes glared at him like daggers. I helped you with your busy work, now I need you to give me a medicinal herb. As a thank you, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Lin Chen grinned confidently. Just say it, don't talk about just one herb. You can take this human-shaped large medicine of mine, and I would agree. Get lost. Bai Xiuhua rolled her eyes unkindly. I want a purple heart resurrection grass, do you have it? Or any other elixirs that can nurture the soul would be fine too. I actually do have some. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. In the storage ring given to him by Yuan Hong, there were many treasures, and he indeed had the purple heart resurrection grass. At this moment, Lin Chen waved his hand, and a small grass radiating a faint purple glow appeared in his palm. It had 3 branches and 7 leaves, symbolizing the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Thank you. Bai Xiuhua's eyes lit up as she grabbed it and quickly put it away. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to Lingsu Peak, goodbye. Then, Bai Xiuhua turned to leave. With this purple heart resurrection grass, she had gathered everything needed to break through the King realm. She could confidently and boldly challenge that realm now. But just as she turned, her lotus arm was grabbed by Lin Chen. Is there anything else? Bai Xiuhua glanced at the old hand gripping her arm. She quickly broke free. Lin Chen looked at her beautiful face and smiled slightly. Leader Bai, breaking through is not easy. What I said to you earlier was not false. I suggest you consider my human-shaped large medicine. I don't need it. Cut off your inappropriate thoughts. Bai Xiuhua decisively refused. She let out a heavy cold snort. This old man really dares to think. Once she breaks through to the King realm, she plans to retaliate fiercely against Lin Chen. With a flick of her arm, Bai Xiuhua stepped out and shot away like a rainbow. Sigh, the prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain, the true elixir is actually myself. 3 special physiques combined, who in the world can match? Lin Chen sighed helplessly as he watched Bai Xiuhua leave. Then he stood up and prepared to go back. He planned to head straight back to Shaozhu Peak. But just as he took off, a rainbow shot toward him, and he saw Bai Xiuhua rapidly approaching on it. Lin Chen's old face broke into a smile. Leader Bai, have you come to your senses? I hope you are not lying to me. Bai Xiuhua glared at Lin Chen in anger. She grabbed him and instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 81, A Dangerous Moment, Almost Ambushed. Leader Bai, I wasn't lying, was I? In the depths of Lingxiu Palace. Lin Chen looked at the blushing Bai Xiuhua, who was trying hard to maintain a cold facade, and smiled faintly. Humph. Bai Xiuhua turned her head aside and let out a cold snort. But the corner of her mouth couldn't help but rise, showing a hint of a smile, and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep shock. Because she learned a secret about Lin Chen. He was not just a member of the ancient human race. He also possessed the Supreme Bone. During their intense intimacy, Lin Chen revealed his possession of the Supreme Bone. Combined with the Dragon and Phoenix Ascension technique, it made Bai Xiuhua infinitely align with the Great Tao. Her understanding of the Tao and principle soared rapidly. Even the power within her body churned, almost rushing toward the realm threshold. The Supreme Bone is a natural supreme being. It is transformed from the Great Tao of heaven and earth. Naturally, it greatly benefited her. A woman who's tough on the outside. Lin Chen stroked his white beard, wearing a meaningful smile on his face. Bijiang Master, if there's nothing else, then this old man will take my leave. Go on, go on. Bai Xiuhua hurriedly waved her hand. Just a few days ago, she dreamed of wanting to kill Lin Chen. In just a few short days, they had become intimate again. As the master of Lingsu Peak, a peak expert in the Dharma realm, she couldn't lose face. Lin Chen glanced at Bai Xiuhua's incredibly plump and perfect figure again. With a smile on his old face, he waved his hand and put on his clothes. Then he walked toward the outside. It was time for him to break through. If he didn't break through now, he was truly afraid he wouldn't be able to hold it in. This is for you. If there's nothing going on, you can come to my Lingxiu Palace more often. Also, regarding your possession of the Supreme Bone, I will help keep it a secret. Just as Lin Chen was about to reach the door, a token shot over from behind him and landed in front of him. Lin Chen looked at this petal-shaped token, and a meaningful smile appeared on his old face. This was Bai Xiuhua's master token. Holding this token, he could freely enter Lingxiu Palace. Thank you, Bijiang Master. This is our little secret between us. After saying this, he took the token and placed it in his storage ring. Then he strode toward the outside. Humph, is it really just our little secret? Bai Xiuhua couldn't help but snort in her heart. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted by 45 degrees. Somehow, she felt a little sweetness in her heart. The Supreme Bone. Lin Chen turned out to be a natural supreme, although he was old. But that was not a problem. As long as a natural supreme doesn't die, they can live for at least 5,000 years. She just didn't understand why Lin Chen always appeared old to everyone. If there's an opportunity in the future, I have to see what he looks like when he's young, Bai Xiuhua lightly snorted and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. After leaving Lingxiu Palace, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He flew toward the summit of Lingsu Peak, arriving at Li Qingxia's residence. Senior brother Lin. As soon as she saw Lin Chen, the anxious Li Qingxia rushed to welcome him. She let out a long sigh of relief, pulling Lin Chen into her small courtyard. An hour later, Lin Chen came out with a cup of chi-tonifying tea, supporting his old waist as he walked slowly. An old steed in the stable aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Looking at the rolling clouds in the distance, Lin Chen sighed slightly. Then he slowly flew toward the direction of Shaozhu Peak. In the next 2 days, he needed to rest well. Meanwhile, at the law enforcement hall, Wan Yui was roaring repeatedly. What a good opportunity, but it was ruined by the suddenly visiting Bai Xiuhua. This made him furious. However, Wang Tong and Qi Ming were anxious like ants on a hot pan. They urged Wan Yui earnestly, Xiaoyi, this is not the time to go mad with anger. We need to think of a way to resolve this matter quickly. That Saintess's fiancé, even Master Bai knows him, and he even speaks to him. Maybe other high-ups know him too. Of course, it's also possible that the old Saint Lord of the Saint clan has given orders that they shouldn't bother the Saintess's fiancé for various reasons. We need to think of a way to calm his anger. We can't go to the Saint Lord to complain. I certainly know I can't tell on him. But this old man is really shameless, running to complain over such a small matter. Does he really think he's a 3-year-old child? Wan Yuni snorted in anger through his nostrils. Who says it's not? However, if that old man really goes to complain, we are definitely finished. The innate holy body is of unparalleled importance to the sacred ground. We don't want to go dig mines. Wang Tong and his partner both forced bitter smiles. They regretted deeply, wishing they had never helped Wan Yuni with this matter. Wan Yuni's face was full of annoyance. All right, I will think of a way for you. In fact, this matter can be solved easily, all it takes is a bit of sacrifice to seal his mouth. Wang Tong and Qi Ming quickly nodded. We have the same idea, take something valuable to apologize to him. But we don't have anything too valuable, and he is a holy maiden's husband. He probably wouldn't look at ordinary things. I'll provide it, I have something good. Wan Yuni coldly snorted with annoyance. Internally, he cursed this old miser. A dignified elder of the law enforcement hall should not lose face like this. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a brocade box appeared in his palm. Inside this box is a top-grade 6 transformation medicinal pill, the purple dragon pill. You two take this pill to find him. Hiss! Wang Tong and Qi Ming both gasped in shock. A 6 transformation purple dragon pill, and it's of the highest quality. This is extremely expensive. It's a rare, top-tier pill for replenishing blood and enhancing the body. The combined wealth of the three of them couldn't buy even one, but Wan Yuni took it out with a wave. What a fortunate grandson, truly enviable. Without a second thought, this must be from Wan Feng, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. With infinite envy, Wang Tong caught the brocade box. Together with Qi Ming, they rushed quickly toward the outside. Damn, that despicable old man. I will not let this go. I, Wan Yuni, have never suffered a loss. If I can't deal with you in the sacred ground, I don't believe you can hide forever here. Sooner or later, I, Wan Yuni, will poke your back. Watching the two dash away, Wan Yuni gritted his teeth and growled. Xiao Zhu peek. Lin Chen returned to his own little courtyard. Just as he stood at the courtyard door, he found it had already been opened. The small door of the courtyard was slightly ajar. Could it be that Qing Xian has already come? Lin Chen's white eyebrows twitched. He forcibly gathered his spirit, allowing his weary body to regain a bit of energy. After all, a series of intense battles had taken their toll. Even iron can't withstand it. Not to mention he was over 500 years old. He tried to adjust his state as best as he could. Then Lin Chen pushed open the courtyard door and walked inside, followed by pushing open the room door. However, just as he stepped in with one foot, a slender, pale arm, exuding a faint gleam, like a snowy shell, reached out to grab him. Not good, an ambush. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed instantly, quickly tilting his head to the right by 45 degrees. That long arm brushed past his snowy temple. Hey, you old man, your reaction is quite fast. Chapter 82, Suppressing the Double Ponytails, An Astonishing Identity. The one who ambushed him was a beautiful girl with double ponytails. She wore a light blue long dress, with a black ribbon tied around her waist. This made her waist appear extremely slender and light, highlighting her full bosom. Her snowy neck was very long, with a pair of extraordinarily bright big eyes that shimmered with captivating light. The whole person carried an ethereal yet playful air, unbelievably beautiful, and her grace was unmatched. You could say she was just a bit less beautiful than Su Qingxian. However, the girl's playfulness added a touch of liveliness to her. Even Li Qingxiao would feel ashamed in front of this stunning beauty. This breathtakingly beautiful girl. The girl he had never seen before made Lin Chen's old eyes sparkle. She coldly spoke, "Who are you, and why are you in my room? And why did you sneak attack me?" "Humph, old man, you're asking too many questions. I see you struggling to get up. What gives you the right to marry Sister Qingxian? Let me suppress you first." The girl with twin ponytails snorted, and her slender jade hand reached out towards Lin Chen again. Ding, detecting the girl of fortune, now triggering the god-level choice system. Choice 1, quickly retreat, shout for her to stop, and tell her that there are matters to discuss. Don't act rashly, reward, king-level skill shaking heaven fist. Choice 2, quickly dodge back, and say to her, although I don't know who you are, I feel we are fated. How about we make a bet? If you suppress me, I will listen to you. But if you fail and get suppressed by me, you will give this old man a massage for 15 minutes. Successfully suppress the opponent and get a massage for 15 minutes. Reward, super strong strange fire, Buddha's anger lotus. Note, this strange fire can be upgraded, with the strongest being 9-color fire lotus, capable of battling past 3927 small realms, but consumes a lot. More annotations can be read later by yourself. Damn, system, are you serious? Suppress this twin ponytail and then let her give me a 15-minute massage? Why are these choices so ridiculous? Ding, this system considers your current state to be quite fatigued. As the most considerate god-level choice system, I believe there is nothing wrong with my suggestions. You? Fine. The system's reply left Lin Chen speechless. He was indeed quite tired that day. If he could really get a good massage to relieve his overworked muscles, it wouldn't be an unpleasant thing. But this twin ponytail girl clearly had formidable strength. Li Qingxia and Yuan Peng probably would not be her match. Could it be that he had to use his last special trump card? That would be a bit of a waste. System, can I choose to summon Black Pot for help? In theory, that's not allowed, you need to suppress the opponent yourself. I understand. Lin Chen nodded in his heart. System, I choose option 2. Ding, host choice successful. Please complete the task immediately. The system's voice echoed, and Lin Chen quickly transmitted to Blackpot, Blackpot, cover your power under my palm, I want to suppress this girl who dares to sneak attack me. Alright, master. Blackpot, following behind Lin Chen, leaped like lightning and hung on Lin Chen's back. Then its king-level power spread out like vines. In an instant, it covered Lin Chen's arm, spreading to his palm. System. Family, who understands? Sometimes being a system is pretty helpless. If you can't make yourself clear in one sentence, people will take advantage of the gap. Being a system is too hard. Swish. While talking to the system, Lin Chen didn't slow his feet. He slid away again, dodging the twin ponytail girl's attack. He shouted at her, although I don't know who you are, I feel we are fated. How about we make a bet? If you suppress me, I will listen to you, but if you fail, you will give this old man a massage for 15 minutes. What? You want me to give you a 15-minute massage? The twin ponytail girl, preparing to chase and launch a third attack, was momentarily stunned. She could hardly believe her ears. Old man, you are so bold, daring to make me, Gu Bauer, give you a massage? Do you know my identity? Gu Bauer was furious and laughed. Her exquisite nose, as delicate as jade, was slightly crinkled in anger. Daring to make her, Gu Bauer, give a massage. If such words were to spread from this room, I'm afraid every man in the Holy Land would rush out to chop him. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile, I don't know your identity, So that's why I bet with you. You're so beautiful and strong, you wouldn't dare to bet with me, would you? Humph, of course I dare to bet with you. Even if you're just provoking me, I'm not afraid at all. Suppressing you is a piece of cake. Gu Bauer chuckled repeatedly. She was utterly disdainful. An old man who could barely get off the bed could stir up what kind of storm? I, Gu Bauer, am a solid step into the law manifestation realm. If it weren't for this gathering of talents, I would have directly broken through to the law manifestation realm. I would become the second youngest law manifestation realm powerhouse in the Tianxian sacred land, after Su Qingxian. Whoosh! Gu Bauer made her move. In an instant, the space they were in violently trembled. It seemed unable to bear the power unleashed by her palm, ready to collapse. Her snow-white jade-like hand radiated a faint golden glow, heavy as a mountain, able to shake the rivers and mountains. Even Lin Chen's old eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This agile and beautiful girl could unleash such powerful strength. What a stark contrast! When she comes to crush my back, it might sound like thunder. Can my old bones withstand it? At this moment, Lin Chen even regretted choosing the second one. However, even as these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Chen's reaction was brisk. Carrying the power of the king's realm, he slapped his palm toward Gu Bauer. Boom! With a muffled sound, the power unleashed by Gu Bauer instantly shattered. Then she was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing onto Lin Chen's bed. Ouch, my butt! The sound of Gu Bauer's pained cry echoed from Lin Chen's bed. This is truly the power of a king's realm? It's too fierce. Lin Chen, who stood there with his hand raised, was also a bit dazed. In this fight, Lin Chen had already held back a lot of strength. He only intended to suppress Gu Bauer, not to hurt her. But unexpectedly, he still sent her flying. Whoosh! However, just a moment of days later, Lin Chen stepped over the screen. He pounced on Gu Bauer, who was sprawled on the bed, still holding her but crying in pain. Old man, hurry and stop. I am the junior sister of Sister Qingxian, the beloved granddaughter of the old saint. You can't just pounce on me. Chapter 83, Failed to Hold Back Fart. Su Qingxuan's junior sister. More importantly, she is the granddaughter of the old saint, Gu Changhe. Lin Chen was no stranger to Gu Changhe. The one who arranged Lin Chen's marriage with Su Qingxian was Gu Changhe. Gu Changhe is also Su Qingxuan's master. I didn't expect this unbelievably beautiful girl with two ponytails to have such a strong identity. Name, Gu Bauer. Age, 18 and a half. Fortune, 80,000. Physique, elemental spirit body. Cultivation, half-step law manifestation realm. Identity, granddaughter of the old saint of Tianxian sacred land, the most popular junior sister, reincarnated body from the ancient realm, currently unknown to outsiders. Favorability, -100. At the same time, Lin Chen's mind filled with Gu Bauer's personal information. However, he had no time to check it now, and it was too late to pull back. His right index finger snapped down onto Gu Bauer's jade-white forehead. Ouch, my head. Gu Bauer, who was half propped up and covering her butt, was suddenly pushed down onto the bedspread. The pain made her head buzz. Old man, you're so bold. I told you not to break it, yet you still pounced. Are you looking to die? Gu Bauer was furious. She glared at Lin Chen, her silver-white teeth grinding together. She was itching to pull out all of Lin Chen's white beard. Lin Chen propped himself up on the bed, a finger on Gu Baoer's forehead. After the initial shock, he had regained his composure. Sensing the girl's fragile fragrance, he chuckled, "Didn't expect you to have such a strong identity. But a bet is a bet, you must admit defeat. You have been suppressed by me. Do you admit it or not?" I do not admit that I have been suppressed by you. As far as I know, you are just an elder of a third-rate sect, and you are only in the spirit sea realm. How could you possibly suppress me, who has already reached the half-step lawform realm? You must have cheated. Gu Baoer's delicate face changed. She glared at Lin Chen and shouted. "Don't talk about whether I cheated or not, just say whether I have suppressed you or not." Lin Chen spoke lightly. "Humph, if you cheated, that means you're being unscrupulous. If I used some powerful means, you would never be able to suppress me." Gu Baoer looked defiant. "Tell me, did Sister Qin Xian give you the treasure? Did she let you use it and then suppress me? Su Qin Xian is in the third level of the lawform realm. She has many good things. It is not impossible that Lin Chen sneakily used the treasure given by Su Qin Xian from the beginning." Lin Chen chuckled lightly. "That's none of your business, in any case, you lost now. You must accept your defeat." He neither denies nor admits it. "Humph, it seems I guessed about right. You definitely dislike me. You used the treasure given by Sister Qin Xian without fairness." At this moment, Gu Baoer felt her heart clear as a mirror. She looked down on Lin Chen even more. But then, she sent her spiritual thoughts into the void storage ring on her finger. While others are doing basics, she can do advanced tricks too. She prepared to take out the treasures inside to counterattack. However, Lin Chen was very sharp and immediately sensed it. In an instant, he directly reached out, and with a slap, covered Gu Baoer's jade-like hand. So smooth, wow. A delightful touch surged into his heart. Lin Chen unconsciously squeezed it slightly. But in an instant, he snatched away Gu Baoer's void storage ring. With a mysterious force, he instantly cut off the connection between the void storage ring and Gu Baoer. "Old man, you actually robbed my void storage ring?" Gu Baoer's bright big eyes widened in disbelief. "This is outrageous. How dare someone rob her void storage ring in this Tianxian Holy Land? There are many extremely valuable treasures inside. It holds all her wealth." Lin Chen had a smile on his old face. "I just want to prevent you from taking things out. The ring is still yours. But first, you must accept your defeat. I think, as the granddaughter of the great holy master, the brilliant Gu Baoer, you wouldn't want others to know you are a coward who won't admit defeat, right?" "Shut up. I, Gu Baoer, am exceptional and would never be that kind of coward." Gu Baoer snorted heavily. She glared at Lin Chen with anger. From childhood to adulthood, Gu Baoer had always been smooth sailing, proud at every turn. She wouldn't allow any stains on her reputation. She was proud. "So are you admitting defeat now?" Lin Chen looked at her with a smile. "Humph, it's just a massage, I'll give it." Gu Baoer snorted heavily. Yet deep in her bright, cunning eyes, a glint of mischief flashed. This old man is not serious. He doesn't want treasures or wealth. He actually wants a massage. Let's see if you can handle the punches from this fairy. I will smash your old bones into pieces, never to give up." Gu Baoer coldly scoffed in her heart. At first, she rejected it. But then she thought, it's called a massage, doesn't specify how it's done. Using her fists is also a massage. Alright, if you dare to go back on your word, don't blame me for suppressing you again. Next time, I might just use more force. After finishing, Lin Chen slowly lifted her fingers. Gu Baoer snorted. Gu Baoer has always done what she said, you can rest assured of that. Then let's go, we'll go to the yard. The sunset is warming. Lin Chen chuckled and took 2 steps back. Humph, you really want to enjoy it. Gu Baoer pouted. Jumping off the bed. Then she saw the little black pot hanging on Lin Chen's back. Completely black, with only golden eyes that looked quite cute. Gu Baoer's bright eyes sparkled with a glint of mischief. Hey, old man, you have a little black cat on your back. It's called Black Pot. Lin Chen smiled slightly. What a cheesy name. Seeing these 2 words, Gu Baoer almost burst out laughing. This name is so cheesy, should I give you a new name? That's not necessary, you should think about how to give me a massage instead. If you do a good job, there might be a tip for you. Damn it. The sparkle in Gu Baoer's eyes instantly disappeared. The old man really takes her for a masseuse. And does Gu Baoer lack treasures? Gu Baoer glared fiercely at the back of his head, gritting her teeth in anger. As Lin Chen reached the door, his arm waved without leaving a trace. A pale white crystal was placed at the doorpost. He pulled over a chair and sat down. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Start your performance. Old man, I've never given a massage before, so I might go too hard or too soft. You better be careful. Standing behind Lin Chen, a touch of cunning flashed in Gubor's big eyes. She even winked at Black Pot. Black Pot's whiskers trembled slightly. A voice reached Lin Chan's ears. Master, this little girl isn't holding back, she's probably going to pound you. Chapter 84, Treating a Saint's son-in-law like a cadre? Bang! Just as Black Pot finished speaking, a huge sound of beating drums erupted from Lin Chan's back. It almost knocked the wind out of Lin Chen. He coughed with a rough voice. Gubor, I asked you to massage, not to beat drums. Lin Chen had a black line on his face. This little girl really hits hard. If he wasn't the supreme body, and his flesh hadn't been tempered by divine pools and various treasures, this would at least cause him to have a slipped disc. I'm giving you a massage, it's just that my strength is a bit strong. You better endure it. Gubor smiled brightly, looking quite pleased with herself. She bared her teeth and raised her fist, ready for a second massage. Black Pot, protect me. Lin Chen decisively requested Black Pot's help. In an instant, a kingly power enveloped Lin Chen's back like a barrier. Bang! Ouch! The moment she hit, Gubor jumped up like a startled rabbit. Her pink lips pouted at her two jade palms, panting heavily. So painful, you old man, you sneak attack me without any martial ethics. Gubor shouted angrily, tears almost welling in her eyes from the sharp pain in her palms. Hey, I didn't sneak attack. It's just that I'm older, and my back is a bit stiff, you need to massage it well. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Oh, right, my old back, it responds to gentle, not hard pressure, so you need to master the strength of your massage. Damn! You evil old man. Gubor was extremely angry. Her fists clenched tightly. I don't believe it, how hard can this old turtle's back be? Whoosh! Gubor raised her palm, a weak white light gathering in her palm. Once again, she smashed down hard on Lin Chen's back. Bang! Oh my god! Gubor jumped up 3 feet, crying out in pain loudly. She felt like she had hit an incredibly solid divine metal. The huge rebound force made her suffer to the bone. But what tortured her even more was Lin Chen's mocking words stabbing into her ears like knives. See, I told you, you didn't listen, and now you're in pain. There's an old saying, if you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you'll suffer right in front of you. If you stick to the gentle traditional massage technique, it definitely won't hurt. If you don't know how, I can teach you. Teach you, my foot. Gubor was furious. She couldn't imagine how Lin Chen's old hands would move on her shoulders, it would make her feel like dying, like sitting on needles. She didn't know how much pressure Su Qingxian had to endure facing Lin Chen. She couldn't help but feel a deep pain for Su Qingxian. Then you just continue. Lin Chen smiled widely and closed his eyes. He also let the mystical power covering his back withdraw. Master, aren't you afraid this girl will hit you again? The mystical power retreated, and the voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Who would trip over the same stone twice? Lin Chen smiled slightly. Behind him, Gu Baobao raised her delicate arms several times. She waved them like a fierce tigress. But in the end, when she landed on Lin Chen's shoulder, the force became gentle. Lin Chen let out a soothing sound from his nose. A little to the right, then a bit down. Just here, apply a little more strength, my old back needs it. How infuriating. That extremely annoying old man. Gu Baobao's nose was almost crooked with anger. Lin Chen was indeed enjoying it. She swore Lin Chen was the most annoying person she had ever seen. She really wanted to kill Lin Chen. But Gu Baobao also knew the significance of the innate sacred body. How important it was to the Holy Land. If she really killed Lin Chen, she was afraid Gu Changhe would hang her up and beat her. All the time Su Qingxian spent was wasted. Suppressing her endless anger, Gu Baobao continued to massage Lin Chen. According to their agreement, she had to massage him for a quarter of an hour. Never before had time felt so slow. Every second was immense torture for her. At this moment, outside the small courtyard gate, Wang Tong and Qi Ming arrived. Standing at the door, Wang Tong held a brocade box and looked at Qi Ming. Old Qi, do we need to double-check our prepared words? Should we just knock and go in? Let's just knock. We, the elders of the law enforcement hall, have come personally to apologize, bringing treasures as compensation. I believe even the holy maiden's fiancé won't be so ungrateful. Qi Ming took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. Makes sense, knock. Wang Tong nodded heavily. He reached out to tap the door, but just after a knock, the slightly ajar door swung wide open. Wang Tong and Qi Ming exchanged glances. At the same time, they squeezed out a smile and walked into the courtyard. Holy Maiden's fiancé, this is Wang Tong and Qi Ming from the law enforcement hall, dropping by uninvited. We hope the Holy Maiden's fiancé can forgive us. They called out, bowing slightly as a gesture of respect. But in the next moment, the two froze as if petrified, staring ahead in disbelief. They looked directly past the handsome Lin Chen, fixated on Gu Baobao's flawless face. Gu Baobao. They actually saw Gu Baobao. And Gu Baobao's jade-like hands were resting on Lin Chen's shoulder. It looked like she was giving him a massage. Oh my! Their hearts felt like thunder striking them in the chest. Does the old holy master Gu Changha value Lin Chen to this extent? Even his most treasured gem, Gu Baobao, was sent to serve Lin Chen. Even giving him a massage. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were slapped in the face. Gu Baobao's face also stiffened in shock. How could the elders of the law enforcement hall suddenly show up here? I'm going to die, I'm going to die. How could such an embarrassing thing be seen by the law enforcement hall's elders? Gu Baobao looked thoroughly mortified. She wanted nothing more than to find a hole in the ground and hide. Oh, so it's Wang Tong and Qi Ming from the Inner Doors law enforcement team. I wonder why you suddenly visited my humble abode. Are you trying to use the heavenly treasure mirror to set me up again? At this moment, Lin Chen's piercing sarcastic voice rang out. Wang Tong and Qi Ming jolted as if shocked awake, quickly shaking their heads and waving their hands. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Holy Maiden's fiancé, please don't misunderstand, we're here to apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. We humbly ask the Holy Maiden's fiancé for forgiveness and a chance to correct our mistake. The two displayed flattering expressions. Their demeanor was exceedingly humble. Wang Tong took a few steps forward, holding the brocade box carefully in both hands. In front of Lin Chen. Holy Maiden's son-in-law, this is a top-grade 6-turn purple dragon pill, please smile. Purple dragon pill. Lin Chen's old eyes instantly brightened. What a generous gift. He had heard a little about the purple dragon pill. He knows its powerful effects. Wang Tong and the two of them were indeed quite sincere. However, Lin Chen sneered, just a single purple dragon pill and you think I would settle down? You really underestimate the Holy Maiden's son-in-law. Chapter 85, Jade Symbol Broken, Yu Yan in Danger. A single precious top-grade 6-turn purple dragon pill, and Lin Chen was still not satisfied. This made Wang Tong and Qi Ming's faces darken immediately. Old Qi, it looks like he is going to take this opportunity to hit us hard. Wang Tong secretly communicated to Qi Ming. Truly insatiable, a 6-turn purple dragon pill is already extremely valuable, yet he is still not satisfied. Qi Ming was somewhat frustrated. Wang Tong sighed angrily, the heart of man is not satisfied, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. But since we are already here, we can't leave empty-handed. If we lose face, we'll also lose substance. If we get reported, it would be too miserable. Then let's dig into our pockets first. Let's each take out something valuable, and then go to Xiao Yi for reimbursement. Qi Ming pondered for a moment and said helplessly. Reimbursement? Wang Tong forced a smile. He knew Wan Yunyi very well. Not only would Wan Yunyi not reimburse them, but he might even mock them. They both had to accept this bitter loss. Holy Maiden's son-in-law, I have 2 fan jing fruits here, the main ingredient for refining fan jing pills. They have excellent effects when consumed directly. Then Wang Tong took out a porcelain box from his spatial ring. Lin Chen's old eyes glimmered with a hint of light. He was well aware that the fan jing fruit is a magical fruit used to assist in cultivation. During the cultivation process, it allows one to achieve an unprecedented state of calm, uncovering all kinds of flaws and reasons within oneself, not limited to just martial arts. Although it wasn't as good as the top-grade 6-turn purple dragon pill, it was still a rare magical fruit. After Wang Tong presented it, even Qi Ming beside him looked at him with some shock. He did not expect Wang Tong to be so generous. Immediately, Qi Ming gritted his teeth and took out a shimmering symbol from his spatial ring, saying, Holy Maiden's son-in-law, I have a teleportation symbol here, which I obtained by chance. It can teleport within 100 meters and can be used 3 times. 100-meter teleportation? Lin Chen's eyes shone even brighter after hearing this. Teleporting 100 meters instantly, the symbol appeared to him to be even more valuable than the fan jing fruits. Although a 100-meter range isn't vast, it can save lives at a critical moment. Wang Tong looked at Qi Ming in great surprise. He had heard that Qi Ming once obtained such an extraordinary symbol in a ruin, but Qi Ming had denied it. He did not expect Qi Ming to take it out at this moment. Holy Maiden's son-in-law, this is the greatest sincerity from both of us. Please calm down and give us a chance to apologize. With a surge of spiritual energy, the top-grade 6-turn purple dragon pill, fan jing fruits, and this teleportation symbol flew towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked quietly at the three treasures floating before him, stroked his beard, and laughed softly. Since you are so sincere, if I pursue matters further, it would seem petty of me. In a flash, Lin Chen collected all three items into his pocket. Wang Tong and Qi Ming let out a sigh of relief and repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Lin Chen. Then, they politely looked at Gu Bauer and said, Miss Bauer, we didn't expect you to be here, we didn't greet you. No need. Gu Bauer lightly replied. She didn't want them to greet her at all. Wang Tong and Qi Ming's faces turned awkward. Perhaps they knew they had appeared at the wrong time, and they cupped their hands to Lin Chen and Gu Bauer. Miss Bauer. Saint Lady's son-in-law, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Please. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Wang Tong and Qi Ming retreated towards the back. I warn you, don't go out and talk recklessly, otherwise, if I hear anything bad, it will be on you too. Just as they were about to reach the door, Gu Bauer's cold voice rang out. Miss Bauer, please rest assured, we absolutely won't speak out of turn. They both nodded quickly. It was embarrassing enough to come to apologize, how could they possibly say anything? Especially considering Gu Bauer's status, it was not something they could casually discuss. After making a serious promise, they turned to leave. Crack. But at that moment, Lin Chen seemed to hear a crisp cracking sound from his chest. His smiling face froze in an instant. A chill erupted from his body. Yu Yan is in trouble. Lin Chen reached into his chest and pulled out a broken jade talisman, split in two. Not long ago, he had given Wang Yuyan a jade talisman to protect her safety. If the talisman shattered, it meant he would receive the message. Old man, why are you so jumpy? Behind Lin Chen, Gu Bauer, who was about to ask him a question, was pushed back by the cold air and quickly inquired. I have something to take care of, you can manage on your own. Lin Chen put the broken jade talisman back into his chest and stood up from his chair, striding towards the door. Old man, wait for me, I haven't finished fixing you up yet. We'll talk later. With a wave of his hand, he had already walked out of the yard's door. Wait for me. Gu Bauer shouted and hurriedly rushed after him. She loved to join in the excitement. It was obvious that something had happened that made Lin Chen nervous. Excitedly, Gu Bauer followed after him. Lin Chen's pale eyebrows furrowed slightly, he couldn't be bothered with Gu Bauer and flew straight into the sky towards the outer gate. At this moment, inside the internal gate law enforcement hall, in a very spacious room, Wan Yuni wore an evil smile as he looked at the pretty girl nearby, who was terrified and clenched her fists tightly. I don't want to hurt you, just place your hands on this divine treasure, and I'll explore everything in your mind. I guarantee I can let you go. Otherwise, I'll just have to use force. You are from the law enforcement hall, yet you break the law. I absolutely will not comply with your demands, I would rather die. The beautiful girl gritted her teeth and shouted in anger. She was none other than Wang Yuyan, trying to enter the inner gate to prove Lin Chen's alibi. She was currently filled with rage and fear. Originally, she wanted to give Lin Chen an alibi, but unexpectedly, the young man in the law enforcement hall robe was deceiving her into using the divine treasure for him to check her memories. Although it was her first time hearing of such a treasure, Wang Yuyan knew very well that she could not let any images about Lin Chen be exposed. Because Lin Chen was the Saint Lady's son-in-law. The honorable son-in-law of the sacred land actually had an affair with her, a female outer disciple. If this scene were to be revealed, it would be like a major earthquake in the sacred land. She wouldn't mind dying, but she couldn't let Lin Chen get involved. Just a mere outer disciple dares to oppose me, the young master of the law enforcement hall? It seems I have to use some methods, otherwise, you won't know the power of my position. Wan Yuni looked at the resolute Wang Yuyan, his face filled with disdain. As the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Wan Yuni always referred to himself as the young master of the Law Enforcement Hall. In his eyes, outer disciples were no different from ants. If it weren't for Wang Yuyan having some beauty, he would have directly resorted to force. Where would he waste his breath with her? However, Wang Yuyan was indeed clever, finding loopholes in his few words. She immediately refused Wan Yui's request to use the divine treasure to uncover the images in her mind. If you use force against me, then I will die. Wang Yuyan gritted her teeth fiercely and pulled out a beautifully crafted dagger from her waist. She held it against her snow-white neck. Would you rather commit suicide than protect that old man? It seems the information you have about him in your mind is extremely important. I even suspect you might be that old man's mistress on the outside. Wang Yuyan's unyielding spirit suddenly brightened Wan Yui's eyes. What kind of feeling could make a beautiful woman willing to die for an old man in defiance? Either the other party had shown her immense kindness, or there was a very deep romantic connection between them. For a girl, especially a very beautiful but low-status outer sect female disciple, her greatest chip for repayment was her own self. As for Lin Chen, an old man who wanted what was in the bowl while eating from the pot, Wan Yui didn't find that surprising. Men, after all, can understand each other. Maybe Lin Chen had lost his pride with Su Qingxian and could find it back with Yu Yan. You are talking nonsense. Either you let me go now, or I will die right here. Wang Yuyan shouted angrily. Her eyes were filled with even greater terror. The other party really had broken through. This young master is a dignified peak of the divine realm. You, an ant in the spiritual sea realm, want to commit suicide? Go ahead, do whatever you want, I have no shame. Wang Yui sneered, and then an enormous momentum erupted from his body in an instant. Wang Yuyan shivered in fright. Senior brother Lin, Yu Yan will go first. I will repay your kindness in my next life. Wang Yuyan tightly grasped the dagger, aiming to stab her own neck. She couldn't implicate Lin Chen, this was her only option. Bang! But in the next second, the dagger she held tightly seemed to stab into a wall. Her arm became immobile, as if trapped in a muddy abyss. How could this happen? Wang Yuyan screamed in shock. The tip of the knife had already pierced her tender skin, yet her arm astonishingly disobeyed her command, unable to move even slightly. The entire hall is filled with my power. If you want to continue your suicide, you first have to break through my power barrier. Do you, an ant in the spiritual sea realm, think you can do that? Wang Yui let out a wild laugh. Wang Yuyan's face suddenly changed. Regret, fear, anger, a multitude of complex emotions surged all at once. She was too weak, she had no idea how terrifying a peak divine realm strongman could be. Wang Yui wore a smug smile as he strolled casually in front of Wang Yuyan. He reached out a finger to lift her snow-white chin. Cooperate well with me, and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, I don't mind extracting the memories in your mind and then selling you to a brothel, letting those filthy men enjoy you. Wang Yuyan screamed in horror, you dare. I am an outer sect disciple of the Holy Land. Aren't you afraid of punishment for humiliating me like this? I am the law. Who will punish me? Myself? Let alone you, an outer sect disciple, dying is just like a wild chicken. Who will stand up for you? Wang Yui laughed, reaching out to grip Wang Yuyan's arm, with the other hand pulling out the divine treasure. He intended to force Wang Yuyan's palm onto it, creating a fantasy to read the images in her sea of consciousness. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly came from outside. The entire great hall shook violently a few times. Wang Yuanyi, let her go. If Yu Yan suffers any harm, I swear I will skin you alive. The deafening roar echoed throughout the great hall. Wang Yuanyi, who was gripping Wang Yuyan's arm, suddenly changed his expression. Brother Lin is here, Brother Lin is here. Wang Yuyan instantly became excited, her pretty face's look of terror was replaced with joy in an instant. How did this old man come so fast? Did you notify him? Wang Yuanyi frowned, glaring at Wang Yuyan and scolding her. Brother Lin gave me a jade charm, and when you were threatening me, I already crushed it. Since Brother Lin is here, he must have the confidence to save me. I advise you to let me go right now. Wang Yuyan angrily shouted at him with strong confidence. Ridiculous. Do you really think he can threaten me just because he has the identity of a holy daughter's husband? Wang Yuanyi sneered. Let him haul outside, do those two really dare to crash in? Forcefully attacking the law enforcement hall is a serious crime. Wang Yuanyi's grip on Wang Yuyan's arm tightened, pressing it hard against the divine insight treasure mirror, almost crushing her hand. In pain, Wang Yuyan let out a scream. Yuyan's voice. At the entrance of the law enforcement hall, Lin Chen's face turned pale, his expression suddenly became cold as ice. He heard that painful scream. Not only him, but also Gu Bauer, and just arrived Wang Tong and Qi Ming heard it too. Qi Ming and the other two looked confused. Wang Yuanyi really grabbed Lin Chen's person. They had only just returned, barely settling down, when Lin Chen and Gu Bauer rushed up. Before their feet even landed, they shouted at the law enforcement hall. I warn you both again to step aside, or don't blame me for being rude. Lin Chen glared coldly at Wang Tong and Qi Ming. Wang Tong and Qi Ming's expressions changed a few times, awkward smiles on their faces as they said, Holy Daughter's husband, could there be some misunderstanding in here? Why don't you and Miss Bauer wait here for a moment, while we take a look first? What if the person crying out in pain is not the one you're looking for? After all, it's quite normal for sounds to come from the law enforcement hall. Brother Lin, save me quickly. But just then, an angry roar sounded again. Get lost. Lin Chen shouted harshly, and the black pot on his back suddenly flew out. Bang! Bang! Wang Tong and Qi Ming flew out like kites with broken strings. Chapter 87, Strongly Suppressing Wang Kuai. I hope you haven't harmed Yu Yan, otherwise I really will skin you alive, even if you are the grandson of the elder of the law enforcement hall. Lin Chen's face darkened as he stepped in, rushing inside. Wow, this little black cat is so powerful. Behind Lin Chen, Gu Bauer's little mouth opened into an O shape, pink and adorable. Others may not have seen it clearly, but she did. Just now, the black pot rushed out like a beam of black light in an instant. Wang Tong and Qi Ming didn't have the slightest chance to react, and they flew out, spitting blood and fainting on the spot. This speed, this strength, was extraordinary. Could this little black cat be a gift from Sister Qingshuan to protect him? Gu Bauer was filled with surprise and envy. She also liked small animals, but such a cute and powerful little animal, Su Qingshuan hadn't given one to her. Gu Bauer pouted and hurriedly followed him. Lin Chen quickly located the source of Wang Yuyan's scream and found the great hall in a flash. He directly kicked the hall door. Boom! The heavy hall door was kicked open. Then he and Gu Bauer stepped into the hall one after another. Bastard! Inside the hall, Wanyi was forcibly pulling Wang Yuyan's consciousness into the illusion created by the Divine Insight Treasure Mirror, reading the memories in her sea of consciousness. Let out a roar of anger. At this moment, he had already read the memory image of Lin Chen and Wang Yuyan walking out of the outer gate of the sacred land, preparing to head to the Wang family's place. However, this loud sound interrupted his process. Because Wang Yuyan was not cooperating, he needed to control the treasure of communication very precisely. Otherwise, one careless mistake could ruin Wang Yuyan's mind. He had planned to make good use of Wang Yuyan's value, so Wang Yuni was controlling very carefully and could not be disturbed. Puff! Even so, Wang Yuyan's body shook violently, and she suddenly spurted a mouthful of fresh blood, her vision going dark with many little stars spinning. If she weren't being controlled by Wang Yuni, she would have fallen down by now. Wang Yuni, you little beast, how can you act so unscrupulously? You really deserve to die. Lin Chen saw Wang Yuyan spitting blood and immediately became furious. This bastard. Unforgivable. Humph, Holy Maiden's fiancé, you are so bold. You actually dared to barge into the enforcement hall. Do you know this is a serious crime? Even with your status, you will still face severe punishment. Wang Yuni turned his cold face and glared at Lin Chen as he scolded. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Gu Bauer. He actually saw Gu Bauer. This old thing really has some means, to actually invite this little demon girl. A sense of alertness rose in Wang Yuni's heart. Trash man. Gu Bauer was also looking at Wang Yuni at this moment, her bright big eyes filled with disdain and contempt. She had heard a lot about Wang Yuni. Among the young talents with status in the sacred land, the one Gu Bauer looked down on the most was Wang Yuni. Ding, detecting the host's current anger, now triggering the divine level choice. Choice 1, take a deep breath, calm the anger in your heart, and use your identity to make Wang Yuni let go of Wang Yuyan, reward 3 Tongtian pills. Choice 2, point at Wang Yuni's nose and say, you little bastard, if the crime is serious or not, I don't know, but you are going to suffer. I sentence you to 3 years without humanity, reward divine scroll, can unleash divine peak pressure. At this moment, the system's voice also rang in Lin Shen's mind. I choose 2. Lin Shen did not hesitate at all. Even if the system did not give him a penny reward, he would still choose to fiercely deal with Wang Yuni. This choice from the system was just a timely help. Lin Shen took a big step forward, pointing his finger at Wang Yuni's nose, you little bastard, whether the crime is serious or not, I don't know, but you are going to suffer. I sentence you to 3 years without humanity. What? I am sentenced to 3 years without humanity? Wang Yuni's expression froze instantly. He sneered, old thing, I give you face by calling you Holy Maiden's fiancé. Without giving you face, you are nothing. Do you really think you can suppress me? Of course, if you let Gu Bauer help you, then I can give you this face, and I can let her go with you. But as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Bauer's disdainful voice sounded. One dog, my relationship with this old man is just average, you don't need to give me face. Gu Bauer, you are calling me by my nickname again. You are going too far. Wang Yuni, who was still smiling, suddenly became angry. TCH. Gu Bauer snorted, even more disdainful of him. One dog? That is a very fitting name, whether as a person or in doing things, there is no difference from a dog. At this moment, Lin Chen also sneered. Wang Yuni. Old man, my nickname is also something you can call? Wang Yuni's nose nearly twisted from anger. That nickname, throughout the sacred land, only Gu Bauer could call him. Because he had no choice, whether in terms of identity or strength, he was not Gu Bauer's match. Whoosh! In the next moment, Wang Yuni waved his hand towards Lin Chen. A hand transformed by spiritual power. The face of Lin Chen was struck. Gu Bauer, I hope you keep your word and don't interfere in the matters between me and this old man. As he made his move, Wang Yuni shouted harshly at Gu Bauer. Haigua, make a move. Whoosh! The moment Lin Chen's voice fell, Haigua instantly shot out. It was like a shooting star, with a loud bang, directly smashing through the spiritual power hand that Wang Yuni had conjured. With its small and cute paw, it swung directly onto Wang Yuni's face. Boom! Wang Yuni was blasted away like a cannonball, flying through the air. He crashed into the stone pillar of the back hall, barely stopping, and spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood before crashing down. How is this possible? I was actually knocked away by a demon cat with a single punch. How is that possible? Wan Yuni covered his right face, which was in unbearable pain, and screamed in disbelief. He, the peak of the divine power realm, the young master of the enforcement hall. How could he, a mere demon cat, knock him away? Who would believe that if it were told? Bang! At this moment, Lin Chen also landed at his feet. With a cold expression, he looked down at him. Wan dog, I give you 3 years without humanity, as punishment. After speaking, Lin Chen lifted his foot and aimed it between Wan Yuni's legs. No! Wan Yuni shivered with fear. Bastard! Old man, what are you trying to do? I warn you, I am the only heir of the Old One family. If you dare destroy my treasure, you will definitely die 1,000 deaths without life. Chapter 88, Linking Lin Chen with Danger. Wan Yuni shouted desperately. For him, nothing was more important than his treasure. He was the only heir of the Old Wan family, and if this treasure was destroyed, not only would he go crazy, but his grandfather, Wan Feng, would definitely go crazy too. I gave you a chance earlier, but you were useless. I told you to make a fierce threat, but you didn't. Now you're starting to be afraid? Lin Chen snorted. He adjusted the angle of his foot and aimed his toes at Wan Yuni's legs. At that moment, the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze. Even Gu Bao's bright eyes were filled with shock. Although she hated Wan Yuni very much, because this guy had too many black marks in his past. He would secretly flirt with the beautiful female disciples in the Holy Land, and at the same time tirelessly pursue Su Qingxian like a paparazzi. However, hatred aside, before he did something unforgivable and outrageous, destroying Wan Yuni's treasure and leaving him without humanity, even Gu Bao had to think carefully. This Grand Elder of the Enforcement Hall, Wan Feng, was an extremely powerful figure. Lin Shixiang, just stop. You arrived just in time, I haven't been harmed yet. At this moment, Wang Yuyan suddenly spoke. Her big eyes were looking at Lin Chen, filled with deep gratitude. If it weren't for the special circumstances, she would have already rushed into his arms and merged with him tightly. She knew very well that Lin Chen wanted to destroy Wan Yuni's treasure to avenge her. But Wan Yuni's status was indeed not simple. She didn't want to push things into an irreconcilable deadlock because of herself, causing Lin Chen to face great trouble. Yes, she hasn't been harmed. I haven't even undone a button of hers, at most I just grabbed her arm. You back off and I will back off. Let's pretend this never happened. Wan Yuni also hurriedly expressed his stance. He softened his tone to Lin Chen. As the young master of the enforcement hall, and a potential holy son of the Tianqian Holy Land, he was no fool. He was very clear that the most important thing now was to protect himself. As for revenge, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. However, after saying this, Lin Chen's foot still aimed at his legs. What happened earlier is in the past, but now is the present. If I stop here, from now on, can any random cat or dog in this holy land come and step on me? Can they destroy my people at will? Still the same saying, truly doesn't take the saint's son-in-law as a proper official. Bang! Lin Chen's foot was like lightning, landing after the words fell. Immediately a strange sound came out. Ah. In that moment, Wan Yuni cried out in pain. His face twisted in an instant, that was even more painful than being stabbed with several bloody holes. Not just physical pain, but also torment from mental anguish. It was simply double the joy. Good heavens! This old man really is ruthless. He actually kicked down. It seems the massage she asked me to give him was definitely a good condition. She said she wanted me to sleep with her. What should I do? Even if I want to take revenge later, it would be too late. Beside, Gu Bei'er was shocked. She immediately equated Lin Chen with danger. So domineering. So decisive. Whoa. At this moment, Wang Yuyan was moved to the extreme. Lin Chen was willing to ruin the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall for her. This exaggerated boyfriend power made her body feel a little weak. Lin Chen keenly noticed something different about Wang Yuyan, turned his head to Gu Bei'er beside him and said, "Help me support Yuyan, your time for giving me a massage is over anyway." Gu Bei'er's pretty face darkened. Cursing in her mind, old geezer. But she quickly helped support Wang Yuyan, so she didn't have to continue massaging Lin Chen, which was actually a good deal. So, Gu Bei'er stepped aside, reaching out to hold Wang Yuyan's arm. "Thank you," Wang Yuyan quickly expressed her gratitude. "Ha?" Gu Bei'er was about to shake her head and say it was nothing, but a hint of suspicion flashed in her heart. Turns out to be a special physique. I felt a powerful and strange force, also a fiery intensity like the scorching sun. Gentle and blazing combined, it seems only the Mysticine Phoenix body can give such a special feeling. An outer sect female disciple unexpectedly possesses a very powerful mystic phoenix body? Gu Bear's heart was filled with uncertainty. The reason she could detect this was that her physique was also quite special. Naturally close to the heavenly path. She could easily call upon the power of heaven and earth for her own use, and even draw on the power of heaven and earth to help others. If a few people teamed up to fight outside, having her special physique would be like adding a super strong support. She could ceaselessly provide the power of heaven and earth directly to others. Not only could she quickly replenish others' losses, but also enhance their strength. Her special physique made her feel something unique when grasping Wang Yuyan's arm. If she really is the mystic phoenix body, staying in the outer sect would be a waste, a pearl covered in dust. Gu Bear thought secretly. After going out, she planned to inquire carefully. Meanwhile, Lin Chen continued looking down at Wang Yuni. Stop howling, old man, I am a man of my word. Said you can't be human for 3 years, it will definitely not exceed a day, but during these 3 years, don't think about using your little toys. After the 3 years are up, whether you want to go indulge or whatever, it's all up to you. Ding, detected that the host has completed the selection task, the reward divine scroll has been issued. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Then in his spiritual sea, suddenly a golden shining scroll appeared. It emanated terrifying pressure and dazzling light. Peak divine realm pressure. This old geezer really got another treasure? As the divine scroll was sent here, the Saint Moon with delicate brows suddenly raised her eyebrows. Her eyes gazed intensely at the divine scroll. As a woman of high status, this scroll radiating peak divine realm pressure naturally didn't enter her eyes. But she clearly knew that Lin Chen only currently possessed the realm of spiritual sea. Yet, he kept bringing out all sorts of treasures. And this was still in the eastern wilderness, a place relatively remote compared to the central divine region. This divine scroll, if placed outside, would probably cause an intense battle for possession. This old man is getting more and more mysterious? What is his identity? How can he continuously possess so many treasures? Holy Moon could not make sense of it. It was like the cold god of wealth, who could keep pulling out all kinds of treasures. For a moment, she was moved. If I soften my attitude towards him, will he change his view of me? Will he even really help me rebuild my body? If that happens, even if he makes some excessive demands, I might not refuse. Holy Moon extended her jade-like fingers and tapped her delicate red lips, sinking into deep thought. That day, when Lin Chen knew she was a female ruler, the way he looked at her became somewhat strange. She understood very well that, for men, to conquer a woman who far exceeds him in strength with his youthful power would give him an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. And she was an incredibly powerful female ruler, 1 in a billion. Which man wouldn't want to conquer her? Even if now, she only had a soul body left. Perhaps countless men who want to conquer her, this female ruler, have already appeared. Chapter 89, All Out, the Furious Grand Elder. Outside, Lin Chen had no idea that this divine scroll had caused such a huge shift in Holy Moon's thoughts. After speaking to Wang Yuni, he took Wang Yuyan from Gu Baoer's hands and walked towards the outside. Damn old man, that damn old man. Whether what you said is true or not, I, Wang Yuni, will take revenge on you severely. Otherwise, I am not worthy to be called a son. After leading Lin Chen and the others out of the main hall, Wang Yuni pounded his chest and stomped his feet, roaring madly. His angry roar spread far and wide. Intense hatred seemed to turn into something solid, flowing down from his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, 2 figures rushed in. Wang Tong and Qi Ming looked at Wang Yuni, who was curled up next to a pillar, growling madly. And their expressions instantly turned tense. Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Are you injured? Nonsense, if I wasn't injured, why would I be here howling? Why did you guys just get here? Where are the other elders from the law enforcement hall? Why haven't they arrived yet? Wang Yuni suddenly raised his head and roared angrily at the 2 of them. Wang Tong gave a wry smile and quickly awkwardly explained, we were knocked out. Today, it just so happened that it was our turn for duty at the front hall, but the other elders should be arriving soon. Whoosh! 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 As Wang Tong finished speaking, numerous figures rushed in. There were at least 7 or 8 of them. They were all elders from the law enforcement hall. Some young enforcement officers stood outside the hall, maintaining order. Yuni, what happened to you? You look injured. Are the injuries serious? Who is bold enough to come into our law enforcement hall and attack you? The elders spoke one after another, asking him. What's the use of asking these questions now? The old bastard who harmed me has already left. Take me to my grandfather immediately, I want to take severe revenge. Otherwise, I, Wang Yuni, will never be able to live as a person again. Wang Yuni screamed, holding his legs. Wang Tong and the others saw where Wang Yuni was holding, and their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be? Lin Chen didn't destroy Wan Yuni's precious part, did he? He was the only grandson of the Grand Elder, Wan Feng, and the only heir of the Wan family. If this treasure were ruined, Wan Feng would absolutely go crazy. Naturally, there was no time to waste. They quickly helped Wan Yuni up, running towards the back mountain of the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall covers a vast area, with an independent mountaintop. This front hall is merely a facade. The real dealings and the places where prisoners are held are all on the back mountain of the hall. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so empty until now, when an elder finally came running over. Arriving at the back mountain of the law enforcement hall, Wang Tong and the others were supporting Wan Yuni, approaching a tall, burly old man with a full head of white hair and beard. He is Wan Feng, the Grand Elder of the law enforcement hall. A very powerful king. Xiaoyi, what happened to you? Wan Feng saw Wan Yuni's miserable face, and that he was being supported. His white brows instantly furrowed as he asked him. Grandpa, our Wan family is going to have no descendants. You will never see 4 generations under one roof again, never. Wan Yuni burst into tears, sounding so serious and grievous. With a start, Wan Feng suddenly stood up from his chair. His violent aura directly shattered the extremely sturdy 1,000-year-old cherry pear wood chair beneath him into countless pieces. Do you mean someone chopped your treasure? Damn it. Tell Grandpa who chopped your treasure, I want to wipe out his whole family. Cut off his treasure and shove it in his mouth. Wan Feng cursed furiously. His terrifying aura made Wang Tong and the others tremble. It was unbearable. It is that holy maiden's husband, that old thing Lin Chen who married Su Qingxian recently. He has ruined my treasure. Wan Yuni hurriedly spoke, tears streaming down his face. How could it be him? Wan Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. I was present at the wedding. Lin Chen, this ancient holy body of the human race, is already aging, barely able to even get up. I even included a few tiger jiao pills in the gift boxes for the holy maiden during the wedding, specifically to replenish his energy and blood, to enhance his combat power. I was worried that if the holy maiden hadn't conceived the innate holy body, Lin Chen might die in bed. Now you say he was able to suppress you and ruin your treasure? Are you sure you aren't just playing with me? At this moment, Wan Feng found it extremely hard to believe. He previously suppressed Wan Yuni to prevent him from leaving the law enforcement hall, because he was worried that Wan Yuni's temper would get the better of him and accidentally kill Lin Chen. That would ruin a significant event for the Holy Land. The Holy Lord and the Old Holy Lord would surely be furiously angry. But unexpectedly, the tables have turned now. Lin Chen ruined Wan Yuni's treasure? How could he possibly believe it? It's absolutely true, Grandpa, how would I dare to fool you? If you don't believe me, ask Wang Tong and the others. If you still don't believe, get me 2 girls and see if I can get it up. Wan Yuni held his special part, devastated and weeping. Grand Elder, what Xiaoyi said is absolutely true. It was indeed that holy maiden's husband who suddenly barged into the law enforcement hall, and that is when Xiaoyi got injured. Wang Tong and the others quickly spoke up. Damn it, it really is him. But he is an old guy who can barely get up, with his strength only at the Spirit Sea realm. How could he have the power to hurt Xiaoyi? Could it be that the holy maiden gave him some treasure that caused Xiaoyi to get hurt? Wan Feng's face turned dark. His fury was becoming difficult to contain. Grandpa, you must avenge me. No matter what the reason, I am now ruined. If you do not help me take revenge, I might as well die here. Wan Yuni stretched out his hand and tightly clung to Wan Feng's pants leg, crying out to him. You can rest assured, Grandpa will definitely seek justice for you. Even if he is the holy maiden's husband, I will make him pay a heavy price. No one can harm my grandson Wan Feng without reason. Wan Feng roared like an old lion. Going wild here. Mobilize troops, only bring the elders, follow me to Shao Bamboo Peak to capture that old thing. Chapter 90. Who breaks my yard, I will break their ancestral grave. Then, Wan Feng waved his hand fiercely. Angrily shouted. At this moment, he was like a protective grandfather. He didn't even bother to ask why Lin Chen forcefully broke into the enforcement hall and ruthlessly crippled Wan Yuni. Good, Grandpa, I will go with you. I want to see that old thing being heavily suppressed. Wan Yuni suddenly became excited. The pain in his legs faded a little. Only Wang Tong and Qi Ming frowned, exchanging glances, both seeing worry in each other's eyes. Lin Chen might actually be more special than Wan Feng and the others imagined. After all, even Gu Baoer was massaging Lin Chen. She was the most precious female disciple in the heavenly Xian sacred land. Such a grand scene might even attract the Holy Master, or even the old Holy Master. However, the two of them still dared not speak. At this moment, Wan Feng was in an extremely furious state. So saying anything would probably be useless. Soon, a large group of elders from the enforcement hall gathered here. A long rainbow spread out under Wan Feng's feet, connecting the back mountain of the enforcement hall directly to the little bamboo peak. A group of people stepped onto the rainbow and quickly rushed away. Oh my! What is happening? Why is there a heavenly rainbow from the enforcement hall straight to the little bamboo peak? The wide and bright rainbow made many inner sect disciples and elders look up in confusion. Some elders even hurriedly took off, flying towards the little bamboo peak. At this moment, in the outer sect area, at Wang Yuyan's residence, Lin Chen and the others arrived here. Before entering the house, Lin Chen turned to Gu Baoer and said, "Gu Baoer, it's already fine. You can leave now. You old man, I at least helped you assist this junior sister Yu Yan just now. How can you just drive me away?" Gu Baoer huffed in dissatisfaction. Lin Chen was speechless. Not long ago, when he was flying with Wang Yuyan from the enforcement hall to the outer sect, Wang Yuyan looked at him with watery eyes, her beautiful face blushing and her body hot. Taking advantage of Gu Baoer, who was following them, not noticing, she said to Lin Chen that she really wanted to repay his kindness. As a simple girl, her gratitude was always direct and swift. But with Gu Baoer as a third wheel, there was no chance for gratitude. Lin Chen slightly disdainfully said, "I also expressed my thanks to you, and I'm not letting you continue the massage. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and go do your own thing." You. Gu Baoer pouted, unable to retort against Lin Chen. But just then, some exclamations came from outside. "Wow, what a beautiful rainbow, it must be over 10,000 meters long. So dazzling, is the rainbow a bridge connecting peaks in the inner sect?" These exclamations echoed everywhere in the outer sect. And everyone turned to look towards the inner sect. Lin Chen and the others heard these exclamations and also looked up. Old man, you really made a big mess. This rainbow seems to go straight from the enforcement hall to the little bamboo peak. Revenge is near, I want to see how you handle this." At this moment, Gu Baoer's voice was full of glee. Since I dared to act, I'm not afraid of their revenge." Lin Chen chuckled. "Yu Yan, you stay here. I will go back for a bit." Then, he looked at Wang Yuyan and said, "Lin Shixiang, I will go with you." Wang Yuyan quickly grabbed Lin Chen's arm tightly and said very seriously. Lin Chen shook his head lightly, "No need, I can handle it myself. Your presence won't be very useful." "I will be useful. It was he who tried to hurt me first, and you saved me later. No matter what, I cannot let you face all of this alone. If you don't agree, even if I have to leave, I will follow you." Wang Yuyan had a stubborn look on her face. Lin Chen had sacrificed so much for her. How could she let Lin Chen face all this alone? Ding, detecting the host's current situation, now triggering a god-level choice. Choice 1, still refuse Wang Yuyan's request, and use means to keep her here, reward, law-level cultivation technique rising tide on the sea. Choice 2, agree to Wang Yuyan's request, take her to Shao Bamboo Peak, reward, 100 Phoenix Morning Sky Pill, taking this pill can make Wang Yuyan's Xianin Phoenix body reach 100% directly. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Lin Chen raised his eyebrow in surprise. He didn't expect the system to have such a pill. Which meant he wouldn't have to put in much effort to help Wang Yuyan develop any longer. For Wang Yuyan, getting a complete Xianin Phoenix body earlier was a huge benefit. I choose 2. Ding, host choice successful. Once the host takes Wang Yuyan to Shao Bamboo Peak, the system reward will be automatically given. Then let's go, but once we're up there, you must listen to me. Lin Chen then looked at Wang Yuyan and said, "I will definitely do as you say, Senior Lin." Wang Yuyan nodded obediently. Then, Lin Chen reached out and took Wang Yuyan's hand. And together with Gu Baoer, they flew towards the inner door, Shao Bamboo Peak. At Shao Bamboo Peak, Wan Feng and others arrived directly outside the courtyard where Lin Chen lived. "Lin Chen, you old thing, get out here. With the title of the Saintess's husband, how dare you behave atrociously in the sacred land? Today, I will punish you severely." Wan Feng was like a mad old lion, pointing at Lin Chen's courtyard, shouting angrily. Heavens, the elder of the law enforcement hall has come with dozens of elders to Shao Bamboo Peak, and it's to find trouble with the Saintess's husband. What law did he break? Could it be that he had a falling out with the Saintess, and the law enforcement hall wants to capture him? Does this Saintess's husband really not know that he is basically a live-in son-in-law? As Wan Feng's furious voice echoed through the area, many clueless elders who were watching began to discuss among themselves. Most of the elders in the Tianxian sacred land were very dissatisfied with Lin Chen marrying Su Qingxian, a flower from a family being placed on smelly and hard cow dung. Who could be happy about that? This was why the old city Lord Gu Chanha and the current Holy Lord Xiao Wanyan had kept suppressing it. Otherwise, just the various criticisms alone would have driven Lin Chen to flee in disgrace. However, after a moment, there was still no response from the courtyard. Wan Feng shouted harshly, "Tear down the courtyard. Force this old turtle who dares to do wrong and not take responsibility to come out." "Yes, elder." Wang Tong, Qi Ming, and several elders of the law enforcement hall shouted angrily. But just at that moment, a cold roar suddenly came, "Whoever tears down my courtyard today, I will tear down their ancestral grave tomorrow." Chapter 91, Confrontation in Public, Qing Xian arrives. Swish, swish. As Lin Chen's aged yet magnetic voice rang out, the onlookers, as well as the elders in the livestream room, all turned to look. They looked at Lin Chen and the other two flying over. "Ha, old man, you finally dare to appear. Didn't expect my revenge to come so quickly, right?" When Wan Yuni saw Lin Chen, he went crazy with excitement. Glaring at Lin Chen fiercely, he spoke, "You have rendered my treasure unusable, I will ruin your treasure first. First disable his limbs for a warning, and then punish him further." Before Wan Yuni could finish speaking, Wan Feng suddenly interjected, coldly shouting, "Old man, let's retaliate proportionally, first disable his treasure. Let this old man feel the taste of having his treasure ruined, then disable his limbs." Wan Yuni abruptly turned his head, shouting in deep dissatisfaction, "Shut up. How to punish, I have a plan." Wan Feng glared heavily at him. Wasting Lin Chen's treasure. No matter if it's winning the bet against Xiao Wanyan or the old Saint Lord Guchanghe, they will definitely jump out to stop him. Because Lin Chen's greatest role is to help Su Qingxian conceive the innate saint body Dao fetus. On the other hand, if they sever his limbs and impose other punishments, Xiao Wanyan and Guchanghe may not intervene. Alright, everything will be according to Grandpa. Wan Yuni gritted his teeth, ultimately not daring to argue further. "Miss Bauer, I didn't expect you to be here too. Now, I must carry out just enforcement against the son-in-law of the Saintess. I wonder if the second miss has anything to add?" Wan Feng then looked at Gu Bauer next to Lin Chen, asking her. Seeing Gu Bauer, he was somewhat shocked. Because behind Gu Bauer stood Gu Changhe. He needed to understand the stance and intention of Gu Bauer appearing alongside Lin Chen. "I'm just an ordinary bystander, oh. Old Wan, feel free to proceed as if I don't exist." Gu Bauer's big eyes curved, slowly drifting to the side, as if she was afraid of getting splattered with blood later. Wan Feng and many others present twitched at the corners of their mouths. Daring to call the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall Old Wan is probably rare in the entire Tianxian sacred land. Among the younger generation, perhaps only Gu Bauer would dare. This girl is truly bold. However, Wan Feng did not take it to heart. Instead, he squeezed out a kind smile and nodded at Gu Bauer. Gu Bauer not intervening indicates she did not represent Gu Changhe's will. Perhaps she just happened to be traveling with Lin Chen. So he can just unleash his hands and feet and proceed. And Lin Chen saw Gu Bauer distancing herself without any surprise. What surprised Lin Chen was that the other party spoke in his favor. However, a voice came into his ear. "Old man, if you are willing to say a few good words for me and unconditionally agree to 3 of my requests, I can change my mind and stand up to help you. I promise to help you through this difficulty." "Stop dreaming, go play by yourself." Lin Chen's ears twitched, using his lips to speak to Gu Bauer. Gu Bauer's pure and flawless pretty face instantly darkened. "Damn old man, just wait to be dealt with by this doting old Wan. You have crippled someone else's grandson's treasure, making the Wan family face extinction. Even if Sister Qingxian comes to speak for you, you cannot escape punishment." Gu Bauer's angry cold snort reached Lin Chen's ears. However, Lin Chen treated it as if he hadn't heard, not even glancing at her again. Gu Bauer was so angry that her slightly developing chest was bulging. She really wanted to switch sides and give Lin Chen a good beating. "Lin Chen, you rely on your status and act arrogantly. You stormed into the law enforcement hall, shamefully using the treasure given to you by the Saintess, injuring the law enforcer Wan Yuni, and causing him to be unable to act like a human. Now I will capture you and immediately escort you to the law enforcement hall. Do you have any objections?" When Gu Bauer stood next to a group of onlookers, Wan Feng glared at Lin Chen and shouted. A strong sense of pressure swept toward Lin Chen like a whirlwind. He trembled all over. Beside him, Wang Yuyan felt even worse. If Lin Chen hadn't supported her arm, she would have already collapsed onto the ground. Meanwhile, the black pot on Lin Chen's shoulder shook its whiskers and said, "Master, this old man's strength is stronger than mine. He possesses high-level king realm strength. I'm having a hard time resisting." Lin Chen smiled slightly. "It's alright, I'll handle it. A mere high-level king, there's no need to worry." The black pot's heart instantly sank. High-level king realm means Wan Feng possesses at least the strength of the 7th heaven in the king realm. He is stronger than the black pot since today the black pot is only at the 3rd heaven. But Lin Chen remained unafraid. His hidden means. How strong can it get? Swish. Next, Lin Chen's wrist trembled. A scroll, emitting a faint glow, appeared in his hand. In an instant, the terrifying pressure that had been upon them was pushed away. Lin Chen looked at Wan Feng and retorted, as the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, you don't even bother to understand the whole situation. You merely use your power to oppress others and forcefully attack me on Little Bamboo Peak. If you cannot achieve true fairness and justice, then you don't deserve to be the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. You are outrageous. Wan Feng immediately roared. His eyes bulged wide like a bull. Old man is giving you so much talk as a chance to confess and plead for leniency. Since you are so stubborn and arrogant, then I can only forcibly suppress and take you away. Even if you have treasures given by the Holy Maiden for defense, it will be of no use. Boom! At that moment, the aura on Wan Feng suddenly exploded. A fire dragon suddenly burst out from his back. This was a massive divine power, and when the fire dragon appeared, everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves. It was as if a volcano had erupted right there. Red Dragon Roars the Sky. This is the powerful divine ability mastered by the Grand Elder. Red Dragon Roars the Sky. It is said that the Grand Elder once destroyed a powerful sect with over 100,000 members using this ability. Now, the Grand Elder is using this ability to capture you, truly giving face to the Holy Maiden's son-in-law. The onlookers around changed their expressions wildly and began to discuss. This was an extremely famous powerful divine ability mastered by Wan Feng. It's over, it's over. With this divine ability, even if you have treasures comparable to those of a king, you'll be suppressed in an instant. Wan Yuni was even trembling with excitement. Even the treasures that had been destroyed showed signs of revival because of the adrenaline surge. He really takes me seriously, but just this is far from enough to take me down. Facing the overwhelming fire dragon, Lin Chen remained as calm as ever. He held the divine silk in his hand, getting ready to spread it out. Elder Wan, I wonder what crime he committed that made you go to such lengths to use such powerful divine abilities on my Little Bamboo Peak. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Then everyone saw a seemingly ordinary sword body suddenly fly over. It directly crossed in front of Lin Chen, aiming at the fire dragon rushing towards him. The terrifying aura emitted crushed the extremely intense heat, forming a hot whirlwind that dispersed. 10,000 sword body. Seeing this sword, everyone's expression changed. They were all familiar with this sword. It was the weapon of the Tianxian Holy Maiden, Su Qingxian. It was said that when Su Qingxian was born, it flew from the heavens, and only Su Qingxian could wield it. It was forged from the legendary 10,000 Dao stone and held unfathomable power. Once activated, it was like thousands of forces erupting, utterly terrifying. Upon hearing that cold and beautiful voice, Lin Chen suddenly turned his head. With a smile, he shouted, Qingxian, my wife, you're here. Chapter 92, The Feeling of Being Forced onto the Liangshan. Today, Su Qingxian was wearing a purple long dress. A pair of jade-like, long, white legs exposed from the slit of the dress. A black ribbon at her waist highlighted her graceful figure. Her cool and beautiful face was stunningly beautiful. Like a celestial fairy descending from the moon palace. Making many of the men present gasp in awe. Regardless of age, they were all filled with amazement. Especially those young disciples, when Su Qingxuan's gaze swept over them. A sudden heartbeat, shyly tilting her head away. Not daring to meet the eyes of their only goddess in their hearts. In Wan Yuni's eyes, an unmistakable passion was revealed without concealment. His mouth moved a few times, wanting to greet Su Qingxian. But he was also a bit nervous, unsure how to start. Wan Feng saw the expression of Wan Yuni beside him. The old man sighed in his heart, this is really a sin. With Wan Yuni looking like a love-struck fool, it is likely that saying a few harsh words to Su Qingxian would draw complaints. Taking a slight breath, Wan Feng looked at Su Qingxian and said, it turns out the Saintess has arrived. Lin Chen has made a huge mistake, and even under all the solid evidence, he still attempts to resist. That is why I have come to capture him. Please, Saintess, don't make it difficult for me. Su Qingxian snorted with a smile, Elder, rest assured, if he truly made an unforgivable mistake without reason, I will give him a severe lesson in punishment without you needing to intervene. However, if there are other reasons involved, then it's another matter. After her words fell, Su Qingxian stepped into the void, walking towards Lin Chen. Wan Feng and everyone present were taken aback. What Su Qingxian said sounded like she was favoring Lin Chen. Could it be that during their time of immersion, Su Qingxian really developed feelings for Lin Chen? No, Sister Qingxian, please don't develop real feelings for that old man. He is just a tool, not worthy of you. Gu Baoer, not far away, shouted in dissatisfaction. Seeing Su Qingxian publicly favoring Lin Chen made her extremely unhappy. Su Qingxian came before Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes first looking at Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan's body quivered instantly, and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. In front of Su Qingxian, she felt weak and helpless, like a third party being questioned by the proper wife. You are Wang Yuyan, right? Su Qingxian looked at her and spoke lightly. Yes, Your Highness the Saintess. Wang Yuyan nodded nervously. Su Qingxian smiled slightly. Not bad, you are quite beautiful. In an instant, Wang Yuyan became even more nervous. Her mouth stammered, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Su Qingxian did not continue to linger on her but turned to Lin Chen. Tell me what happened. I'll keep it short and tell you the key points. Lin Chen nodded. He shared the cause and effect with Su Qingxian. After listening, Su Qingxian slightly raised her eyebrows. You broke into the law enforcement hall to save her? You hurt Wan Yuni because he was harming Wang Yuyan, is that the idea? Exactly, that's the idea. And, at that time, it wasn't just the two of us, Gu Bauer was also there. Lin Chen confirmed with a nod. Wang Yuyan quickly nodded as well. Su Qingxian turned her head to look at Gu Bauer. Gu Bauer pouted. Even though she was very unhappy with Lin Chen, she still nodded. Sister Qingxian, everything he said is the truth. Wow. Gu Bauer also corroborated Lin Chen's words. The onlookers were all in an uproar. Damn, no wonder the Saintess' fiancé crippled him, it turns out he was wrong. Breaking the law while enforcing the law is indeed unacceptable. This is getting interesting, let's see how Elder Wan handles it. TCH, you all are making too big of a deal. Wan Yuni is the young master of the law enforcement hall, and this outer sect female disciple is indeed beautiful. I think he just made a mistake every man makes, it can actually be forgiven. Everyone chattered, with some feeling that Wan Yuni had messed up. Perhaps this time, Wan Feng really couldn't continue to act aggressively. But others believed that it was even more important to dispose of Wan Yuni's treasure. A mere outer disciple, how could she compare to the noble Wan Yuni? At this moment, as the truth exploded, Wan Feng's old face instantly darkened. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Wan Yuni. Wan Yuni suddenly shouted, Grandpa, don't listen to their nonsense. I have no thoughts about this outer female disciple at all, this is slander against me. I absolutely will not admit to it. Heh, you say it's slander? Then tell me, what were you thinking when you took such a beautiful girl like Yu Yin to the back hall of the law enforcement palace? Lin Chen coldly snorted at this moment. He pointed at Wan Yuni. Don't say you were conducting a normal interrogation, a mere outer disciple at the spirit sea level could easily be questioned in the main hall. Do you dare say you weren't harboring any sinister intentions? You're talking nonsense, Wan Yuni was instantly furious, flailing his arms. He never expected Lin Chen would dare to publicly slander him. He could swear to the heavens that he truly had no sinister thoughts about Wang Yuyan. Young Yi, don't be agitated, tell everyone honestly why you were interrogating this outer female disciple. Grandpa believes in you. At this moment, Wan Feng heavily patted his shoulder and said in a deep voice. Young Yi, we are all behind you. Just say it, as the young lord of the law enforcement team, we are all backing you. The elders who came from the law enforcement palace all began to encourage Wan Yuni. Only Zhou Tong and Qi Ming had their mouths open several times, mumbling a few words in very low voices. Wan Yuni wanted to say something, but his voice was too soft, drowned out by the crowd's discussions. Seeing everyone from the law enforcement palace supporting him, Wan Yuni's mouth trembled violently. This time, he felt no emotion at all. What he felt was just a feeling of being forced to the edge. The main reason he detained Wang Yuyan in the inner hall was to find out about Lin Chen and Su Qingxuan's married life from her memories. How could he dare to publicly expose such a purpose? He was afraid that once it was revealed, it would not only invite everyone's disdain. Su Qingxian might even personally take action against him. That would be so embarrassing. He would never be able to show his face in Tianqian Holy Land again. Wan Yuni, why don't you speak? So many people are here, and you have so much support, quickly speak out the details of the truth. Seeing Wan Yuni stammering, Lin Chen fanned the flames, urging him. Chapter 93, Terrifying Talent, Shocking the Audience. Damn. That damn old man. How arrogant. Wan Yuni looked at the somewhat proud expression on Lin Chen's face. Furious, he pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Clearly, Lin Chen had anticipated he wouldn't dare to reveal the real situation. The expressions of the people around changed subtly as they saw Wan Yuni struggling to articulate. Wan Feng's expression turned even uglier. Young Yi, why are you still dazed? Quickly tell the truth. Wan Yuni's face changed wildly. With a thud, he suddenly knelt in front of Wan Feng. Grandpa, I can only say that what he said is not true. But I cannot discuss the specific reasons now, I can tell you alone later. But that's not important, what matters is that he ruined my treasure for a mere outer disciple. Our one family has ended up without descendants. You bastard. Seeing him like this, Wanfeng was furious, his white beard shaking violently. He even wanted to stretch out his hand and push him far away. At this point, it was no longer necessary for Wan Yunyi to argue. It was evident that he was at fault first. But what Wan Yunyi said was also true. No matter what, Lin Chen shouldn't have ruined Wan Yunyi's treasure. I'll deal with you when we get back. Wanfeng coldly snorted heavily. Saintess, the situation here will be investigated once we return. What should be done to punish him will be done. The old man will absolutely not show mercy. But let's be honest, for a mere outer sect disciple, the saint's son-in-law has ruined Xiui's future. This will end my Wan family line. We must settle this score properly. Then Wanfeng raised his head. With a dark gaze, he glared at Su Qingxian and shouted loudly. Su Qingxuan's brow slightly furrowed. With beautiful eyes, she glanced sideways at Lin Chen. It was one thing to beat Wan Yunyi, that could be overlooked. But to ruin him, making him unable to live like a person, Wanfeng would certainly not be willing. But now that it has come to this, she could not simply watch Wanfeng take Lin Chen away. Taking a slight deep breath, Su Qingxian looked at him and said, Elder, Lin Chen just said. He did not completely ruin Wan Yunyi, 3 years later, he will be able to recover. However, he did act a bit too harshly, and I can make some compensation for him. I know the Saintess is wealthy. But as the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, I lack nothing. Today, I must take the Saintess's son-in-law away. But don't worry, I won't ruin him so he cannot live like a person. After all, he still bears the important task of helping the Saintess conceive an innate holy body. Wanfeng sneered coldly. With a hint of sarcasm. Su Qingxuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Grand Elder, if you insist on taking him away, then I can only say I'm sorry. What? Does the Saintess really want to fight with me for a mere outer sect female disciple? Wanfeng laughed heartily. Anger surged within him. The terrifying pressure from the Eightfold Realm slowly emerged. His anger was not just because Lin Chen had ruined Wan Yunyi's treasure. There was something even more important. All of this originated merely because of an outer sect female disciple. With Wan Yunyi's noble status, even if he truly slept with Wang Yuyan, and then killed her. So what? Humph. At this moment, Lin Chen let out a heavy cold snort. His eyes coldly stared at Wanfeng. You keep saying that Yu Yan is just a mere outer sect disciple. Even if she was indeed humiliated by your good grandson, it doesn't matter. I want to ask, have you ever seen an outer sect disciple with talent comparable to the Supreme? What kind of immense loss to the Holy Land do you think it is for a genius like this to be destroyed by your scoundrel grandson? Not to mention, this could create an incredibly terrifying enemy for the Holy Land. Hiss. Lin Chen's words made everyone present tremble. An outer sect disciple comparable to the Supreme. Could it be that Wang Yuyan had some special quality? Yuyan, to gain more support. Often, you need to be truly outstanding yourself. Now, show everyone your true talent. Amid the murmurs of surprise from the crowd, Lin Chen turned his head to look at Wang Yuyan. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a pill appeared. The 100 Phoenixes Ascending Pill. This pill could bring Wang Yuyan's not yet fully developed Mysterious Phoenix body to 100%. As a super powerful physique. Once this Mysterious Phoenix body is displayed, it would absolutely receive unmatched attention from the Holy Land. Wang Yuyan looked at the pill Lin Chen handed over. Okay, senior brother Lin. Wang Yuyan reached out and took the pill. Without any hesitation, she put it in her mouth. She had absolute trust in Lin Chen. The pill melted in her mouth. In an instant, it reached her dantian. Boom! In just a second, a tremendous momentum burst forth from Wang Yuyan's body. It shook the void, producing a thunderous blast. The world changed color, and thunder rumbled. Terrifying phenomena appeared in this place. Look quickly, what is that appearing on her body? A big bird? No, it looks like the legendary Fire Phoenix. Oh my, how could such a terrifying phenomenon appear on her? The Fire Phoenix is one of the divine beasts. Chapter 94, a special physique rarer than the divine body. The Fire Phoenix is a legendary divine beast. Blessed by the heavens, it is incredibly powerful. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix phenomenon appeared on Wang Yuyan, shocking everyone present. Could this outer sect female disciple be the rare Fire Phoenix divine body from Legends? Goodness, if she is indeed the Fire Phoenix divine body, that's truly extraordinary. She would definitely become an unmatched genius as she grows. That's right, if she is truly the Fire Phoenix divine body, Wan Yunyi might really suffer a loss this time. Many onlookers gasped in shock. The divine body is exceedingly rare. They are blessed by heaven, and their training makes the effort much easier. Even at a young age, they possess infinite power. They can produce miraculous phenomena. There have been divine bodies that manifested incredibly frightening and special phenomena, like the bright moon on the sea, the celestial king descending from the heavens, and the blue lotus shining in the sky. In some times, they are hardly weaker than the supreme bodies. Now, Wan Feng and Wan Yuni's faces turned somewhat grim. Because Wan Yuni only possessed a top-quality heavenly spirit root. Even among the young generation of the Holy Land, he is an impressive talent. But compared to such divine bodies or supreme bodies, he falls far behind. He is even slightly weaker than someone like Li Qingxiu with a white tiger king body. And he almost tarnished a divine body. The unfavorable balance began to tip against him. Swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, inside the Tianxian Sacred Hall, Xiao Wanyan was playing chess with Gu Changhai. Their expressions changed almost simultaneously as they looked outside. It seems like I can feel the aura of a divine body. Could it be that another unmatched genius has emerged from the Tianxian Holy Land? Xiao Wanyan said joyfully. Let's see, it seems to have erupted at Xiaozhu Peak. Gu Changhai nodded. In the next second, they both vanished from the hall. At this moment, at Xiaozhu Peak, as the fire phoenix phenomenon surged, Wang Yuyan's aura suddenly underwent a fierce transformation. An incredibly cold, chilling energy flowed from her, like an ancient glacier. The green grass beneath her feet became covered in frost, visible to the naked eye. What a chilling feeling! Just now, the fire phoenix phenomenon felt so hot, like it was shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Now this extreme cold has appeared. Oh my, could it be that this is the even rarer darking phoenix body? Many elders in the Holy Land were well informed. Even if some had not seen it, they knew its characteristics. At this moment, what Wang Yuyan exhibited was exactly like the rumored darking phoenix body. To think it's the darking phoenix body, this is rather unexpected. Standing close to Wang Yuyan, Su Qingxuan's beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Did you know all along that she has the darking phoenix body? Suddenly, Su Qingxian turned to Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, yes. Is it because you knew she has the darking phoenix body that you helped her? Yes, a darking phoenix body who, for special reasons, has been overshadowed, like a pearl covered in dust. Just like me, possessing the ancient holy body of the human race, yet shackled by the laws of heaven. Therefore, I felt a shared sympathy, which is why I helped her. Lin Chen sighed and continued with Su Qingxuan's words. A gentle expression appeared on Su Qingxuan's exquisite face. I see. If that's the case, I've misunderstood you before. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the female lead Su Qingxian plus 10, current favorability 25. What? Lin Chen was taken aback. His half-truthful remark had sparked a surprising response. Surprisingly, Su Qingxuan's fondness for him increased a bit. It seems that Su Qingxian has always suspected that he has a special relationship with Wang Yuyan. However, despite her suspicions, Su Qingxian was actually willing to stand up and confront the law enforcement hall for his sake. For a moment, Lin Chen felt somewhat moved. Su Qingxian is truly a wonderful woman. Boom! At that moment, the heavens and earth rumbled. The fire phoenix, spiraling upward, let out a cry and circled in the sky before suddenly diving down, drilling into Wang Yuyan's body. And on Wang Yuyan's back, a pair of wings as red as flames and extraordinarily fierce suddenly spread open. What was astonishing was that the flames burning on these incredibly fierce wings were white, creating an extreme contrast. Fire wings cold smoke, this is the greatest manifestation of the Xianin phoenix body according to legend. Incredible, this outer sect disciple actually possesses a Xianin phoenix body comparable to that of a supreme body. Our Tianxian Holy Land first had the Yuan Peng become a generation of supreme body, and now another Xianin phoenix body has appeared. Tianxian is bound to flourish. Everyone was extremely excited. Looking at Wang Yuyan's current state, those present were filled with unparalleled excitement. Even many elders wanted to quickly speak out to take Wang Yuyan as their disciple. But they also understood that someone like Wang Yuyan, who had a special physique as a powerful prodigy, was beyond their qualifications to accept as a disciple. At the very least, they had to be at the peak master level. Almost without thinking, a chaotic battle for the prodigy disciple would soon break out. Lin Shixiang, my physique has been completely activated, thank you. Amidst the bright and astonished exclamations of the crowd, Wang Yuyan opened her eyes, looking at Lin Chen beside her with joy and gratitude. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Then, he cast a calm gaze at Wan Feng. Elder Wan, your good grandson almost destroyed a super prodigy with a Xianin phoenix body. He has committed such a great crime, and I merely ruined his precious treasure, so he cannot use it for 3 years. Is this really that serious? Swish, swish, swish. The onlookers all turned their eyes towards Wan Feng and the others, filled with disdain. Damn it! Wan Feng's old face turned extremely dark at this moment. He felt as if he had been forced onto the lam. What Wan Yuni did was indeed underhanded. However, he was the last hope of the Wan family. Can it just end like this? Moreover, who knows if Wan Yuni's precious treasure will even be usable 3 years from now? If he just gives up now, what authority will he have as the great elder of the law enforcement hall in the Holy Land afterward? Wan Feng took a deep breath, his gaze extremely sharp as he glared at Lin Chen. You, as the Saintess's son-in-law, have no enforcement rights, yet you personally barged into the law enforcement hall and waste him. This is two different things. I must take you away today. Hiss. As Wan Feng's voice fell, a sound of gasps echoed throughout the scene. This old man is quite tough. In such a situation, he still wants to forcibly take Lin Chen away. Boom! Along with Wan Feng's words, 3 fire dragons suddenly burst out from above his head. The terrifying momentum covered the sky, eyeing Lin Chen savagely. Saintess, please step aside. Otherwise, today, I can only suppress you first. Chapter 95, Divine Power Emerges, even heavenly fire cannot stand. To the very end. This time, if he does not capture Lin Chen, Wan Feng swore he would not give up. Su Qingxuan's beautiful face was cold. Wan Elder, have you considered the consequences of your stubbornness? Please, Saintess, make way. Wan Feng roared. Along with the previous fire dragon, a total of 4 fire dragons pressed towards them. Humph, since Wan Elder is so persistent, then Qingxian will not be polite. In an instant, Su Qingxian formed a seal with her hand. The myriad sword embryos floating in the void suddenly let out a loud explosion.